In the Wuwang mountain range, at the plaza of the Five Spirits sect, thousands of children stood in orderly rows, a mixture of excitement and anxiety as they gazed upon the elevated platform before them. Seated upon the platform was a figure exuding an ethereal presence, the venerable master of the Five Spirits sect, Lu Zhongyao. His frame was slender, draped in a flowing white robe, as he keenly surveyed the disciples gathered for this occasion. At that moment, an elder named Li stepped forward, his voice resonant as he proclaimed, "Those with a single spirit root, step forward; those with dual spirit roots, stand to the left; and those with 3, 4, and 5 spirit roots, respectively, move to the right." With his words, the children promptly sprang into action, having been gathered from various locales, initially clustered in their respective groups. "This is for you." A small boy in front of Jiang Li thrust a golden leaf into her hand. Though his expression was fierce, there lingered a hint of reluctance in his eyes. In no time, the children had arranged themselves according to their spirit roots. Disciples with dual spirit roots will follow the golden core master. Those with 3 and 4 spirit roots will enter the outer sect. Disciples with 5 spirit roots shall proceed to the servant's peak. From this day forth, you shall be disciples of the Five Spirit sect. Regardless of your innate talents, the sect master hopes that each of you will devote yourselves to cultivation, embarking upon the path of eternal life. Lu Zhangjia's eyes sparkled with hope. These disciples were the heirs of the Five Spirit sect. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, fewer spirit roots indicated greater potential, promising higher achievements in their future endeavors. Certainly, while innate talent holds significance, so too does one's disposition. There are numerous practitioners of lesser talents who, upon encountering fortuitous opportunities, soar to great heights. The disciples below, still in their youth and somewhat naive regarding the intricacies of cultivation, found themselves inspired, their eyes shimmering with newfound hope. Jiang Li stood amidst the crowd, gazing at the elevated platform as if awaiting someone. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial energy surged forth, and 2 figures, a large one and a small one, materialized upon the dais. The assembly erupted with the gasps of children, all eyes irresistibly drawn to the man who had appeared above. Draped in white garments, he bore an air of aloofness, with features so sculpted they seemed chiseled from marble, exuding a presence that captivated all. Shen Qingluo, being held aloft by her senior brother, curiously scanned the ranks of the 5-element root disciples, her gaze abruptly locking onto Jiang Li. Found her. This must be the protagonist. A surge of excitement coursed through Shen Qingluo. Originally, she was merely a second-year student, enjoying a harmonious family life and content existence, having neither sought an untimely end nor suffered a tragic accident. Yet, after immersing herself in a novel, she inexplicably found herself transported into its pages, and quite unfortunately, she had assumed the role of the vile supporting character, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of the male lead who carried her. In the original narrative, Shen Qingluo was the daughter of the head of the Shen family, one of the 4 prominent clans in the eastern region of Linyuan continent, her status exalted, and her spiritual root notably singular and exceptionally rare fire spiritual root, rendering her the object of adoration among many. At the tender age of 5, she was taken under the wing of the esteemed Tian Yuan Jinjuan, becoming the junior sister of the male protagonist. Upon her first encounter with him, Shen Qingluo was utterly astounded, and from that moment on, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, ultimately ensnared by an all-consuming love. The female protagonist, Jiang Li, is a grassroots contender who, despite possessing inferior 5 spirit root qualifications, is endowed with extraordinary luck. She radiates a captivating and benevolent aura, akin to that of a quintessential MASU, which compels a multitude of admirers, including the male lead. The affluent young lady, Shen Qingluo, cannot endure this situation, leading her to a dramatic descent into darkness, where she resorts to various schemes and disturbances, ultimately resulting in the ruin of the Shen family and her own heart being pierced by the male lead's indifference. Initially, due to a shared name, Shen Qingluo begrudgingly read the book, only to be infuriated enough to overturn the table in frustration. Jiang Li embodies the very essence of a pure white lotus, basking in the radiance of her MASU halo. The mere thought of it incites Xin Luo to furiously pen a scathing review, vehemently expressing her discontent towards the female protagonist and her disappointment in the supporting characters. To her astonishment, upon awakening the following morning, she finds herself transformed into Xin Luo from the narrative. Determined to alter the outcome, she promptly secures the coveted golden finger that Xin Luo would have bestowed upon Jiang Li in the future. It is an inconspicuous ancient bracelet, long stored away in the family treasury. Yet, it conceals a mustard seed space, the very catalyst that enables Jiang Li to evolve from a 5-spirit root to an unparalleled chaos spirit root, propelling her cultivation to astonishing heights. As Xin Luo gazes at the bracelet adorning her wrist, a flicker of satisfaction graces her countenance. Surely, as long as she refrains from self-sabotage, she can rewrite her destiny. Senior brother, Xin Luo exclaimed, lifting her face to tug at Ji Wuqing's sleeve, gesturing towards Jiang Li amidst the crowd. Senior brother, I believe that disciple, though her talents may be average, possesses commendable character. Since you intend to take on a disciple, why not consider her? Regardless, Ji Wuqing would inevitably take Jiang Li as his disciple, and earlier acceptance into his fold would be of no consequence. By nudging the situation along, perhaps she could leave a favorable impression in the heart of the female lead. Upon overhearing this unaltered exchange, Jiang Li felt a flicker of unease in her brow. It appeared she had indeed traversed into the narrative of the novel, becoming the original female lead, a white lotus. Originally, the legitimate daughter of the Xin family, burdened with a single fire spiritual root, was infatuated with the male lead, Ji Wuqing, and harbored jealousy towards the transmigrated heroine, Jiang Li, ultimately leading to her own demise and that of her family. With the arrival of a new soul, the button for counterattack had been activated, endowed with exceptional talent, a formidable background, and a benevolent heart. These qualities allowed her to ascend to great heights while winning the affections of both the male lead and the supporting male character. Meanwhile, the original heroine, Jiang Li, was indeed a white lotus stripped of her golden finger and spatial abilities, her cultivation speed significantly diminished, fueling her envy towards Xin Luo, which led to her nefarious plots. Ultimately, Jiang Li succumbed to madness, transforming into a malevolent entity, and became a stepping stone for Xin Luo's rise. Now, she found herself tragically inhabiting the body of the original heroine, Jiang Li, meaning she had become the pseudo-female lead in this tale of counterattack. At that moment, it was precisely when the two characters first established their enmity in the original narrative. This was entirely in line with Ji Wuqing's character, fervent devotee to cultivation, taciturn, cold, and unfeeling. Puffed. The surrounding children erupted into laughter at Jiang Li's perceived disdain. After all, they all understood the implications of possessing 5 spiritual roots. How could a figure of significance possibly take her as a disciple? Jiang Li stood in silence, the laughter around her failing to disturb her composure. I end the original tale. Jiang Li harbored resentment towards Xin Luo, feeling humiliated. Yet, she is not the original protagonist and possesses no such burdens. Clenching her fists tightly, a surge of determination rises within her, as if it yearns to break free from her chest. In this life, she not only enjoys a healthy body, but has also awakened her spiritual roots, granting her the opportunity to cultivate. Despite her mediocre talents, a lonely background, and the initial loss of her golden opportunity, the mustard seed space, she remains undeterred. After all, the mustard seed space was never rightfully hers. The mere possession of this opportunity fills her with immense gratitude. Chapter 2. Literacy. Junior Brother Ji, do you have any intentions of taking on disciples? Master Lu Zong raised his brow in surprise at Ji Wuqing's consideration of accepting disciples, especially since they had previously sent several exceptionally talented students to Tianyuan Peak, all of whom had been turned away by Ji Wuqing. Scanning the few single spiritual root disciples on the platform with his divine sense, Ji Wuchen found no one to his liking and shook his head at Lu Zong. He then reached down to lift the petite Xinqing Luo, and with a ripple of spiritual energy, they vanished from sight. The children below were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the day when they too could come and go without a trace. Lu Zong, seizing the moment, smiled and remarked, "The esteemed Master Ji, just now, is the youngest nascent soul practitioner of our Wuling sect in 10,000 years. You all should aspire to be like Master Ji, striving diligently in your cultivation to uphold the prestigious reputation of our Wuling sect." Seeing the disciples' spirits surge once more, Lu Zong contentedly stroked his beard before instructing Li Yu to make the necessary arrangements. He then departed with several single spiritual root disciples, leaving behind those in the plaza who were eagerly awaiting his return. As the sect leader took his leave with the single spiritual root disciples, those remaining in the square exhibited expressions of envy, aware that while they had all been accepted together, their paths would diverge completely from that moment onward. Jiang Li trailed behind the group of 5 spiritual root disciples, her temperament somewhat subdued, unlike the other lively children who had already formed groups. Amidst the hopeful voices dreaming of a bright future, a smile crept onto Jiang Li's lips as anticipation blossomed within her heart. A group of individuals was brought to the servants' peak, gazing in awe at the busy senior disciples, their eyes wide with curiosity about everything around them. The leader of the group was the steward of the servants' peak, Steward Wu, who, despite being in the early stages of foundation establishment, had advanced late due to his poor aptitude. Consequently, he had devoted himself entirely to procuring cultivation resources for his son. Steward Wu possessed a genial disposition, and as he observed the children's inquisitive expressions, he patiently introduced them to the servants' peak, explaining what they were to do next. "This is your first gift upon entering. Once you have successfully absorbed qi into your body, you may claim your storage bags," he declared, distributing identity tokens along with a manual for beginners, several sect regulations, 2 sets of disciple garments, and a wooden sword. Jiang Li casually opened one of the regulations, only to discover that she could not recognize a single character. Had she truly become illiterate? Understanding that many disciples had not learned to read, the Servants' Peak offered a school for those who needed to acquire literacy. There were 2 schools on the peak, one for literacy enlightenment and the other for cultivation, where some disciples in the qi refining stage would impart knowledge and resolve doubts for the beginners, representing a form of assistance from the Servants' Peak to its disciples. Afterward, he assigned dormitories and, after providing meticulous reminders, took his leave. Jiang Li shared a dormitory with 3 other young girls, casually selecting a bed to place her belongings. Among the 3 girls, 2 were from small mountain villages, much like Jiang Li, while one hailed from a family of cultivators. She was dressed in exquisite silk, her bundle bulging with the promise of wealth, exuding an air of affluence. This young girl, named Yi Xiaodai, sat on the bed with a pouting expression, clearly aggrieved. Coming from a prestigious family, she understood better than others what possessing 5 spiritual roots entailed. The other 2 girls, observing her demeanor, dared not provoke her and busied themselves with tidying the bed. That night, Jiang Li found little solace in sleep. The young girls wept quietly, whether from longing for their families or lamenting their spiritual roots remained uncertain. Rising early, she tidied her belongings and left the dormitory, heading towards the academy mentioned by Steward Wu. To embark on her cultivation journey, she first needed to learn to read. Without the skill, even the methods of cultivation would be incomprehensible. The senior disciples of the sect were quite welcoming upon hearing Jiang Li's polite greeting. They pointed her in the right direction and informed her of the dining hall's location. Gratefully acknowledging their assistance, she made her way to the academy with relative ease. Several fellow disciples with 5 spiritual roots were already seated, waiting for the instructor to arrive. Finding a corner, she settled down and opened her book, scrutinizing each word with utmost seriousness, despite her inability to comprehend its meaning. Before long, the instructor arrived, surveying the attentive children before introducing himself and commencing the lesson. He was notably stern, conducting the class with meticulous precision. It was challenging for 5-year-olds to remain still. Any child who fidgeted or drifted off was met with a sharp reprimand and a swift tap on the palm. The children quickly settled down, deterred from any mischief. Jiang Li studied with utmost diligence, her book filled with dense notes. In her previous life, she was an academic prodigy with exceptional learning abilities. However, due to a congenital heart condition, her health deteriorated as she grew, confining her to a wheelchair. Consequently, she possessed a remarkable capacity for concentration and immersion in her studies, surpassing that of her peers. The senior instructor recognized her uniqueness and often kept her behind after class to impart additional knowledge. This attention did not go unnoticed by the other children, who gradually began to ostracize Jiang Li, excluding her from their games. Yet, she remained indifferent, finding solace in the quietude, as engaging with children her age would indeed be a challenge for her. This state of affairs continued for nearly a month. By the time the disciples with single and dual spiritual roots had successfully harnessed their energy, Jiang Li finally graduated from the academy. Having attempted to channel energy into her body for a month without success, she was disheartened to learn that a girl from her village would soon begin her training. Over the past few weeks, she had endured ridicule from her family regarding her spiritual roots, clinging to a fleeting sense of superiority in front of those few girls. The thought of being outpaced by others in harnessing energy filled her with anxiety. Yi Xiaodai's aspirations were rather straightforward. She yearned to be the most formidable in the dormitory, inciting envy among the other 3 girls. That night, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Jiang Li sat cross-legged on her bed, diligently reciting her mental exercises, striving to empty her mind and sense the spiritual energy around her. She was not only burdened with 5 spiritual roots, but their varying concentrations rendered her qualifications woefully inadequate. Therefore, despite her relentless efforts, she remained unable to perceive the energy. At that moment, Yi Xiaodai, who had pretended to be asleep under the covers, opened her eyes. After a moment of internal struggle, she finally rose from her bed and stealthily approached Jiang Li from behind, suddenly giving her a push. "Hey, what are you doing awake at this hour?" Chapter 3. The formal encounter between the supporting character and the faux protagonist, startled by the sudden shove. Jiang Li's heart momentarily ceased its rhythm as she opened her eyes wide, only to find Yi Xiaodai's face, tinged with guilt. You're disturbing me by staying up so late." Yi Xiaodai fabricated a clumsy excuse, intending to reprimand Jiang Li. Yet under the gaze of her calm and clear eyes, her resolve faltered. After all, she was but a 5-year-old child, unable to conceal her thoughts effectively. Every emotion was plainly written across her face. Jiang Li, bathed in the hazy moonlight, gazed at Yi Xiaodai's bed for quite some time before lowering her eyelids to resume her study of the cultivation techniques, shutting her eyes once more. She could not allow external interruptions to disrupt her training, for doing so would prevent her from successfully channeling energy into her body. However, once she did manage to channel energy, she needed to devise a plan to leave the dormitory, as frequent disturbances could easily lead to her injury. As for Yi Xiaodai, her own destiny awaited her. In the following days, Jiang Li struggled to sense any spiritual energy and failed to channel it into her body. Yi Xiaodai, feeling guilty, refrained from further disturbing her and instead began her own relentless training at night, seemingly fearful that Jiang Li would surpass her. Remarkably, this effort allowed her to finally sense the spiritual energy, and she successfully channeled it into her body the previous night. Yi Xiaodai immediately swelled with pride, strutting around the dormitory with an air of superiority. Jiang Li, however, remained undeterred. After all, this was merely the beginning, and her journey was still long ahead. She withdrew her cultivation method and exited the room, intending to head to the dining hall. However, unexpectedly, she was called to a halt midway. Su Juma, the mischievous little boy who had once slipped a gold leaf to Jiang Li, was now under the tutelage of the immortal Master Xiaoyao, having a singular gold spiritual root, and had become a quintessential supporting character. Originally, he had harbored deep affections for the female lead, Jiang Li, but in this tale of vengeance, he found himself enamored with Shen Qingluo instead. This time, his fate was even more dismal. He could barely be considered a secondary male lead, relegated instead to the roles of male 5 or 6 at best. Beside him stood Shen Qingluo, a charming and delightful figure clad in pristine disciple robes. Adorning her wrists were 2 bracelets, one a storage bracelet, the other a mustard seed space. She was keenly observing Jiang Li with interest. At this moment, Shen Qingluo had achieved the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Not only did she possess an exceptional spiritual root, but with the aid of the mustard seed space, her speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The master of Tianyuan was concerned that her rapid cultivation might destabilize her foundation. Thus he had refrained from allowing her to practice recently, encouraging her to enjoy her time within the sect instead. Upon learning that Su Jiama intended to visit Jiang Li, she promptly decided to accompany him. Noticing that Jiang Li had yet to draw in Qi, Shen Qingluo cast a glance at the mustard seed space on her wrist. This bracelet rightfully belonged to the original owner, and she had no intention of foolishly giving it away, only to have it lead to the downfall of the Shen family. Jiang Li followed Shen Qingluo's gaze towards the bracelet, feeling a genuine curiosity, for it represented a formidable advantage for Shen Qingluo. However, Shen Qingluo misinterpreted her gaze, believing that Jiang Li had sensed something, and quickly covered the bracelet with her hand. After all, the protagonist's aura is exceedingly formidable. What if this mustard seed space were to be seized by Jiang Li? Shen Qingluo believed she possessed the advantage of the script. Unaware that the true master of the narrative was Jiang Li, haven't you yet begun to draw in Qi? Su Jiama interjected. Though he understood that Jiang Li was a 5-element root, he still found himself unclear about the disparity between 5-element roots and single-element roots. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Li turned her gaze towards him, knowing that Su Jiama was a proud individual, often sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, genuinely concerned for her well-being. She smiled and shook her head. It is not easy for a 5-element root to draw in Qi. Oh, Su Jiama replied dryly, yearning to inquire further about Jiang Li, but unsure how to articulate his concern. Ultimately, he could only maintain a serious demeanor while handing her a storage bag containing several low-grade spirit stones and some provisions. I have no need for this storage bag. You take it. If anyone dares to bully you, remember to seek me out. Jiang Li, possessing a quiet disposition, was often vulnerable to others' bullying. As friends, he felt it was his duty to protect her. Once I draw in Qi, the sect will provide me with a storage bag. Jiang Li, averse to owing favors, smiled as she returned the storage bag to Su Jiama. Irritated by her refusal, Su Jiama shot her an exasperated glance before tossing the storage bag aside and running off. Shen Qingluo and Jiang Li stood in stunned silence, clearly taken aback by Su Jiama's childish antics. However, upon remembering that he was only 5 years old, they quickly reconciled with the situation. I am Shen Qingluo, a friend of junior brother Su. She introduced herself to Jiang Li with a warm smile. In truth, she harbored no affection for the White Lotus. Rather, she was acutely aware of the formidable aura surrounding the female protagonist and wished to avoid antagonizing her, lest it bring harm to her own family. However, she found it impossible to forge a friendship with such a duplicitous individual, and could only maintain a relationship of fellow disciples, ideally keeping their interactions to a minimum. Upon meeting Master Shen, the younger generation, Jiang Li performed the customary greeting, bowing respectfully to Shen Qingluo. Jiang Li felt little emotion towards Shen Qingluo. Instead, she had once admired Shen Qingluo's courageous efforts to alter her fate while reading the original text. At that time, She was on the brink of death and had drawn inspiration from the narrative to valiantly combat her illness, though ultimately, her struggle had ended in failure, leaving her deeply moved nonetheless. Of course, having read the original work, she was well aware that Shen Qingluo held no particular fondness for Jiang Li. When Shen Qingluo was once more addressed as master, a pang of discomfort struck her heart, making her acutely aware of the passage of time. She forced a stiff smile at Jiang Li before turning to leave. As she caught up with Su Jiama, she found him instructing Steward Wu to look after Jiang Li, ensuring that no one would dare to bully her. Steward Wu, recognizing the connection between Jiang Li and the true disciple Su Jiama, nodded eagerly in agreement. Secretly envious of Jiang Li for her association with a true disciple, which promised a bright future ahead. Junior brother Su is truly kind to Jiang Li, Shen Qingluo remarked with an undercurrent of meaning, observing the unfolding scene. Su Jiama was still quite young, yet he was already enveloped in the glow of the protagonist's radiance. He was indeed worthy of being the devoted second male lead. Alas, it was unfortunate that her senior brother had ultimately intercepted him. Shen Qingluo displayed a sympathetic expression, shedding a couple of silent tears for this proud junior, who truly cared for her. Her ears tinged with a faint blush. I merely felt pity for her. Atop the Tianyuan peak, Ji Wuchen gazed skyward, where the azure expanse and wispy clouds transformed before his eyes into an intricate tapestry of light, interwoven in complexity. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the air around him was sharp and imposing, deterring any who dared approach. Shen Qingluo paused, momentarily entranced by the ethereal presence of Ji Wuchen. No wonder he was the object of contention between Shen Qingluo and Jiang Li. His striking demeanor was indeed hard to resist. Chapter 4. A Triumph? Shen Qingluo found herself lost in thought, standing vacantly, her delicate cheeks flushed and her large, bright eyes sparkling with innocence. Unfortunately, in Ji Wuchen's eyes, this charming little creature was merely a burden entrusted to him by his master. The days in the mountains slipped by in the blink of an eye. A month had passed, and Jiang Li had yet to successfully channel the spiritual energy into her body. Coupled with the particular attention of Steward Wu, Jiang Li was once again ostracized by the other young ones. Particularly, her roommates, led by Yi Xiaodai, harbored a palpable disdain for Jiang Li, often whispering remarks in the dormitory that were intentionally loud enough for her to overhear. Listening to their youthful banter, Jiang Li found it somewhat amusing, while simultaneously lamenting the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where, at an age meant for play, these children had already learned the art of comparison and competition. Last night, she had sensed the spiritual energy. Perhaps tonight would herald her success in channeling it into her being. Eagerly, Jiang Li settled onto her bed, crossed her legs in meditation, and, casting aside all distractions, began to diligently attune herself to the spiritual flow. She had previously recorded the meridians and blood vessels of the human body. In the ensuing 2 months, apart from meals, nearly all her time was devoted to sensing spiritual energy. Yet, it was only now that she could barely perceive the presence of this energy, revealing the extent of her inadequate aptitude. Gradually, Jiang Li felt the external world fade away, leaving only an expanse of void in her mind. At that moment, a red of light appeared beside her, playfully darting closer and then retreating, circling around Jiang Li as if in jest. Unperturbed, she remained focused, silently reciting her heart's method. Before long, more than 10 additional dots of light emerged, predominantly red, with a few green among them. Indeed, her fire spirit root was the purest among the spiritual roots. Having read the original text, she was not surprised and began devising ways to entice the dots of light into her body. However, despite her efforts, the dots remained aloof, seemingly teasing her as they tugged playfully at her. As time slipped by, even the most patient Jiang Li began to feel anxious. for the spiritual energy showed no intention of being absorbed by her. She refused to succumb to despair. If others could draw energy into their bodies, why not her? A fierce determination ignited within her, compelling her to persistently lure the dots of light. At last, one red dot approached her, tantalizingly close, just a little more, and she would succeed. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged within Jiang Li, startling the red into retreat. Unaware of the white light, she mistakenly believed she had failed once more and promptly regrouped to try again. Little did she know that each time success was within reach, the glimmer of hope would swiftly elude her, as if startled by some unseen fright, leaving her utterly perplexed. After toiling throughout the night, she still could not channel her energy. Jiang Li, why haven't you managed to draw in your energy yet? Zhang Xiaoqian from the adjacent courtyard has already succeeded. Yi Xiaodai began her morning by ridiculing Jiang Li, her face brimming with self-satisfaction. She was now a practitioner at the first level of energy cultivation. Once, she had feared that Jiang Li might surpass her, but after 2 months of observation, it became clear that Jiang Li was nothing but a failure, utterly unworthy of comparison. Indeed, you are the only one who has yet to channel energy. If we go out now, we shall be mocked by others. Another roommate, Wang Qingqing, chimed in sycophantically. Aware that Yi Xiaodai hailed from a prestigious family of cultivators, while Jiang Li was merely an orphan from a rural village. Despite her youth, she could discern the hierarchy of importance. Hey, why don't you just move out? Living with you is truly embarrassing. Wang Qingqing's face, round as a bun, bore the mark of her successful energy cultivation, rendering her skin unusually fair and lending a touch of vibrancy to her otherwise mundane features. Yes, Jiang Li, if you cannot draw in your energy soon, do not blame me for suggesting you move out. Yi Xiaodai seized upon this opportunity, her eyes alight with malice. She had long harbored disdain for Jiang Li, particularly because she had never received the same deference and admiration from her roommates. Exhausted from the previous night's efforts, Jiang Li found their taunts laughable. She wished to avoid conflict with these two petty individuals, pulling her covers over her head in an attempt to sleep. However, when Yi Xiaodai saw her blatant disregard, a surge of anger compelled her to unleash her spiritual energy against Jiang Li. Though she was merely at the first layer of qi cultivation, conjuring a small orb of flame was more than sufficient. She hurled the diminutive fireball onto Jiang Li's bed, and in an instant, the flames engulfed the bedding, igniting with a fierce crackle. Jiang Li jolted awake, kicking off the covers and tumbling out of bed. "Have you lost your mind?" she exclaimed, her gaze sharp and piercing as it bore into Yi Xiaodai, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "What are you staring at? I was merely jesting with you. Why take it so seriously?" "Such a buzzkill," Yi Xiaodai stammered, feeling a twinge of anxiety under Jiang Li's fierce scrutiny. She gestured to Wang Qingqing, and the three of them turned to stride out of the room. Jiang Li rose from the floor, brushing off the dust, her lowered gaze exuding an icy resolve. Though she was currently a mere mortal, Yi Xiaodia's actions were evidently aimed at her destruction. Despite her tranquil disposition from a young age due to her physical condition, she was never one to be easily manipulated. Just because she was no match for Yi Xiaodai now did not imply she would always be at a disadvantage. Gazing at the charred bedding, Jiang Li carelessly crumpled it into a ball and tossed it onto Yi Xiaodia's bed. She then retrieved Yi Xiaodia's comforter, discarding the outer layer, leaving only the inner quilt, which she spread over her own bed. Climbing onto the bed, her earlier drowsiness vanished, and she sat cross-legged to continue sensing the spiritual energy. The same scene unfolded once more, and a wave of curiosity washed over Jiang Li. What was the reason behind this? The specks of light repeatedly darted away, only to be replaced by even more luminous points that seemed to draw closer, as if they were observing something extraordinary. Surrounded increasingly by a myriad of luminous points yet unable to absorb a single one, Jiang Li's mood unexpectedly calmed. She believed that with diligent effort, These spiritual energies would surely be absorbed by her. As this thought flitted through her mind, it felt as though her body had opened a cavernous maw, swiftly capturing all the surrounding light points, sparing not a single one as they were drawn into her being. Within her dantian, an indistinct mist floated, and those light points were absorbed, vanishing into the haze. Had she succeeded? A tremor of disbelief surged within Jiang Li as she opened her eyes wide. Looking down, she saw that her emaciated hand bore a faint trace of dark impurities. Chapter 5. Qi Refinement Stage 1. To embark on the path of cultivation, one must first eliminate the impurities within the body, ensuring that the blood vessels and meridians flow freely, allowing spiritual power to circulate smoothly. In the setting of this ancient narrative, the present-day Lingyuan continent is but a remnant of a small fragment of a once great realm, fragmented after a cataclysmic battle, thus limiting cultivators to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. The cultivation levels on this continent, from lowest to highest, are Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Transformation. The primary purpose of the first 3 tiers of Qi Refinement is to expel impurities, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Jiang Li's body, having endured a life of hardship from a young age, harbored more impurities than the average person. Despite the unpleasant odor emanating from her body, a smile graced Jiang Li's face. She had finally taken the first step. The enchanting world of cultivation, with its promise of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, filled her with yearning, and she hoped to navigate this extraordinary realm through her unrelenting efforts. Jiang Li pursed her lips slightly, reluctant to relax, and once again closed her eyes, striving to absorb the spiritual energy. This time, it was no longer merely red and green dots. A myriad of colorful specks began to gravitate towards her, exuding a sense of excitement as they danced and flitted around her.
Jiang Li patian li awaita.
Attempting to draw these luminous points closer, to envelop them within her being. The previous scenario reemerged as the dots multiplied, encasing her securely, resembling a grand, vibrant cocoon. Yet, regardless of her efforts, the lights remained undeterred, swirling around her in a joyful frenzy. Unperturbed, Jiang Li maintained her calm demeanor, silently reciting her mental techniques, and gradually, even the nearby lights faded from her perception. In a hazy moment, she seemed to find herself in a misty realm, devoid of anything, where it felt as though only she existed in the vastness. Tentatively, she took a few steps forward, her ears filled solely with the muffled sound of her own footsteps. Nothing else. This place resembled a desolate domain, absent of sunlight and lacking the flow of air. After a brief sojourn, she was overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. Struggling, her face flushed, she resorted to taking 2 deep breaths to alleviate the constriction. At that moment, it felt as if her body had also drawn in 2 deep breaths, capturing the surrounding lights once more. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted, its dazzling radiance blinding Jiang Li, prompting her to hastily shield her eyes. This white light burst forth, penetrating her being and radiating outward, filling the entire room. Jiang Li sensed that she was enveloped in something warm, a sensation so comforting that it nearly compelled her to sigh in contentment. Jiang Li awoke from her cultivation, only to find herself enveloped in the filth expelled from her body, which had hardened into crusty masses that flaked off with the slightest movement. Accompanying this was an indescribable stench, reminiscent of decaying matter mingled with the odor of moldy tofu. Gagging, she found herself unable to suppress her nausea, the acrid smell stinging her nostrils and bringing tears to her eyes. Overwhelmed, she hastily descended from her bed, grabbing a bucket and rushing to the well in the courtyard to fetch 2 buckets of water, which she poured into the bathing tub. At that moment, she disregarded the icy chill of the well water, shedding her clothes and submerging herself in the liquid. After a vigorous scrubbing, the water turned an inky black, exuding a foul odor. As she washed, She continued to retch, her head growing heavy from the stench, her mind reeling from the sheer filthiness she had not anticipated to this degree. Emerging from the water, she threw on a garment and emptied the bucket's contents outside. She then filled several more buckets until she had thoroughly cleansed herself of the grime. Once her task was complete, a sense of relief washed over her, and her foggy mind began to clear. Glancing at the bed covers, she felt a wave of distaste, and then her gaze fell upon Yi Xiaodai's bed, causing her lips to curve into a smile. Jiang Li retrieved the bedspread, carefully redraped it over the quilt, and placed it back on Yi Xiaodai's bed. Having completed her chores, she found herself amused by her own childish behavior. Spending her days among these young maidens had indeed led her to adopt a childlike spirit. Yet, who could blame Yi Xiaodai for leveraging her cultivation to bully her? Such was her petty nature. Jiang Li meticulously arranged her bed, donned a fresh disciple's robe, and with a spirited demeanor, exited her quarters, making her way directly to the affairs hall of the Servants' Peak. Throughout her journey, she found the experiences of recent days to be rather surreal, yet the abundant energy within her served as a reminder that all was indeed real. With a cheerful heart, she arrived at the affairs hall and presented her identity jade token to the attending disciple. The disciple glanced at Jiang Li's cultivation and, with a smile, congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations, junior sister, on advancing to the first level of qi refinement." Many low-ranking disciples of the Servants' Peak recognized Jiang Li, partly because she had long struggled to channel qi into her body, and partly due to Elder Wu's special attention towards her. However, this little junior sister was indeed a remarkable surprise. Having just begun to channel qi, she had already reached the first level of qi refinement, indicating her aptitude was not as lacking as presumed. The mention of the first level of qi refinement left Jiang Li momentarily stunned. She had thought she was merely channeling qi into her body, only to discover she had achieved a breakthrough in one go. Yet, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at not even being able to discern her own cultivation level. The theoretical knowledge gleaned from her reading had felt hollow, rendering her almost completely ignorant when faced with reality. It was clear that she needed to dedicate herself to understanding the intricacies of the cultivation world. Jiang Li was never one to shy away from learning, and she possessed confidence in her ability to excel in her studies. After expressing her gratitude to the attending disciple, she received her designated storage bag. Following the disciple's instructions, she used a knife to prick her finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the storage bag, instantly establishing a connection between her spirit and the bag itself. Jiang Li was still somewhat unfamiliar with the use of her spiritual consciousness. After considerable effort, she finally managed to glimpse the contents of the storage pouch. The pouch was modest in size, approximately 3 cubic feet, and within it lay a short sword adorned with gemstones, 3 low-grade spirit stones, and 2 plum pills. According to her senior, these 2 pills were low-tier muscle-cleansing elixirs, intended to purge impurities from their bodies. This meant that with each advancement until reaching the 3rd level of qi training, her body would expel these impurities. The thought of such astonishing impurities sent a shiver down Jiang Li's spine. She secured the storage pouch to her belt and left the miscellaneous affairs hall with a sense of satisfaction, intending to explore the Servant Peak thoroughly. Since her entry, her life had been a monotonous routine, and she had never taken the time to observe the Servant Peak closely. After her departure, a round-faced cultivator emerged and struck up a conversation with the duty disciple. Was that Jiang Li? To be able to associate with a true disciple is indeed fortunate. She has already reached the 1st level of qi training.
Chapter 6, Shuxian.
The round-faced cultivator smacked his lips, wearing a smile, though his words were not particularly kind. Why was he not fortunate enough to connect with a true disciple? I've heard this junior sister practices diligently. Her achievements are not surprising. The duty disciple, who held a disdain for the round-faced cultivator, defended Jiang Li with a remark before returning to his tasks. What good is hard work in cultivation? The round-faced cultivator scoffed dismissively. If diligence were effective, why would there be so many disciples at the servant peak? To put it plainly, it's merely about clinging to a powerful patron, ensuring an abundance of treasures and elixirs without concern. The round-faced monk sneered with disdain, turning to join his fellow disciples, who promptly began to gossip about Jiang Li. The disciple on duty shook his head. This senior brother had yet to comprehend why his cultivation remained stagnant, consumed as he was by jealousy towards others. What future could he possibly aspire to? Meanwhile, Jiang Li, the subject of their discussion, was meandering around the miscellaneous peak. She ascended to the highest point, gazing into the distance, yet could only catch a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg that was the five-spirit sect. Nearby, towering peaks pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist and exuding an ethereal aura, with scattered courtyards visible along their heights. Between these majestic mountains, a waterfall cascaded from the clouds, its gentle sound resonating in the air. As dusk approached, the setting sun melted into gold, merging with the twilight clouds. Below her lay a winding path leading to the courtyards, smooth and unobstructed, flanked by a riot of blooming flowers, culminating in a grove of verdant bamboo, embodying the chill of early spring. Further down, patches of spirit fields came into view, where the silhouettes of a few busy disciples could be discerned. A disciple riding a flying crane soared past her, capturing her attention. Jiang Li watched, entranced, raising her hand as if to grasp a handful of white clouds to embrace. The grandeur of the world stirred her emotions, and the brilliance in her eyes burned with fervor. This was her realm. Regardless of any male or female protagonists or antagonists, none could hinder her. This was the world she longed for, a realm where she could roam freely. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged from the peak, swirling with spiritual energy, rushing towards Jiang Li in a vibrant torrent. The mist at the Dantian pulsated with excitement, opening an invisible maw that welcomed all, voraciously absorbing every ounce of spiritual energy. Jiang Li, who had a considerable chance for enlightenment, found herself stymied at the outset. Upon regaining her senses, she remained oblivious to the opportunity she had forfeited, descending the mountain with a sense of elation. Before long, she arrived at the library pavilion on the Disciples' Peak. The structure loomed majestically, constructed of emerald bricks and azure tiles, with windows adorned in vibrant stained glass. Fierce beast statues perched at the corners of the eaves, their large, brass-like eyes exuding an aura of intimidation that sent shivers down one's spine. The roof was enveloped in thick mist, obscuring her view. Standing before the pavilion, Jiang Li gazed upward, her diminutive form rendering her as insignificant as an ant against the grand edifice. Inside, a disciple emerged with a book he had exchanged, and upon spotting Jiang Li, who had just entered the first stage of qi cultivation, he chuckled and approached her. "Little junior sister, you have only just begun your qi cultivation. Without points, entry to the library is not permitted. Observe, the identity jade token indicates the number of points one possesses." Seemingly concerned that Jiang Li might not comprehend, he produced his own jade token to illustrate his point. Jiang Li glanced over, noting that her senior brother's surname was Su. Given name Shuren, a name that indeed connoted a sense of world peace. Upon closer inspection, she saw that his token displayed over 1,300 points, while hers was conspicuously devoid of any. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother," Jiang Li said, hastily clasping her hands in gratitude, relieved that she had not attempted to enter only to be expelled in embarrassment. "We are fellow disciples, there is no need for such formality." Su Shuren waved his hand dismissively, then continued, "Are you interested in acquiring some fundamental knowledge of cultivation? I have a few books that may be beneficial to my junior sister." He retrieved several volumes from his storage bag and handed them to Jiang Li, saying, "The cultivation hall also imparts knowledge of cultivation. Occasionally, I share my experiences with my junior brothers and sisters. Feel free to peruse these when you have leisure." Jiang Li was somewhat taken aback, expressing her gratitude as she accepted the books. It was noteworthy that apart from Steward Wu's kindness, this senior was the first to extend goodwill toward her. Su Shiren observed Jiang Li's frail appearance and gently pinched the bun atop her head, offering her encouragement. The girl appeared to be thriving since entering the qi refinement stage, yet her slender physique in comparison to her peers indicated a past of hardship. This resemblance to his former self stirred a desire to assist her. Upon witnessing Jiang Li's charming smile, Su Shiren affectionately patted her bun once more before striding away. Jiang Li gazed after him. Su Shiren stood tall, exuding righteousness, and seemed to be a commendable individual. Casting her eyes back at the library, Jiang Li resolved to diligently accumulate points, aspiring to explore the treasures of jade slips and tomes within its confines in the future. Just as she stepped into the courtyard, she was halted by the startling exclamation of Yi Xiaodai. How have you reached the first layer of qi refinement? Yi Xiaodai pointed at Jiang Li, her eyes reflecting both astonishment and indignation. Earlier that morning, she had mocked Jiang Li, who had yet to draw qi into her body. Now, Jiang Li had astonishingly achieved the first layer, catching up to her. It was worth noting that the other two roommates had entered qi refinement over half a month ago and still had not progressed to this stage. How had Jiang Li accomplished such a feat? The other two roommates also changed their expressions, seemingly unable to believe that Jiang Li had surpassed them so easily. Jiang Li had long anticipated their reaction, finding it both amusing and somewhat exasperating. This was the lament of disciples with 5 spiritual roots. Merely being at the first level of qi refinement elicited such a strong response from them. Were she a true disciple, they likely wouldn't spare her a glance. Thanks to the fire you conjured today, I experienced a moment of enlightenment, which led to my advancement. Jiang Li fabricated a story, well aware of the true reason for her breakthrough. She intended to provoke Yi Xiaodai, hoping she would refrain from bothering her in the future. The sect had decreed that disciples must unite. Any who harmed their fellow disciples would have their cultivation stripped and be expelled from the sect, unless absolutely necessary. She wished to avoid conflict. You're talking nonsense, Yi Xiaodai exclaimed, both furious and astonished, her youthful voice rising in pitch, sharp and piercing. She stamped her foot in frustration, unwilling to accept that she had unwittingly aided Jiang Li. The girl before her appeared frail, yet her eyes sparkled with brilliance, adding a certain allure. Xiaodai, don't be upset. Jiang Li was merely fortunate and cannot compare to you. The other two girls chimed in, their voices raised in encouragement, seemingly fearful that Jiang Li might not hear them. In the sect, they were without support and could only rely on flattering Yi Xiaodai to obtain some cultivation resources. Chapter 7. What a wonderful opportunity! She settled cross-legged on her bed, taking out the book borrowed from Su Shiren, and began to read intently. This scene only served to further provoke Yi Xiaodai. She could not allow such a country bumpkin to surpass her. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became. She crossed her legs and placed her hands on her thighs, commencing her own cultivation. Yet she found it difficult to attain tranquility. Her mind restless, as an elusive foul odor wafted intermittently to the tip of her nose. However, upon closer inspection, the scent seemed to vanish, an enigma indeed. After sitting in meditation for quite some time, Yi Xiaodai's legs grew numb, yet her thoughts remained cluttered, prompting her to glare in frustration. "Ah!" she exclaimed several times to vent her pent-up emotions, ultimately choosing to lie down, pulling the duvet over herself, hoping that out of sight would mean out of mind. Alas! The pungent odor of the duvet infiltrated her senses, provoking a violent retching. Jiang Li glanced over at the commotion, a faint smile gracing her lips before she returned her attention to her reading. The texts meticulously detailed the application of spiritual awareness and the assessment of others' cultivation levels. Among them was a book elucidating the 4 arts of cultivation: alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and array formation, each featuring renowned masters and a comprehensive account of their lives. Jiang Li read with rapt attention. The original owner, endowed with a MASU aura, was a master of the four arts, proficient in each. Uncertain of her current status, she pondered whether her innate talent still lingered. Doubt clouded her mind as her present cultivation was too feeble to meet the requirements for studying the four arts, leaving her with no choice but to wait until her abilities improved before further exploration. At that moment, Yi Xiaodai, having discarded the duvet onto the floor, stormed towards Jiang Li, her fury palpable as she pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Was it you who caused this?" Wang Qingqing and another roommate soon joined, clearly intent on supporting Yi Xiaodai in confronting Jiang Li. What was this? Was Sister Yi truly touched by my actions? Seated immovably on the bed, Jiang Li fixed her gaze upon Yi Xiaodai, the corners of her lips curving into a smile. "Senior Sister Yi, this morning you incinerated my bedding, leaving me with no recourse but to avail myself of yours. Subsequently, I returned it to you, harboring no intention of appropriating it for myself. Surely, Senior Sister deems my character to be of utmost integrity, hence your agitation? After all, I could have lodged a complaint with Deacon Wu, yet I exercised restraint out of camaraderie. You concur, Senior Sister?" Jiang Li uttered these veiled threats with a sweet smile, her naturally delicate countenance, coupled with the profound insinuation of her words, exuding a certain disingenuous innocence. In the original narrative, Yi Xiaodai and Jiang Li enjoyed a cordial relationship, as Jiang Li possessed a knack for ingratiating herself, discerning Yi Xiaodai's preferences and predilections. This ultimately led to Yi Xiaodai's demise as cannon fodder. Oblivious to the true orchestrator of her downfall, Yi Xiaodai, taken aback that the taciturn Jiang Li would resort to threats, widened her eyes in astonishment, her gaze ablaze with fury. However, she was acutely aware that should Jiang Li indeed inform Deacon Wu, the deacon would undoubtedly champion Jiang Li's cause and inflict punishment upon her. At that juncture, her family members would once again revel in her misfortune.
Ye Xiaodi,
seething with resentment, clenched her fists, suppressing her anger with considerable effort. "Just you wait." She conjured a small flame and cast it upon the bedding, reducing it to ashes before Jiang Li's very eyes. The mere act of controlling such a diminutive flame had exhausted the spiritual energy within her, a testament to the limitations of her qi cultivation at the first level. After burning the quilt cover, Yi Xiaodai rushed to Wang Qingqing's bedside, snatched the quilt cover, and rudely tossed it onto Jiang Li's bed, fiercely declaring, "This is for you. Stay out of trouble and stop spreading gossip." Wang Qingqing stood by, her face pale, unable to express her anger, and could only sulk in silence. It was quite embarrassing. Soon, Wang Qingqing would be left without a quilt cover. Yet, she maintained her gentle smile, apologizing as she swiftly placed the quilt cover beneath her, finding it undeniably soft and comfortable. "Having taken so many of my belongings, what harm is there in using her quilt cover?" Yi Xiaodai snorted disdainfully, a flicker of contempt in her eyes. After the commotion, it was only Wang Qingqing who was left without a quilt cover in the dormitory. Blushing with embarrassment, she climbed onto the bare bed frame and curled up, lying there. As the candlelight extinguished, Wang Qingqing stared forlornly at the wall in the darkness, tears streaming down her cheeks in a sense of injustice. She silently vowed to rise above and make Yi Xiaodai and Jiang Li pay for their actions. The night passed peacefully, and Jiang Li awoke early the next morning. She had not practiced the night before. Instead, she had closed her eyes, meticulously contemplating the knowledge from her books and reflecting on her cultivation methods. She realized that her thoughts were still too scattered, preventing her from reaching a state of clarity and enlightenment. If she could fully attain this state, it might even lead to successive breakthroughs, akin to a moment of sudden realization. Jiang Li quietly committed this notion of clarity to memory before stepping out of her room and heading straight to the cultivation hall. She firmly believed in the adage that sharpening one's axe does not delay the chopping of wood. intending to first engage in systematic study before striving for points. Only with a solid foundation could she aspire to journey further in the future. Upon arriving at the cultivation hall, Jiang Li indeed encountered Su Shiren once more. After exchanging greetings, she settled down to attentively absorb the lessons. This state of affairs persisted for a month, during which Jiang Li made notable progress in her cultivation and acquired a wealth of knowledge, while also becoming acquainted with numerous senior brothers and sisters. They were fond of her quiet and earnest demeanor, imparting much wisdom to her and eventually leading her to the long-anticipated task hall. Within the task hall, a luminous screen displayed a myriad of tasks densely packed. Jiang Li tilted her head to peruse each one, only to discover that even low-tier tasks such as spirit plant cultivation and spirit peak nurturing required a minimum of Qi refinement level 3. What tasks could be available for those at Qi refinement level 1? As she continued to scan the screen, she finally spotted a task nestled in the far corner that required only a Qi refinement level 1 or higher. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to examine it, revealing a task involving the care of spirit beasts, which promised a reward of 100 points upon completion. What a splendid opportunity! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li raised her hand and selected the task. Given her current cultivation level, she had little choice and felt fortunate to have found a task at all. Su Shiren, unable to intervene in time, watched as she cheerfully accepted the assignment. A wry smile crept onto his face, realizing it was too late to dissuade her now. "Senior brother, I've made my choice. Please register it for me." Jiang Li presented her jade token to the registering disciple of the cultivation hall, exuding an air of innocence and understanding. The registering disciple glanced at the task Jiang Li had selected and bestowed upon her a look of sympathy. Yet another unfortunate soul had arrived. Chapter 8: Ancestors. The registered disciple recorded the task into the Jiang Li jade tablet, glancing at Jiang Li's gentle little face, unable to resist offering a reminder. "Junior sister, remember not to abandon your task halfway, or else I shall have to deduct 50 points from you." The reward for this task was substantial, with minimal requirements for cultivation, often attracting eager novices. Naturally, only these young ones dared to accept such challenges, for ignorance breeds courage, and the allure of good fortune compels one to take a chance. "Ah, is that so, junior sister?" The sect has always emphasized perseverance and resoluteness among its disciples. Undertaking tasks serves not only as a challenge, but also as a means to cultivate our character. Do you understand now? The registered disciple spoke with righteous fervor, his solemn demeanor evoking a sense of respect from Jiang Li. She realized that her narrow perspective had led her to misunderstand the sect's genuine intentions. Nodding earnestly, she replied, "Rest assured, senior brother, I will never falter." Su Shiren, observing Jiang Li's naive gratitude towards those who had led her astray, couldn't help but sigh and chuckle at her innocence. What cultivation of character! What perseverance! It was merely the fear that these disciples might incur the wrath of the ancestor by giving up midway. It seemed this little girl was still too unworldly. He would need to take it upon himself to educate her, lest she face dire consequences in the future. After receiving the task, several senior brothers and sisters surrounded Jiang Li, chattering animatedly about her decision to undertake this endeavor. They had all been victims of this task in the past, and even now, they couldn't help but curse at the mere mention of it. "Oh, are spirit beasts truly so fearsome?" Jiang Li blinked her large, curious eyes and inquired. Spirit beasts are distinct from demon beasts. They are pets contracted with cultivators. The protagonists in novels often have spirit beasts accompanying them, typically possessing formidable abilities and unique talents, making them exceedingly endearing. However, aside from that one creature in the original work, suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Li, causing her expression to stiffen abruptly. Surely, she could not be that unfortunate? Ahem, spirit beasts are not particularly fearsome. It's just that. One senior brother hesitated, ultimately transforming his words into a sigh. "You should just seek your own fortune. That ancestral being is elusive and unpredictable. They dare not speak ill of it, for should it overhear, calamity would surely follow. Su Xian also refrained from saying much, merely advising her on certain precautions. Emphasizing that her safety should take precedence, points could be accrued gradually. Observing the expressions of those around her, Jiang Li's ominous premonition intensified. She bid farewell to several senior brothers and sisters and then activated the paper crane bestowed upon her by their registered disciples. The paper crane instantly transformed into a genuine crane, landing gracefully on the ground, awaiting Jiang Li to mount before unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky. The biting cold wind howled around her, stinging her delicate face and rendering her unable to open her eyes. She could only cling tightly to the paper crane, burying her head behind its neck. At this moment, she was unable to condense spiritual energy to shield herself, and this paper crane was merely of the lowest grade, providing no defensive barrier whatsoever. The celestial crane soared through the air, rising and falling, accelerating and decelerating, rendering Jiang Li, who had never experienced motion sickness before, dizzy. Overwhelmed by nausea, she was unable to relish the exhilaration of flying high above the ground. This is quite different from what she had envisioned. She had originally planned to savor the scenic views along the way. By the time she was able to open her eyes, the celestial crane had already descended upon Spirit Beast Peak, transforming into a swirl of smoke before she could even react. Jiang Li nearly tumbled face first into the ground, but fortunately, her agility allowed her to grasp a nearby bamboo stalk and avert disaster. Shaking her dizzy head, she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, and was immediately awestruck by the breathtaking landscape before her. Warm sunlight filtered through the gray-blue mist, illuminating patches of clouds, revealing glimpses of the sky. Unlike the orderly courtyards of the Servants' Peak, Spirit Beast Peak was adorned with wild grasses towering to her height and an array of vibrant flowers in hues of purple and red. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing countless willow branches to sway gracefully, resembling woodland spirits stretching freely in a lush emerald dance. Beneath the drooping willows lay a crystal-clear brook, where a deer-like spirit beast bent its neck to drink. Above the brook, spiritual energy ascended. Upon merely inhaling its essence, the mist in her dantian stirred restlessly. Suddenly, Jiang Li felt an intense hunger pang and, puzzled, patted her stomach, for she had just eaten. As she was about to step closer to the brook, her body was abruptly lifted into the air by an unseen force. Panic surged within her as she was tossed onto a soft patch of grass, mouthfuls of grass filling her mouth. Jiang Li quickly scrambled to her feet, only to find herself staring directly into a massive eye. This eye was larger than her face, with one half a striking azure and the other a vivid crimson, fixated on her without blinking. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over her, rendering her immobile, as if an immense power had seized her very essence, leaving even her fingers powerless to move. Despite the myriad of vivid images that danced through her mind while reading, she had never truly experienced such a scenario. Thus, upon encountering such a colossal spirit beast, an involuntary wave of fear washed over her. After all, in her homeland, creatures of this nature were merely referred to as monsters. Why is it so feeble? The beast before her finally shifted its gaze, revealing a pair of lake-blue eyes, and withdrew a few paces. The oppressive force that had engulfed her receded like a tide, prompting Jiang Li to exhale sharply, inhaling the ethereal energy around her. It was at that moment she discerned the spirit beast before her clearly, and a thought crossed her mind that perhaps the heavens were toying with her. Before her stood a low-grade, fifth-tier erosion spirit beast, equivalent in power to a human in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. Its fur was a pristine white, round and plush like a fluffy dumpling, capable of squashing hundreds of Jiang Li beneath its weight. Its long, curly eyelashes framed its enchanting lake-blue eyes, resembling a serene lake, pure and captivating. As Jiang Li lowered her gaze, she noticed the snow-white, fluffy paws of the creature pressing into the grass, causing the ground beneath to sink approximately 10 inches. Its sharp claws glistened ominously. A single swipe could easily spell her demise. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Li swallowed hard and tilted her head, offering a smile to the fluffy dumpling, an expression that undeniably bore a hint of ingratiation. This erosion spirit beast was the beloved pet of the venerable ancestor Jiang Shaotian from her sect, and was a figure that instilled fear in all. In the original narrative, Jiang Li's attempts to sabotage Xinqing Luo had failed miserably, leading to her punishment of serving this ancestor on the spirit beast peak, where she endured countless tribulations. The delight she once felt while reading about such misfortunes now mirrored her own dire predicament. She and that snow-white ball of fluff truly share a remarkable bond. While she may evade Xinqing Luo, she cannot escape it. Jiang Li's heart was heavy, yet her smile radiated with a brilliance that concealed any trace of discontent. This ancestral spirit was unlike any other spirit beast. Chapter 9. Fattening up before the feast, this snow-white creature delighted in toying with the disciples, relishing in their discomfort before insisting they wear a smile. Its methods of mischief were diverse and bewildering, leaving one utterly flabbergasted. However, the most pressing issue was this peculiar habit of the snow-white fluffball, which caused great vexation for Jiang Shizu. This creature had an unfortunate penchant for relieving itself, and it did so without regard for the setting. Imagine a formidable transformation stage cultivator, having just vanquished an opponent with their spirit beast by their side, suddenly facing the mortification of their companion producing an enormous, foul-smelling deposit. The imagery was simply distressing. It was precisely due to its obstinacy that Jiang Shizu now refrained from taking this creature out, instead opting to confine it to the spirit beast peak, allowing it to reign supreme in its domain. One might question its intelligence. The snow-white fluffball lifted a paw and poked Jiang Li, tilting its oversized head. "You're so thin. Won't you perish after just a few play sessions?" With a gentle prod, Jiang Li found herself atop the disparity in strength rendered Jiang Li immobile, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she inwardly cursed. Indeed, tasks with generous rewards often prove to be traps, and this one was a veritable pitfall. The snow-white creature furrowed its brow, leaning closer to Jiang Li, its large nose sniffing around her. Before long, it could not help but drool. It seemed there was something delectable about this disciple. The creature released Jiang Li, squatting beside her with its head tilted, exuding an innocent and endearing demeanor. If not for the continuous drool pooling on the grass. Jiang Li hastily sat up. Despite the pain in her shoulder, it was bearable. After all, she had endured greater suffering in her past life due to illness. The disciple Jiang Li had met her venerable ancestor. She took the initiative to identify herself, smiling and bowing to the snow-white creature, striving to align herself with its preferences. Otherwise, she might truly find herself in peril. However, her cultivation was far too low, and even a spirit beast felt like a formidable ancestor. "Well done." The snow-white creature licked its lips, its lake-blue eyes sparkling with intensity, its stomach rumbling audibly. When it had entered into the contract, it had promised its master not to eat humans, but the current situation felt excruciating. It had not encountered anything it wished to devour for quite some time. Drool continued to cascade down, and Jiang Li silently retreated, sensing that in the next moment, this spirit beast might swallow her whole. Those eyes were perilous. "Get up. You are too weak to play with me." The snow-white creature, with great effort, restrained its impulses, lifting Jiang Li with one paw before unceremoniously tossing her into the small ravine. The elk, startled by the sudden presence of a figure by the brook, hastily fled, and the other ethereal creatures surrounding it sensed the aura of the snow-white creature dissipate instantly, leaving no trace of them within miles. Cough, cough. Jiang Li, who could not swim, was thrown into the stream and choked on several mouthfuls of water. After scrambling to her feet, she leaned against the bank, coughing. However, Upon entering the brook, her heart began to race with an exhilarating sensation. Frowning, Jiang Li was acutely aware that this feeling did not belong to her. Could it be that this body harbored some hidden issue? Doubts began to bloom within her, for as a pseudo-protagonist, her fortunes should not be lacking. Perhaps this was the so-called opportunity she had been awaiting? The snow-white creature took a step forward to the edge of the brook and, without hesitation, pressed Jiang Li's head into the water with its paw. Jiang Li, who was unable to swim, immediately struggled, flailing beneath the surface. Just then, something emerged from the bottom of the brook, swirling white mist approaching Jiang Li. The mist in her dantian surged to life, trembling and forming a large mouth in its excitement. It turned out that a spiritual spring resided at the bottom of the brook, nurturing the spiritual waters for the ethereal beings. As the thick, smoke-like spiritual energy drew near, the mist opened wide, eagerly absorbing it. While Jiang Li continued to gulp down water, the mist in her dantian reveled in its feast of spiritual essence. The snow-white creature's paw remained firmly pressed against Jiang Li's head, curiously tilting its head as it watched her struggle beneath the water. Remarkably, the rate at which the spiritual energy was being absorbed rivaled its own. Yet, despite this intake of spiritual essence, why had there been no discernible change in her cultivation? It anticipates her maturation, envisioning the day she will be robust enough to engage in playful interactions. It muses that if, perchance, she were to perish during their frolics, its consumption of her would not constitute a breach of their accord. The pristine white entity, lost in these contemplations, involuntarily drools, its tail sweeping back and forth with fervor, denuding a considerable expanse of verdant turf. Gurgling sounds emanate as Jiang Li struggles in the water, an influx of liquid entering her system, yet, paradoxically, she does not succumb to drowning. Instead, the water egresses from her ears. She swiftly discerns that the brook's waters possess remarkable properties, bestowing clarity upon her mind and augmenting her spiritual perception. It is at this juncture that she endeavors to employ her spiritual consciousness, discovering a deluge of spiritual energy permeating her being. Her countenance illuminates with elation, and she promptly composes herself, relaxing and intoning the introductory incantations. A fraction of the spiritual energy, initially converging upon her dantian, veers toward her blood points. The pristine white entity finally registers the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Li, its tail wagging with increased animation. To evade detection of its ulterior motives by the celestial order, it must first nourish her before devouring her, a rather irksome endeavor. Nonetheless, her aroma is undeniably delectable. The pristine white entity smacks its lips and scratches its armpits with palpable excitement. Time elapses, and even the gentlest zephyrs cease their caress upon the summit of the spirit beast peak. An all-encompassing stillness pervades the surroundings, oblivious to the transition from day to night. The lunar orb ascends, a crimson disk emerging abruptly, casting a silvery sheen upon the water's surface. The pristine white entity has long since relinquished its hold on Jiang Li, now amusing itself by the water's edge. Jiang Li emerges from the water with a flourish, shaking her saturated hair, her face radiant with delight. She unexpectedly broke through to the second level of qi cultivation in this small ravine, nearly advancing to the third level. It seems this task was not in vain. As long as it enhances her cultivation, what does it matter if she was toyed with? Jiang Li was still unaware that she had caught the attention of a beast. In a delightful mood, she climbed out of the ravine and attempted to channel her internal spiritual energy. The fire attribute energy coursed through her body, instantly drying her damp form and enveloping her in warmth. The pure white creature, engrossed in play, unexpectedly raised its head upon her emergence and extended its consciousness to scan the spring at the bottom of the ravine. However, the water within had transformed into a stagnant pool devoid of spiritual energy. Chapter 10. No longer choosing to give up. The devouring spirit beast felt a wave of exasperation. The The entire spring had been drained, and this girl was still merely at the second level of chi cultivation. If this spring were to gain sentience, it would surely weep. This girl must possess some secret, likely something that piqued its interest. What could it be? The devouring spirit beast scrutinized Jiang Li from head to toe, probing her with its consciousness, yet it found no anomalies, only her lamentable 5 elemental roots. Humph! With a snort, the beast dismissed her secrets. It would simply swallow her whole when the time came. Jiang Li felt as though she were being stripped bare, as if there were no privacy in the eyes of the devouring spirit beast. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. She pressed her lips tightly together, her body tense and unable to relax, fixating on the movements of the pure white creature. Enough! I want to eat you. Why are you so anxious? The spirit devourer rolled its eyes dramatically, licking its lips as it spoke, revealing a fierce glint in its gaze that starkly contrasted with its words. A sense of alarm surged within Jiang Li as she harbored grave doubts about the creature's true intentions to devour her. Come, let me show you some fun, it exclaimed, lifting Jiang Li by her legs with its claws and suddenly launching into the sky. Jiang Li found herself inverted, being whisked away into the heavens. Ah! She shrieked, sensing the imminent peril as blood rushed to her head. The spirit devourer showed no concern for her well-being, tossing her about in midair. It spun her around several times before diving sharply downwards. Overwhelmed by intense blood congestion and dizziness, Jiang Li succumbed to nausea, feeling as if she were being flung mercilessly by the creature. No matter how fiercely she struggled, it proved futile. As someone who had barely reached the 3rd level of chi training, she was incapable of even practicing spells, let alone mounting a defense. Here comes the fun, echoed the creature's malicious voice in her ears, and Jiang Li instinctively sensed danger. In the next instant, its claws abruptly released their grip. Ah! She cried out, plummeting directly towards the ground and landing in a patch of grass. However, the height of her fall rendered the grass ineffective as a cushion, and she crashed into the earth, creating a deep indentation shaped like her body. Thud! Blood gushed from her mouth as she felt her heart shatter from the impact. A searing pain surged through her, leaving her struggling to breathe within the confines of the pit. The spirit devourer swooped down once more, offering Jiang Li no respite, and extended its claws to seize her once again. As she soared once more into the sky, the devouring spirit beast, much like before, twirled Jiang Li around in a chaotic dance. The frail Jiang Li, ensnared in its grasp, resembled a mere rag doll, subject to its whims, teetering on the brink of demise with every precarious twist. Other beasts trembled in fear, huddled within their caves, casting furtive glances at the heavens. Some fellow disciples, sensing the commotion, dared only to observe from a distance, wary of being embroiled in the turmoil, for the temper of this ancestral being was well known throughout the sect, and none wished to provoke it. Yet, one could only wonder which unfortunate soul had drawn the short straw and was destined to face the beast's wrath. The devouring spirit beast, seemingly growing bored, callously discarded Jiang Li once more. This time, she plummeted into a small ravine with a resounding splash, and the discomfort she had already endured was compounded as she choked on several mouthfuls of water, amplifying her suffering. The beast swooped down again, seizing her and repeating the cycle of tossing her into the abyss. Initially, Jiang Li cursed in her heart, but soon exhaustion overwhelmed her. Time and again, she fell from great heights, and despite having entered the realm of cultivation, her body could not withstand the torment. At that moment, every bone in her body felt shattered, her internal organs displaced and crushed. Blood filled her mouth, her eyelids heavy and drooping, her face a mask despite facing numerous brushes with death due to illness. She persevered. She dedicated herself to her studies, seeking to repay the kindness of the director and the aunts. In her efforts to avoid placing an economic burden on the orphanage, she often endured her ailments in solitude, shivering in pain beneath her covers. Never did she consider herself inferior to others. She fought desperately for her life. Yet, fate was unkind, and as her condition worsened, she found herself confined to a wheelchair, struggling to manage even the simplest tasks, let alone earn a living. Nevertheless, Jiang Li never entertained the thought of surrendering. Through all her suffering and hardship she endured, she longed to stand again, even if it was just to take a few steps. Yet, as her illness intensified, she ultimately lay in bed, reliant on a respirator for survival. The countless nights of the director's tears, accompanied by her graying hair, for the first time led her to contemplate giving up. She did not wish to burden the director further and desired to leave better opportunities for the other children in the orphanage. Thus, on a starry night, Jiang Li, with great difficulty, removed her breathing mask, quietly gazing at the stars as her breath faded. In that moment, her sole wish was to live healthily in her next life. After enduring so much suffering, had she truly waited for this opportunity only to be toyed with by a spiritual beast? No. Jiang Li summoned the strength to open her eyes, only to find herself staring at a dark expanse of earth. In this life, she would never choose to give up again. Never. At that moment, the spiritual energy of the entire spirit beast peak was disrupted, surging towards the summit in a fervent rush. Within her dantian, clouds of mist silently gathered, choosing not to consume this spiritual energy. Previously, Jiang Li had an inkling of understanding, yet it was insufficient for a complete epiphany. Thus she absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. However, this time was different. The dense, viscous spiritual energy enveloped Jiang Li, whipping around her in fierce whirlwinds, snapping countless flowers and grasses in half. Simultaneously, a golden radiance surged from within her, soaring into the heavens. A soft gasp was heard as a figure emerged from the sky. With a grand sweep of his hand, he conjured a spiritual formation that enveloped the golden light entirely. Following this, another spell descended, instantaneously isolating the vast spirit beast peak from the outside world. Old fool, what brings you here? The spirit-devouring beast, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Li's sudden enlightenment, blinked in astonishment as Zhang Xiaotian appeared atop the peak, his face contorting into an elongated frown as he spoke rather impolitely. Zhang Xiaotian merely cast a languid glance at the spirit-devouring beast before shifting his focus to Jiang Li, who was lost in her moment of enlightenment. Is this a realization of her heart's Tao? Chapter 11. The Pity. Zhang Xiaotian's expression was intricate, shifting through various emotions before settling into a deep sigh. To achieve a realization of the heart's Tao so early upon entering the path of cultivation indicated that this young girl possessed considerable aptitude. Yet, whether such an early enlightenment was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Upon embarking on the path of cultivation, practitioners continuously seek to attain the Tao, aspiring to ascend to higher realms and share eternity with heaven and earth. Although the Lin Yuan continent has been unable to ascend for countless years, reaching the stage of transformation is no simple feat. As cultivators traverse their journey, they gradually explore their own Tao, and once they attain the realization of their heart's Tao, they can only pursue the path of the Tao. Otherwise, they risk stagnation in their cultivation or, in the worst case, destruction of their very being. Thus, few cultivators dare to attain enlightenment prematurely. Indeed, some remain unclear in their aspirations even upon reaching the transformation stage. What path, I wonder, does this young girl traverse? Hey, old man, I am addressing you. The devouring spirit beast, feeling overlooked, pouted in dissatisfaction and fluttered to Zhang Xiaotian's side, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Li, who was ensnared beneath the earth. What is there to behold in a mere 5-element root? Do you recall the promise you made to me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaotian felt a surge of irritation, refusing to acknowledge the devouring spirit beast, and replied coldly, I have not consumed her. I merely sought her companionship in play. How was I to know she was so feeble? The devouring spirit beast, feeling a twinge of guilt, promptly confessed its thoughts, laying bare its intentions. This display elicited a sigh from Jiang Li, who fell silent thereafter. Originally, an accidental bond had formed between him and the devouring spirit beast through an equal contract, intertwining their fates and binding them together. Yet, this creature, embodying the untamed nature of beasts, had consistently led him into perilous situations, leaving him no choice but to distance himself from it. Ironically, it took delight in tormenting disciples for amusement. To compensate, he had specially procured a small spiritual vein, hidden deep within a ravine, to aid the disciples in achieving breakthroughs, thus alleviating the burden of their torment. What wrong had the innocent child committed, especially considering she is a disciple of our sect? Furthermore, should one truly resort to consuming humans, the heavenly Tao would surely descend with divine retribution, and both he and the devouring spirit beast would find it difficult to withstand such wrath. Thankfully, such calamities have yet to transpire. Yet, why does this young girl elicit such concern from the devouring spirit beast? Surely, there are some profound mysteries at play. As the vortex of spiritual energy gradually waned, Jiang Li's injuries were wholly mended, as if she had been reborn anew. Having nearly reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation, she has now ascended to the 4th level in a single bound, a remarkable speed indeed. The spirit-devouring beast, observing this, curled its lips in disdain, expressing its contempt. What use is enlightenment with such feeble cultivation? You are still merely at the 4th level of qi cultivation, wasting a precious opportunity. Enlightenment is a profound and enigmatic phenomenon, occurring sporadically and eluding any form of control. Some may pass their entire lives without a single moment of insight, yet this girl appears to be fortunate. The golden light that had surged skyward has completely dissipated, leaving only a rift in the dense clouds above, through which a delicate rainbow has quietly emerged. Jiang Li, lying at the bottom of the pit, wiggled her fingers and swiftly rose to her feet, still haunted by the harrowing experience of her recent brush with death. Upon realizing her advancement to the 4th level of qi cultivation, her face bore no trace of joy. Instead, she gazed upward at the self-satisfied, spirit-devouring beast, fully aware that this world is one where strength reigns supreme.
Indeed.
Many of the rules in this realm are dictated by the powerful, and it is only due to the constraints of the heavenly way that individuals like her, the weaker ones, are afforded a chance to survive. The sensation of being toyed with is utterly dreadful. She must strive to grow stronger.
Jiang Li's resolve solidifia.
Her mind clear and focused. The figure of Jiang Shaotian has vanished from the sky, leaving only the enormous nostrils of the spirit-devouring beast, which exhaled a puff of white vapor. Having had enough of the situation, the beast reluctantly descended from the air, purposefully kicking up clouds of dust that showered Jiang Li. It felt somewhat aggrieved, thinking, "This insufferable girl caused the old man to leave with threats against me. I must admit, I find her increasingly irksome. Perhaps I shall not kill her, but I can certainly torment her without the old man saying a word." Having made its decision, the soul-devouring beast seized Jiang Li with its claws and deposited her upon its back. To Jiang Li's astonishment, it then produced a prodigious mound of excrement, easily 10 feet in height. The dung resembled a small hill, and its stench was utterly unbearable.
Ugh.
Jiang Li, utterly overwhelmed, retreated to the side and began to vomit. Alas, the pitiable Jiang Li had not yet mastered the arts of spellcasting, nor had she acquired the skill to seal off her 5 senses, and thus she could only allow the odor to assail her nostrils with unrestrained force.
Ugh.
The sounds of retching were incessant, yet the soul-devouring beast evinced no sense of shame. On the contrary, it held its head high with a palpable air of triumph. It imperiously gestured toward the excrement with its claw, maliciously instructing Jiang Li, "This dung of mine is a most nourishing substance. When applied to spiritual herbs, it can augment their medicinal potency. See to it that you use it to fertilize all the spiritual herbs upon this spirit beast peak. And let not a single one be overlooked. And should it prove insufficient, simply seek me out. There is an inexhaustible supply. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Li's face turned a ghastly shade of green. The soul-devouring beast, reveling in the pleasure of tormenting her, sauntered off towards its cave, its head swaying from side to side. The unfortunate Jiang Li, meanwhile, had vomited up all the bile within her, and her small face had become deathly pale. She cast a forlorn glance at the colossal heap of dung, then surveyed the desolate, uninhabited peak, and could not restrain herself from uttering a curse under her breath. 30 years hence, the river may flow in the opposite direction. The soul-devouring beast had best not allow her to surpass it. Junior brother Jiang.
En route.
A figure emerged from the oblique direction, clad in a flowing azure robe that billowed in the wind, exuding an air of eminent grace. This individual was none other than the heavenly origin true lord, Qin Shi. Jiang Shaotian halted his steps and offered a respectful nod to Qin Shi. Senior brother Qin. Qin Shi took a step towards Jiang Shaotian, playfully draping an arm around his shoulder, causing the aura of a distinguished figure to shatter in an instant. Jiang Shaotian's mouth twitched slightly, yet he remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The earlier surge of spiritual energy Qin Shi was aware that his judgment was correct, and his interest was piqued, prompting him to lean in a tad closer. Initially, he intended to explore the spirit beast peak, but upon sensing the presence of protective magic around the summit, he decided to wait here, and indeed, he encountered Jiang Shaotian. A disciple had a moment of enlightenment, but wished to avoid causing any trouble. Jiang Shaotian, disinclined to elaborate, swiftly obscured the matter.
Oh?
What is the disciple's cultivation level? What type of spiritual root do they possess? Qin Shi's curiosity intensified, for a disciple capable of sudden comprehension would undoubtedly possess remarkable talent. 5 spiritual roots. At the 4th level of Qi training, Jiang Shaotian grew somewhat impatient with the questioning, his responses becoming increasingly succinct. 5 spiritual roots, quite regrettable. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi exhibited a look of disappointment. The current spiritual energy was not as abundant as in ancient times, and unless one encountered significant fortune, it would be challenging to ascend to higher realms. He shook his head, hands clasped behind his back as he strode away, leaving behind a sigh in the air. Let us hope that little fellow's fortune is somewhat better. Chapter 12. Could it be that her head was kicked by a donkey? From the very beginning, she had known her master was unreliable. Aside from taking her under his wing, he had scarcely attended to her, leaving her entirely in the care of her senior brother, wandering about outside all day. Not long ago, her master had taken a leisurely stroll around Spirit Beast Peak. Qin Shi assessed the disciple's 4th level of Qi training with great satisfaction. While others lament the lack of diligence among their disciples, he finds himself troubled by the excessive diligence of his own. This is true for his eldest disciple, and now it applies to his young apprentice as well. In this moment, he recalls the little creature on Spirit Beast Peak and lets out a soft sigh. Hearing this, Shun Qingluo's expression shifts to one of confusion. Master, why do you sigh? Is it because my advancement is too slow? Advancing through the early stages of Qi refinement is relatively easy. One merely needs to continuously absorb spiritual energy. However, once one surpasses the 4th layer of Qi refinement, the pace of advancement begins to slow considerably. And upon reaching the Yuaning stage, it is not uncommon to see a century pass without any progress. The abundant spiritual energy at Tianyuan Peak, combined with her fire attribute spiritual root, allowed her to ascend to the 4th layer with little effort. Initially, she felt a hint of pride, but upon seeing her master's regretful demeanor, that small sense of triumph dissipated in an instant. Not so, not so. Qin Shi shook his head, his consciousness detecting the presence of his eldest disciple, Ji Wuchen, at the peak. He gestured for him to come closer. Earlier, he had encountered a promising young talent at Spirit Beast Peak, only to discover that the child possessed a five-element spiritual root, which he found somewhat regrettable. Since the sudden decline of spiritual energy across the continent, the five-element spiritual root, once considered the most auspicious, has now become the least favorable. This is true even within their own five-spirit sect. For countless ages, the number of five-element cultivators who have reached the transformation stage is exceedingly rare. The five elements? Shen Qingluo was acutely aware of the implications of this, and her expression tightened slightly as an instinctual realization dawned upon her. The individual her master spoke of must be Jiang Li. After all, she is the female protagonist. Even without a storage bracelet, her aura shines brightly. She instinctively glanced over at Ji Wuchen, hoping to discern some distinction in his eyes. Ji Wuchen stood silently to the side, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. It is indeed difficult to imagine such a cold and detached senior brother falling in love with Jiang Li. Very well, I perceive your foundation is solid. It is time to undertake some tasks. Wuchen, your junior sister is still quite young. You must protect her well. Qin glanced at the sky, remembering his prior engagements with others, and thus did not wish to linger on Tianyuan Peak. He instructed Ji Wuchen to take good care of Shen Qingluo, and then stepped into the void, vanishing from the peak in the blink of an eye. Senior brother, let us go. Shen Qingluo, eager to embark on her tasks, excitedly inquired, tilting her head. Ji Wuchen remained silent, effortlessly lifting her in his grasp. With a decisive stride, they departed from Tianyuan Peak, heading directly towards the task hall. While Shen Qingluo had already embarked on her path of training, Jiang Li was still troubled by a rather unpleasant circumstance. She had taken 2 leaves, crumpled them into a ball, and stuffed them into her nose. The fragrant aroma of the leaves masked some of the foul stench. Yet it remained impossible to completely conceal it. Her small face turned pale, and her brows knitted tightly as she pondered how to resolve this predicament. Given the temperamental nature of the devouring spirit beast, should she fail to complete her task, it would undoubtedly use this as an excuse to torment her. After a brief period of contemplation, Jiang Li chose not to act. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the ground. The sudden progression had left her unprepared to obtain the spell manuals, and at that moment, she was unable to cultivate her techniques. However, by closing her 5 senses, this task would certainly not prove insurmountable. Jiang Li dismissed her distractions and diligently began to peruse her thoughts, repeatedly confirming her understanding before finally closing her eyes, following the guidance of the technique to seal her senses. Initially, she learned to shut off her sense of smell, and finally, the nauseating odor dissipated from her nostrils. Next, she muted her hearing, and indeed, the entire world fell into a serene silence. Following that, she closed her eyes, and her sense of touch. Mastering the art of isolating her 5 senses, Jiang Li swiftly turned her focus inward to her dantian. What was this fog? Curiously, she ventured into the mist, only to have her consciousness pricked, akin to an ant bite, sending a sudden jolt of pain through her. Jiang Li understood that this phenomenon was not to be trifled with. She withdrew her spirit from the dantian and opened her eyes. Could this be some form of fortune? As an avid reader of cultivation novels, she was acutely aware that the presence of foreign entities within the dantian was highly unusual. Reflecting on her role as a faux heroine, a flicker of speculation surfaced in Jiang Li's mind. Could it be that her fortune had not waned with her arrival, but rather had been bestowed upon her? Historically, the fortunes of heroines have seldom faltered, even as a mere pretender. Jiang Li had enjoyed a fair share of good fortune in the early stages of her journey, only to ultimately stray from the righteous path and squander the heavens' favor. However, fortune often carries the weight of peril, and calamity seemed to follow her wherever she roamed. Jiang Li pressed her lips together, silently admonishing herself to remain vigilant. Before rising once more, gazing at the imposing heap before her, she felt a surge of optimism, her spirits soaring. What were these trivial obstacles? She was unafraid. A smile graced Jiang Li's lips as she turned and stepped into the adjacent bamboo grove in search of a suitable tool. After a thorough search, she unearthed a flat stone and used it to carve away a small section of the excrement. Despite her buoyant mood, she could not suppress a wave of nausea as she excavated the foul matter. The absence of any discernible scent still caused a wave of nausea to wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to confront the filth before her. What if this repugnance was the only barrier between her and death in a moment of peril? Could she truly relinquish her chance at survival simply due to her disgust? The world of cultivation was rife with countless challenges, many of which were far more grotesque and brutal than this. She would have to acclimate eventually. Encouraged by her thoughts, Jiang Li began to use excrement to fertilize the spiritual herbs. To her astonishment, the herbs seemed to revel in it, swaying and bending as if in ecstatic gratitude. After the fertilization, their growth became exuberant, shooting up significantly. They extended their branches towards Jiang Li, entwining around her in a gesture of appreciation. Delighted, she felt no more reluctance and diligently continued her task of fertilization. As she worked, she observed the herbs, comparing them with the characteristics noted in her books, gradually immersing herself in the process. The spirit-devourer beast had initially intended to witness Jiang Li's exasperation, but upon arrival, it found itself utterly dumbfounded. The girl, humming a merry tune while tending to the fertilizer, seemed to have lost her senses. Chapter 13. Simplicity of Mind, How Peculiar. The spirit-devourer beast plopped down in the bamboo grove, nibbling on a stalk while scrutinizing Jiang Li, ultimately concluding that she must be somewhat unhinged. Which cultivator, while fertilizing, could maintain such a cheerful demeanor? Only this girl could manage such a feat. Dissatisfied with the lack of expected drama, the spirit-devourer beast tossed aside the half-eaten bamboo and began to idly pick at its toes. It could hardly believe that the girl could remain in such high spirits indefinitely. Surely, it would not be long before she would weep and declare her refusal to continue. The spirit-devouring beast waited patiently, but as darkness enveloped the sky, it saw no sign of Jiang Li's tears. Instead, she approached with a pitch-black stone in hand, her eyes, the size of grapes, shimmering brightly, as if adorned with a myriad of stars. "Master, the excrement has ceased. Could you provide me with some more?" Jiang Li inquired sweetly, her cheeks glowing like the evening glow. She had an overwhelming fondness for these spiritual plants, feeling an intimate connection to them. The spirit-devouring beast was momentarily taken aback, but soon its fury ignited, its fur standing on end, and its eyes turned crimson. Was this girl toying with it? "It was you, master, who said I should ask for more. Otherwise, I would not dare to disturb you," Jiang Li continued, her demeanor remaining charmingly innocent. The more enraged the beast became, the more delighted she felt. It would be splendid if she could incite its fury to the point of its demise. Moreover, the supply of excrement was indeed insufficient, with so many spiritual herbs eagerly awaiting her attention. You. The spirit-devouring beast's fur bristled, resembling a ferocious tiger, wishing it could swallow Jiang Li whole. "Do you think that substance can simply appear at will?" After a prolonged pause, the irate beast could only bellow in exasperation. To produce excrement, it required at least 3 uninterrupted years of consuming purple bamboo. It was not a trivial matter. Its previous statement had merely been a jest aimed at this girl. Seemingly grasping the situation, Jiang Li tilted her head.
"Oh.
So master is unable to do that. I had thought you were quite formidable," she murmured softly, as if fearing the spirit-devouring beast would not hear her, and sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. Although the spirit-devouring beast possessed formidable powers, it was simple-minded, prone to rage, and this provocation stirred its defiance. "What nonsense you speak, young girl. Tomorrow, I shall surely provide you with more. For today, I shall not hold it against you. Come to my cave at dawn. To avoid arousing suspicion in Jiang Li, the spirit-devouring beast deliberately flicked its tail, sending Jiang Li flying, and then strutted away with its head held high.
Bang!
Jiang Li landed on the grass nearby, her mouth full of dust. Spitting it out, she swiftly stood up, brushed off the dirt, and gazed around the serene summit, seeking a refuge from the evening's chill. After surveying her surroundings, she ultimately chose a large stone in the purple bamboo forest. Sitting beside the stone, she fixed her gaze upon the twinkling stars in the night sky, a smile gradually forming on her lips. How delightful! At the peak of Xianyu, Jiang Shaotian was meticulously tending to a dream woe herb when his brows suddenly furrowed upon hearing the raucous calls of the spirit-devouring beast outside. Old man, hurry and bring me a purple bamboo pill. The spirit-devouring beast barged into the courtyard without ceremony, demanding the pill. Once, in a secret realm, the old man had discovered 1,000-year-old purple bamboo and had taken a portion with him. However, the bamboo was peculiar. Upon leaving the secret realm, it withered entirely and could no longer thrive. Not wishing to waste it, Jiang Shaotian transformed the bamboo into purple bamboo pills, occasionally indulging the beast's cravings. It had been ages since the spirit-devouring beast had tasted a purple bamboo pill, and now, the thought of it made its tongue curl in anticipation. What do you need the purple bamboo pill for? Jiang Shaotian inquired, continuing to tend to the dream woe herb without glancing at the beast. That girl, merely at the 4th level of Qi training, dares to look down upon me. The spirit devourer could hardly contain its fury, spilling forth the transgressions of Jiang Li like beans tumbling from a tipped barrel, embellishing the tale with fervor. One might wonder, was she deliberately provoking me? The spirit devourer seemed somewhat aggrieved, its colossal form nearly eclipsing the starlight. Jiang Shaotian remained silent, extracting a vial of medicine and tossing it to the spirit devourer. Do not make things difficult for her. With your backing, how could I dare to trouble her? The spirit devourer grumbled discontentedly. This marked the second occasion Jiang Shaotian had threatened it on behalf of that girl. Old man, if you have the leisure to tend to these trivialities, you might as well devote your efforts to discovering a method to dissolve the contract. Its heart simmered with discontent, and its words came out particularly harsh. To break the contract, one must transcend the balance of this realm and ascend to a higher plane. The Lingyuan continent had long ceased to permit ascension, and it had given up on such aspirations, yet it could not afford to lose face. After acquiring the purple bamboo pill, the spirit devourer refrained from consuming it immediately, instead stowing it away in its internal storage space. High-level beasts can cultivate a space within their bodies to store items of various sizes. Before departing, it cast a disdainful glance at the dream-worry grass. By the stone, the small girl sat cross-legged, breathing in and out with serene grace. Beneath her frail exterior lay a heart of formidable strength. After a night of cultivation, Jiang Li felt invigorated. She realized her rapid advancement had left her foundation somewhat unstable. She needed to invest time in solidifying her skills. Approaching the brook, she splashed her face and gazed at her reflection on the water's surface. The once emaciated, sallow-faced girl had undergone a transformation, her cheeks now full and rosy, her nose elegantly defined, truly a striking beauty. She smiled with delight, for no one desires to appear unattractive. While a cultivator's appearance can be concealed or altered with certain magical artifacts, such changes are merely superficial, lacking true transformation unless one encounters a chance for rebirth. Nevertheless, after cultivation, everyone's skin tends to become smooth and firm, complemented by an enhanced aura, leading to the saying that there are no ugly people in the realm of immortality. Jiang Li stood before the cave of the devouring spirit beast, her petite figure seemingly akin to a speck of dust at the cave's entrance. Under her gaze, the beast released a sound of satisfaction, shaking its head as if to proclaim, "Look, I still have my droppings." Jiang Li could not help but chuckle, quickly averting her gaze to give the devouring spirit beast a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Indeed, Master Ancestor is formidable. Can you even compare?" The beast shook its fur, finding Jiang Li somewhat more agreeable. However, the amusement it sought eluded it, leaving it pondering how best to tease the girl further. In the days that followed, the devouring spirit beast devised various schemes to trouble Jiang Li. Yet, due to Jiang Xiaoyan's looming threat, it dared not go too far, often falling short of its expectations and frequently exasperated by her unyielding spirit. She seemed unafraid of anything and unfazed by inconvenience, diligently completing the tasks it assigned her. Gradually, the beast lost all interest in her, its demeanor becoming sullen as it lay, with its head drooping atop the peak. What joy could such days possibly hold?
Bah!
The devouring spirit beast spat out the spirit grass it had been chewing, glancing at Jiang Li in the distance as she meticulously tended to the plants. In a moment of distraction, it unexpectedly perceived a shadow of Jiang Xiaotian within her. "Humph, you are cut from the same cloth as that old curmudgeon. It is no wonder he is so protective of you. Come here, you." It flicked its fluffy tail, displaying an air of impatience. Jiang Li set aside her spade and approached, pondering what the elder might desire this time. "Master, what is your command?" The spirit devourer glanced at her, exhaling 2 puffs of air from its nostrils before continuing, "You may leave." Keeping this girl before it only served to incite its ire, constantly reminding it of that old man, which was indeed quite vexing. It would be far more enjoyable to have another disciple to entertain itself with. The elder was dismissing her, yet the task remained unfinished. Not only would she fail to earn points, but she would also incur a penalty of 50 points. If there was anything she did inadequately, the elder was welcome to point it out, and she would surely amend her ways. The spirit devourer was momentarily taken aback. How curious! If it ordered her to leave, why did she not comply? Was she perhaps attempting to cling to it? No need for amendments, just hurry and go. Your presence irks me. With a disciple present, it could not indulge in its usual bullying. What joy was there in such a life? "Master, I shall not depart." Jiang Li, now flustered, realized that only a few days remained until the month was up. Leaving now would be sheer folly.
No.
She must stay until the task was completed. "Master, I am willing to undertake any task you have." "Oh, so you presume to extort me?" The spirit devourer rose, using one claw to lift Jiang Li effortlessly. It snorted twice, disregarding her wishes as it casually flung her down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li recalled Jiang Xiaoyan's lifeless visage, reluctantly leaping from the peak, landing first at the bottom, where he steadfastly caught her. Jiang Li descended onto the soft fur, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The spirit beast peak towered hundreds of feet high. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly spell her doom. This fleeting thought barely crossed her mind before she was flung from the spirit beast's back. "Master, your disciple will not leave." Jiang Li, in desperation, clung to a sturdy elm at the base of the peak, resolutely expressing her determination. She was in dire need of points to exchange for goods, and compromise was not an option. Jiang Li, a petite figure clinging to the tree, resembled an adorable yet clumsy koala. The spirit beast, witnessing this, felt an irritable twitch at its brow, finding the girl exceedingly bothersome. In the past, every disciple had fled as if propelled by the wind, fearful of lingering even a moment longer. None had ever stubbornly clung on as she did. Just as it prepared to hurl Jiang Li away, a wave of energy surged through its spirit, a warning from Jiang Xiaotian. Taking a deep breath, the spirit beast forced itself to regain composure, feeling somewhat disgruntled by Jiang Xiaotian's kindness towards Jiang Li. For all these years, Jiang Xiaotian had never shown it such favor. "Isn't it points you seek? Very well, I shall assist you." With a swift motion of its claw, it scooped Jiang Li up, easily clasping her in its palm, before leaping towards the disciple's peak. The disciples on duty there were engrossed in their tasks when suddenly they felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy, startling them into looking up. From a distance, they spotted a white figure, and an ominous sense washed over them, wishing they could dig a hole to hide in. The master of the servant peak possessed only the cultivation of the golden core stage. Upon catching sight of this esteemed ancestor, his eyelids twitched violently, prompting him to hastily exit his dwelling to offer a warm welcome. The spirit-devouring beast alighted upon the servant peak, and as soon as its feet touched the ground, it tossed the individual named Jiang Li to the master of the peak. The master, momentarily taken aback and puzzled by the gesture, caught her and set her aside. "Uncle Master, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Li's task had been completed ahead of schedule, and the beast urged, "Bestow upon her the points. Do not allow her to linger about like a nuisance." The spirit-devouring beast displayed a look of disdain, finding Jiang Li irksome, and then commanded, "Send for more disciples to the Spirit Beast Peak. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure the task is accomplished with utmost diligence," the master of the peak replied, concealing his inner doubts beneath a courteous facade. It was only after the imposing figure of the spirit-devouring beast had vanished from sight that he straightened his posture and turned his gaze toward the quiet Jiang Li. Jiang Li promptly bowed. Disciple Jiang Li pays her respects to the master of the peak. 5 spirit roots, and at the 4th level of chi refinement? The master raised an eyebrow in astonishment, unable to reconcile this revelation with the absence of prior knowledge regarding such an exceptional disciple at the servant peak.
Oh,
He mused, narrowing his eyes as he recalled the unusual behavior of the ancestor, his understanding deepening. It seemed that this disciple had caught the eye of his uncle master, who had bestowed upon her certain opportunities. He called forth the disciple to record the points into a jade token, and upon completion of the formalities, he permitted her to depart. "Master, I encountered this junior sister last month. At that time, she was merely at the 1st level of chi refinement." The disciple responsible for registering Jiang Li's tasks, now watching her retreating figure, could hardly suppress a sigh of envy. In merely a month's time, what extraordinary fortune has befallen this junior sister? The peak master chuckled softly, remarking that she has garnered the favor of the elder master, and such an accomplishment is entirely reasonable. Furthermore, he suggested sending more disciples to the Spirit Beast Peak, assuring that if they serve the elder master well, they shall undoubtedly reap rewards. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving behind a contemplative disciple. After pondering for a moment, he hastily exited the room, his heart stirring with anticipation. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, having received her points, first went to claim the introductory spellbook and then, clutching her jade token, made her way to the exchange center. The exchange center was a pavilion crafted from jade, and upon stepping inside, she entered a realm of solitude. Jiang Li placed her jade token on the stone platform, and immediately, several items materialized around her. With merely 100 points, the options available to her were woefully scant. Among them was a low-grade magical sword, its sheath adorned with gems, albeit of a mundane nature, lacking true substance. To the side, she noticed a vial containing seeds of a carnivorous flower, with only 2 seeds inside, also of low grade. Aha! Jiang Li's eyes brightened as she spotted another vial. Body refining pills? Such a treasure is indeed invaluable for those in the chi refinement stage. Chapter 15. Framing and Betrayal for a Cultivator to Command a Flying Magical Artifact. A foundation-building level of cultivation is required, let alone soaring through the skies, which necessitates a golden core level of prowess. For disciples in the chi refinement stage, who are often deprived of spiritual energy, combat must be conducted at close range, predominantly involving melee attacks, with some even resorting to brute physical strength. This explains why physical cultivators often hold the upper hand during the chi refinement stage. The body-forging elixir possesses the remarkable ability to assist disciples in honing their flesh, sculpting their sinews, and enhancing the physical strength of cultivators. This is of utmost significance to the frail Jiang Li. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li grasped the vial in her hand, her face radiant with joy. Although there were only 2 body-forging pills, and they were merely of the lower grade, she felt immensely gratified. As soon as the vial was secured in her grip, the surrounding distractions vanished from her sight. Without delay, Jiang Li eagerly made her way towards the dormitory, her mind swirling with thoughts of the intricate wonders of spells. On her way, she stumbled upon a gathering of people, all engrossed in the commotion. Within the circle, a fire attribute spell surged forth, manifesting as a fierce tiger that pounced downward. A chilling scream soon echoed through the air. Straining her ears, Jiang Li found the sound somewhat familiar. Just as she contemplated stepping away, the crowd retreated in haste to evade the tiger, revealing 2 outer disciples standing within the circle and a fallen servant on the ground. The male and female outer disciples appeared to be quite young, likely in their teenage years, their faces etched with fury. The girl maintained a hand-signing posture, clearly the one who had conjured the earlier spell. The boy beside her firmly grasped her shoulder, preventing her from launching another attack, for one must remember that striking fellow disciples within the sect incurs severe penalties. Yi Shaodai, I warn you, if you dare to exploit the name of the 7th sister to bully others again, I shall confront you each time I see you. The girl shouted in anger. Had it not been for the boy's restraint, she would have undoubtedly charged forward to teach Yi Shaodai a lesson. The girl, lying on the ground and coughing up blood, lifted her head upon hearing the words. Her mouth was smeared with crimson, and her right eye bore a dark bruise. She curled her body slightly, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes, yet her heart was predominantly filled with defiance. Especially with her 2 former lackeys now watching from the crowd, their astonishment only deepened her humiliation. Undeterred, she tilted her head back and argued, I grew up alongside Yunyan. Our bond is profound. Why can't I mention her? How transparent your intentions are, 7th sister. I see through you.
Yelanjing scoffed.
Her gaze towards Yi Shaodai laced with disdain. Refrain from weaving your schemes. 7th sister is now a true disciple of our sect, and we cannot allow someone like you to tarnish her reputation. In the past, Yi Shaodai had coveted 7th sister's noble birth, flattering and ingratiating herself to gain numerous advantages. Now, she had set her sights on 7th sister's promising future, wielding her name to assert dominance while collecting spirit stones from other lowly disciples. Had it not been for a disciple's report, they would still be oblivious, and who knows when Yi Shaodai would have completely ruined 7th sister's reputation. How could Yi Lanqing endure such a betrayal? You are just like your mother, filled with nothing but schemes and plots, so young yet so malicious. Yi Lanqing's relentless accusations stripped Yi Shaodai of her facade. The disdainful and scornful gazes from the crowd left Yi Shaodai in a state of despair, her hands gripping her legs tightly as a tide of hatred surged within her. Just because she was a collateral disciple of the Yi family and had lived a life starkly different from Yi Yunyan's, why should she be diminished? Yi Shaodai felt unjustly wronged. What had she done to deserve this? The error lies in her being merely a scorned individual with 5 spiritual roots. Jiang Li kept her distance, having come to understand the situation at hand. The girl referred to as 7th sister, surnamed Yi and named Yunyan, hails from the Yi family's legitimate lineage, possessing a singular water spiritual root. Recently, she has been taken under the wing of the esteemed Master Wuyan from Songhai Peak, becoming a true disciple. In the realms of the Linyuan continent, those who have achieved the transformation god stage are addressed as true lords, while those at the nascent soul stage are known as true people. Practitioners at the golden core stage are already capable of securing the position of elder within their sect, and are thus referred to as elders. The 5 spiritual sect stands as one of the 7 major sects in the eastern region. With a total of 4 transformation god practitioners and 9 nascent soul practitioners within its ranks, in addition to the devouring spirit beast. This is also the reason why the sect tolerates the presence of the devouring spirit beast. In this world, strength is capital. As long as its actions do not exceed acceptable limits, the sect tends to turn a blind eye. Moreover, every disciple has received compensation from Jiang Shaotian. Yi Yunyan, mentioned earlier, is not an insignificant figure. In the original narrative, she is the closest friend of Xinqing Luo, harboring a deep-seated loathing for Jiang Li. Subsequently, in the wake of Jiang Li's retribution, Yi Yunyan's dantian was shattered, and she suffered the excruciating fate of having her sinews torn and bones broken, rendering her utterly incapacitated. The Yi family then embarked on a relentless pursuit of Jiang Li, compelling her, alongside Xinqing Luo, into the path of madness. Jiang Li still recalls the graceful girl who ascended the high platform on the day of her apprenticeship, a pure and charming young lady. Little did she know that at this moment, Yi Shaodai suddenly laid eyes on her, her expression shifting from shock to a jealousy as thick as ink. Momentarily speechless before exclaiming, "It is her! It is her! She is the one who orchestrated this." Yi Shaodai's eyes darted around as a sudden strategy formed in her mind. She pointed urgently at Jiang Li, causing the collective gaze of the onlookers to shift towards the departing figure of Jiang Li, which was soon followed by a cacophony of animated discussions. Many of the newly initiated disciples had previously encountered Jiang Li and were aware that she had only recently begun to cultivate her internal energy, making her the slowest among their cohort. Yet, was it possible that their eyes were deceiving them? Jiang Li had evidently advanced to the 4th level of qi cultivation.
How could this be?
Hadn't she gone to the spirit beast peak? It was utterly astonishing. Among the disciples, emotions ran the gamut from envy to resentment, culminating in a complex amalgamation of gazes directed at Jiang Li. Notably, her 2 former roommates felt the weight of regret heavy in their hearts. They had presumed that their reliance on her would be justified, only to discover that the one they had underestimated was progressing with remarkable speed. Truly, they had placed their bets on the wrong horse. With so many eyes fixed upon her, Jiang Li felt compelled to halt her steps. For someone with a hint of social anxiety, the attention of such a large crowd was overwhelming, leaving her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. She forced me to gather spirit stones and insisted that I hand them all over to her. Chapter 16. A farce. Yi Shaodai raised her voice, wishing that everyone on the peak could hear her. Her heart was heavy with distress. If she could not compete with Yi Yunyan, why should Jiang Li surpass her? Jealousy surged uncontrollably within her, easily swaying her emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Lanqing could not help but scrutinize Jiang Li, absorbing the conversations of the disciples around her. Was this girl also one of the new initiates with 5 spirit roots this year? The young girl appeared frail, yet her features were remarkably exquisite, particularly her pair of innocent, expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. She radiated an aura of purity and kindness. Just as Jiang Li was about to offer a defense, Yi Lanqing swiftly raised her foot and kicked towards Yi Shaodai, exclaiming, "You heartless wretch! Still attempting to frame others and drag them down with you? You are truly despicable. Even if the sect decides to punish you today, I shall ensure you receive your just deserts." In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Yi Lanqing launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Yi Shaodai, while the nearby youth could do nothing to intervene. "Junior sister, please cease. The sect will truly punish you if they find out," he pleaded, perspiration beading on his forehead as he repeatedly attempted to grasp Yi Lanqing's hand, only to be forcefully shaken off. "Since I have already struck, I might as well make it worthwhile. If the sect chooses to punish me, I shall accept it," she retorted resolutely. "I have long found her insufferable, always exploiting 7th sister for her own gain, and now she dares to cause trouble within the sect. Today, I will ensure she pays for it on behalf of the family. No one is to stop me." With a flushed face, Yi Lanqing unleashed her fury upon Yi Shaodai. Her strikes fierce yet tempered, refraining from employing any spiritual energy. Nevertheless, Even this was sufficient to leave Yi Xiaodai in quite the predicament. Jiang Li closed her mouth, which had been poised to explain. She had initially anticipated a melodramatic scenario of being scapegoated, but to her surprise, the other party had seen through Yi Xiaodia's scheme with remarkable insight. No longer in a hurry to depart, she now found herself engrossed in the unfolding spectacle.
Ah! Please stop. Ah!
Yi Xiaodai cried out in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet among those present, hardly anyone felt a pang of sympathy for her, including Jiang Li. Although it seemed somewhat unethical to strike a child of merely 5 years, one could not deny the satisfaction that welled up within Jiang Li at the sight of Yi Xiaodai receiving her punishment. "What are you doing? Stop at once." Suddenly, several figures descended from the heavens, and in the next instant, Yi Lanqing found herself ensnared by a binding spirit whip, which flung her aside with ease. Thud! Yi Lanqing crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled groan, rendered immobile. Upon realizing that the elders from the law enforcement hall had arrived, she lowered her head and lay on the ground, her demeanor transformed into one of meekness, a stark contrast to her earlier self. Meanwhile, upon seeing the disciples from the law enforcement hall, Yi Xiaodai quickly stifled her pain, crawling to their feet and clinging to their legs as she began to wail, "Elders, you must help me. She is going to beat me to death." Boo-hoo. The onlooking disciples, intimidated by the imposing presence of the foundation-building disciples, stood obediently to the side, afraid to make a move. Jiang Li, mingling among the crowd, harbored a sense of curiosity. It was her first encounter with the disciples of the law enforcement hall. They were all at the foundation-building stage, clad in black robes adorned with a golden trim at the collar. One of the disciples recognized several elders, noting that one was Yi Lanqing, the legitimate descendant of the Yi family and the elder sister of the esteemed Yi Yunyan. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, a young man hurriedly stepped forward to bow, then pointed at the fallen Yi Lanqing, attempting to introduce her. He hoped that by invoking Yi Yunyan's name, the disciples of the law enforcement hall might show leniency towards Yi Lanqing this time. Little did they know that this was precisely the behavior most detested by the disciples of the Hall of Law Enforcement. Their countenances shifted in unison, and they roared in indignation, "Insolent fools! How dare you run amok in the sacred grounds of the sect and injure our disciples? You shall accompany us to the Hall of Law Enforcement to receive your punishment." The youth was rendered speechless, his face paling with anxiety. He wished to plead further, but a wave of oppressive force bore down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. A disciple of the Hall of Law Enforcement glanced at him, and, with a gentle tug on the other end of the soul-binding whip, sent Yi Lanqing spinning through the air before she landed beside them. A broadsword materialized beneath their feet, expanding until it could accommodate them all. The disciples, bearing Yi Lanqing, stepped onto the broadsword, which transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The onlookers were filled with awe, their eyes brimming with longing for the foundation establishment stage. The youth finally regained his mobility, casting a malevolent glare at Yi Xiaodai before hurrying away, presumably to seek assistance. As the excitement waned and the crowd dispersed, Jiang Li also departed with haste, leaving Yi Xiaodai and her entourage alone in the vast clearing. Yi Xiaodai lay on the ground, her body riddled with injuries. Her two companions exchanged hesitant glances before cautiously approaching her. "Xiaodai, are you all right?" Wang Qingqing's face paled, her fists clenching and unclenching as a surge of anger welled up within her. Another roommate tugged at her sleeve, urging her to restrain herself. The two then knelt down in unison to help Yi Xiaodai to her feet. Yi Xiaodia's expression was ashen, her eyes, despite her youth, already betraying a chilling ruthlessness. Though Wang Qingqing and her companion displayed a tendency to flatter those in power, their inherent nature was not malevolent. They could not bring themselves to abandon Yi Xiaodai. This time, they refrained from sarcasm and silently assisted her in settling onto the bed. Jiang Li, How have you advanced to the 4th level of Qi cultivation? Yi Xiaodai inquired directly, voicing the lingering curiosity that occupied the minds of the three. She held her head high, exuding an air of arrogance. As she clung to her meager pride, Jiang Li glanced at her, a smile gracing her lips. I owe it all to the esteemed ancestor of the spirit beast peak, she replied enigmatically, her expression betraying gratitude. The three felt a stir of intrigue. Could it be that the ancestor had bestowed upon her some precious treasure? Various speculations arose, and a rare tranquility enveloped the room. Jiang Li chuckled softly. Indeed, Yi Xiaodai was one who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Chapter 17. Training on a rainy night. As night fell, a gentle rain began to fall, the droplets weighing down the wild grass, creating a soft rustling sound in the courtyard. The dormitory was unusually serene. The four sat cross-legged on their beds, deeply engaged in their cultivation, with no disturbances. Jiang Li's breakthrough had instilled a profound sense of pressure in the others, each yearning to surpass her by dawn. The flickering candlelight danced across Jiang Li's exquisite visage, illuminating her features. With her eyes tightly shut, her mind was filled with incantations of various spells. As a wielder of 5 elemental roots, she had a multitude of spells to choose from. After mentally rehearsing these incantations countless times, she finally opened her eyes, rose from the bed, donned her shoes, and stepped outside. The wind stirred the chime beneath the eaves, producing a melodious sound, while the crisp air invigorated Jiang Li's senses, clearing her mind. She stepped out from beneath the eaves and stood amidst the rain, allowing the droplets to pelt her. The rain bore no spiritual essence, merely common water. A slight stir of the fire attribute energy within her dried her soaked garments and hair. She then raised her left hand, pointing it forward, and with a subtle curl of her fingertip, she conjured a symbol resembling flames out of thin air. Suddenly, a blaze erupted from her fingertip, rushing forth to engulf the sparse wild grass. The rain-drenched grass ignited instantly, the flames consuming it in an instant, leaving behind only charred remnants, untouched by the rain. Did this spell truly originate from her? It resembled magic. For a moment, Jiang Li was filled with delight. Then she executed another gesture toward a different patch of grass. This time, the flames were even more solid and ferocious. Sensing the distinction, she began her practice anew, repeating the motions. Before long, the yard, once surrounded by wild grass, had transformed into a barren expanse, marked by charred traces. Jiang Li paused, contemplating water-based spells. This was the simplest rain conjuring technique. Once mastered, she could undertake the task of nurturing spirit herbs to earn points. Standing resolutely in the wind and rain, she lifted her hand, directing it toward the heavens. With the incantation resonating in her mind, she gently swept her hand downward, and to her astonishment, droplets imbued with spiritual energy began to fall. As the droplets fell upon the scorched grass, new shoots emerged in the blink of an eye, trembling in the storm. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with realization as she continued to channel her energy to summon rain. With each effort, the droplets began to flow rhythmically, pattering gently down. Wild grasses sprouted in abundance, thriving wildly under the gentle nourishment of the spiritual rain, soon reaching waist height. However, with yet another shower from Jiang Li, these wild grasses began to wither gradually, drooping dishearteningly. Jiang Li understood that this was due to the nature of ordinary grasses, akin to humans who cannot absorb nourishment when their vitality is depleted. Unbeknownst to her, she had exhausted her own spiritual energy, a grave oversight indeed. Should such a situation arise during a battle, it could prove fatal. Taking a moment to gather herself, she stood in the courtyard, closed her eyes, and relaxed her mind, immersing herself in the rainy night. With each breath, blue specks of light gradually approached, mingling with her inhalations and being drawn into her body. The water attribute's spiritual energy was particularly vibrant this night, far more delightful than usual. Aware that it was the rain's blessing, Jiang Li paid no heed to the droplets falling upon her, wholeheartedly dedicating herself to her cultivation. How pretentious! Acting like a fool, Yi Xiaodai scoffed from behind the window, observing Jiang Li foolishly drenched in the rain. The torrential downpour had transformed that frail figure into a drenched chicken, her hair and robe clinging wetly to her form. A sight that portrayed utter disarray. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of envy surged within Yi Xiaodai's heart. Wang Qingqing stood beside her, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Li, her eyes glinting with a certain light. Still young, she had journeyed from a small mountain village to the sect, her heart filled with fear and an earnest yearning for longevity. However, her senior brothers and sisters often told her that possessing 5 spiritual roots portended a bleak future, advising her to focus on securing her own prospects instead. Thus, she trailed behind Yi Xiaodai every day, seeking someone to rely upon. Upon seeing Jiang Li's petite figure standing in the rain, a sudden illumination pierced through her confusion, igniting a beacon of hope along her uncertain path. Wang Qingqing smiled, her dimples gracing her cheeks as her chubby hands formed tight fists. She pushed open the door and dashed outside. Without disturbing Jiang Li, she chose a distant spot, allowing the raindrops to drench her. With newfound direction, Wang Qingqing brimmed with motivation, closing her eyes to silently recite her mental mantra and attune to the spiritual energy. She had never been one to resign to fate, even though her parents had neglected her since childhood. Wang Qingqing, Yi Xiaodai, unable to catch sight of Wang Qingqing's retreating figure, raised her hand high, her expression shifting from astonishment to indignation. Had Wang Qingqing betrayed her? Enraged, Yi Xiaodai stamped her foot and glared at another roommate.
I
want to try too, the roommate muttered softly, lowering her head, and surprisingly joined the fray. Jiang Li's rapid progress ignited hope for the 5 spirit roots within her. Why not take a bold leap of faith? Yi Xiaodai did not anticipate that both would choose betrayal, her complexion alternating between crimson and pale. Do not come to me for help again. Yet her mind was consumed by the 3 figures outside, making it impossible to concentrate. After several failed attempts, she despaired and shook her head, leaping off her bed. With determination, she flung open the door and plunged into the rain, closing her eyes and surrendering to the deluge upon her skin. Listening to the soft patter of raindrops falling around her, her restless heart gradually settled, and she truly sensed the ethereal energy. Yi Xiaodai felt a surge of joy as she began to focus intently on her mental cultivation, immersing herself in her practice. The rain continued to fall, leaving only the whispers of the wind and the rhythmic sound of raindrops in the serene courtyard. The lantern under the eaves cast a dim, flickering light, creating a mosaic of shadows on the ground. 4 figures stood quietly, slowly blending into the night. It was not until the horizon brightened with the pale light of dawn, and the sun, like a radiant disk, ascended into the sky, that the rain finally began to cease. The air filled with the cheerful calls of yellow birds and bamboo sparrows, and the wild grass, having quenched its thirst, stood tall and vibrant in the courtyard. Brimming with life, Jiang Li opened her eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her body. Chapter 18. A new task after days of diligent practice. Jiang Li's foundation had become solid and powerful. The 3 others also concluded their cultivation, and upon being noticed by Jiang Li, they instinctively averted their gazes. I shall head to the dining hall first. Wang Qingqing was the first to break the silence, her cheeks flushed, as she hurriedly left in a fluster. Another roommate seemed to find an excuse, saying, "Wait for me," before following suit. Only Yi Xiaodai remained, holding her head high with an air of superiority. Jiang Li paid her no heed, directly entering the room to gather her belongings, then departing the courtyard without a backward glance. At that moment, Jiang Li was filled with exuberance, finally leaving behind the detestable dormitory. She returned to the task hall, intending to accept a task related to tending spiritual herbs, only to find that the usually bustling hall today was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals present. Jiang Li, filled with curiosity, casually inquired while accepting her task.
Why are there so few people today?
The registering disciple chuckled softly. Junior sister, you are unaware that today all the disciples have flocked to the Spirit Beast Peak. It is said that if one wins the favor of the ancestor of spirit devourers, a significant leap in cultivation can be achieved. How could they possibly remain idle? The competition for that task has become fierce. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gestured animatedly towards the direction of the Spirit Beast Peak, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Why aren't you going? Jiang Li knew that the brother's words were indirectly about her, as so many had witnessed her presence the previous day, and the news must have spread like wildfire. However, advancing in cultivation was no easy feat. One misstep could lead to peril. But isn't it my turn to keep watch? Otherwise, I would certainly be racing ahead of them. He had access to information far superior to that of the other disciples. But alas. I see. Thank you for clarifying, brother. Jiang Li bowed thoughtfully before departing with her assigned task. It was said that the esteemed ancestor had erred a few days prior, nearly causing the demise of a disciple, and was now confined at the Cliff of Reflection. Junior sister Jiang, this area is the spirit field you are responsible for. A female cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement escorted Jiang Li to a spirit field, pointing to it as she introduced. That wooden house over there is your accommodation, and the storeroom contains some tools. Our cultivation levels are not high, so we often rely on these tools. Relying solely on spiritual energy would be exhausting. The young female cultivator appeared to be in her 20s, with a round and amiable face. She smiled as she gently reminded the newcomers that many of them, blinded by arrogance, often depleted their spiritual energy and risked damaging their foundations. Thank you, senior sister. I will remember your advice, Jiang Li said with a radiant smile, sincerely expressing her gratitude before she began to stroll around her assigned spiritual field. Her plot spanned 5 acres, with 1/3 dedicated to planting spiritual rice, and the remaining 2/3 cultivated with various spiritual herbs, all lush and thriving. After walking a few laps, she arrived at the front of a wooden cabin. A weeping willow stood gracefully in front of the cabin, its branches dense and verdant. The fierce sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled shadow on the ground. Outside, there was a well, beside which lay a wooden bucket carelessly discarded on the ground. Upon entering the cabin, she found the main hall directly in front, with a storage room to the left and a training room to the right. Jiang Li took out her spellbook and located the dust cleansing technique, skillfully sweeping away all the dust. Next, she tidied her bed and checked her tools one by one. After a considerable amount of labor, her stomach began to grumble, prompting her to remember to head to the dining hall for a meal. Not far from her spiritual field, there was a dining hall specifically established for this area. Not long after she stepped outside, she received an invitation from another senior sister to join her for a meal. This senior sister, surnamed Liu and named Chunhua, was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement and appeared to be in her 20s as well. With a spirited personality and a loud voice, she was quite approachable. Upon spotting the newcomer Jiang Li, she enthusiastically approached her, casually draping an arm over her shoulder. Goodness!
You look so thin.
Have you not eaten? Lu Chunhua smacked her lips and shook her head in disapproval. Come. Senior sister will treat you to something delicious. I assure you, in just a few days, I will have you plump and rosy. She sighed, glancing at Jiang Li's shoulders. Look at you. There's not an ounce of flesh on those bones. Even the beasts in the back mountain would turn up their noses at you. With sympathetic intent, Lu Chunhua squeezed Jiang Li's shoulder and strode forward. Jiang Li, being pulled along, had no choice but to quicken her pace to keep up. Eventually arriving at the dining hall. Senior Brother Qi, do you have anything special today? As soon as Lu Chunhua entered the dining hall, she dashed to the kitchen. her eyes sparkling as she approached a plump senior brother. He was wielding a cleaver, chopping beast bones, and responded with a smile. Today we have the meat of spirit rabbits. We've received 2, and I've saved some for you. Oh, I knew you were the best, senior brother Qi. Lu Chunhua clapped her hands joyfully and then pulled Jiang Li closer, nudging her to speak. Quickly greet senior brother Qi. He is the head chef of our dining hall. Greetings, senior brother Qi. Jiang Li dutifully offered her greeting, yet her gaze was drawn to the cleaver. It measured about 10 inches in length and 3 inches in width, effortlessly cleaving through bones with ease, exuding an aura of strength. Is this a new disciple? The plump senior brother paused, rubbing his hands on his apron, and smiled as he inquired. Indeed, this girl is named Jiang Li. She is a pitiful child, so thin she resembles nothing more than a skeleton. You will need to look after her more in the future, senior brother Qi. Lu Chunhua, an eloquent speaker, had been acquainted with senior brother Qi for over a decade. With a beaming smile, she gently patted Jiang Li's shoulder and said, "No worries, I may lack in other provisions, but I assure you, there will be plenty to eat." The jovial senior brother, with his generous demeanor, patted his chest in assurance and, casting a furtive glance around, whispered, "Today, I shall ensure you receive extra rabbit meat." Thank you, senior brother Qi. Thank you. Jiang Li, aware of the considerate nature of senior brother's gesture, smiled back in gratitude. The dining hall at the Servants' Peak primarily offered mundane fare, yet the spirit rice and beast meat imbued with spiritual energy were truly rare delights. After bidding farewell to senior brother, the two left the kitchen, collected their meals, and settled at a table in the main hall. The plates before them bore several enticing pieces of meat radiating spiritual energy, causing even the typically restrained Jiang Li to swallow her saliva in anticipation. So fragrant. Chapter 19. Body Refinement. Lu Chunhua, equally tempted, shielded her face with her hand and whispered to Jiang Li, "Do not underestimate these few pieces of meat. Others would have to part with 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones for such a treat." Lu Chunhua referred to the low-grade spirit stones, for they possessed only a meager supply, which they received monthly from the chores hall. "Thank you, senior sister. I am well aware," Jiang Li replied, her eyes sparkling with realization of the fortunate bargain she had struck, feeling immense gratitude towards Lu Chunhua and senior brother. With 2 body-refining pills already in her possession, the addition of this beast meat would undoubtedly enhance their effects. However, she felt a tinge of embarrassment, recognizing that such a gesture was somewhat impolite, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Yet this only deepened Lu Chunhua's misunderstanding, her heart aching to the point where her eyes glistened with moisture. She gently caressed Jiang Li's head, murmuring, "Poor child." Jiang Li, feeling a surge of urgency, hastily entered the room, closed the door, and hung a sign that read "Do Not Disturb" at the entrance. Once the spirit rabbit meat entered her system, a somewhat unruly surge of potent spiritual energy collided within her, prompting Jiang Li to quickly consume a body refinement pill. As the pill dissolved within her, a mysterious force began to emanate, intertwining with the spiritual energy. As her heart's method activated, the 2 energies gradually permeated her meridians, seeping in bit by bit. A sudden wave of pain coursed through her meridians, compelling Jiang Li to emit a muffled groan. Her veins bulged, threatening to burst through her skin, causing her to instinctively clutch her knees, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Yet all was bearable. Jiang Li was unafraid of pain. She bit her lip and continued to circulate her heart's method, attempting to guide the 2 forces with her consciousness. Such determination was rare among disciples in the Qi refinement stage, as they were often young and fearful of pain and hardship, lacking in steadfastness. Jiang Li, having endured much, possessed a fortitude far beyond that of ordinary children. In a matter of moments, she felt as though she had plunged into a vat of water, soaked to the skin. The protruding veins gave her a somewhat terrifying appearance, as if something extraordinary were about to transpire. The spiritual energy from a single piece of spirit rabbit meat was limited. So Jiang Li resolved to consume the remainder of the meat and the last body refinement pill. Instantly, a more potent force began to surge uncontrollably within her. Jiang Li's heart constricted, yet she remained composed. She employed her divine sense to gradually soothe the two tempestuous forces, guiding them into her meridians. At that moment, a murky, nebulous power emerged from the depths of the swirling mists within her dantian, dividing into countless wisps that subtly intertwined with the other two energies. Unbeknownst to Jiang Li, a sharp, lacerating pain suddenly coursed through her. Her skin began to exude blood, swiftly staining her robes crimson. The agony intensified, overwhelming even Jiang Li, who had endured countless torments. Her body faltered, collapsing onto the couch. She felt as though her very being was being torn asunder by these relentless forces, as if she were on the verge of being rent apart. Prostrate on the couch, she curled into a tight ball, trembling uncontrollably. Her body was beyond her command, yet her spirit remained acutely aware, the sensation of pain relentlessly consuming her. Undaunted, she refused to surrender, persisting in her attempts to guide the rampaging energies with her divine sense. The blood seeping from her skin increased, forming a scarlet pool on the couch, trickling over the edges.
Drip, drip, drip.
The only sounds in the silent chamber were the rhythmic patter of blood and Jiang Li's tormented moans. Outside, the sun blazed brightly, and the disciples diligently watered the spiritual herbs, oblivious to the agony Jiang Li was enduring. The energies continued their tumultuous rampage through her meridians, their exuberance far exceeding Jiang Li's expectations. She was uncertain where she had erred but was determined to rectify the situation as best she could. The pain had now invaded her brain, and blood began to seep from her face, creating a horrifying visage. Her sea of consciousness convulsed violently from the impact, and Jiang Li spat out a mouthful of blood, her vision darkening before she lapsed into complete unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this, the power within her meridians grew increasingly agitated, causing each blood vessel to rupture, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. Jiang Li was essentially drenched in blood, and if this continued, she would undoubtedly perish from excessive blood loss. Just as Jiang Li's breath became so faint as to be almost imperceptible, the mist within her dantian finally stirred once more. The hazy power emerged again, coalescing into a rope that burrowed into her meridians. The previously unruly power instantly trembled as if in the presence of a sovereign, no longer daring to stir recklessly. The hazy power, valiant and spirited, surged ahead, guiding them to flow gently through her meridians once more, leaving no acupoint untouched as it cleansed them all. The seeping blood turned a dark hue, resembling blood that had already dried. Subsequently, a miraculous scene unfolded as a warm, white light emanated from her dantian, enveloping the blood-soaked Jiang Li. The ruptured blood vessels on her body rapidly healed, leaving no trace behind, and her skin became as smooth and delicate as that of an infant. As the white light receded, Jiang Li lay still on the bed, immersed in a deep slumber. Junior Sister Jiang. Junior Sister Jiang, are you there? Junior Sister Jiang, are you all right? Lu Chunhua anxiously pounded on the door from outside, having not seen Jiang Li emerge for 3 days. Upon noticing the closed-door cultivation sign, she had refrained from disturbing her, but the duration had become excessively long, causing Lu Chunhua to feel genuinely concerned. Regardless of how much they cultivated, Qi refining stage disciples still needed to eat, yet Jiang Li had remained inactive for 3 days. Moreover, the diligent Sister Jiang outside did not neglect her duties as she had assisted in watering the fields. Sister Jiang, are you there? The persistent knocking echoed outside, finally rousing Jiang Li from her slumber. She opened her eyes, feeling utterly drained, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. What could possibly be amiss? Jiang Li was perplexed. She had not recklessly attempted to temper her body, but had instead meticulously gauged her limits according to her techniques. Yet, the outcome was far beyond her expectations. Slowly, she attempted to rise, but as she made her way to the door, she found herself tumbling to the ground. With not an ounce of strength within her, could it be that her body tempering had failed? A wave of disappointment surged within Jiang Li. It seemed she had indeed been too hasty. Chapter 20. The first disciple to starve to death. Outside, Lu Chunhua, hearing the commotion, could no longer contain herself and pushed the door open. Upon seeing Jiang Li sprawled on the floor, she gasped in alarm and rushed over. "Sister Jiang, what has happened to you?" She helped Jiang Li to her feet and seated her on the edge of the bed, her gaze filled with concern as she scrutinized her. "It seems there has been a mishap in your cultivation. I currently possess no strength whatsoever," Jiang Li replied with an embarrassed smile, reflecting on how a simple practice had led her to such a state.
Ah!
Lu Chunhua's eyes widened in shock, grasping Jiang Li's hand tightly as she examined her with urgency. "One must never take cultivation lightly. How do you feel now? If anything seems amiss, it would be prudent to seek assistance from those senior uncles in the foundation establishment stage. Do not leave any hidden dangers unresolved." Jiang Li shook her head, expressing her feelings of utter fatigue, a lethargy that rendered her powerless, while noting that no other abnormalities accompanied her condition. "Is that so?" Lu Chunhua furrowed her brow, pondering the situation until a sudden realization illuminated her expression. With widened eyes, she inquired, "Could it be that you are simply famished?" After all, Jiang Shimi had not consumed any food for 3 days. How could her body endure such deprivation? No sooner had the words left her lips than Jiang Li's stomach audibly protested with a rumble. "My assumption proves correct," Lu Chunhua exclaimed, delighting in the revelation as she extended her hand to assist Jiang Li. "Come, my dear disciple, let us go dine. You must remember to nourish yourself, even amidst your fervent cultivation. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you may practice fasting, at which point you can utilize fasting pills." At such a tender age, Jiang Li had already achieved the 4th level of chi refinement, undoubtedly due to her immense dedication. It was no wonder that she frequently found herself in such a frail state. Lu Chunhua, convinced she had grasped the truth, felt an even deeper compassion for Jiang Li. The latter's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing these words, and upon stepping outside, she wished to hide her face within her collar. For if they encountered inquisitive onlookers, Lu Chunhua would inevitably proclaim, "Ah, this child is so hungry that she can hardly walk." This would elicit laughter from the senior disciples, who would occasionally tease her further. To be so famished that one could scarcely move, surely she would be the first in the 5-spirit sect to find herself in such a predicament. The more Jiang Li contemplated this humiliation, the more awkward she felt. However, her lack of strength forced her to lean against Lu Chunhua as they ambled toward the dining hall. The portly senior brother, upon hearing Lu Chunhua's explanation, erupted into laughter, his mirth so infectious that it startled the birds from the trees outside the courtyard. The child chuckled, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, and it took him a while to compose himself before he busied himself in the kitchen. Jiang Li sat in the hall, waiting. It was not mealtime, and only she and Lu Chunhua occupied the space. Her stomach growled audibly, a testament to her ravenous hunger. The plump senior brother emerged with a large basin brimming with rice, followed by several sizable bowls of meat. "Help yourself," he said, placing the dishes down before taking a seat beside Lu Chunhua, both of them gazing at Jiang Li with amused expressions. With such an abundance of food on the table, how could she possibly finish it all? The plump senior brother had certainly overprepared. Jiang Li mused to herself, expressing her gratitude before diving into the meal. She endeavored to appear graceful, yet her eating pace was astonishingly twice as fast as usual. Alarmingly, she cleared every morsel from the table, her stomach still rumbling in protest. Feeling slightly embarrassed, She looked up at the plump senior brother, her eyes pleading, "Gee, senior brother, may I have a bit more?" The plump senior brother paused in surprise, nodded, and made his way back to the kitchen. After a brief flurry of activity, he returned with several more bowls of food. Jiang Li accepted them eagerly, while Lu Chunhua and the plump senior brother stared at her in disbelief. In no time, the new bowls were emptied. Yet Jiang Li still showed no signs of satiation. Furrowing her brow, she rubbed her distended belly, puzzled by the sensation. Despite having consumed so much, why did she feel no fullness? The plump senior brother, with a bemused expression, inquired uncertainly, "Jiang Jr.'s sister, are you still hungry?" With a touch of bashfulness. Jiang Li offered a nod, the stack of bowls on the table nearly towering over her. "Junior sister Jiang, please wait a moment. This is some spirit rabbit meat I had set aside for myself. Please have a taste." He positioned the dish before Jiang Li, urging her to partake. "This is yours, senior brother Qi. I couldn't possibly." Jiang Li demurred hastily, feeling she was already indebted enough to the portly senior brother and couldn't impose further. "Go on, eat. I have plenty for myself." The stout senior brother chuckled affably, feigning indifference to the few pieces of spirit rabbit meat. Lu Chunhua chimed in, also encouraging Jiang Li to partake of the rabbit meat. Unable to refuse any longer, Jiang Li felt a surge of gratitude and, under their watchful eyes, picked up a piece of rabbit meat and placed it in her mouth. The instant the rabbit meat entered her stomach, the spiritual energy it contained diffused, coursing through her meridians. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as she consumed the remaining pieces of rabbit meat, the gnawing hunger finally receding into the distance. With spiritual energy flowing through her meridians, she finally regained her strength, no longer feeling weak and listless. Noticing the change, the stout senior brother gaped, questioning uncertainly, "Junior sister Jiang, could it be that you've already entered the state of Bigu?" Once a cultivator enters the state of Bigu, they can no longer consume ordinary grains and cereals, but must instead subsist on items rich in spiritual energy, such as the flesh of demonic beasts, spiritual plants, or Bigu pills. Otherwise, no matter how much they consume, it would be of no avail. And as their cultivation deepens, they can achieve the feat of substituting qi for sustenance, requiring only the absorption of spiritual energy. Jiang Li's behavior just now was indicative of the symptoms of Bigu. Yet she was only at the qi training stage. How could she have entered Bigu? It was truly perplexing. The practice of fasting offers immense benefits to cultivators, as the substances consumed are rich in spiritual energy and contain fewer impurities, thereby eliminating the need for arduous expulsion. However, for her present situation, it seems to be a most unfortunate predicament. Lacking both spirit stones and strength, how could she possibly acquire fasting pills or the flesh of magical beasts? Is this not a considerable hardship for her? It was evident that Lu Chunhua and her corpulent senior brother had also recognized this dilemma, their expressions betraying sympathy. Given that Sister Jiang was already quite frail, would alternating between hunger and satiety not render her even more pitiable? "I will try to save some for you," the plump senior brother remarked, his voice tinged with reluctance, as he sighed and shook his head. The rear mountain was fraught with peril, and few disciples from the servant peak were willing to take such risks. It was merely coincidence that they had the flesh of spiritual rabbits to eat these past few days. "What shall we do?" Lu Chunhua lamented, running her fingers through her hair, her brow furrowed in distress. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Li felt her own heart grow heavier. She could not possibly be the first disciple of the five-spirit sect to perish from starvation, could she? No, she must devise a means to secure her sustenance. Currently, she had undertaken the task of cultivating spiritual plants, which would yield her a mere spoonful of spiritual rice each month. And so little it was. Jiang Li's eyes brimmed with tears. That paltry amount was hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between her teeth. Chapter 21. A foray into the rear mountain upon returning. Jiang Li sat by the spiritual field, cupping her face in her hands, occasionally sighing, her countenance awash with sorrow. The path before her seemed singular, to venture into the rear mountain to hunt magical beasts in exchange for spirit stones. Once she had spirit stones, the specter of hunger would no longer haunt her. Moreover, she had long harbored a desire to delve into the art of alchemy. Now that her cultivation had progressed, she found herself thwarted by a lack of materials. If only she possessed some spiritual stones, all her troubles would be resolved. However, a daunting dilemma loomed before her. Her low cultivation level and limited spells rendered her journey to the back mountain perilous. Alas, remaining behind would only lead to starvation, while venturing forth offered a glimmer of hope. Surely, dying in battle is preferable to succumbing to hunger? With a surge of determination, Jiang Li sprang into action, ignited by a fierce resolve. After all, death was inevitable. She might as well take a risk. Yet, she could not act recklessly. Proper preparations were essential before embarking on her quest. She promptly made her way to the exchange hall, hoping to trade her scant few low-grade spiritual stones for the most rudimentary of magical weapons. To her dismay, her meager stones fell woefully short, leaving her to sift through a pile of discarded artifacts instead. These items were mostly defective, each bearing its own flaws, yet they were undeniably affordable. As Jiang Li rummaged through the assortment of artifacts, she suddenly paused, her attention caught by a strikingly ornate broadsword. Its scabbard was adorned with a myriad of colorful gemstones, and even the hilt was not spared from embellishment. She reached out, grasping the sword, and with a swift motion, unsheathed it. To her astonishment, a considerable chip marred the blade. A vein throbbed on her forehead as she admired the craftsmanship of the swordsmith. Previously aimless, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. She resolved to seek out additional blades. The vivid image of her robust senior brother cleaving through bones lingered in her mind, the sheer power of that grand sword stirring her ambition. With renewed hope, she unearthed 3 more swords, carefully laying them side by side. Jiang Li meticulously examined her options before ultimately selecting the one that felt most comfortable in her grip. After exchanging a spirit stone, she departed with her chosen weapon. Upon returning to her wooden cabin, she emptied her belongings onto the bed and let out a heavy sigh. It seemed she was the most unfortunate protagonist of all. Her storage bag contained merely a set of sect robes, a solitary knife, and a few books. Such a pitiful existence. With a bitter smile, Jiang Li grasped the broadsword and ventured outside her cabin, practicing her sword techniques beneath the tranquil night sky. Lacking any formal swordsmanship to study, she resorted to instinctively wielding the blade, fortunate that she possessed a modicum of strength, allowing the sword to slice through the air with impressive vigor. As dawn broke the following day, Jiang Li set forth with her storage bag in hand. The sect's rear mountain was connected to the Chore's peak, sparing her the expense of paper cranes. After a brisk half-day's journey, she finally arrived at the entrance of the rear mountain. The entire area was enveloped in a formation, shimmering with a silvery glow under the setting sun. Jiang Li took a deep breath, clenched her fist for encouragement, and resolutely stepped forward into the mountain formation. Upon entering, she was immediately greeted by an abundance of spiritual energy mingled with the refreshing scent of greenery. Towering trees rose majestically towards the heavens, their dense branches obscuring the sunlight, while the air resonated with the gentle sounds of the pine breeze and the chirping of birds. Jiang Li gazed upward, counting the shafts of light that seeped through the foliage, her consciousness extending outward to remain vigilant of her surroundings. Before her lay a winding mountain path, spiraling upward like a bowstring, seemingly endless. Birds flitted gracefully above, as if preparing to return to their nests. Jiang Li gripped her sword tightly, her palms already slick with sweat before she had taken more than a few steps. Once, she was merely a frail creature, scarcely having ventured into the forest park, let alone the oppressive mountains. The slightest rustle in her surroundings could send her heart racing. Yet, there was little of value at the foot of the mountain, compelling her to push forward with determination. Jiang Li forced herself to remain composed, repeating words of encouragement in her mind until her courage gradually expanded. As she ascended, she kept a vigilant eye out for traces of demonic beasts and spiritual herbs, repeatedly envisioning scenarios of subduing these creatures within her imagination. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, not a single demonic beast appeared in her sight, leaving her breathless from exhaustion instead. The expanse of the rear mountain was vast, likely more than tenfold the size of the miscellaneous Servant Peak. An hour had passed, yet Jiang Li found herself still at the base of the mountain. Fearing the night, she refrained from wandering aimlessly and instead sought refuge beside a large rock, gathering some firewood nearby. After igniting it, she settled beside the stone. The air was filled with a cacophony of chirping birds and buzzing insects, harmonizing with the crackling of the fire, creating a nocturne of summer. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through, causing the distant branches to sway eerily, resembling specters. Jiang Li gripped her large knife tightly, her nerves taut, daring not to relax for a moment. Everything about the rear mountain was unsettlingly alien, yet she never entertained the thought of retreating. A flicker of determination shone in her eyes, her resolve growing steadfast and unyielding. She believed that no fear was insurmountable and that she could evolve step by step. Clinging to this belief, Jiang Li remained on the rear mountain for 5 days, ultimately finding herself able to confront the night with a sense of calm. Throughout these days, she still encountered no demonic beasts, only discovering a few 10-year-old spiritual herbs. Due to the absence of a spiritual box, Jiang Li was compelled to store the spiritual herbs within her storage pouch, alongside her collection of books. Her stomach growled uncontrollably, prompting her to furrow her brow and gently caress her abdomen. In recent days, she had resorted to consuming the spiritual herbs found in the mountains, which, though barely sufficient to satiate her hunger, left her still ravenous. On that particular morning, the forest was shrouded in a lingering mist, and Jiang Li navigated the woods with utmost caution, her consciousness probing for the presence of any mystical beasts. Suddenly, a shadow darted past her, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Realizing the fleeting opportunity, her eyes brightened, and she stealthily pursued the fluctuation of spiritual energy. After a considerable chase, she finally caught up with the creature, only to be taken aback by its appearance, which swiftly transformed her surprise into resignation. While others might encounter rabbits or antelopes, her luck had led her to a mouse, specifically, a grotesquely mutated fat mouse. Approximately the size of a rabbit, it sported oversized ears that flopped over its head, and its long, sharp teeth glistened in the sunlight. At that moment, it was engrossed in munching on the spiritual herbs, intermittently emitting squeaks. Jiang Li, feeling a surge of anxiety, tightened her brow and seized the opportunity to conjure a flame, hurling it towards the mutated rodent. As it was her first battle, uncertainty lingered in her heart, prompting her to opt for this safer ranged approach. The mutated mouse, sensing the flames, swiftly evaded to the side, then abruptly lifted its head and fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Chapter 22. The Initial Battle. Its blood-red eyes were both mysterious and enchanting, emanating a chilling aura as it stared intently at her. Jiang Li's body was covered in goosebumps, sensing an impending danger. In the next instant, she indeed saw the mutated rat pounce towards her. It was then that Jiang Li noticed its claws, sharp as daggers, with curved barbs. She promptly raised her large blade to strike at the mutated rat, but to her surprise, it effortlessly dodged her attack and circled behind her, delivering a fierce swipe. Lacking any combat experience, Jiang Li was caught off guard, and the rat's claws tore through her robe, leaving a gaping wound on her back. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as the searing pain coursed through her. Yet, before she could even express her agony, the mutated rat lunged at her once more. Jiang Li dared not relent, frantically attempting to defend herself. With a swift motion, The rat's claws shredded a portion of her sleeve, causing blood to gush forth. Jiang Li winced in pain but gritted her teeth, resolutely charging at the mutated rat again. However, she found herself outmaneuvered, spinning helplessly without landing a single blow. The number of injuries on her body grew, yet amidst her panic, Jiang Li gradually found her composure. She began to reflect on her actions, slowly becoming aware of her shortcomings. As she observed the mutated rat preparing to leap again, Jiang Li rolled on the ground to evade its attack. Seizing the opportunity, she hurled a fireball towards the oncoming rat. Naturally fearful of flames, the rat, having been misled by Jiang Li's earlier demeanor, approached without caution. Unexpectedly, the fireball surged directly towards it, prompting the rat to halt abruptly and evade, emitting a frantic squeak. A spark of hope ignited within Jiang Li as she swiftly launched another fireball, then leaped from the ground. Raising her blade to strike in the direction she predicted the rat would retreat. The mutated mouse, singed by the fireball, squeaked in distress as it rolled frantically in the anticipated direction. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened, and she struck down with her blade, leaving no room for mercy. A piercing cry erupted from the creature as the blade sank deep into its back, embedding itself an inch within. In agony, the mutated mouse darted about, the knife firmly lodged in its flesh. Jiang Li, unable to maintain her grip on the large knife, watched helplessly as the mouse flailed through the forest. Burdened by its own torment, she sensed an opportunity. Her fingertips flicked, igniting a flicker of flame that danced elegantly at her command. As the mouse drew near, she seized the moment and hurled the flame. With a resounding squeak, the mutated mouse collided with the fiery orb, becoming ensnared in its embrace. Its frantic cries echoing through the woods. Jiang Li remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on the fireball, shifting her position in tandem with the mouse's desperate escape, her focus unwavering. Ultimately, succumbing to the dual anguish, the mutated mouse let out a series of mournful wails before collapsing, convulsing briefly before falling still. Its fur had been scorched away, and the scent of roasted flesh wafted through the air. Jiang Li prodded the lifeless body with a branch, ensuring it was truly deceased before approaching. She crouched beside the mouse, exerting force to extract her blade, only to discover a significant gash marred its edge. Although the notion of consuming rodent flesh might seem repulsive to some, the aroma was undeniably enticing. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li kindled a fire and impaled the mutated rat on a branch, positioning it over the flames to roast. The intense, savory scent of the meat tantalized her taste buds, causing her eyes to gleam with anticipation. Since commencing her cultivation journey, she had rarely experienced satiety, a plight that had rendered her quite pitiable. "Senior brother, I implore you to cease following me." Shen Qingluo, her brow furrowed in exasperation, addressed the imposing figure beside her with a mournful countenance. The understanding was that this excursion was for the purpose of gaining experience, yet with Ji Wuchen in close proximity, the demonic beasts dared not approach. Even when she managed to persuade her senior brother to suppress his aura, the creatures remained hesitant. What manner of training was this? If not a mere leisurely stroll? Ji Wuchen, upon hearing her, cast a downward glance and replied with a placid tone, "Our master has entrusted me with your protection. Were it not for the master's decree, he would have preferred not to squander his time in this manner. You could provide covert protection, rather than maintaining such close proximity." Shen Qingluo exclaimed, her urgency palpable. She was determined to cultivate diligently and mature rapidly, so that she might safeguard the Shen family. This current arrangement would impede her progress indefinitely. Observing her earnest demeanor, Ji Wuchen paused in contemplation before concealing his presence and lurking in the shadows, offering silent guardianship. His gaze lingered upon Shen Qingluo's diminutive form, the coldness in his eyes softening slightly. It was customary for disciples of noble families to be attended by servants, who would intervene in times of peril. However, his junior sister seemed to possess a different disposition. He lowered his gaze, veiling his thoughts beneath a shroud of shadow. Unencumbered at last, Shen Qingluo reveled in her newfound freedom, meandering through the forest with unrestrained curiosity. Knowing that there were guardians hidden in the shadows, Shen Qingluo felt no fear. Instead, she was filled with curiosity, eager to investigate everything she encountered. As she searched for traces of the demon beasts, she sought to test her own strength. After half an hour, she finally caught sight of a creature, a low-level elk, drinking from a pond. Sensing something amiss, it alertly raised its head and began to scan the surroundings. Shen Qingluo, feeling a surge of tension, concealed herself behind a large tree, biding her time. However, the elk was exceedingly wary. Upon detecting the disturbance, it bolted away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Despite her efforts to pursue it, she could not catch up, and with a disappointed sigh, she resumed her search for new prey. Before long, she stumbled upon a group of disciples from the Five Spirit sect. Shen Qingluo halted, uncertain whether to approach. The disciples had already noticed her presence, but as she seldom revealed herself, only the current new recruits had ever seen her. Leaving the group oblivious to her true identity, they merely assumed she was a newly admitted junior sister. Observing her youthful appearance yet notable prowess, they instinctively recognized her potential and warmly invited her to join them. Initially reluctant, Shen Qingluo pondered the offer before ultimately agreeing, albeit with a lingering sense of vigilance, wary of becoming a mere pawn. Along their journey, they encountered one or two demon beasts, which they subdued collectively. Though her combat skills were still nascent, Shen Qingluo contributed subtly, assisting her companions, and soon she found herself integrated into the group. Chapter 23. The young girl Shen Qingluo, vivacious and cheerful. With her fair and delicate countenance complemented by her petite stature, quickly won the affection of those around her, particularly the slightly older female cultivators, who doted on her like a child. When she expressed her desire to hone her skills, they eagerly allowed her to take the lead whenever they encountered prey, waiting for the opportune moment to assist her, treating her with tender care. Shen Qingluo soon discerned their identities. They were disciples from the outer sect of the Wuling sect, who had ventured into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts and accumulate spirit stones for an upcoming auction. The mention of the auction sparked her interest, and with a soft, endearing plea, she urged them to take her along to broaden her horizons. Moved by her charm, they ultimately acquiesced and resumed their vigorous hunt for demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, half a month slipped by. Jiang Li had successfully hunted a low-tier antelope and captured 2 large white rabbits. Having accumulated some experience, she no longer floundered in the face of demonic beasts. Instead, she skillfully anticipated their next moves, striving for a swift conclusion to each encounter. However, this progress came at a cost. Her garments were tattered with numerous lashes, and her face bore the marks of fierce scratches, with old wounds scabbed over while fresh ones glistened with crimson. Yet, Jiang Li felt no pain. Her eyes sparkled increasingly with hope for the life that lay ahead. Suddenly, a gray demonic beast with 3 horns staggered into view, and upon closer inspection, Jiang Li noticed an arrow lodged in one of its hind legs, bobbing up and down as it ran. The creature panted heavily, glancing back intermittently, seemingly evading a pursuer. With a slight furrow of her brow, Jiang Li surmised that the prey had already been claimed by another, and thus refrained from intervening rashly, lest she incite unnecessary complications. Indeed, scarcely had the thought crossed her mind when another ethereal arrow hurtled forth from behind. Jiang Li merely glimpsed a whirlwind of light before the monstrous beast succumbed, collapsing to the earth with a mournful cry. The arrow had pierced its skull, scattering its cerebral matter across the terrain. Swiftly, a figure clad in white approached, arriving at the beast's side in the blink of an eye. With a mere gesture, the creature was ensconced within a storage pouch. The figure cast a glance in Jiang Li's direction, twirling the bowstring between his fingers as he inquired, "Still concealed? Must I entreat you to reveal yourself?" As he spoke, he drew back the longbow, aiming at the tree behind which Jiang Li lurked. Jiang Li's countenance tightened, her grip firm on the battered greatsword, as she emerged from behind the arboreal shield. Before her stood a youth adorned in pristine white robes, his cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refining. An emblem of a white cloud was embroidered upon his sleeve, instantly identifying him as a true disciple of the Five-Element sect. His nose was sharply defined, his eyebrows like swords, and his thin, vermilion lips were pursed slightly, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. "Are you a disciple of the miscellaneous service peak?" the youth inquired, his brow furrowed in a semblance of surprise. It was indeed peculiar to behold a child of no more than 6 years, already at the 4th level of Qi refining, yet garbed in the attire of the miscellaneous service peak. "Disciple greets senior brother," Jiang Li responded, nodding her head. As she offered her salutations, she pondered the identity of this enigmatic figure. The youth uttered a curt acknowledgement, scrutinizing Jiang Li for a moment before extracting 2 spirit rabbits from his storage pouch and tossing them to her. Observing Jiang Li's swift reception of the gift, he chuckled softly, remarking, "You certainly don't stand on ceremony." The beast had followed him for quite some time before he finally subdued it. As for the young girl, she did not engage with the creature, suggesting that she possessed a certain clarity of mind. Thus, the 2 rabbits served as compensation for her. Without a hint of hesitation, she cast both rabbits into her storage pouch. Had she also contested for the beast, it might have ended up in her possession, making her acquisition of these 2 rabbits seem rather reasonable. However, the pouch was rather limited in size and could no longer accommodate anything else. What kind of elder was he? After watching him depart, Jiang Li also made her way down the mountain, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yet, a few hours later, that smile had vanished, for inexplicably, she found herself wandering in circles at the same spot for several hours. Could it be that she had fallen into a formation? Jiang Li felt a pang of anxiety. She was utterly ignorant of formations and completely incapable of deciphering one. What could she do? She could only lean against a tree to rest for a while before setting off in another direction. As darkness fell once more, Jiang Li had explored every possible route, yet she remained ensnared in the same place. Exhaustion weighed upon her, and she could only sit down on the ground, contemplating a way to escape. Towering trees surrounded her. Wild grasses blanketed the earth, and thorns thrived everywhere. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. A sense of dread crept into Jiang Li's heart. If she could not break through the formation, she might very well perish here. After resting briefly, she hastily rose and began experimenting with various methods to break free. As night deepened and a disc-like moon ascended into the sky, its silvery light cascaded down like water. In her bewilderment, Jiang Li suddenly halted her steps and gazed toward a peculiar tree. The great tree stood wide, approximately several zhang in breadth, its crown resembling a shattered egg flower. The moonlight cascaded upon the crown, casting a shadow at an oblique angle, revealing a mysterious silhouette. As Jiang Li approached, she discerned that this shadow appeared to be an enigmatic map. Her eyes flickered with intrigue, and she instinctively followed the shadow, wandering nearby for a few circles. Indeed, a cool breeze enveloped her, accompanied by the rich fragrance of blossoms. Jiang Li paused, and although her surroundings seemed unchanged, she sensed the flow of spiritual energy, as if a formation had been activated. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously proceeded forward. The instant she stepped beyond the formation, the scene before her transformed dramatically. The forest, once teeming with towering trees, morphed into a sea of flowers, countless fireflies frolicking amidst the blooms, creating a dreamlike expanse of starlit brilliance. Jiang Li was momentarily mesmerized by the breathtaking vista when a firefly alighted upon the tip of her nose, fluttering its wings. She froze, her gaze fixated on the delicate creature. Fortunately, the firefly departed after a brief pause, sparing her from becoming cross-eyed. Where was this place? Chapter 24. Luo Qingzhou. A sense of unease stirred within Jiang Li as she glanced around before stepping into the flower field. It was a patch of red frost star flowers, their 5 vivid petals tightly enveloping a yellow stamen. She had encountered this flower in the Spirit Plant Compendium. It was known to assist in the refinement of water ghost pills, a favored item among water attribute cultivators. The expanse of the flower field stretched to the horizon. How valuable it must be. After carefully surveying her surroundings for any lurking beasts, ensuring her safety, she cautiously began to dig. In her hands, the broken knife transformed into a tool for unearthing the spirit plants. A moment's inattention could disrupt the delicate root systems of these mystical flora, necessitating her utmost concentration. Due to the limited space within her storage pouch, she could only select frost star flowers of considerable age, and soon enough, her pouch was filled to capacity. Jiang Li was not greedy. The bounty she had gathered during this expedition into the mountains was serendipitous and far exceeded her expectations. However, the most pressing concern at present was how to exit the rear mountains. Otherwise, even the most precious treasures would be of no consequence. She cautiously navigated through the flower fields, searching for an exit, gradually becoming enveloped by the blossoms. Fireflies illuminated her path, casting a gentle glow in the enveloping darkness. Jiang Li wandered through the fields like a headless fly, disoriented and lacking a clear aim. The expanse of the flower fields was vast, no matter which direction she ventured. She seemed to encounter no end. Feeling somewhat lost, she raised her gaze to the sky, which was shrouded in dark, fragmented clouds, devoid of anything else. With no other option, Jiang Li relied on her instincts to choose a direction and strode forward with determination. Regardless of whether she could find her way out, she felt compelled to try. Suddenly, a spirit arrow shot through the air, striking a wild boar with unerring accuracy. The boar let out a harrowing scream, thrashing about wildly until its head collided with a nearby tree, producing a sickening crack as its neck broke. The boar staggered, then fell heavily to the ground. The impact of its substantial body caused the earth to tremble, sending dust soaring several feet into the air. Shen Qingluo and her companions stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The wild boar, which had moments ago posed a formidable challenge, was now vanquished. In the distance, footsteps echoed, prompting her to swiftly raise her gaze. Approaching was a youth bearing a curved bow, his presence seemingly illuminating the darkened forest around him. Who is this? Shen Qingluo recognized the emblem of a true disciple on his sleeve, her small face creasing in a frown, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. The others, initially ready to react, felt slighted that this Cheng Yaojin had encroached upon their quarry, yet upon seeing the true disciple's insignia, they reluctantly held their tongues. Bowing in respect to the youth instead, "We pay our respects, Uncle Master." As they had yet to establish their foundations, they were compelled to address any true disciple as Uncle Master. Only Shen Qingluo refrained from bowing, her curiosity piqued as she fixed her gaze upon him. As the young man approached, he nodded slightly before directly stowing away the porcupine he had captured. Just as he was about to produce a small piglet as compensation, Shen Qingluo interjected with displeasure. "Esteemed senior brother, we discovered this porcupine and exerted considerable effort to capture it. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to take it without a word? We sustained injuries in the pursuit of this creature, and for you to seize it so unceremoniously seems rather domineering." With a furrowed brow, she stood her ground, her petite stature exuding an unexpected assertiveness as she gazed up at the youth. Only then did he lower his gaze to her, raising an eyebrow slightly. Another young girl under 6 years of age, at the 4th level of Qi cultivation.
Yet.
This girl was adorned in fine clothing and wore a storage bracelet on her wrist, clearly indicating her elevated status. It was no wonder the other disciples were so protective of her. "You are Shen Qingluo, the esteemed disciple of Master Tianyuan?" The youth mused briefly before deducing her identity, a hint of familiarity creeping into his tone. His master maintained a close relationship with the heavenly origin true monarch, and Xin Qingluo was also his junior disciple. When the young man spoke, the other fellow disciples were taken aback. They had all recognized Xin Qingluo's noble status, believing her to be a talented inner sect disciple, not realizing she was actually a direct disciple of the heavenly origin true monarch. "Who are you, senior brother?" Xin Qingluo furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of wariness rising within her. "Luo Qingzhou, a disciple of the carefree true monarch," the young man replied softly, casually toying with the longbow in his hands. "Luo Qingzhou?" Xin Qingluo was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. "What's wrong? Junior sister, have you heard of me?" Luo Qingzhou inquired, slightly puzzled by her reaction as he put away his bow. "I have heard my master mention you." "Ah, I see. I have been tracking that wild boar for several days. I cannot share it with you all, but please take these." The group of disciples had not inflicted any harm upon the wild boar, and their presence had not altered the outcome. Sharing a portion with them sufficed. He did not wish Xin Qingluo to feel as if she had taken advantage, which is why he offered an explanation before turning to leave. Xin Qingluo, cradling two piglets in her arms, gazed at Luo Qingzhou's retreating figure, lost in thought. So, he is indeed Luo Qingzhou? Achoo! In the flower field, Jiang Li sneezed several times in quick succession, incessantly rubbing her itchy nose. She had sealed her sense of smell, yet her nose continued to itch uncontrollably. Could it be an allergy to the frost starflower? The frost starflower emitted a faint, delicate fragrance that initially felt purifying and revitalizing, but upon further inhalation, it became overwhelmingly stifling, causing a sense of blockage in her chest. She furrowed her brow, constantly rubbing her nose, hastening her pace. Yet, time seemed to stretch endlessly, and she could still see no end to the flower field. Jiang Li halted, lifting her gaze to the sky, only to discover something peculiar. The sky here was remarkably unchanged, perpetually maintaining this singular visage. Even the scattered clouds above had not shifted in the slightest. Was this a realm of profound silence? A pitch-black expanse devoid of the cycle of day and night? This thought grew increasingly insistent, causing a slight heaviness in Jiang Li's heart, as she feared the implications. Such spaces were rarely uninhabited. If she had inadvertently trespassed upon a sovereign domain, the consequences could be dire. She needed to leave swiftly. Jiang Li hastened her steps, weaving rapidly through the blossoms, disregarding the itch at her nose. Time trickled away, and she forgot all sense of it, resolutely marching forward. The flower field remained interminably vast, and regardless of how far she ventured, there seemed to be no discernible change ahead. Should she pause? Should she alter her direction? A voice echoed in her ears, repetitively striking at her very soul. Chapter 25. Has Jiang Li disappeared? Jiang Li swayed slightly, steadying herself against a nearby flower stalk. She shook her head, the persistent inquiries still ringing in her ears.
No.
Jiang Li straightened her posture, tapping her heavy head, and pressed onward. To change direction now would render her previous efforts futile. Her gaze was resolute. She felt that as long as she continued to advance, she would eventually find her way out of this place. This peculiar notion lingered in her mind, propelling her ever forward. The incessant voices echoed around her. Yet Jiang Li no longer felt dizzy. Instead, an invigorating sense of vitality replaced her fatigue. With clenched fists, she took a resolute step forward. Time flowed like a swift current, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. MASU-MANHUA atop the Zai Peak still awaited news of Jiang Li. With swollen eyes from weeping, she persevered for another 2 months, yet still, there was no sign of Jiang Li, compelling her to relinquish her task. She gathered the spiritual rice allocated to her over the past year and stored it in a pouch, hoping that one day she might hand it over to Jiang Li. Jiang Li was a pitiful child, having scarcely experienced a single day of happiness. Now, once more, wiping her tears, she departed with the pouch in hand. Jiang Li has vanished? Upon hearing the news, Su Shiren hurriedly sought confirmation from Lu Chunhua. Junior sister Jiang mentioned she was going to the back mountains to hunt beasts. Yet she has been gone for over a year. He continued, I inquired with other disciples who ventured into the back mountains, and none had seen junior sister Jiang. As Lu Chunhua spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears once more, forcing her to turn away to wipe them incessantly. A heavy weight settled in Su Shiren's heart. He understood that a disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement could not possibly remain in the back mountains for a year. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps junior sister Jiang was merely trapped somewhere. Both fell into a silence, for even they found it hard to believe such an excuse. Soon, the news of Jiang Li's disappearance reached Su Jiao through the words of Elder Wu. Su Jiao had repeatedly urged Elder Wu to care for Jiang Li and had longed to visit Zai Peak to check on her. Yet he was consistently detained by the true monarch Xiaoyao for rigorous cultivation atop the peak. The esteemed immortal Xiao has but 2 disciples. One is Su Juma, and the other is Luo Qingzhou. He maintains a strict demeanor towards his students, particularly with the youthful and somewhat naive Su Juma. Upon learning of Jiang Li's disappearance, Su Juma's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not accept the notion of her demise. Without a body to be found, Jiang Li must still be alive. For reasons unknown, Su Juma felt an inexplicable connection to Jiang Li, sensing that she was unlike others and would not succumb so easily to death. When they were both selected to join the sect, Jiang Li approached everything with a tranquil composure. Unlike others who sought to curry favor, she neither flattered nor ostracized him. She would quietly sit to the side, exuding a calming presence that always drew him near. Alas, after entering the sect, their paths rarely crossed. Is the Jiang Li you speak of merely a 6-year-old girl at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Luo Qingzhou, who happened to be nearby, recalled the young girl he encountered on the back mountain. If she hails from the servant's peak, her tattered attire would indeed align. Ah, I see now. I was puzzled as to how such an outstanding disciple could appear so disheveled. Upon learning that Jiang Li had ascended through sheer luck, Luo Qingzhou nodded, choosing not to inquire further. Senior brother, have you seen Jiang Li? Su Jiama grasped Luo Qingzhou's wrist with urgency, aware that his senior had ventured to the back mountain a year prior and must have met her. Indeed, at that time, she was covered in wounds. I even gave her 2 rabbits. The image of the young girl, clad in rags, with several cuts marring her face and pale lips, appeared vividly in his mind, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Yet, those eyes of hers, quietly observing, seemed to communicate an unspoken depth. I shall seek her out. Luo Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the situation, but he promptly communicated with his master and hastily followed suit. His junior brother was on the verge of reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and no errors could be afforded at this critical juncture. In their wake, Shen Qingluo on Tianyuan Peak received the news, swinging her legs as she played on the swing. This swing was specially crafted by the Tianyuan true monarch, who was concerned that Shen Qingluo was progressing too swiftly in her cultivation, thus encouraging her to indulge in play rather than devote excessive time to training. That lad, Su Juma, displayed commendable loyalty. After all, they were merely fellow disciples who had entered the sect together, yet he was willing to brave danger for her sake. The Tianyuan true monarch stroked his beard, chuckling as he spoke. He had heard from the carefree true monarch that the two had met on their way to the sect, and their bond had developed so profoundly in less than a month. Ji Wuqing, listening quietly from the side, did not interject, holding a steaming bowl of food in his hands. Since the arrival of his junior sister at Tianyuan Peak, he had almost become her attendant, accompanying her on her adventures and tending to her daily needs. Any negligence on his part would result in endless admonitions from their master, which was truly tormenting. Gradually, he had grown accustomed to it. Ah, that affection must be extraordinary indeed. Shen Qingluo teased with a smile. After all, She was the female lead, and he the second male lead. Could their feelings be ordinary? When the female lead encounters peril, the second male lead naturally must risk his life to search for her. Otherwise, how could he uphold the persona of a deeply affectionate character? However, that lad would likely be disappointed, for a girl at the fourth layer of Qi refinement was likely facing grave danger. The Tianyuan true monarch shook his head regretfully. The fourth layer of Qi refinement was merely the threshold of the cultivation world. How could one venture alone into the rear mountains? After such a lengthy absence, the hope of survival appeared exceedingly bleak. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingluo's smile deepened as she tilted her head to gaze at her master, her eyes sparkling with mischief. With confidence radiating from her, she laughed, her brows and eyes curving with delight. After all, she was the protagonist. How could a mere back mountain possibly hinder her? Perhaps she had encountered some fortuitous opportunity and was merely trapped in a certain place. Shen Qingluo's consciousness swept through the space bracelet, revealing a peculiar little beast within, one she had acquired from the back mountain a year prior. Even now, it only clutched a spirit stone and gnawed at it, leaving her puzzled about its true nature. "Oh, your master will take that bet," Tian Yuanjinjuan said, affectionately ruffling his little disciple's hair. Although he was unsure why she was so confident, it did nothing to diminish his fondness for her. Since she wished to wager, he would indulge her desire. Chapter 26. Where Lies the Vitality? As the crowd speculated on whether she was still alive, Jiang Li finally reached the edge of the flower field. Oblivious to how much time had elapsed, she steadfastly resisted the temptations that whispered in her ears, resolutely forging ahead. Heaven rewards the diligent. She eventually emerged from the flower field. Beyond it lay a cultivated plot, lush with an expanse of spirit rice, its golden ears bending low under the weight. Adjacent to the spirit field stood a simple wooden cottage, with a well situated at its entrance. "Isn't this?" Jiang Li's eyes widened in astonishment, for the layout here bore an uncanny resemblance to the rice fields of the miscellaneous peak. Could it be that disciples had visited this place as well? A sense of caution arose within her as she carefully circled around the edge of the field, approaching the wooden cottage. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" There might be clues within that could lead her away from this place. She had to take a look. With a creaking sound, the wooden door of the cabin swung open, unleashing a long-sealed scent that rushed forth. Jiang Li wrinkled her nose and cautiously peered inside before stepping over the threshold. Just like the wooden house at the Servant Peak's rice fields, directly ahead lay a reception hall. To the left was a tool room, while to the right was a training room. The hall contained only simple tables and stools, devoid of any superfluous furnishings. These pieces, aged and weathered, were marred by cracks, and upon her light touch, they crumbled into a cloud of dust. Startled, Jiang Li stepped back, waving her hands to disperse the dust before hastily entering the training room.
Ah!
However, upon entering the training room, she was so taken aback by the sight before her that she stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the threshold. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to grasp the door frame. Regaining her composure as she looked into the training chamber, there lay a figure upon the bed. More precisely, a skeletal remains. The tattered garments draped over the bones had decayed, revealing the stark, bare skeleton beneath. The hollow eye sockets, devoid of eyeballs, seemed to fixate on Jiang Li, sending shivers down her spine. In her previous life, she had never encountered such a sight. She was the type to shy away from crowds, fearing the horrors of bloodshed that could haunt her dreams. Yet, in this utterly distinct world, such fears seemed trivial. Steeling herself, Jiang Li clasped her hands together in a gesture of respect towards the remains, signifying her unintentional intrusion. When she lifted her gaze again, the unsettling sensation of being watched dissipated, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. As she searched the room, her eyes landed upon a piece of cloth resting on the bed. The monk's robe and the bedding on the cot had succumbed to decay. Yet this piece of azure cloth lay undisturbed upon the bed. Was there something extraordinary about it? With utmost care, she used a knife to lift the azure fabric and placed it on the ground, then cautiously unfolded it. To her astonishment, she discovered an inscription. Jiang Li furrowed her brow slightly, scrutinizing the writing until she finally comprehended the identity of the monk. He was, in fact, a disciple of the miscellaneous peak of the Five Spirit sect, possessing a cultivation of the 10th level of qi refinement. During a training expedition to the back mountain, he had inadvertently strayed into this place. He searched for an exit but found none, ultimately succumbing to the passage of time and perishing here. The inscription revealed that upon his arrival, he had fortuitously stumbled upon the cave abode of a senior in the nascent soul stage, which contained numerous treasures. If someone were to agree to convey a message to his descendants and take an oath to dispel their inner demons, all those treasures would be bestowed upon them. Jiang Li wished to examine the cloth once more, but the words inscribed upon it had vanished, as if all had been naught but a mirage. Approaching the remains, she had no intention of claiming those treasures. Despite her novice status and lack of experience, she understood that the world of cultivation was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to death and the scattering of one's soul. The message was merely the perspective of the skeleton. How could it be assumed to be free of traps? After a moment of contemplation, she bowed once more to the remains. "I beg your pardon for the offense. May you not take it to heart, esteemed elder." With that, she gathered the azure cloth and wrapped it around the bones, intending to dig a pit outside to lay them to rest. Yet, upon touching the remains, they disintegrated into a mound of ashes, which she enveloped within the azure fabric. She was momentarily taken aback, only managing to tie 2 knots in the blue cloth to fashion a makeshift bundle before stepping out of the wooden cabin. Utilizing her spiritual energy, Jiang Li excavated a pit, placing the ashes of the deceased cultivator within, subsequently covering it with soil. After tending to the remains, she found herself in a quandary, seated on the ridge and gazing despondently at the rice fields. This venerable cultivator had never ventured beyond this place. Could it be that she too was destined to perish here? Jiang Li sighed, intending to rest for a while before resuming her journey, as fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, she stared at the expanse of rice paddies, her eyelids growing increasingly heavy until she succumbed to a deep slumber. In her dreams, Jiang Li found herself within a pitch-black palace. Bewildered, she lifted her gaze, only to see a gaping maw lunging toward her, prompting her to awaken in fright. It was then that she realized her back was drenched in sweat, beads of cold perspiration dotting her forehead. Startled, Jiang Li sprang to her feet, no longer daring to rest, and resumed her search for an escape. She surveyed her surroundings. Apart from the rice fields before her, the rest was shrouded in darkness. How reminiscent it was of the palace from her dream. A sense of unease settled in her heart as she stifled her worries and began to explore the area. She attempted to break through the confines of darkness, only to encounter a terrifying force lurking just beyond reach. Her consciousness felt as though it were being cleaved by a blade, causing her immense pain. Hastily, she retreated, her head throbbing painfully, and no amount of self-patting seemed to alleviate her discomfort. During her days of recuperation, she had not been idle, constantly contemplating various possibilities. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, even within a deadly formation, there would exist a glimmer of hope. This place should be no different. Thus, where might this sliver of salvation lie? Jiang Li pondered for an indeterminate duration, having exhausted various methods during her recovery. Yet she still had not discovered a means of escape. On this particular day, seeking to soothe her spirit, she contemplated tidying up the wooden cabin. She ventured into the tool room, intending to dispose of the long-decayed implements. As her delicate hand brushed against them, they crumbled into dust, scattering across the floor. Jiang Li covered her mouth and nose with one hand while gently prodding the remnants with the other, witnessing the transformation of the tools into a mere heap of ash. Just as she was about to continue, her hand was abruptly halted by a solid object. It was a dusty sickle, its handle marred by rust, an object that, by all accounts, should have succumbed to decay long ago, yet remained steadfast. Chapter 27. The labor commences? A glimmer flickered in Jiang Li's eyes as an idea struck her. She grasped the sickle with enthusiasm and hurried towards the rice fields. The vast expanse of rice swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly celebrating a bountiful harvest. Perhaps this was the glimmer of hope she had been seeking? She murmured softly, glancing at the sickle in her hand, and without further hesitation, leaped into the rice paddies, beginning the harvest of the golden grains. The furniture, tools, and even the bed within the cabin had all turned to dust, yet this sickle remained intact, alongside the expansive rice fields. A powerful intuition surged within her, affirming that this was indeed the thread of hope. Immersed in the rice paddies, she devoted herself entirely to the task of harvesting, oblivious to the time it might take. All that mattered was the prospect of escape. In the mountains, where the passage of time was an enigma, Jiang Li found herself completely unaware of its flow, and remarkably, she felt no pangs of hunger. She exerted herself to harvest the rice ears, pausing momentarily to rest before resuming her labor. Through her relentless efforts, the rice field was left with but a small patch of ethereal rice. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled, blissfully unaware that her tattered disciple's robe had become significantly shorter. Bending down, she grasped the rice stalks, and with a gentle sweep of her sickle in her right hand, the rice ears fell into her grasp. She tossed the harvested rice into the field, forming small hills of grain scattered across the land. At last, she exclaimed, "I have completed the harvest." Jiang Li bent down to cut the final handful of rice, massaging her aching back as her gaze fixated on the bounty, eagerly awaiting a glimmer of hope. However, after a considerable time had passed, there was still no sign of change in the rice field. Could it be that she had misjudged? Jiang Li pressed her lips together, her anticipation doused like a flame extinguished by water. After toiling for what seemed an eternity, she finally piled all the rice into the wooden shed. Exhausted, she sat by the well, gasping for breath, relieved to have finished the task. As she gazed at the shed brimming with rice, a sense of accomplishment swelled within her. Yet, as she continued to smile, an unexpected impulse caused Jiang Li to leap off the edge of the well and circle the wooden shed several times. In her previous focus on transporting the rice, she had overlooked the dimensions of the shed. Given the vast quantity of rice, it was apparent that the initial structure could scarcely contain it. After several laps, Jiang Li was utterly convinced that the shed was indeed expanding in size to accommodate the rice. No wonder the furniture had rotted. This seemingly dilapidated wooden shed remained intact, revealing its hidden mysteries. Just as this thought crossed her mind, an astonishing sight unfolded before her eyes. The rice within the shed began to shed its husks autonomously. A small jade plate emerged from the depths of the well, emanating a soft, ethereal glow that suggested it was anything but ordinary. The dehusked rice grains flew into the jade plate in a rhythmic manner, producing a continuous chime of tinkling sounds. The discarded husks remained within the wooden cabin, swiftly accumulating to form a thick layer. Jiang Li watched in astonishment, too awed to make a sound. Although the jade plate appeared diminutive once the rice grains entered, none seemed to escape, indicating it was a spatial treasure. After the passage of approximately half a day, most of the rice had been dehusked. The remaining grains swiftly followed suit, entering the jade plate, which then quivered slightly in midair before soaring directly into Jiang Li's hands. She cradled the jade plate with great care, casting a glance at the remaining husked grains. For reasons unknown, her gaze instinctively shifted towards the cut rice fields. The remnants of the stalks had long since melded into the soil, transforming into nutrients for the fertile land. Inexplicably, a notion of sowing took root in Jiang Li's mind. She offered a faint, rueful smile, pondering why it felt as though she had come to work. Glancing at the jade plate in her hands, she resignedly began a new round of planting. As each grain of rice was scattered across the fields, the barren earth quickly sprouted fresh shoots, eagerly exploring this novel world. The pace of sowing was brisk. Jiang Li spared no corner, ensuring the rice seeds blanketed the entirety of the field. Suddenly, the jade plate slipped from her grasp, leaving Jiang Li stunned and unable to react. It shot away like a meteor, vanishing as it plummeted back into the well, disappearing from sight entirely. As Jiang Li approached the well to uncover its mysteries, a sudden beam of white light erupted from within, and when the brilliance faded, a distorted figure manifested in midair. It was a middle-aged man whose features, twisted and grotesque, appeared exceedingly bizarre. His hollow gaze seemed to penetrate Jiang Li, yet it felt as though he was staring into the void beyond. He uttered that the mission had been accomplished, and immediately, a storage bag floated into the air, swiftly darting into Jiang Li's embrace. Just as she intended to inquire further, an inexplicable force yanked at her, causing her pupils to tremble. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her, and a profound dizziness overcame her. With a resounding crash, Jiang Li collided with a massive boulder, creating a deep crater upon impact. "Who goes there?" Both Luo Qingzhou and Su Jiama exclaimed in surprise, raising their weapons defensively towards the stone. They could only perceive a fleeting silhouette, uncertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe, thus hesitating to advance. They had scoured the back mountain for traces of Jiang Li for over a year, yet their efforts had yielded no results. Nearly 3 years had passed since her disappearance, leading them to believe she was likely lost forever. Luo Qingzhou felt a pang of regret but refrained from dissuading Su Jiama from searching for Jiang Li, viewing it instead as an opportunity for his junior to gain experience. Fortunately, Su Jiama had successfully advanced to the 6th level of Qi training, demonstrating commendable talent. Coughing and struggling against the pain, Jiang Li rose from the pit, her form shrouded in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, her disheveled appearance came into view, capturing the attention of both men. Her long hair, tainted with dust, fell around her shoulders, revealing a tattered robe that barely covered her arms. A small face, no larger than a palm, was obscured by grime, save for a pair of round, bright eyes. How pitiful she appeared, Jiang Li. Su Jiama recognized her and, filled with joy, rushed forward to pull her from the pit. In that moment, he abruptly noticed that Jiang Li had grown significantly taller, now surpassing him by half a head. The smile on Su Jiama's face faltered, and a flush crept into his ears. "Su Jiama? What a coincidence that you are here too." Jiang Li greeted him with a smile, oblivious to his embarrassment. She had finally emerged from that strange place, even bringing back a storage bag. Chapter 28. Harvest. Su Jiama awkwardly nodded. He had been deeply worried during her absence. Yet now that he had found her, he feigned indifference. Luo Qingzhou, understanding his junior brother's proud demeanor, stepped forward to unveil his pretense. "Junior brother, after hearing of your disappearance, was determined to search for you in the back mountains and has been looking for over a year." "Senior brother," Su Jiama interrupted, somewhat displeased, as a crimson hue crept up his neck and spread to his ears. Jiang Li was taken aback by his words. Had she truly been trapped for such an extended period? Hastily, she checked her bone age, only to discover she was now 8 years old. Was this what they spoke of as the timelessness of cultivating immortality? Feeling a bit awkward in the face of Su Jiama's concern, she managed a shy smile. "Thank you, I'm fine. I just couldn't find a way out of that place." She was not particularly acquainted with Su Jiama, and it truly surprised her that he had sought her out on the back mountain for an entire year. "I was merely wandering about out of boredom." Shuhyumo, with a stiff expression, felt vexed by Jiang Li's aloof demeanor. He regarded Jiang Li as his first friend, while she evidently did not reciprocate such sentiments. This realization left him somewhat disheartened and a tad irate. Luo Qingzhou observed the two with a discerning eye, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Could this be what they call childhood sweethearts? He stepped forward to mediate, instantly easing the atmosphere. Let us proceed, Su Jiuma muttered under his breath, casting a glance at the exposed portion of Jiang Li's arm before turning to descend the mountain. I apologize for the trouble, Master Ancestor. Jiang Li hastily expressed her gratitude, understanding that the title of junior sister was a courtesy extended due to her association with Su Jiuma, and she must adhere to the protocols. She followed closely behind Su Jiuma, while Luo Qingzhou brought up the rear, ensuring their safety. None of the trio were particularly loquacious, and tranquility soon enveloped the forest once more. As Jiang Li walked in the middle, she listened to the footsteps behind her and belatedly realized that the young man trailing behind was Su Jiuma's senior brother, Luo Qingzhou. The miscellaneous peak appeared just as it had when she departed, though the wooden cabin now had a new occupant. Upon receiving the news, Su Xian hurried over, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Jiang Li standing beside two true disciples, which rendered him considerably more reserved. He approached with concern for Jiang Li. Su Shixiang. Where is Lu Shiji? Jiang Li had been preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Chunhua. When she left, she entrusted Lu Shiji with the care of the spirit plants, and little did she expect to be gone for 3 years, undoubtedly causing her great worry. He whispered to Jiang Li, hoping to convey that senior sister Lu had not given up on her. Jiang Li accepted the storage bag with a hint of discomfort in her heart, especially upon discovering it contained a bounty of spirit rice, which deeply moved her. The disciples of the Servant Peak, having reached a certain age, could choose to leave the sect for their own pursuits. Senior sister Lu, lacking in talent and ambition, likely opted to depart. What of senior brother Qi? She recalled the plump senior in the dining hall. Senior sister Lu had left alongside senior brother Qi. A faint smile graced Su Xian's face. Both had chosen to leave simultaneously. Is that so? The departure of these two close individuals left Jiang Li feeling a sense of emptiness within. Having received so many kindnesses from them, she had yet to find the opportunity to repay them. After bidding farewell to her companions, Jiang Li arrived at the new courtyard assigned to her by Elder Wu. The courtyard contained 3 rooms, with Jiang Li's quarters situated on the far right. She expressed her gratitude to Elder Wu, then turned and shut herself in her room, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she retrieved the storage bag obtained from that mysterious place. After imprinting the bag with her spiritual mark, the contents vividly materialized before her eyes, accompanied by a surge of information flooding her consciousness. It turned out that the enigmatic location was not a strange realm, but rather the ancient trial ground of the Five Spirit sect. In a past cataclysm, the Five Spirit sect had nearly been annihilated, and the current sect was rebuilt upon its former grounds. This meant that Jiang Li had inadvertently stumbled into the trial ground and had undergone a disciple's trial. The previous disciple, unaware of the nature of the trial, spent their entire life searching for an escape, ultimately perishing there. Within this storage pouch lies not only the rewards bestowed upon her upon completion of the trial, but also the possessions acquired by the deceased cultivator. The note left behind indicated that he had inadvertently stumbled into the abode of a nascent soul practitioner, thus these treasures must belong to one of them. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows in surprise. After the trial concluded, the spatial recognition system identified this pouch as not belonging to the trial grounds and thus presented it to her. This is indeed. She recalled the cultivator's note, which implored any who found it to convey a message to future generations. Having obtained this pouch, she felt a certain obligation to act appropriately. Jiang Li's brows furrowed slightly. She would keep this matter in mind and may attempt to investigate further on another occasion. If she cannot locate the rightful owner, she would not force the issue, as these items were not taken by coercion. Resolute in her decision, she settled cross-legged upon her couch and began to meticulously examine her spoils. First, she retrieved a small jade bowl, which contained the spiritual rice harvested from the trial grounds. While the rice itself was of secondary importance, the bowl was remarkable, an advanced spatial treasure. The space within it could accommodate an entire servant peak, truly astonishing. Was this the grand gesture of the ancient five-spirit sect? Jiang Li tenderly caressed the jade bowl, her face blooming with avaricious delight. Next, she discovered a pill vial, but upon pouring its contents out, she found the pills had crumbled to dust, their efficacy long since dissipated. A wave of regret washed over her as she examined her final reward. It was a scroll, tightly rolled without any binding. Jiang Li attempted to unfurl it, but despite her efforts, the scroll remained obstinately closed, refusing to yield. With a sense of resignation, she set the scroll aside and prepared to examine the treasures the senior had procured from the nascent soul cave. Chapter 29. Struck Rich. The first thing that caught her eye was a longsword, its obsidian blade emanating a sinister aura, stained with blood that had not faded even after many years. Instinctively, Jiang Li felt unease, and her apprehensions were soon confirmed. A significant portion of the storage pouch was filled with instruments of murder, each imbued with malevolence, rendering her hesitant to touch them. Such artifacts required a practitioner of high cultivation and unwavering resolve to wield. They were far too dangerous to keep for personal use. She frowned tightly, contemplating the sale of these lethal implements. As she glanced further, she noticed a small pile of spirit stones tucked away in a corner of the storage pouch. Jiang Li counted them carefully, over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 12 medium-grade ones.
Thump, thump.
Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an immense fortune. It was hard to believe that the days of barely scraping by were just behind her, and now she had unexpectedly come into a windfall. Finally, in the corner, only 2 boxes remained. One of the boxes was about a meter long and contained another scroll. Upon unfurling it, she discovered a portrait of a beautiful woman. The lady, draped in crimson garments, reclined on a concubine's chair, delicately fanning herself with a white feather fan. Behind her lay a sea of white blossoms, enhancing her enchanting allure. Could this be the beloved of the nascent soul cultivator? Jiang Li pondered, for she sensed the artist's emotions emanating from the painting. Her gaze settled upon the final jade box. With a sense of anticipation, Jiang Li opened it, and a spiritual herb radiating a divine light immediately seized her attention, momentarily halting her breath. Could it truly be a nascent soul transformation herb? Jiang Li's tongue felt parched, and she involuntarily pursed her lips. This was a high-grade spiritual herb, the primary ingredient for concocting nascent soul solidification pills. What untold fortune could it command? Though she lacked a precise understanding of its monetary value, she knew it was an exceedingly rare and precious commodity. This venture had been exceptionally worthwhile. Jiang Li sat upon her bed, somewhat dazed by the pleasant surprise. Indeed, as long as one perseveres and never yields, the heavens will favor them.
Jiang Li smiled radiantly,
Her eyes crinkling as she carefully stowed away all her treasures. The ruined pills were crushed and discarded. Reclining on her bed, she gazed at the roof tiles, contemplating her future plans. Above all, she must maintain a low profile, for wealth openly displayed invites misfortune and even death. With her plans settled, a profound sense of fatigue washed over her. Having scarcely slept in 3 years, Jiang Li could no longer resist, and she drifted into a peaceful slumber. When she awoke, it was already the evening of the following day. Jiang Li began to prepare spiritual rice porridge in her room, using the very bag of rice that Lu Chunhua had left for her. She had already decided to offer senior sister Lu and the portly martial brother some spirit stones as a token of her gratitude, as this would be the most practical gift for them. The aroma of the spiritual porridge wafted into the courtyard, causing another martial brother residing there to pause in his tracks, casting a glance toward Jiang Li's room. His gaze was vacant, and his eyeballs rolled erratically, revealing only the whites of his eyes. He wrinkled his nose, sniffing the air intently. His figure appeared somewhat rigid, and as he walked, there was a noticeable halt and sway. Gradually, he approached Jiang Li's door, his eyes unwaveringly fixed, seemingly attempting to penetrate the door and gaze inside. "Brother Li!" A sudden call echoed from the courtyard, and his eyes instantly returned to normal, a smile emerging as he turned around. "What are you doing there?" She found it rather odd that Brother Li stood motionless at the doorway. Li Wen's expression momentarily faltered, yet he maintained his composure and replied, "A newcomer has arrived in the courtyard. I thought I might extend a greeting." At that moment, Jiang Li became aware of someone outside, her brow furrowing slightly. She quickly set aside the spiritual porridge to obscure it, then approached the door and opened it with a swift motion. Indeed, a man stood outside, a robust figure, a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, exuding an aura of honesty and simplicity, resembling a physical cultivator. Just inside the courtyard stood a senior sister, also at the 5th level of Qi refinement, appearing to be in her teens. Jiang Li contemplated this and proactively greeted the two. "You must be the new junior sister," Yang Shui said with a smile, striding over. "I intended to seek you out yesterday, but you didn't emerge, and I didn't want to intrude." Yang Shui's face was round, her cheeks pleasantly plump, and when she smiled, her eyes resembled two crescent moons, radiating warmth and approachability. "I was quite exhausted yesterday and have only just awakened," Jiang Li replied. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself. This is Brother Li Wen, and I am Yang Shui. We both reside in this courtyard." Yang Shui, unfazed, graciously introduced herself, gesturing towards the quiet Li Wen. "Greetings, seniors. I am Jiang Li." Jiang Li glanced at the two individuals, a charming smile gracing her face, as she thought to herself that these senior brothers and sisters seemed to be amiable companions, suggesting that her days ahead would be filled with tranquility. "Junior sister Jiang, we will be residing in the same courtyard from now on. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call out. Your senior brother will certainly lend a hand without a second thought," Li Wen proclaimed, thumping his chest with a resounding echo, wearing a somewhat foolish grin. "Indeed, senior brother Li is the most enthusiastic. I have often troubled him," Yang Shui chimed in with a smile. And soon the three became quite familiar with one another. After conversing for a considerable time at the door, Jiang Li finally closed it and returned with her bowl of spiritual porridge. This time, she remained vigilant, her consciousness radiating outward to prevent the earlier mishap from recurring. Her sense of security was still not sufficiently developed. Being in the sect caused her to instinctively lower her guard. It seemed imperative for her to acquire a couple of array plates upon descending the mountain. If others were to discover that her daily sustenance consisted of spiritual porridge and meat from spirit beasts, it could undoubtedly invite significant trouble. Jiang Li ladled a bowl of porridge, inhaling its aroma deeply and revealing a look of contentment. After savoring the delicious bowl, she finally relished the sensation of being satiated. Following her meal, she wasted no time, swiftly climbing onto her bed, sitting cross-legged, and clearing her mind to immerse herself in her cultivation. Over the past 3 years, her progress had been modest, merely brushing against the threshold of the 5th level of Qi refinement, necessitating relentless practice to achieve a breakthrough. This pace of cultivation was already considered quite rapid among disciples with 5 spiritual roots, and Jiang Li felt immensely satisfied, invigorated to pursue her training. Tomorrow, she would embark on her descent from the mountain. Chapter 30. Entering the market as dawn broke after a night of arduous cultivation, Jiang Li set off with her storage pouch to the task hall, where she procured 2 paper cranes. Upon activation, she boarded one and departed from the servant's peak. The morning clouds floated serenely above, droplets of dew clinging to their edges. As she passed by, she couldn't resist reaching out to grasp a handful, chuckling softly at her dampened fingers. The paper crane whisked her over one majestic peak after another, revealing glimpses of exquisite courtyards and disciples practicing their skills in the mountainside below. Gazing down, she observed a tranquil stream connecting the two peaks, its surface veiled in a light mist, occasionally disturbed by fish leaping, sending ripples across the water. In that moment, Jiang Li felt a fleeting illusion of residing among the heavens. The servant's peak was not far from the gates of the Wuling sect. The paper crane carried her for about half an hour before it gently descended. This time, Jiang Li had gathered her spiritual energy to shield herself, thus avoiding any discomfort, instead quietly reveling in the scenic beauty along the way. Upon exiting the gates, she found herself on a wide avenue leading down the mountain, over 10 paces across, flanked by straight, towering quoc trees. The trunks stood erect, their branches reaching skyward, adorned with large leaves that resembled umbrellas, glistening with dew. Jiang Li had read about quoc trees in books, known for their protective and solar qualities. With each step, she marveled at her surroundings, intrigued by the unfamiliar world around her. Since her transmigration, Jiang Li had tested her spiritual roots, been accepted onto the spirit vessel, and subsequently admitted into the Wuling sect. Everything outside was both strange and fascinating. At times, she pondered the fate of her original soul. Where had it gone? Why had it allowed her to inhabit this body? However, she has always adhered to the principle of accepting circumstances as they come, believing that there is no need to dwell on the unresolvable. A faint smile graced Jiang Li's lips as she cheerfully descended the mountain. Following the winding path that resembled a bowstring, she arrived at the entrance of a marketplace. Though referred to as a marketplace, to Jiang Li it appeared more akin to a small town. The sign at the entrance bore two crooked characters that Jiang Li could not decipher. She speculated that perhaps they represented the words marketplace. She greeted the merchants with a friendly hello before stepping into the bustling bazaar. It felt as though she had crossed an unseen barrier, and suddenly, the cacophony of voices erupted around her, startling her slightly. "Dear friend, please pause and take a look at my Bodhi tree. Is this truly a Bodhi tree? You must be joking. Don't miss out as you pass by. Here lies the spirit stone of a 5th-tier demon beast. My good friend, behold the treasures I have here, all sourced from the cave of a venerable master in the transformation stage." The marketplace was alive with a vibrant throng of people, creating a scene of prosperity. Stalls were lined along both sides of the street, with some cultivators simply laying out a cloth on the ground to display their wares. Behind these stalls stood identical 3-story buildings, distinguished only by their nameplates. Jiang Li observed a foundation establishment elder enthusiastically engaging a passing cultivator, extolling the virtues of his treasures, weaving grandiose tales about his collection. The passing cultivator shook his head and continued on his way, prompting the elder to immediately seek out a new target, launching into yet another round of praise. Such behavior was far from uncommon. Jiang Li stood at the entrance of the marketplace, profoundly experiencing the world described in the books. In truth, the realm of cultivation was not so different from the world beyond. Each individual toiled for survival rather than embodying the lofty, aloof ideals often imagined. How many could truly ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation, transcending the void? Most cultivators merely enjoyed a lifespan longer than that of ordinary folk. Lowering her gaze, Jiang Li stepped towards the nearest stall. The stall owner, clad in a blue robe and wearing a tilted conical hat, lay slumped in a chair, peacefully asleep, a stark contrast to the bustling crowd around him. Was this not the attire of a sage as depicted in novels? However, upon closer inspection of the wares at the stall, the light in her eyes was abruptly extinguished. She forced a smile and glanced at the still slumbering vendor. No wonder he was lost in slumber. The stall offered nothing more than a few ordinary spiritual herbs and a handful of elixirs, items that might only attract the attention of low-tier cultivators like herself. Rising, Jiang Li silently scorned her earlier naive expectations and moved on to another stall. The next vendor had a square face, thick brows that slanted upward into his hair. He called out energetically, yet his expression turned disdainful upon seeing Jiang Li. a mere 4th-level Qi cultivator from a servant peak. She would be fortunate to scrape together 2 spirit stones. Sensing the vendor's contempt, Jiang Li felt no embarrassment. After all, she had endured such glances before, having once been unable to walk. She leaned closer to the stall, examining the offerings, which primarily consisted of spiritual herbs, alongside a jade hairpin and an ink-colored folding fan. The jade lily is entirely pure white, and upon closer inspection, it appears to be adorned with intricate patterns, truly exquisite. Jiang Li harbored a fondness for it, and was about to reach out to examine it further when the stall owner abruptly swatted her hand away. "Step aside. You are obstructing the senior." His voice was laced with discontent and a hint of flattery. "Jiang Li?" Shunqing Luo was equally taken aback to encounter Jiang Li at the market, her eyes widening in surprise. Having recently won a bet with her master, she had intended to use her winnings to purchase items from the market, never anticipating a chance meeting with Jiang Li. She scrutinized Jiang Li's cultivation level and felt a sudden sense of relief. Indeed, Jiang Li's progress had noticeably slowed. Disciples pay their respects to the 2 esteemed ancestors. Jiang Li's expression grew slightly solemn as she clasped her hands in greeting. It truly was an inescapable fate, a rare occurrence to meet Shunqing Luo and Ji Wuchen during her descent from the mountain. Ji Wuchen maintained his usual aloof demeanor, despite having restrained his imposing aura. He remained a figure of attention amidst the bustling market. He cast a glance at Jiang Li, recognizing her as the disciple mentioned by his junior sister during the disciple selection ceremony. Recalling her various reactions when Jiang Li was brought up, he exchanged a meaningful look with Shunqing Luo before reverting to his indifferent demeanor. "What a coincidence! Have you come to shop as well?" Shunqing Luo smiled warmly at Jiang Li, engaging in polite conversation. Jiang Li nodded affirmatively and, glancing at other stalls, remarked, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb the 2 esteemed ancestors any longer." She felt somewhat uneasy in the company of the 2, and wishing to avoid any misunderstanding from Shunqing Luo regarding her feelings towards Ji Wuchen, she politely excused herself and departed. After all, the origins of everything in the original narrative stemmed from Ji Wuchen. The vendor had anticipated a lucrative transaction, only to be met with disappointment as the 2 merely glanced and then walked away, cursing under his breath before resuming his hawking. Shunqing Luo and Ji Wuchen continued to meander through the market, when suddenly, she heard Ji Wuchen's voice resonate within her mind. "You care too much about Jiang Li." This statement struck a chord deep within Shunqing Luo, causing her steps to falter and her expression to betray a hint of discomfort. She found it impossible not to be concerned about Jiang Li, for she was a potential threat to the Shun family. Even her caring senior brother, who attended to her, would one day fall for Jiang Li, placing himself on the opposite side. His consciousness brushed past the curious Jiang Li at the stall, then glanced at the distracted Shunqing Luo, and a flicker of doubt arose within him. What was it about Jiang Li that warranted such concern from Shunqing Luo? "Little friend, take a look at this treasure of mine. It was brought back from the Dragon Palace," the vendor exclaimed, presenting a stone to Jiang Li and spinning an elaborate tale about it. Jiang Li felt her lips twitch slightly, stepping back a couple of paces to avoid being showered in his spittle. She understood that in novels, even a broken stone could be an extraordinary treasure. Thus she focused intently on the chipped rock for quite some time. Yet, no matter how she viewed it, the stone remained just a mere fragment. "This treasure of mine is not expensive, merely 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think, little friend?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in the vendor's eyes as he nudged the stone closer to Jiang Li. She glanced down at her attire, pondering whether she truly resembled a wealthy fool. To demand 1,000 spiritual stones from a mere servant disciple, had the vendor lost his wits? Doubts swirled in her mind. Yet the vendor suddenly sighed, adopting a sympathetic expression as he remarked, "I perceive that your cultivation is modest, and thus, you likely possess few spiritual stones. How about this? Take it for just 10 low-grade spiritual stones." He feigned a pained expression, preparing to wrap the stone for her. Jiang Li was rendered speechless. It appeared that unscrupulous merchants were omnipresent. Just as she opened her mouth to decline, a mocking laugh resonated from behind her, followed by a pink figure gracefully approaching her side. Are you foolish? It's merely a worthless rock. Do you truly believe it to be a treasure? The melodious, youthful voice rang out, akin to the cheerful songs of birds in a morning forest. Jiang Li's gaze fell upon the pink figure before her, and she felt as though she had encountered a cherubic doll. The little girl sported twin buns, with 2 white ribbons cascading down her hair to her neck, fluttering freely with her movements. She donned a pink gauzy dress adorned with colorful silk embroidered clouds, and her round face was graced with eyes the size of grapes, their long lashes fluttering like those of a woodland sprite. Captivated by the girl's enchanting gaze, Jiang Li felt her heart melt. Junior sister, do not act recklessly. A youth clad in white approached and drew the young girl beside him, prompting Jiang Li to notice the presence of another behind her. I sincerely apologize. It was my junior sister, who spoke rather abruptly. The youth's expression darkened slightly as he held the girl's hand, preventing her from misbehaving. And then he turned to Jiang Li with a face full of regret. Before Jiang Li could respond, the stall owner, visibly displeased, began to reprimand the girl in pink. Young friend, while one may indulge in food haphazardly, words must not be spoken recklessly. This is a precious item brought forth by my ancestor from the Dragon Palace. Though you fail to discern its profundity, you cannot dismiss it as mere rubble. As the saying goes, treasures are bestowed upon those with fate. You, dear friend, are evidently not among the fortunate, hence your inability to perceive its true worth. The stall owner, seasoned by many years in the marketplace, was not one to be outmatched by a mere child, leaving her at a loss for words. To the unworthy, it appeared as nothing but a worthless stone, while to the worthy, it transformed into a treasure. This notion is indeed irrefutable within the realm of cultivation. The young girl, infuriated, flushed slightly, her small lips pouting as 2 tears fell. Esteemed elder, your previous words were quite reasonable. Seeing the girl in tears, Jiang Li immediately stepped forward, smiling in agreement with the stall owner's sentiments. The girl and the youth in white were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Why was she supporting the stall owner? Could she truly be a fool? Jiang Li chuckled softly, casually picking up a small stone from the roadside and presenting it before the stall owner. Elder, do you see this stone in my hand? This is indeed a celestial stone, soaring far beyond the clouds, imbued with immense power capable of enabling a cultivator to effortlessly transcend to the realm of divinity and ascend through the void. I require merely 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. You, esteemed elder, would be acquiring a remarkable bargain. What do you think? A faint smile graced her lips, her demeanor serious and her gaze sincere, as if the stone in her hand were truly a great treasure. The girl in pink, captivated by her grandiloquence, could not help but steal a few more glances at the stone. The stall owner, unable to restrain himself, also fixed his gaze upon the stone, his face flushing with indignation. After a moment of silence, he retorted, "Do you take me for a fool?" Under the bright sun, numerous eyes had witnessed her pick up the stone from the ground. How could she shamelessly proclaim it to be a treasure? Esteemed elder, such words are unwarranted. How could I ever harbor such disrespectful thoughts? I merely believe you to be the fated one for this stone. Realizing her misunderstanding, she humbly apologized. Jiang Li maintained her smile, her words laced with courtesy, leaving no room for reproach.
Uffed.
Ha ha ha, Zhang Er, you can't even deceive a little girl. Have you no shame? Indeed, she has placed a treasure before you. How can you refuse? Little girl, do I appear to you as that fated individual? The nearby cultivators, witnessing this farce, could not contain their laughter upon hearing Jiang Li's words, playfully teasing the stall owner. Jiang Li is a master of discerning the weaknesses of others, particularly delighting in deceiving Na'vi children. Little did he expect to encounter a clever girl this time. Nearby, a vendor wearing a straw hat could not help but smile subtly, his gaze drifting indifferently towards Jiang Li. This girl. In the market, there are numerous cultivators with higher levels of skill than his, and with the protection of the 5 spirit sex guards, he dared not display any temper. Frustrated and feeling ashamed, he hastily packed up his stall and left in a dejected manner. As the crowd dispersed, the young girl in a pink dress looked on with sparkling eyes, admiringly exclaiming, "You are amazing. You made him leave." Hearing this, Jiang Li lowered her head to look at her. The adorable little girl, with her chubby face, was simply irresistible. Jiang Li smiled and replied, "It was the other cultivators who scared him away, not me." If they had been alone, the vendor would not have left. Rather, he would have acted out of embarrassment and anger towards her, a fact she was acutely aware of. Thankfully, the market was under the protection of the 5 spirit sect, which restrained the vendor from acting recklessly. The young man in white, noticing the clarity and transparency of this disciple from the miscellaneous peak, felt a desire to befriend her. He took the initiative to hold his junior sister's hand and introduced himself, saying, "I am Xin Wuyu, and this is my junior sister, Yilio Shuang. May I ask for your name?" While out in the world, Xin Wuyu exhibited humility and kindness, lacking any trace of arrogance typical of a true disciple, and showed no disdain for those of the 5 spirit root. His gaze at Jiang Li was filled with warmth and mirth. Upon hearing the names of the 2 individuals, Jiang Li couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, her gaze involuntarily scrutinizing the brother and sister before her. "Xin Wuyu?"
Yiliu Shuang?
The narrative from the depths of her consciousness unfurled, revealing that this charming young girl was the one from whom Jiang Li had ruthlessly snatched away her spiritual root. Due to the loss of her spatial abilities, Jiang Li's cultivation speed had significantly diminished. Despite numerous fortuitous encounters, she still lagged far behind Shen Qingluo. Unwilling to accept this disparity, she inadvertently learned a nefarious technique to refine the spiritual roots of others and set her sights on Yilio Shuang, who possessed a singular fire spiritual root, in a misguided attempt to rival Shen Qingluo, who also wielded a fire spiritual root. Poor Yilio Shuang, merely in her 20s, was subjected to Jiang Li's cruel refining, ultimately succumbing to endless agony. Meanwhile, Xin Wuyu, endowed with both gold and water spiritual roots, sought vengeance for his junior sister, but fell victim to Jiang Li's torment, having his tendons flayed and his soul imprisoned. Transformed into a puppet to assist her in her malevolent deeds, only to be ultimately destroyed by the tearful Shen Qingluo. The fate of this brother and sister duo was indeed tragic. Fellow Taoist? Sister Jiang? Yilio Shuang, tugging at Xin Wuyu's wrist, blinked and affectionately called out, revealing her sweet dimples. She truly was as innocent as depicted in the original work. Jiang Li reached out to pat her head. Although she was merely a year older than Yilio Shuang, she towered over her. "Since we are all disciples of the same lineage, may I call you junior sister Jiang?" Shen Wuyu, equally innocent, had quickly regarded Jiang Li as a friend, disregarding the sex conventions and addressing her as an equal. Jiang Li did not mind this and nodded, while also feeling a tinge of concern for the naivety of her fellow disciples. One hailed from the Shen family, while the other was from the Yi family. Both were direct descendants of the 4 esteemed clans and had yet to encounter the treachery of the world. In the original narrative, they were easily deceived by Jiang Li's mere words and became her sources of sustenance, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. "Jiang Shimi, this is my communication talisman," Shen Wuyu said as he produced a talisman and handed it to Jiang Li, then gestured toward a distant tall building. "My Shimi and I have matters to attend to at the treasure pavilion. We shall meet again another day." He scratched his head sheepishly, feeling somewhat impolite for being preoccupied with leaving so soon after their introduction. Jiang Li accepted the talisman, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded. I too have matters to attend to. Shen Shixiang and Yi Shimi walked slowly. She hesitated momentarily before addressing Yi Liushuang, ultimately opting for the term shimmy. Since she had already opted for a peer-to-peer address, there was no need for formality, especially considering Yi Liushuang appeared quite youthful, making it awkward to refer to her as Shizu. Yi Liushuang pouted, clearly displeased at being taken away, her expression one of innocent grievance. She waved at Jiang Li. Sister Jiang Li, remember to contact Xixiang. Let us play together. Why is your mind so occupied with play? If Master finds out, you will be in for it, Shen Wuyu teased as he led Yi Liushuang toward the treasure pavilion, grinning. Master would never dare to punish me. I am his favorite. Is that so? Who was it last time that cried and came to me, seeking solace after being spanked? No, it's definitely not me. Yes, it's not you. It's the big yellow dog next door. Brother, you are really annoying. As the siblings bickered, they gradually walked out of Jiang Li's sight. She lowered her gaze and smiled softly, feeling a twinge of envy for the bond they shared. After wandering through numerous stalls without purchasing a single item, she eventually paused before one vendor. The stall owner, shrouded in a large black cloak, leaned back casually in his chair, exuding an air of relaxed indifference. Drawing from her previous experience, Jiang Li merely cast a fleeting glance at him before her eyes fell upon the items displayed, harboring little hope. The stall showcased several peculiar objects, a tattered book, a vase intricately carved with a serene crane motif, 2 boxes of elixirs, and an ancient key radiating an aura of profound resentment. Jiang Li's brow arched slightly as the gray clouds in her dantian began to stir, quickening her heartbeat. Her gaze lingered on the resentful key. Curiosity piqued as she examined it closely, sensing a blend of both familiarity and strangeness. What has caught your interest? A deep, magnetic voice emerged from beneath the cloak, interrupting Jiang Li's scrutiny. She pointed to the key, and the vendor's eyes flickered with intrigue as he asked, "Are you certain?" "I'm merely drawn to its aesthetic appeal," Jiang Li replied with an innocent smile, then continued, "How much for this key? If it is too expensive, I shall pass." She knew she had to maintain a faade of disinterest to negotiate effectively later. Unbeknownst to her, all of this had long been observed by Feng Sun, whose face beneath the cloak blossomed with a different kind of smile. This girl indeed possessed a certain cleverness, distinct from her seemingly delicate and obedient appearance. He straightened his posture slightly, adjusted his sleeves, and with a hint of significance inquired, "Did you not possess a treasured item earlier? Let us exchange that for what you seek. What say you?" Chapter 33. Those destined shall obtain it, Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. She raised her gaze to the figure shrouded in the cloak, sensing a pair of eyes observing her from behind. Her cheeks flushed, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, she offered a respectful gesture, saying, "Senior, perhaps you should refrain from teasing a junior." The vendor before her was clearly mocking her earlier actions, never truly desiring that so-called treasure. Suddenly, Feng Sun erupted into laughter, his body swaying uncontrollably, causing his chair to spin a few times. Jiang Li was utterly bewildered by his reaction, her embarrassment deepening. Observing her serious demeanor earlier, I truly believed there was some precious artifact. How mistaken I was. After a considerable effort, Feng Sun finally contained his laughter, yet he could not resist a few more jests. Jiang Li, feeling a surge of annoyance, realized that her earlier bravado had merely been a retort to the vendor, not a deliberate act. This person before her was rather irksome. She pressed her lips together and pointed at the key, asking, "Are you selling it or not?" "Indeed, for one low-grade spirit stone, I shall include a manual," Feng Sun replied, noting Jiang Li's irritation, and ceased his teasing, casually tossing the tattered book from the stall towards her. A musty odor assailed her senses, an indication of countless years sealed away. A spirit stone? Jiang Li furrowed her brow, doubting whether the vendor was merely jesting with her. Who would sell such a treasure for so little? Shouldn't one seize the opportunity to extort a hefty sum? If one desires the spirit stone, they may take it. If not, then so be it. Feng Sun languidly leaned back, returning to his nonchalant demeanor.
Take it.
One should seize a bargain when it presents itself, you fool. Jiang Li retrieved his spirit stone and placed it upon the stall, glancing at Feng Sun to ascertain he was not jesting. Confirming his sincerity, she stowed the key and book into her storage pouch. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave. Having secured her fortune, Jiang Li found the vendor more agreeable and inclined her head in a respectful gesture towards Feng Sun. Off you go, not charming in the slightest. Feng Sun waved dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. Were all seniors in the cultivation world so inscrutable? Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly, her back straightening as she turned to depart, utterly unwilling to engage further with such a senior. After her exit, Feng Sun lifted a finger, and the items on the stall transformed entirely. Unbeknownst to Jiang Li, those wares had been meant solely for her. After all, treasures are destined for those who are fated to possess them. A smile crept upon Feng Sun's lips. Just as he intended to close his eyes for a rest, he sensed something, reopening his gaze. Finally, you have arrived, he murmured, sweeping his hand to gather the items before vanishing from sight. The surrounding cultivators remained oblivious, the atmosphere still vibrant and bustling. Zhang Xiaotian, you have finally shown up. I was on the verge of drifting into slumber. The wind swirled atop the mountain peaks, and Feng Sun cast aside his cloak, revealing a face both delicate and enchanting, rendering the surrounding beauty instantly dim. Jiang Xiaotian glanced at him, disdain evident in his eyes. A man of such appearance had little to boast about. Could it be that you are once again cleaning up after that fellow? Noticing Zhang's dark expression, which suggested a sense of grievance akin to someone owed spirit stones, Feng Sun swiftly deduced the reason and jested with a smirk. Perhaps you should consider ending your own life to dissolve the contract. After all, it would be a matter of time before you are driven to madness. If you find it difficult to take that step, I would be more than willing to assist. Jiang Xiaotian's countenance darkened further at these words, his tone icy as he retorted. Do you understand why you have so many enemies? It is precisely because of your loose tongue. This brash young man, emboldened by his formidable powers, had caused trouble far and wide, garnering foes at every turn, and had spent years evading their relentless pursuit. Yet, in his flight, he encountered numerous fortuitous events, his cultivation advancing steadily, now reaching the initial stage of transformation. Indeed, it was infuriating how some thrived while others suffered. After all these years, your temperament remains unchanged. Feng Sun shook his head, choosing not to engage in Jiang Xiaotian's bitterness. The two stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the bustling market below, observing the comings and goings of fellow cultivators. Do you know that I stumbled upon an intriguing little being in the market? Suddenly recalling Jiang Li, Feng Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Xiaotian, uninterested in Feng Sun's musings, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, merely listening without interjecting. Do you still remember that key? The key remains an enigma to me, consistently nestled within my storage ring. While awaiting your arrival, I set up a stall in the marketplace out of sheer idleness, only to discover that the little creature bore a similar aura to that of the key. My curiosity piqued, I displayed the item, and to my astonishment, she indeed chose the very key. Could this be fate? In the realm of cultivation, opportunities and fortunes are perpetually shrouded in mystery, never fixed or predictable. Yet, the intricacies of such phenomena are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Did you not attempt to extract a profit from her? Jiang Xiaotian shot him a sidelong glance, laced with sarcasm. Am I that sort of person? Feng Sun scoffed lightly, defiantly retorting. Indeed. Fellow cultivator, the total comes to 476 low-grade spirit stones. The young attendant, bowing respectfully, announced the sum without showing any disdain for Jiang Li's status as a servant disciple. Such an exorbitant amount? Jiang Li winced as she retrieved the spirit stones, counting them carefully before handing them over. Subsequently, she accepted the item from the attendant's hands. It was her newly purchased alchemical furnace, the most rudimentary of magical artifacts. This expenditure cost her over 300 spirit stones. Upon exiting the shop, she turned and headed towards the formation disc store. The cheapest option demands 200 low-grade spirit stones? Upon inquiring about the prices, Jiang Li was taken aback. The least expensive formation disc could only shield against the probing of cultivators below the 7th layer of chi refinement, rendering its utility rather limited. Yet it was still priced at 200 spirit stones. No wonder so many cultivators seek to develop secondary skills. These items are indeed exorbitantly priced, making them unaffordable for the average individual. Now, she found herself with a mere 200 low-grade spirit stones remaining. As for the 12 mid-grade spirit stones, Jiang Li had no intention of utilizing them. These spirit stones were imbued with a rich spiritual energy that could assist cultivators in their training when necessary, and could also provide spiritual power during combat. Among them, the high-grade spirit stones contain the most concentrated spiritual energy, capable of being exchanged for 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones, and so forth. However, few were willing to make such exchanges. Most chose to hoard the higher-grade stones, using lower-grade spirit stones as currency for transactions. Chapter 34. What constitutes opportunity? Upon returning to the sect, Jiang Li immediately took out the formation disc and placed it at the entrance. Yet, at that moment, she discovered a flaw in the formation disc. It required spiritual power to activate. With a sense of helplessness, she could only insert 2 lower-grade spirit stones, which finally activated the formation and secured the room. Filled with excitement, she sat cross-legged on the couch and took out the key and the tattered book she had purchased. The intense resentment that had once surrounded the key had vanished, replaced by a peculiar fragrance. Jiang Li held the key up to her eyes, scrutinizing it in hopes of discerning its significance, yet she found that the gray cloud in her dantian showed no reaction. What could this mean? When she had encountered the key, it had been exuberant. Why had it become silent upon her acquisition? The cover of the book was worn and faintly yellowed, its edges already curled. A gentle touch caused it to crumble. As the edges disintegrated, a small patch of pristine white paper was revealed. Curiously, Jiang Li opened the cover, and suddenly, a radiant light burst forth, rendering her motionless, her eyes devoid of luster. It was as if her soul had been transported to a strange realm. A mountain hovers in the air, its peak seemingly cleaved in half, cloaked in a blanket of pristine white snow. She stands atop the slanted summit, where a solitary sun lamp hangs high in the sky, and icicles dangling from the cliff's edge slowly melt, dripping rhythmically into the enigmatic abyss below. Where is this place? Jiang Li tilts her head back, gazing around in perplexity. Suddenly, a tempest of wind and snow arises, and a shadowy figure steps forth from the clouds. She looks up. The figure is indistinct, yet exudes a palpable aura of menace, as if intent on obliterating all existence. In the next moment, she witnesses the figure slowly raise its weapon, which then glides effortlessly towards the mountain. Is that a knife? Splatter. Blood sprays onto the edge of the bed, glistening with hints of black. Jiang Li feels a sharp pain pierce her soul, her small face contorting in distress as she pounds her head with her hand. Merely a glance, and her spirit has been wounded. How formidable must that strike have been? Dismayed, she lies down on the bed and closes her eyes, her mind filled with the image of the figure lifting the great knife. Meanwhile, Feng Sun, engaged in a drink with Jiang Xiaotian, pauses momentarily as a glimmer of insight flashes in his eyes, followed by a sudden burst of laughter. Jiang Xiaotian looks at him in confusion, aware that his companion's peculiar tendencies have resurfaced, recognizing that his mind is not quite clear. The whims of fate truly lie beyond one's control. Feng Sun tilts his head back, downing the fiery liquor, which cascades down his chin and trickles into his collar, oblivious to the act. I have truly come to understand the notion that treasures are destined for those who are fated to possess them. A smile graced his face as he gazed vacantly at the clouds drifting above. The book, which he had acquired in a hidden realm, had been with him for over a century, yet he had never managed to turn its cover. In a moment of whimsy, he had tossed the book to the young girl, leaving behind a trace of his spiritual imprint. Should the cover be opened, he would be aware. Yet, just moments ago, that very book had been opened. What was deemed worthless in his hands had transformed into a treasure in another's grasp. The scene from the marketplace flickered in Feng Sun's mind. Treasures, after all, are claimed by those who are destined. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy quivered violently, coalescing into a vortex that surged towards Feng Sun. The ethereal energy of the entire Xianyu Peak was swiftly depleted, leaving even the nearby mountains vulnerable. Jiang Shaotian sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on Feng Sun, who was ensconced within a cocoon of energy. His eyes twitched as he glanced at the spirit wine in his cup, pondering whether it concealed some secret that allowed Feng Sun, a cultivator in the transformation stage, to attain such profound enlightenment. The higher the realm of cultivation, the more arduous the path to enlightenment becomes, especially for those at the transformation stage. For a cultivator to ascend even a single step requires countless accumulations and a deep comprehension of the laws of nature. Some cultivators find themselves trapped for centuries, or even millennia, unable to progress, ultimately depleting their lifespan in the process. And yet this fellow is indeed fortunate. Jiang Shaotian smiled faintly, then stepped aside to stand guard. The commotion of enlightenment was too significant. High-ranking cultivators from the sect were stirred, hastening towards Xianyu Peak. What an exasperating fellow! In the celestial realm, within the Longchuan Palace, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the night, his dark attire seemingly merging with the shadows. The crescent moon hung high in the sky. He raised his hand and gently grasped it, as if cradling the moon within his palm. Suddenly, a ripple of consciousness surged through him, causing his grip on the moon to loosen, and it promptly slipped away from his grasp. Who is it? The man lifted his brow, his gaze piercing through the endless void towards the other shore. The celestial sovereign, the king of the West Sea, requests an audience.
Refused.
The curt response reverberated through the vast palace, reaching the ears of the king of the West Sea waiting in the main hall. He offered a wry smile, having anticipated such an outcome, yet he remained reluctant to accept it. Having been denied, he dared not linger any longer, performing a respectful bow to the palace's decorum before turning to leave. The man paid him no heed as he slowly entered the artifact forging chamber, his eyes drawn to a curved blade hanging upon the wall. This was the first weapon into which he had poured his heart and soul, originally intended to serve as his fated treasure, yet fate had twisted its course, binding it to another. This curved blade had lain dormant, gathering dust, but now it found a purpose. He reached out to retrieve the blade, his slender fingers gliding over its surface to brush away the dust, and with a gentle toss, the blade vanished into the void in the blink of an eye. The man watched it disappear, unable to foresee its destination. In the past, while fleeing from pursuers, he had traversed between several great worlds, losing everything to the tempest of space, with only this blade remaining by his side. In the present day, the renowned Dao knife manual has encountered a new master. He rolled up his sleeves, grasped the dagger at his side, and cast it into the furnace. Soon, the room resonated with the rhythmic clang of metal striking metal, a sound that concealed countless mysteries upon careful listening. The man's gaze lowered, and a flicker of light danced within his eyes. I hope you will not disappoint me. Chapter 35. You Seek Death. As time swiftly passes, the years weave on, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Li has reached the age of 11, standing at a height of 1.50 meters. She has spent nearly 3 years within the confines of the Five Spirits sect, traversing the Back Mountain, the Servant Peak, and the Marketplace in a consistent routine. After injuring herself while perusing that book, Jiang Li began to diligently contemplate the techniques of that shadowy figure. Curiously, though the figure merely presented a stance of raising a knife, Jiang Li truly gleaned a form of knife technique from it. This technique bore no name, for upon her initial successful comprehension, she wielded a single strike that cleaved through the raging winds, henceforth dubbing it Wind Cleave. With this technique, she has hunted numerous magical beasts over the past 3 years, accumulating over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, she invested 4,000 spirit stones to procure a mid-grade magical artifact, undoubtedly amplifying the might of Wind Cleave. Simultaneously, her cultivation has ascended to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, finally granting her the ability to depart from the sect to undertake external missions. This rate of advancement is exceptionally notable among those with 5 spiritual roots, prompting the Peak Master of the Servant Peak to summon her for further assessments, lest any misjudgment regarding her spiritual roots hinder her progress. However, after several evaluations, Jiang Li remained steadfastly identified as possessing 5 spiritual roots, albeit with varying lengths. The Peak Master of the Servant Peak expressed some disappointment, but continued to encourage Jiang Li to diligently cultivate, aspiring for her to eventually ascend to the ranks of high-level practitioners. Once, her former roommates, Yi Xiaodai and Wang Qingqing, were still stuck at the 3rd layer of Qi training. Upon seeing her, they would obediently address her as senior sister. Yi Xiaodai seemed to have matured significantly, no longer exhibiting the arrogance of her youth. Perhaps reality had imparted valuable lessons, making her realize that her abilities did not grant her the liberty to be haughty. Jiang Li felt a sense of nostalgia and was deeply grateful to fate for allowing her to witness hope. On this day, having organized her belongings, she opened the door, intending to head to the mission hall to accept a task, only to encounter her neighbors, Yang Shui and Li Wen, at the entrance. Sister Jiang, are you really planning to leave the sect just after reaching the 6th layer of Qi training? Yang Shui asked with furrowed brows, concern evident in her voice. In the realm of cultivation, progress necessitated continuous trials, allowing practitioners to advance. Thus, the sect stipulated that once a disciple reached the 6th layer of Qi training, they were eligible to undertake external missions. Additionally, the sect could not afford to support too many cultivators, as the relationship between the sect and its disciples was symbiotic, and it could not squander resources on the disciples of the miscellaneous peak. Indeed, Sister Jiang, the outside world is fraught with peril. It is unsafe for you to venture alone, Li Wen chimed in, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, though his expression remained somewhat foolish. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for your concern. I will be cautious, Jiang Li replied, not wishing to divulge her plans, only smiling and cupping her hands in gratitude. Her senior brothers and sisters had shown her considerable kindness over the past 3 years. They were truly commendable individuals. Very well, take care, Yang Shui said, patting Jiang Li on the shoulder, and seeing that she could not be persuaded otherwise, she could only shake her head in resignation. The two watched as Jiang Li departed the courtyard before parting ways themselves. Yang Shui stepped into the house, yet her attention remained fixed on the commotion outside. Sure enough, it wasn't long before she spotted Li when stealthily exiting the courtyard. I knew you were up to something, Yang Shui snorted coldly, cautiously opening the door and quietly following him. Meanwhile, Jiang Li had received her mission and left the sect with great enthusiasm. She first visited the market to procure several medicinal pills and a few array plates, subsequently exiting through another passage of the marketplace. Among her belongings, she carried a recently purchased alchemy furnace, which she had attempted to use several times, only to fail due to depleted spiritual energy, leaving it untouched until now. Reflecting on her once naive self, Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle. She found a secluded corner to change out of her 5 spirits sect attire. donning instead a lake blue low-tier robe. The hem of her robe was embroidered with delicate white clouds, reminiscent of the sky reflected upon a lake, presenting a scene of exquisite beauty. As she gazed at the ethereal garment, reminiscent of a fairy's dress, her lips curled into a faint smile, recalling moments from her childhood at the orphanage when her friends would drape themselves in sheets, pretending to be fairies. This time, she had formulated a plan during her mission. She intended to visit Lu Chuanhua's hometown and attempt to locate the descendants of the skeleton. With a sense of wonder about the world beyond, Jiang Li embarked on her journey. After more than 10 days and nights of travel, she finally escaped the confines of the Five Spirits Sect's protective forces. With another half-month's journey ahead, she anticipated reaching the nearest town soon. Examining the map she had purchased, she found a nearby stone to sit upon, planning to rest for the night before continuing her journey. The Five Spirits Sect governs over more than 100 grand cities and countless small towns. However, the areas between these towns are devoid of protection from guard teams. Once one ventures beyond the reach of the guards, traveling by night becomes perilous. Thus, she refrains from taking such risks. With no caves nearby to provide shelter, she can only rest behind a stone, using a formation plate as cover. As the sky gradually darkens, Jiang Li retrieves some prepared spirit beast jerky and begins to chew, allowing her internal energy to flow as her heart method continuously circulates, drawing the spirit energy into her meridians. Seated cross-legged within the formation, her consciousness remains vigilant to the slightest rustle of the surroundings, rendering her unable to cultivate in peace. Consequently, she decides to take out the initial of the formation and study it under the moonlight. The intricacies of the formation involve the principles of the heavenly Tao, which are profoundly difficult to comprehend. The future generations merely glean insights from the wisdom of their predecessors, imitating their methods. Jiang Li studies earnestly, while simultaneously sketching in the nearby soil with a twig. The faint moonlight casts a soft glow upon her, enveloping her in an ethereal beauty. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzes through the air, and with a resounding thud, the formation collapses, the formation plate disintegrating in an instant. As the remnants of the thunderous explosion fade, the figure of Li Wen emerges ahead. Jiang Li's pupils quiver, surprise flashing in her eyes. How could it be senior brother Li? At this moment, Li Wen appears entirely different from his usual self, his eyes vacant and drooping, gripping a bow tightly in his hand. He lifts his head, his gaze cold and menacing like that of a serpent, as if poised to strike at Jiang Li in the next heartbeat. Hand over everything, and I may spare your life. Li Wen licked his lips, revealing a gluttonous expression. Senior brother Li, what are you talking about? Jiang Li gripped the large blade tightly, feigning ignorance. Suddenly, she raised her sword with a fierce determination and charged at Li Wen like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Li Wen's expression darkened, and with an angry roar, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. You seek death. Chapter 36, Battle. The aura emanating from Li Wen surged forth, and it was at this moment that Jiang Li realized he had concealed his true cultivation level. He was not merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Alarm coursed through Jiang Li's heart as she struggled to gauge Li Wen's strength, hesitating to engage directly. With a swift motion, she redirected her blade into the ground, using the force to propel herself into the air, soaring over Li Wen. As she landed, unable to fly with the weapon, she extended one leg behind her to absorb much of the impact before finding her footing. Li Wen, having missed his target, struck the large rock that Jiang Li had initially leaned against.
Boom.
The rock exploded violently, shattering into a myriad of fragments that scattered in all directions, obliterating the surrounding flora in the process. Jiang Li's gaze shifted, and she gained a clearer understanding of Li Wen's prowess. He was a body cultivator. Now, at the 7th layer of qi refinement, though the reason behind his concealed abilities remained a mystery. Despite her confusion regarding his motives for attacking her, she understood that since he had shown such ferocity, she need not hold back. Jiang Li sheathed her long blade, slightly parted her legs, and readied herself for combat. Once, she believed that her physical training had failed, and thus she did not pay it much heed. However, during a hunting expedition for demonic beasts, she discovered the formidable power of her fists. From that moment forth, she began to deliberately cultivate her physical abilities, with Li Wen presenting an excellent opportunity at hand. Confronted by a formidable adversary, Jiang Li felt no fear, exuding an air of composure. Frequently traversing the back mountains, she had grown unafraid of combat. Instead, her spirit of battle surged within her, prompting her to charge forward without waiting for Li Wen to make the first move. Her figure was slender, and her delicate features exuded a soft gentleness, yet in this moment, she struck out with her fists, creating an oddly dissonant image. Li Wen scoffed, slowly retreating his right foot, lowering his center of gravity, and as her fist neared, he met it with a powerful swing. The spiritual energy in the air was disrupted by this collision, and Jiang Li suddenly felt as if her fist had collided with a massive boulder, producing a sharp cracking sound. A surge of force erupted from her opponent's fist, manifesting as a savage hyena that lunged at her with a ferocious snarl. She hastily withdrew her fist, but it was too late. A searing pain shot through her wrist, and she was sent flying. Thud! Jiang Li crashed violently against a tree, and after momentarily halting her momentum, she tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, accentuating the already pitiable delicacy of her countenance. Humph. Indeed, how presumptuous to compare my fists with hers. Li Wen sneered, mocking Jiang Li's audacity. Some talents seem to believe they can achieve anything? Truly laughable. Jiang Li, upon hearing his words, offered a faint smile, bracing herself with her hands against the ground to rise once more, wiping away the blood at her mouth. Her eyes alight with a flicker of exile. The sight of Li Wen before her evoked memories of the mystical spirit beast she had once encountered, with whom she had wrestled for an entire day and night before finally subduing it with great difficulty. She rotated her wrist, secretly gathering her strength, yet inquired, "Brother Li, what precisely do you intend to do? We are of the same sect. Why must we turn against each other?" Li Wen discerned her intentions with a single glance, casting his eyes upon her swollen fist. "Do not waste your efforts in delaying the inevitable. Today, you cannot escape. I had considered granting you a chance at survival, but alas, you have chosen otherwise." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and began to swing it with remarkable speed. Jiang Li could only perceive countless afterimages, which then coalesced into the form of a water buffalo, its sharp horns aimed menacingly at her. The creature charged forward, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble, as though a real water buffalo were rushing towards her with ferocity. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened. She planted her feet firmly and leapt into the air, intertwining her fingers tightly as she struck down towards the buffalo's horns with great force. An invisible force surged downwards, colliding with the buffalo's horns.
Bang!
The two forces intertwined, resulting in an energy storm that erupted violently, sending both combatants hurtling backwards.
Cough!
They both fell to the ground, spitting blood, as the battlefield lay in ruins, marked only by a deep crater amidst the swirling dust and debris. The blood of the cultivation world truly holds little value. Jiang Li, disregarding the blood staining her, crawled on the ground, seizing the opportunity as dust obscured her vision. She stealthily maneuvered around to approach Li Wen. Cough, cough. Li Wen coughed a few times, vigorously wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He shook his right hand, which was numb from gripping, and began to mutter curses under his breath. His gaze fixed fiercely on the direction of the large pit, and suddenly, his demeanor shifted, revealing his concealed cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement. At the same time, the fabric of his clothing emitted a sound akin to tearing, and several rips appeared, exposing his robust physique. At that moment, Jiang Li had stealthily approached, Observing the situation, she concentrated her spiritual energy into her right leg and executed a sweeping kick aimed at his legs. Li Wen sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy, and his brows furrowed in a fierce scowl as he bent down, seizing Jiang Li's leg. Effortlessly, he lifted her upside down and began to whirl her around madly above his head. The cold wind howled past his ears as Jiang Li's body spun uncontrollably, causing her head to spin in dizziness. In a swift motion, she retrieved a seed from her storage pouch, infused it with spiritual energy, and hurled it at Li Wen's feet. A thorny vine burst through the ground, rapidly entangling around Li Wen and thrusting its sharp thorns mercilessly into his body. Hiss! Li Wen winced in pain, his fury surging to new heights as he forcefully tossed Jiang Li away. She twirled in the air, landing on the ground with her feet sinking into the earth by over an inch before finally halting her backward momentum. Seeing that Li Wen was preoccupied with the vine, she seized the opportunity to launch another punch toward his back. Her intent was not merely to vanquish her opponent, but to enhance her own abilities throughout the conflict. Regardless of whether it was a black cat or a white cat, the one that catches the mouse is the good cat. Li Wen felt a gust of wind behind him and instinctively dodged, but the thorn managed to pierce his neck. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, resulting in only a minor cut. He struck with a sudden palm thrust, creating a feint, and seized the opportunity to escape the encirclement, distancing himself from Jiang Li and the thorny vine. It turned out that I am not the only one concealing my true strength. You have done so, as well. I underestimated you. The mocking expression on Li Wen's face vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of wariness. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of the disciples at the 6th level of Qi training on the Servant's Peak, which had led him to feel complacent, looking down upon them from his lofty position. Yet now, this seemingly insignificant girl had dealt him a staggering blow, awakening him to the reality of the situation. He narrowed his eyes, increasingly coveting what lay within her. He had endured for 3 years. Chapter 37. Are you not human? Li Wen bore a lecherous expression, his long tongue extending from his mouth to lick away the blood at the corners, his gaze fixated on Jiang Li with malicious intent, unwavering in its focus. A chill ran down Jiang Li's spine, and she furrowed her brows tightly. For reasons unknown, Li Wen's demeanor in that moment seemed less than human, resembling the beasts lurking in the mountains. Are you not human? She tentatively inquired, and indeed, she caught a flicker of astonishment and panic in Li Wen's eyes. His expression suddenly darkened as he asked anxiously, "How did you discern that?" He had always been careful to conceal his true nature, never daring to appear before the elders of the sect for fear of revealing his identity, yet here he stood, exposed by a mere girl. How could she have guessed correctly? Jiang Li's heart was filled with a hint of surprise, yet her demeanor remained remarkably composed and serene. As she donned an enigmatic expression and said, "In truth, I discerned your identity the moment I laid eyes upon you. How do you find this predicament we find ourselves in today, senior brother?" With her arms crossed and a playful smirk gracing her lips, she scrutinized him from head to toe. "Impossible," Li Wen retorted sharply, his expression twisting in disbelief as he interrupted Jiang Li. "Even the foundation-building disciples cannot perceive the slightest detail. How could you possibly know?" Doubt flickered in his eyes, revealing his skepticism. "Why are you so certain it is impossible?" "Senior brother?" Jiang Li replied with a light scoff, her gaze piercing. "You have been following me closely. You must be aware of my unique abilities. Is it so astonishing that I could see through your identity? Over the past 3 years, she had interacted with Li Wen on several occasions and had heard others speak of his character. Honest and earnest, ever eager to assist. These labels had become his protective guise, allowing her to remain blissfully unaware of any anomalies, convinced she had encountered a genuinely good person. Jiang Li sighed inwardly. Reflecting on the complexities of human nature within the realm of cultivation, it was indeed remarkable that someone could masquerade for 3 years, or even for decades or centuries. Upon hearing her words, Li Wen's eyes widened in realization, and he finally began to believe Jiang Li's assertion, mistakenly thinking she possessed some extraordinary skill. All he knew was that within Jiang Li's being, there resided an alluring fragrance that awakened the bloodline of the gluttonous beast within him, igniting an insatiable desire to devour her whole. Yet, within the sacred grounds of the Five Spirits sect, he dared not act impulsively, waiting 3 long years for the opportunity to approach Jiang Li. The disciples of the miscellaneous peak had yet to ignite their soul lamps. Their demise would go unnoticed by the sect. Contemplating this, Li Wen resolved not to squander any more time and lunged eagerly at Jiang Li. However, this time he refrained from swinging his fists, instead unleashing an elongated tongue that twisted grotesquely as it ensnared its target. This tongue was lined with sharp, barbed spikes, glistening ominously in black. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed. She could not afford to hold back any longer. In an instant, a large blade manifested in her grasp, poised to cleave the approaching tongue. A surge of force emanated from the blade, momentarily solidifying the surrounding air as if time itself had ceased. The clash of steel against flesh echoed, accompanied by the sound of the barbs colliding with the sword. Were the barbs truly that resilient? Almost instantaneously, the tongue advanced, attempting to coil around her arm. Jiang Li's gaze deepened with determination. She swiftly extracted thorn seeds from her possession, planting them before her. The thorns burgeoned wildly, striving to entwine the tongue and pierce it with ferocity. Yet, the thorn seeds proved ineffective. Upon contact with the barbs, they shattered like glass into countless fragments. A cacophony of mocking laughter erupted from Li Wen, deriding Jiang Li's audacity. No matter her might, she was merely a qi refinement level 6. As the tongue inched closer, she abruptly relinquished her long knife, retreating a few paces. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a magical artifact that she had acquired during the trial. Within her pouch lay a small collection of such artifacts, each imbued with an overwhelming malevolence that most could scarcely wield. Originally, she intended to vend it at the market, yet apprehension that it might attract unwanted attention led her to keep it sequestered within her storage pouch until such a propitious moment as this. Casting the magical artifact towards Li Wen's lingual root, Jiang Li uttered a curt command, "Explode," whereupon the artifact detonated with a resounding boom, the force of the blast assailing Li Wen with great intensity. Instantly, a surge of white light erupted from the blade's core, as fine as needles, piercing deeply into the flesh of the elongated tongue.
Ah!
The intimately connected tongue throbbed with acute pain, eliciting a cry of agony from Li Wen. All transpired in the blink of an eye, preventing him from successfully evading the explosion, which sent him hurtling backward, severing his tongue in two at the root. Jiang Li exhaled deeply, but as she prepared to press her advantage, the severed tongue lunged at her once more. Her eyes widened, and a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Evading the attack, she cried out, "You are a gullible beast. So, you have discovered my secret." Li Wen snarled, rising from the ground, his countenance darkening as he wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a baleful glance at Jiang Li. "Then I can even less afford to let you leave here alive." He spat on the ground, then thrust his right foot against a thick tree trunk behind him, propelling himself towards Jiang Li. His fist swelled as it met the wind, transforming into a solid water buffalo, snorting as it charged towards its adversary. Simultaneously, the elongated tongue, not to be outdone, writhed towards Jiang Li, heedless of the bloody, mangled flesh at its base. Jiang Li hastily retrieved another magical artifact, hurling it towards Li Wen. A gullible beast's ability to sever its tongue effectively doubles its combat prowess. Her own cultivation being weaker, she could not hope to fight two opponents at once. She could only devise a means to restrain the main body, focusing her efforts on countering the tongue. In the original text, there exists a disciple within the sect who has awakened the bloodline of the gullible beast. This individual has remained in the shadows until reaching the Foundation establishment stage, at which point he departs from the sect and fortuitously encounters Shen Qingluo, who is traveling alone. Due to the absence of specific descriptions regarding this disciple's appearance or name, he is merely referred to as a man, thus Jiang Li has been unable to recognize him. The Gula beast, despite its name suggesting a charming spirit beast, is in fact a ferocious creature. It exclusively preys on human brains, delighting in the consumption of brain matter and consistently draining the life force of cultivators. It is named after the gurgling sounds it emits while feasting on brain matter. Chapter 38. The first kill, however, it is quite peculiar that the Gula beast, which revels in devouring human brains, has yet to launch an assault on her head. Instead, it appears intent on attacking her dantian. Jiang Li recalled the strange gray cloud residing within her dantian. Could it be related to this creature? In the blink of an eye, myriad thoughts raced through her mind as she became entangled with the long tongue of the beast. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and blood streamed down her forehead. Shaking her head, she hastily got to her feet, only to find the long tongue launching another assault. It turned out that the long tongue had altered its method of attack, no longer entangling her but instead aiming to swat her away. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Li noticed Li when struggling to rise from the explosion crater. Aware of the urgency of the situation, she knew she had to exert her full strength to swiftly conclude the battle. This time, she directly hurled two magical artifacts towards Li Wen before swinging her great sword at the long tongue. Li Wen, battered and bruised, was unable to circulate his spiritual energy smoothly. His face was smeared with dirt and blood, and as he saw the two artifacts coming towards him, his entire body stiffened, his eyes wide with fright, as he instinctively dashed to the side, cursing under his breath. Just how affluent is that wretched girl? She detonates magical artifacts as if they were utterly worthless. It's simply.
Boom.
The simultaneous explosion of two magical artifacts generated a force far exceeding twice the norm, propelling Li Wen skyward and causing the collapse of everything within hundreds of meters, resulting in an enormous crater. Meanwhile, oblivious to the explosive impact, Jiang Li fainted with her greatsword, evading the strike of the elongated tongue. Using the sword as a pivot, she propelled herself into the air, landing upon the monstrous tongue. In that instant, she seemed to glimpse the shadowy figure. Raising her great sword, she brought it down in a seemingly gentle strike upon the center of the tongue. A barely perceptible white light flashed, coalescing into a massive blade of spiritual energy that cleaved through the tongue. Initially, the tongue remained oblivious to the lethality of the attack, paying it scant heed, and continued its assault on Jiang Li. Unexpectedly, the blade sliced through it effortlessly, like a knife through butter. The surrounding barbs instantly disintegrated into dust, scattering into the air. Arg! Li Wen suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream from the depths of the crater. The bisected tongue plummeted to the ground, writhing and coiling before finally succumbing to stillness. Vixen, I'll fight you to the death. Li Wen, struggling to emerge from the crater, his face a bloody mask, glared at Jiang Li with crimson, crazed eyes, and charged forward. Fists flailing, Jiang Li's heart sank. She stowed the greatsword in her storage sack and met his advance with her own fists. Her spiritual energy was depleted. The power of the slashing wind was considerable, but it consumed spiritual energy prodigiously. Her current cultivation level only allowed her to barely unleash one move, which was why she initially hesitated to use it. Li Wen was now battered and bruised, and she could certainly gamble on a battle of physical endurance with him. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with determination. As their fists collided, she swept out her right leg, aiming for his kneecap. With his elongated tongue destroyed, Li Wen was consumed by madness. Even knowing Jiang Li's intention, he didn't evade, concentrating all his power into his fist, which he slammed down on her with savage force.
Bang!
Jiang Li was sent flying, and Li Wen, because of the kick, stumbled forward, collapsing onto the ground. The pain of his body being torn apart tormented him, twisting his features, especially the area where his long tongue had been severed, which was now causing him unbearable agony. This harlot had ruined his future, and she had to die. Li Wen rose to his feet, enveloped in a murderous aura, like a rakshasa crawling out of hell. Jiang Li also steadied herself, once again facing the challenge head-on, proactively lunging toward Li Wen. They exchanged blows, each move deadly, with no intention of holding back. Jiang Li grew increasingly excited as she fought, relishing the feeling of not having to hold back, of being able to give it her all in a thoroughly exhilarating experience. She attacked again and again and again and again. She was beaten back, completely unaware that tiny gray specks of light from the gray clouds were gradually seeping into her blood points, strengthening her body bit by bit as she attacked.
Bang!
Li Wen was once again sent flying, his head crashing into a large tree behind him. Already battered and bruised, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. A gaping hole was smashed into his head, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. He slumped against the tree trunk, his body bloodied, his head drooping, striving to open his eyes to gaze upon Jiang Li, yet utterly devoid of the strength to do so. To this moment, he couldn't fathom how he had been vanquished by a mere Qi refining stage 6 cultivator, a fact that filled him with profound resentment. You! Li Wen endeavored to utter something, but the maiden before him, wielding a great sword, brought it down upon him, her eyes brimming with cold indifference. The great sword severed his head, which rolled several times before halting at Jiang Li's feet. Casting her gaze down, fixated upon the blood-soaked head, her body, which had been taut with tension, abruptly relaxed, whereupon she clutched the tree trunk and began to vomit violently. The smooth gash where the head had been severed lay near her, and her peripheral vision inadvertently caught glimpses of it as she retched, exacerbating her discomfort. Jiang Li's legs felt weak, and the hand gripping the blade trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe that she had actually taken a life. Despite having prepared herself and having hunted numerous demonic beasts, she still found herself profoundly disturbed by this situation. A faint sense of fear permeating her being. The teachings of her past life still resonated within her consciousness, preventing her from immediately confronting this reality with equanimity. Yet,
Jiang Li harbored no regrets.
Different worlds possessed different survival imperatives, and she merely required time to acclimate herself. She leaned against the tree trunk, wiped the sweat from her brow, and compelled herself to gaze directly at the bisected corpse until the revulsion within her heart subsided. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached her ears, immediately putting her on guard. To her surprise, the person who emerged was Yang Shui. "Junior Sister Jiang, are you unharmed?" This isn't." She rushed over, a look of concern etched upon her face, then pointed at Li Wen on the ground, her expression one of astonishment. Jiang Li harbored caution within, yet wore a facade of calmness as she straightened up and spoke. "Senior Brother Li has awakened the bloodline of the Gula beast and sought to consume me. Reluctantly, I could only retaliate with all my might, resulting in this current state." She paused, then inquired, "By the way, Senior Sister, what brings you here? Are you also on a mission?" Li Wen followed closely behind, leading to the thought that perhaps Yang Shui was in a similar situation. Yang Shui furrowed her brow and shook her head. "I noticed Senior Brother Li sneaking out of the sect and feared he harbored ill intentions, which compelled me to follow him. However, he moved too swiftly, almost causing me to lose track of him." Chapter 39. The pursuit of benefit and avoidance of harm is human nature. Yang Shui reached up to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Casting a fearful glance at Li Wen's lifeless body, she sighed. "Fortunately, Junior Sister Jiang, you emerged unscathed." A flicker of unease crossed her eyes as she recalled the scene she had witnessed. In truth, she had arrived earlier, intending to lend Jiang Li a helping hand, but was startled by the sudden revelation of Li Wen's tongue. Their relationship was not particularly close, and it seemed unnecessary to jeopardize her life for Jiang Li. Thus she had chosen to remain hidden and observe from the shadows. To her astonishment, she witnessed Jiang Li's counterattack. Challenging one's limits is inherently difficult, even more so with the terrifying presence of a long tongue. The outcome had truly surpassed her expectations. Moreover, it appeared that this junior sister Jiang had come into some unexpected fortune, carelessly detonating her talismans as if they were mere toys. Yang Shui increasingly sensed that this junior sister was extraordinary and resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Li, for it was quite possible that she could reap some benefits in the future. Now, the two of them share a common secret, making it remarkably easy to forge a friendship. By the way, how do you intend to handle this matter? If the sect discovers that you have slain a fellow disciple, they are unlikely to show you mercy. Yang Shui, calculating in her mind, deliberately pointed at the head rolling a short distance away. In such a scenario, Jiang Li would undoubtedly insist on her silence. Report to the sect. Yes, Li Wen awakened the bloodline of the Gula beast and attempted to kill me. I acted purely out of self-preservation, and I trust the sect will discern right from wrong. Jiang Li's expression remained indifferent, yet a sense of weariness stirred within her. And her gaze towards Yang Shui shifted. Having witnessed countless expressions before, she easily discerned the change in Yang Shui's demeanor. Initially, there were no vested interests between them, and Yang Shui had treated her decently. However, it was unclear what had altered Yang Shui's attitude so drastically. It is human nature to seek benefit and avoid harm. Jiang Li felt no wrongdoing, merely a fatigue that deepened her longing for Lu Chunhua and her stout senior brother. With downcast eyes, she silently dug a deep pit beside the tree with a large knife and directly buried Li Wen's corpse within. She paid no heed to Yang Shui's several attempts to speak, her actions decisive and efficient. I have tasks to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Jiang Li clasped her fists in a gesture of farewell, ignoring Yang Shui's stiff smile, and strode away. Such a person should not be befriended deeply. As Yang Shui watched Jiang Li depart, her gaze shifted through various emotions, ultimately settling into a sigh. What fault did she possess? She merely sought to protect herself. Yang Shui gazed at the grave pit, her eyes flickering with caution as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, she drew a sword and began to dig with fervor. Before long, the corpse of Li Wen emerged before her. She hastily began to search the body and, as fate would have it, her hands brushed against a storage bag. A glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes as she swiftly tore the bag away and clutched it tightly in her hand, murmuring, "This was discarded by junior sister Jiang. I merely wished to avoid waste." This justification seemed to soothe her conflicted conscience. With haste, she reburied Li Wen's remains and departed swiftly with the storage bag in hand. As dawn broke, she paused at a pavilion, eagerly retrieving the storage bag, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Surely, senior brother Li Wen must have wronged many disciples. There would undoubtedly be valuable treasures within. A smile crept across Yang Shui's lips as she prepared to unveil the contents of the bag.
Ah!
Jiang Li, belatedly realizing her oversight, lamented having forgotten to seize Li Wen's storage bag, momentarily halting her steps in frustration. Yang Shui's unexpected appearance had thrown her off balance, causing her to forget her rightful spoils. It was evident that she lacked experience. With a sigh, she felt she had missed an opportunity for wealth. Never mind. Jiang Li shook her head, dismissing the notion of fortune being entwined with her fate, and resumed her journey. The ensuing fortnight passed uneventfully. Although she encountered several fellow cultivators along the way, they were all absorbed in their own paths, indifferent to one another. The nearest city to the Five Spirit sect is known as Return City, governed by the Ji family alongside the sect itself. Jiang Li recalls that in the original tale, her fateful encounter with Ji Wuqing began here. However, in the original narrative, Jiang Li descended the mountain at a tender age. Her circumstances differ greatly now. and it seems unlikely that fate would align so fortuitously again. Jiang Li paused at the city gate, gazing up at the towering, ancient walls that rose several dozen feet high, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe, as if she were but a speck of dust in the grand expanse. After paying a modest fee of 5 low-grade spirit stones, she finally stepped into the bustling city. Truly, it was deserving of its reputation as a grand metropolis. Her eyes were met with soaring buildings and a network of bustling streets, thronged with people that created a vibrant scene of prosperity. In comparison, the lively market at the foot of the mountain seemed akin to a dilapidated outhouse in a corner, small and shabby. Curious, Jiang Li gazed around, much like Lu Lao exploring the Grand View Garden, finding everything remarkably novel. Along the streets were numerous shops, with eager attendants standing at the entrances, calling out invitations to passers-by. Upon seeing Jiang Li, they warmly extended their offers, some even stepping forward to pull her into their establishments. Given her modest cultivation level, they were unafraid of offending someone of higher status, attempting to usher her inside. It was reminiscent of the hawkers at tourist attractions. No, thank you. Jiang Li repeatedly declined, her face almost turning green with distress, realizing they perceived her as an outsider, intent on relieving her of her precious spirit stones. After a considerable struggle, she finally extricated herself from their grasp and dashed away like the wind. She had an aversion to overly enthusiastic salespeople, whose fervor made her feel obligated to purchase something in return for their hospitality. Once she had distanced herself significantly, Jiang Li let out a long sigh of relief, resolving not to wander aimlessly any longer. She first located the sect's residence and reported the matter concerning the gullah beast before finding a modest inn to sit down and contemplate a suitable place to sell the remaining magical artifacts, so she could procure some replenishing spirit pills. The wind-cleaving technique consumed an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Had Yang Shui harbored any ill intentions towards her previously, she might not have survived to this day. Thus, it was imperative to prepare some spirit-replenishing pills. After inquiring with the innkeeper, she eventually arrived at a medium-sized spirit artifact pavilion. Jiang Li dared not sell everything at once, so she brought out only one magical artifact and ultimately succeeded in selling it for over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit artifact pavilion clearly reduced the price, but she did not contest it. Instead, she feigned innocence, scratching her head and smiling foolishly. Is this item truly worth so much? This magical artifact is hardly worth that many spirit stones. My innkeeper must have noticed your youthful prowess and wished to forge a friendship with you, hence the generous offer. The attendant said with a smile, spinning a web of deceit without a hint of hesitation. The innkeeper is indeed a wonderful person. Alas, I merely stumbled upon this forsaken magical artifact with no one else wanting it, and the storage bag was taken by someone else first.
Sigh.
Jiang Li sighed heavily, displaying a look of regret as she walked away, shaking her bag of spirit stones. The attendant cheerfully bid her farewell, playing with the magical artifact he had just acquired. Chuckling to himself, what a fool. Chapter 40. The Secret of Yuan Mountain. After leaving that shop, Jiang Li turned and ventured to another spirit artifact shop situated a bit farther away, selling yet another magical artifact in the same manner. Upon arriving at the third establishment, she encountered a rather peculiar cultivator. The figure of the monk was imposing, yet his back was hunched. 2 wounds, resembling centipedes, crisscrossed his face, dividing it into 4 distinct sections. Strangely, at the corner of his eye, there was a crimson mark that, at first glance, appeared akin to a blossoming mandala. Old Wu, you still haven't settled the payment for the gyroscope you borrowed last time, and now you wish to extend your credit again. How can this be acceptable? The shopkeeper, with a sense of helplessness, cast a glance at Old Wu, infused with a hint of frustration at his lack of ambition. Old Wu, in a state of urgency, rubbed his hands together in a plea. Fearing the shopkeeper's disbelief, he hastily pointed to the mark at the corner of his eye. Look, Has this mark not grown even redder? I speak the truth. Please assist me once more. Alas, I am truly at a loss for you. Why not cultivate diligently instead of fixating on that wretched place, leading yourself to this state? The shopkeeper sighed, his heart softening once again. After all, he could not entirely disregard his own nephew. After a moment of internal conflict, he instructed the attendant to fetch a gyroscope. This is the last time. Your third uncle possesses no great skills, and all my earnings these past years have been used to patch your holes. Should there be another occasion, I shall not assist you, no matter what. Old Wu, you should really give up. Old Wu lowered his head in silence, hesitating for a while, without uttering a word. He could only accept the gyroscope and deeply bow to the shopkeeper before striding away.
Jiang Li está patacida.
And as Old Wu passed by, he took a serious glance at the mark at the corner of his eye, feeling an inexplicable sense of eeriness. She stepped into the shop and conveyed her intentions, whereupon the young attendant greeted her warmly and even brought up the infamous Wu Laosi with a tone laced with mockery. That Wu Laosi, who neglects diligent cultivation, spends his days obsessing over unraveling the secrets of Mount Yuan, thus squandering the precious passage of time. It is wise for one not to dream of soaring to greatness in a single leap. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li raised her delicate brows slightly, her heart stirred, and she inquired with a smile, "The secrets of Mount Yuan? Indeed, my friend, you must be from afar." The attendant, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, did not find Jiang Li's question abrupt. Rather, he enthusiastically elaborated. This has long ceased to be a secret, as countless cultivators flock to Mount Yuan each year. Atop the mountain lies a peculiar whirlpool, perpetually swirling around the mountain's body, rumored to be the entrance to a hidden realm overflowing with unparalleled treasures. Despite employing various methods, cultivators have found themselves unable to access this secret place. Even mighty beings in the transformation stage have left in despair. Nevertheless, there are always those who believe themselves to be the chosen ones, expending immense effort, only to meet with either death or injury, a truly tragic fate. Eventually, the wise ones learn to abandon their reckless attempts, pondering over various methods to decipher the mystery, and Wu Laosi was among them. Yet, he has lingered there for over a century, achieving naught but failure, a lamentable waste of his exceptional talents. A foundational stage cultivator typically has a lifespan of merely 200 years. If he continues to squander his time there, he may very well perish in that desolate place. Had he chosen to devote himself to diligent cultivation back then, he might have already brushed against the threshold of the golden core stage. Alas, there is no need to dwell on it. It would only cause the shopkeeper distress upon hearing. The attendant shook his head, handing over the spirit stones to Jiang Li, while earnestly advising, "Do not emulate him. Steadfast cultivation is the true path." Jiang Li scratched her head, smiling foolishly, and after expressing her gratitude, she departed with the spirit stones in hand. As she exited the shop, her expression darkened, as if a troubling thought crossed her mind. She hastened away, spending several hundred lower-grade spirit stones to purchase 5 recuperative elixirs, and then lavishly investing over 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones on an offensive array disc capable of delivering a lethal strike to high-level chi refinement practitioners. At dawn the following day, she set off once more, heading towards another direction of returning city, intending to explore the Yuanshan. It was not that she fancied herself the fated individual, but rather that she was aware the secret realm there would soon be opened by Shen Qingluo. Moreover, as Shen Qingluo was a chi refinement practitioner, only those at the chi refinement stage could enter that secret realm. The figure of Wu Laosi flashed in her mind, prompting Jiang Li to quicken her pace. Such a splendid opportunity was not one she could afford to miss. Yuanshan was not particularly distant from returning city. With a swift journey, it could be reached in just 3 days. Jiang Li traveled by day and studied by night, ultimately choosing to rest in a pavilion on the second evening. The pavilion, aged yet dignified, bore weathered stone tables and benches. Just as she unfolded a mat to sit beside, preparing to activate the isolation array disk, a sudden flash of sword light cleaved through the sky from afar, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. Jiang Li's heart quickened in alarm. Before she could react, an overwhelming force swept toward her. With a resounding crash, she was propelled backward. The pavilion she had narrowly evaded instantly reduced to ashes, drifting away in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a figure soared through the sky, swiftly descending upon Jiang Li, who was seized and lifted into the air. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her once neatly tied hair cascaded down, spilling over her shoulders. Her entire being was taut, a terrifying pressure constraining her movements. The one who held her was, astonishingly, a nascent soul cultivator. Ji Wuchen, are you truly intent on exterminating her? A voice of indignation erupted from behind, followed by a figure stepping protectively in front of Jiang Li, forcefully gripping her throat. Ji Wuchen, is this really happening? As her breath became labored and her face flushed with desperation, an even more disconcerting sight emerged ahead. A white figure, cold and merciless, advancing with a gleaming sword in hand. How could this happen again? She had thought the passage of time would alter her fate. Ji Wuchen's frosty gaze swept over Jiang Li, instantly recognizing her. Ji Wuchen, if you are truly resolved to eradicate her, then today I shall take her life first. Are not righteous cultivators like you supposed to uphold justice? If she dies unjustly because of you, it will surely haunt you, severing your path ahead. Therefore, let me go, and I shall spare her life. What say you? The cultivator behind her strained to maintain his composure. The two colossal Buddhas were embroiled in a fierce clash. What concern was it of hers, a mere novice? She strained to gaze at Ji Wuchen, fixating on his indifferent eyes. Would Ji Wuchen, as depicted in the original narrative, choose to save her? Chapter 41. The conclusion of cause and effect. Ji Wuchen, you must contemplate this carefully. Can you truly bear to let a stranger perish for your sake? The cultivator behind her, witnessing Ji Wuchen's impassive demeanor, grew increasingly anxious and once more issued a threat. He was already gravely injured, and this was his only recourse. With that thought, he tightened his grip, causing a gash to open along Jiang Li's neck, blood staining his palm. Jiang Li's brow knitted in distress, her flushed face contorted in agony, embodying immense suffering. The sensation of being controlled and helpless was utterly unbearable. Ji Wuchen's gaze swept over Jiang Li, lingering for a moment in her tranquil eyes before he raised the sword in his hand. You! The man behind her widened his eyes in shock, and in the next instant, he witnessed Ji Wuchen swing his sword with lethal intent. Jiang Li found herself paralyzed, helplessly watching as a massive sword descended from above, a terrifying aura enveloping her, causing her blood to run cold. The sword's light streaked down like a meteor, imbued with tremendous power. In that moment, Jiang Li felt the specter of death once more loom over her.
Ah!
The great sword struck down. The air around Jiang Li felt a terrifying presence brush past her cheek, and then her body suddenly relaxed, plummeting from the air towards the ground. Reacting swiftly, she shifted her direction upon landing and extended her large blade to dissipate half the impact, ultimately landing steadily on her feet. At that moment, she turned sharply to glance back, witnessing the bloodied corpse of the cultivator, severed in two, sprawled on the ground. Yet, the sword light continued its relentless path, cleaving a significant portion of the distant mountain, with stones cascading down in a thunderous clamor. Jiang Li stood frozen in place. For the first time, she vividly experienced the formidable power of a nascent soul cultivator, igniting a seed of ambition within her. She had always harbored a casual attitude, brushing off the challenges she encountered, often feeling detached from the world around her. However, it was only moments ago, under the force of Ji Wuchen's strike, that she glimpsed a reality far removed from her own. She yearned for such strength, desperately so. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with determination as she gazed at the mountain, her disheveled face bearing an unusual brilliance. Ji Wuchen descended from the air, observing her with an unwavering indifference in his gaze. The girl, with her hair in disarray and blood staining her neck, appeared unfazed. In that perilous moment, despite her suffering, her eyes remained calm and resolute, a reason why he had chosen to draw his sword without hesitation. His instincts told him that Jiang Li would neither succumb to fear nor panic, which could lead to her demise. He was right. In the original tale, Jiang Li had been seized, overwhelmed by fear, her demeanor fragile and tearful, resembling a weeping pear blossom. In the end, Ji Wuchen had opted to release her, saving Jiang Li from her plight. From that moment on, Jiang Li became deeply infatuated with Ji Wuchen, devising various schemes to become his disciple, ultimately culminating in failure. Subsequently, she spiraled into chaos, veering toward an entirely different extreme. Some individuals who traverse realms often carry a sense of uniqueness, believing themselves to be distinct from the natives, which can lead to a form of blind confidence. Little did Jiang Li anticipate that Shen Qingluo would consistently overshadow her, making surpassing her an insurmountable challenge. Her initial mindset of comparison gradually transformed into a desire to eliminate this obstacle. As circumstances shifted, so too did Ji Wuchen's choices. He wielded his sword without a hint of hesitation, its blade almost grazing her face, instilling in her the chilling notion that he might seek to vanquish her as well. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Ji Wuchen unexpectedly offered her a medicinal pill. Jiang Li paused momentarily, then raised her hand to accept the vial, feeling justified in stowing it away. The calamities she endured were all spawned from Ji Wuchen, thus taking a vial of medicine seemed hardly excessive. Despite the persistent pain in her neck, she merely brushed her hand against it and then produced a plaster-like substance to apply, hastily tying her disheveled hair back. The contents of the vial promised to heal her wounds. Ji Wuchen, initially reluctant to speak, eventually felt compelled to remind her of the pill, having noticed she had yet to consume it. To him, it seemed Jiang Li might be unaware of what the vial contained. Upon hearing his voice for the first time, Jiang Li looked up and regarded him more closely, noting that even his voice bore the same icy indifference as his appearance. She smiled lightly, responding candidly, "I am aware. However, this minor injury is inconsequential. There is no need to squander such a fine remedy. I shall reserve the pill for future use." The elixir was inherently valuable, and given Ji Wuchen's character, it was improbable that he would be stingy. Evidently, the potion within the vial possessed extraordinary efficacy. Why not utilize it within the secret realm? Jiang Li smiled cheerfully, as if she were not the one who had been injured. This demeanor caused Ji Wuchen to regard her with newfound respect. His previously indifferent gaze softening, and an appreciation blossomed in his heart. Indeed, she was an exemplary disciple of the Five Spirits sect. "Master Ji, please attend to your matters. I am no longer in need of assistance," Jiang Li stated, pressing a medicinal plaster against her neck. Practitioners of cultivation value the principles of cause and effect, and Ji Wuchen was no exception, inevitably feeling a sense of indebtedness towards her. Though his demeanor was often aloof, he was fundamentally a man of integrity, fiercely protective of his sect and family. However, she wished to avoid excessive entanglement with him and did not desire to be adversarial with Shen Qingluo. As fellow transmigrators, Shen Qingluo held a unique significance for her. If possible, she preferred that they not become enemies. Ji Wuchen remained silent, casting a glance at the corpse of the cultivator before slightly raising his hand. A storage ring floated towards him. "This is for you." The ring hovered before Jiang Li, causing her heart to skip a beat. This was the storage ring of a nascent soul cultivator. "Consider it compensation." Ji Wuchen's cold voice resounded once more. "Is this appropriate?" Jiang Li furrowed her brow, gazing at Ji Wuchen. After all, it belonged to a nascent soul cultivator. To resolve the cause and effect, Ji Wuchen replied bluntly, the storage ring landing directly in Jiang Li's embrace. He could discern her thoughts, yet he sincerely wished to bestow the ring upon her. In truth, that vial of elixir was more than sufficient to remedy the injury on her neck, rendering the storage ring unnecessary for settling karmic ties. Yet, Jiang Li possessed a commendable temperament. Should fortune favor her in the future, she would undoubtedly thrive. Since she had inadvertently entangled him in her plight, he chose to extend a helping hand. As for what lay ahead, that was solely in her hands. Chapter 42. The opening of the secret realm. Is this the grand gesture of a nascent soul cultivator in resolving karmic ties? A flutter of excitement surged within her. Yet she felt a pang of guilt, as if she were taking advantage of the situation. The conflict between reason and emotion entwined within her, ultimately leading her to accept the storage ring, for to hesitate would serve no purpose. Nevertheless, she silently acknowledged Ji Wuchan's kindness, a smile gracing her lips. This world is so wondrous. She must strive diligently in her cultivation, aspiring to one day gaze upon the spiritual realm and behold its magnificence. Why is it still not working? How can it be? It cannot be. Wu Laosi sat before the vortex, his gaze fixed on the shattered gyroscope, feeling as though all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant, muttering something repeatedly. Jiang Li, seated not far away, felt a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing his despondent state. What would his reaction be upon discovering that he could not enter the secret realm due to being in the foundation building stage? After centuries of dedication, was it all for naught? Indeed, what was the point of the struggle? The surrounding cultivators could no longer bear to watch and began to offer words of counsel. While the disciples of Yuan Mountain came and went, only Wu Laosi remained fixated on this endeavor. How misplaced was such unwavering conviction? The advent is nigh. I sense it palpably. Wu Laosi, teetering on the precipice of obsession, gesticulated fervently towards the crimson blemish at the corner of his eye, his eagerness to substantiate his veracity palpable. This mark, a vestige from his near engulfment by the vortex, had, over the years, deepened in its rubescence. Initially, other cultivators had lent credence to his pronouncements, but as the decades unfurled without the emergence of the mystic realm's portal, his words were dismissed as mere fabrication. Observing his intransigence, the cultivators ceased their entreaties, flicked their sleeves, and descended the mountain. Jiang Li, engrossed in her tome, empathized with Wu Laosi's plight. Each time he verged on capitulation, the mark near his eye rekindled his hope, imbuing him with the conviction that the mystic realm would materialize imminently. The longer his perseverance endured, the more resolute he became in his refusal to relinquish his quest, fearing that his cumulative efforts would merely pave the way for another's triumph, allowing them to seize the prize he had so diligently pursued. Thus, ensnared in this quandary, he persevered until the present day. Jiang Li surveyed her surroundings, noting that approximately 100 cultivators remained on the mountain, predominantly drawn by the allure of fortune. They were all engrossed in the study of the vortex. Yet Jiang Li knew their endeavors were futile. Who could have divined that this mystic realm was inextricably linked to a diminutive beast? Jiang Li shook her head, resuming her study of the array formations, intermittently scribbling and sketching in another notebook, meticulously dissecting and documenting the formations according to her comprehension. Her dedication was unwavering, and gradually, she discovered elation in the arcane knowledge of array formations, increasingly enamored with the sense of accomplishment derived from deciphering them. As the days metamorphosed into weeks, Jiang Li at long last awaited the arrival of the individual she had been anticipating. "Uncle Shen, do you really see a vortex over there?" Yi Liushuang exclaimed, pointing at the rapidly spinning whirlpool on the mountainside, excitedly patting Shen Qingluo's arm. Shen Wuyu continued to trail beside Yi Liushuang, a glimmer of excitement evident in her eyes. Indeed, there truly was a vortex. Shen Qingluo, suppressing her own exhilaration, smiled brightly. The little creature in the spatial realm, known only for munching on snacks, was currently in a frenzy, undoubtedly connected to the vortex before them. The trio ascended to a platform halfway up the mountain and turned their gaze towards the cultivators gathered there, their attention collectively drawn to Jiang Li. Yilio Shuang tilted her head in thought, suddenly recalling Jiang Li's identity, and released Shen Qingluo's arm, eagerly running towards Jiang Li. Shen Wuyu chuckled softly and strode over as well, leaving Shen Qingluo momentarily stunned, having not anticipated that Yilio Shuang and her companion were acquainted with Jiang Li. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed them, extending a greeting to Jiang Li. A realm that existed solely within the pages of a novel was soon to be unveiled before her. Sister Jiang Li, are you also here for the vortex? I heard this might be the entrance to some secret realm. Yilio Shuang looked up at Jiang Li, marveling at how much taller she had grown, surpassing even senior Sister Shen. Yes, though I have been studying it for quite some time, I have yet to discern its mysteries, Jiang Li replied, nodding as she affectionately ruffled Yilio Shuang's hair, her gesture remarkably natural. Seeing Yilio Shuang brought back memories of the adorable children from the orphanage in her past life. Is that so? Then I must take a closer look. Yilio Shuang placed her small hands on her hips, tilting her head with a haughty demeanor as she strode confidently towards the vortex. We decided to follow. Shen Qingluo smiled at Jiang Li and then called Shen Wuyu to join her. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. She feared that the two siblings might be exploited by Jiang Li. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Li was somewhat peculiar, appearing quite different from the frail character depicted in the original narrative. Could it all be a fade? Shen Qingluo furrowed her brow, a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, before she came to a halt before the vortex. She noticed Wu Laosi nearby and, suspecting he might be mentally troubled, stole a few glances at him. The small creature within the space grew increasingly agitated, almost beyond her control. As she gazed at the vortex, an unexpected sense of familiarity washed over her. Taking another 2 steps forward, the surrounding crowd swiftly grasped her, warning, "Do not approach, you will be torn to shreds." The cultivators meant well, wishing to prevent her from meeting a tragic end at such a tender age. After all, even golden core cultivators had previously fallen victim to the vortex's wrath, meeting a gruesome fate. Shen Qingluo expressed her gratitude for their concern but continued to advance towards the vortex, disregarding their apprehensive gazes. Was she out of her mind? Was she recklessly courting death? Truly, ignorance breeds courage, and here came another foolhardy soul. Defiant cultivators occasionally appeared, but it was rare to encounter someone so audacious at the qi refining stage. Shen Shishu, Shen Shishu, Shen Wuyu and Yilio Shuang were also taken aback by Shen Qingluo's actions, urgently calling out to her. Suddenly, the rapidly spinning vortex emitted a brilliant burst of colorful light, soaring high into the sky and piercing through the clouds. A rumble echoed as the entire Mount Yuan trembled violently, the azure sky instantly transforming into a kaleidoscope of hues, shimmering like precious glass. The crowd was taken aback, only to witness the vortex engulfing Shen Qingluo. The secret realm had been unlocked. Chapter 43. Desert. The vortex spun at an imperceptibly swift pace, the surrounding air producing a continuous series of explosive sounds, as if igniting celebratory firecrackers. The cultivators nearby, taken by surprise by this unforeseen event, stood frozen for a few moments before hastily rushing toward the entrance. At the forefront was Wu Laosi, who was already closest to the vortex. Upon witnessing such a development, his earlier despondency vanished, and he surged forward towards the vortex with reckless abandon. His face, twisted with excitement, rendered his wounds even more ghastly. After waiting for over a century, he had finally witnessed the opening of the secret realm. No one present could fathom the depth of his emotions. A peculiar smile spread across Wu Laosi's face, as if he could already envision the abundant treasures within the secret realm. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The rushing crowd was momentarily stunned, their pupils contracting in astonishment. Yet, no one halted their advance, continuing to plunge toward the vortex.
Bang, bang, bang.
One after another, individuals were flung away by the vortex, unable to draw near. Confusion crept into the minds of the crowd, only to be interrupted by Jiang Li, who emerged from the throng. With a slight push against the ground, she leaped into the air, and in the next moment, was drawn into the vortex. "Sister, go." This scene left the gathered monks in a state of bewilderment, and then, as if a realization dawned upon them, their expressions darkened instantaneously. On the platform, a few disciples in the Qi refinement stage comprehended the crux of the matter, and a flicker of excitement appeared on their faces. They leapt into the swirling vortex, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, the crowd finally discerned that this secret realm could only be accessed by practitioners of the Qi refinement stage. How could it be a realm suited for Qi refinement? Damn it! To witness the entrance, yet remain barred from entry, is truly tormenting. Are we to merely stand here, wide-eyed? Shouldn't we devise a plan? What plan could there be? It would be a courtesy if we were not torn apart. Who was that girl who initially entered? Is the opening of this secret realm related to her in some way? Given her cultivation and attire, she must hail from a prominent family. Her status is likely significant. Alas, we gaze longingly at a treasure mountain, yet we cannot enter. The crowd huddled together, surveying the endlessly revolving vortex, filled with immense regret. There were those among the monks who, undeterred by misfortune, attempted to enter repeatedly, only to be flung back each time without exception. Old Fourth Wu had devoted over a century to this secret realm, yet found himself unable to gain entry. He was indeed the most pitiable of all. Ignoring the gazes of others, Old Fourth Wu fixated on the vortex, appearing somewhat entranced. He was unwilling to accept such an outcome and, disregarding everything, charged towards the vortex. The result was inevitable. He was once again repelled, landing on the mountainside. Clenching his lip tightly, Old Fourth Wu ascended the platform once more, relentlessly rushing towards the vortex. The assembly watched him attempt time and again, each endeavor ending in failure, and a profound sorrow resonated among them. Some cultivators, unable to bear the sight, averted their gaze. After another unsuccessful attempt, Old Wu ascended once more, his eyes now reflecting only madness. Why did fate treat him so cruelly?
Why?
A surge of immense resentment erupted within Old Wu's eyes as he abruptly raised his hand and struck the crown of his head. "Old Wu!" The crowd exclaimed in unison. Witnessing Old Wu violently cough up blood, his cultivation base plummeting from the foundation establishment stage to the 10th level of Qi refining, his aura withering. They stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that Old Wu would willingly cripple his cultivation just to enter the secret realm. Madness. Utter madness. Old Wu had become obsessed. They were startled by the fanatical glint in Old Wu's eyes, witnessing him drag his severely injured body into the vortex. Regardless of whether treasures awaited within the secret realm, his wounded state would prove debilitating, potentially preventing him from acquiring any riches. He was truly risking his life. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, unaware that Old Wu had also entered the secret realm, found herself alone in a desert expanse. Yellow sand swirled through the air, and the sky was a hazy gray. In the distance, several towering cacti with sharp spines could be discerned. Aware of the potential for sand crocodiles in such a desert, she proceeded with utmost caution. Her feet sank into the soft, yielding sand, as if treading upon fluffy cotton. Jiang Li clutched her broadsword, her gaze fixed warily on her surroundings, and chose a direction at random to advance. In the desolate silence of the desert, the only sound was the eerie crunch of footsteps upon the sand. Suddenly, a whirlwind surged forth, sweeping a cloud of yellow dust into the sky, shattering the tranquility of the arid landscape. Jiang Li swiftly darted to the right, attempting to evade the path of the tornado, only to realize that it seemed to possess a will of its own, barreling directly toward her. A sense of dread enveloped her, prompting her to activate the speed-enhancing boots from her storage ring, propelling her toward a nearby cactus with the swiftness of the wind. These boots, a treasure from her nascent soul, proved invaluable in this moment, significantly amplifying her escape velocity. The tornado, relentless, altered its course and bore down upon her with ferocity. Jiang Li reached the base of the cactus, intending to seek refuge beneath its roots. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at her. As she could not ascertain the efficacy of her chosen hideaway, she had no choice but to take the risk. After all, outrunning the tornado seemed a daunting task that could lead to her demise in the unforgiving desert. As the whirlwind approached, her palms grew clammy with anxiety. Her left hand clutching a thunderous seed, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the howling tempest, prepared for an explosive response. Fortunately, upon encountering the cactus, the tornado instinctively veered away, redirecting its wrath in another direction, sparing Jiang Li from harm. She exhaled a sigh of relief and, once the whirlwind had receded, emerged from her hiding place, hastening toward the next cactus with her enhanced boots. Gradually, she discerned the tornado's pattern. It would manifest every half hour, instinctively avoiding the cacti. Thus, she adeptly evaded the tempest time and again, progressing further into the desert, traversing one hill after another, unharmed and resolute. At last, after traversing yet another mountain, Jiang Li beheld a magnificent palace. The entrance of the palace radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that something was floating before the door, shimmering with a dazzling light. Could it be a treasure? Jiang Li quickened her pace, striding purposefully towards the palace. Chapter 44. A Treasure from the Heavens? As she drew nearer, Jiang Li discerned that the floating object was, in fact, a treasure chest emanating the vibrant light. Hesitant to approach too closely, she halted 100 meters away, scrutinizing her surroundings, wary of potential traps. However, just as she stood frozen in place, the treasure chest excitedly spun in circles before suddenly lunging towards her. Fearing a trick, Jiang Li attempted to evade it, yet her body felt inexplicably immobilized. Before she could comprehend the situation, the treasure chest landed in her embrace. What could this mean? Furrowing her brow, she found her hands inexplicably tightening around the chest, while her feet autonomously advanced towards the grand entrance. Despite her efforts to regain control, her body acted of its own accord, seemingly enchanted, drawing her closer to the door. Before long, she stepped through the threshold, and after a moment of engulfing darkness, she was met with a blinding light that compelled her to shut her eyes. "You have arrived," echoed a resonant call within the hall, causing Jiang Li's knees to buckle as she knelt down. As the brilliance faded, she opened her eyes to discover a resplendent hall adorned in gold and jade, with a vague figure seated upon a throne above. Who could this be? I have waited for you for countless millennia. At last you have arrived. You are the chosen successor, and once you reach the foundational stage, you may depart. Within the treasure box lies a gift I bestow upon you. I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. As these words faded, a luminous screen appeared before Jiang Li, adorned with intricate illustrations of cultivation techniques, accompanied by a perplexing scripture that seemed exceedingly complicated. Jiang Li stood momentarily dazed, pondering the nature of this inheritance. Was this truly a reward, or did it seem too effortless, akin to riding a roller coaster, devoid of authenticity? Instead of embracing the inheritance recklessly, she turned her gaze towards the treasure box in her hands. At that moment, Jiang Li regained her mobility. She lifted her hand to open the box, revealing a bracelet that immediately caught her eye. This, was it not Xin Qingluo's spatial bracelet? How could it possibly be here? Startled, Jiang Li raised her head to scrutinize the cultivation illustrations on the luminous screen, a shiver coursing down her spine. As she meticulously pieced together the illustrations in her mind, She realized that this technique could cause her meridians to flow backwards, regressing her cultivation. Her eyes widened in horror as she comprehended the perilous trap she had fallen into. Xin Qingluo's spatial bracelet had already fused with her dantian and could not possibly manifest here. Everything was undoubtedly an illusion. Jiang Li's expression shifted slightly as she abruptly raised her left hand, hurling the thunder seed towards the luminous screen, quickly retreating to distance herself from it.
Boom.
The thunder seed detonated against the screen, shattering it into fragments, engulfing the grand hall in an explosion of flames.
Ah!
A shrill scream pierced the air, and before Jiang Li, the scene transformed dramatically. Gone were the grand hall and the desert, replaced instead by a dilapidated cave. In one corner, a singed monkey chattered frantically, beating its flaming tail, baring its sharp teeth, and glaring menacingly at her.
Drip. Drip.
A milky liquid continuously dripped from the ceiling of the cave, pooling in a small pit at the bottom, where a tiny accumulation of the white substance had formed. Jiang Li discreetly surveyed her surroundings, fully aware that she had been teleported directly into this cave when entering the secret realm. Everything prior was merely an illusion conjured by the monkey. After a struggle, the monkey finally extinguished the flames on its body, gazing mournfully at its now uneven fur. It then lifted its head, baring its teeth at Jiang Li, and astonishingly spoke. "You wretched creature, how dare you singe your grandfather's fur? Are you seeking death?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. The monkey was capable of speech. For a beast to articulate human language, it must attain at least the 4th rank of cultivation to shapeshift, yet this monkey exhibited no signs of spiritual energy, clearly not belonging to that category. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a dashing grandfather?" The monkey puffed out its chest and disdainfully huffed at Jiang Li. It scrutinized the human before it and couldn't resist asking, "How did you discern the flaws in grandfather's illusion, given its remarkable realism?" Humans are notoriously greedy. When treasures fall from the sky, few can resist temptation and detect deceit. To this end, it deliberately chose what it believed to be the most formidable treasure in Jiang Li's consciousness. Though it was uncertain of the significance of a mere broken bracelet, it conjured it with the intention of dazzling Jiang Li into a state of bewilderment, subsequently causing her to lower her cultivation. Little did it know that she had seen through its scheme and had even blown off its fur. Truly despicable. Hearing this, Jiang Li furrowed her brows tightly. This monkey, addressing her as grandfather, was certainly taking advantage. However, since the opponent dared only to compel her into diminishing her cultivation, it was likely that its own strength was lacking, merely engaging in trickery. Destiny is predetermined, yet this opportunity seemed overly facile, inevitably arousing her suspicion. The most glaring flaw was that very spatial bracelet. After all, at this moment, Xin Qingluo should be with the little beast, receiving a legacy. How could it possibly be severed from the space and end up before her? Did it think her a fool? Surely it possessed some treasure that could penetrate her illusions. The monkey scoffed at her words, a sneer gracing its face. It cast a glance at the milky liquid in the pit and pretended to be magnanimous, waving its paw dismissively. "Begone!" It pointed toward the cave's entrance, unceremoniously issuing an eviction order. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li stood her ground, gazing at it with a smile that was not quite a smile. The monkey felt a shiver run down its spine under her scrutiny, yet it maintained its haughty demeanor. "If you give me half of that liquid, I will leave." Jiang Li had long perceived the monkey's unease. Its beady eyes frequently darted toward the pool of liquid, clearly fearing that she would seize it. The monkey had dug such a deep pit for her, nearly causing her cultivation to regress, so it was hardly unreasonable for her to demand half in return. Should one encounter other cultivators, they might very well be overwhelmed. "What do you say?" The monkey immediately became agitated, its fur standing on end, glaring fiercely at Jiang Li, and shouted loudly, "Don't even think about it. All of it belongs to me." "Is that so? Since you are so unwilling, I shall take it all." Jiang Li retorted, refusing to relent, and approached with the bottle in hand. The monkey, sensing the seriousness of the situation, became frantic, scratching its head and chattering anxiously. Realizing that Jiang Li was indeed intent on taking action, it could only cry out in desperation for her to halt. Its eyes glistening with tears as it lamented, "I'll give you half, all right." Chapter 45. The Black Gold Beast Clan, Keep Your Distance. The monkey, fearing that Jiang Li might truly seize all the liquid, warily instructed her to stand back. It then casually selected a stone and dug a small hole beside the pit, roughly the size of its thumb. Using a leaf, it scooped a spoonful of liquid and placed it within, lamenting as it did so, "Here, this is all yours." Jiang Li's smile gradually faded as she toyed with the bottle in her hand and cast a sidelong glance at it. "Do you think me a fool? Since you are so reluctant, we have nothing further to discuss. Let us settle this matter directly and determine its rightful owner." She was confident that the monkey would not dare to act, and with a swift motion, she plunged her large blade into the ground, exerting the formidable aura of the 6th level of chi refinement towards it. Indeed, the monkey's fur bristled once more, fear flashing in its eyes as it dared not haggle any longer, swiftly digging a small hole and obediently portioning out half of the liquid, even managing a smile in an attempt to ingratiate itself with Jiang Li. "Thank you." Jiang Li, without any formality, filled a bottle with the liquid and then inquired, "Little monkey, do you know where we are?" "What little monkey? Your entire family is composed of little monkeys." Upon hearing Jiang Li's address, the monkey became agitated and began to rant. "I am a descendant of the ancient lemurs, you ignorant and foolish human." "Lemurs?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, regarding it with a hint of skepticism. The ancient lemur lineage was indeed a species that emerged from the mating of monkeys and a phantom sand fox, possessing traits from both species, the ability to create illusions and the keen vision characteristic of monkeys. However, the monkey before her seemed only capable of a modest illusion, likely unaware of the true meaning of keen vision. "What are you staring at?" The monkey felt belittled, puffed out its chest in a show of bravado, and its voice dwindled as it protested, I just haven't awakened the monkey bloodline yet. I am quite formidable." Seeing it grow increasingly aggrieved, Jiang Li quickly interjected, all right, you are the mightiest lemur, and it is my oversight not to recognize your prowess.
Now,
Could you kindly inform me of our location?" The monkey, upon hearing this, glanced at her and pointed outside the cave entrance. "I only know that this is the territory of the Black Gold Beast. Beyond that, I am unaware. Do not wander about carelessly. The Black Gold Beast is extremely territorial, and you might lose your life in an instant." All its knowledge of the outside world, including the recognition of Jiang Li as a human, stemmed from its awakened phantom sand fox bloodline, which allowed it to inherit a fragment of ancestral memories. The Black Gold Beast. Jiang Li stood at the mouth of the cave, gazing outward. The monkey's words aligned perfectly with the lore of the original text. Indeed, this place was the ancestral land of the Black Gold Beast. Shen Qingluo had acquired a small beast, a relic from ancient times known as the Black Gold Beast, which had long been thought extinct. This diminutive creature, adorned with milky white fur and a pair of upright ears, resembled an adorable yet naive Pomeranian. However, this little being feasted upon spirit stones and excelled at uncovering treasures, earning the title of the treasure-digging divine beast. Additionally, its bite force was astonishing. As an adult, it could effortlessly end the life of a 6th-layer body refinement cultivator with a single snap. Throughout their journey, it had rendered significant assistance to Shen Qingluo. Until now, it had been unable to awaken its bloodline, limited to gnawing on spirit stones. The emergence of this secret realm marked a pivotal moment for its transformation. Outside the cave entrance, a patch of weeds towered far above a person's height. Jiang Li extended his spiritual sense outward, yet found nothing beyond, just a barren expanse. This must be the monkey's handiwork, concealing the cave entrance to prevent discovery. Hey, you can't be serious about going out there, can you? Those creatures are ferocious. The monkey, sensing Jiang Li's lack of malice, began to fret for his safety. They would gnaw you to death. Just look here. Had I not fled quickly, that little beast would have ended my life. As it spoke, it turned its back to Jiang Li, pointing to a patch of bare skin marred by a scar. Jiang Li glanced over and indeed noticed a circle of bite marks, clearly aged and well-healed. She recalled the original text's depiction, remembering how the Wujin beast had nearly faced annihilation during the grand battle, ultimately succumbing to extinction over the long years, leaving behind only a lingering will. While the secret realm had long been claimed by other demonic creatures, this monkey was likely bitten by another beast, mistaking it for the work of the Wujin beast. After several attempts to ascertain the situation outside the cave, she cast a glance at the monkey before departing and said, "The Wujin beast clan has long since perished. There is no need for you to linger here." The monkey could not restrain her, nor did it believe her words. It merely scratched its armpit by the cave entrance, muttering softly, "I told you not to go. Why don't you listen? The Wujin beast is fearsome." 3 days later, Jiang Li arrived at the outskirts of a medicinal herb garden, discovering a vast expanse of ancient fire spirit fruits, each plump and hanging from the branches. She stealthily concealed herself, hesitant to approach, for she noticed a first-grade, high-tier demonic beast dozing at the entrance of a nearby cave, producing faint snoring sounds. A rash movement could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Li patiently waited, contemplating ways to divert its attention. Just as she began to feel drowsy, fate intervened. 2 male cultivators at the 11th level of Qi refinement stealthily approached. She had not encountered these two on the platform, surmising they were cultivators drawn by the news of the secret realm's opening. They bore striking resemblances, likely twin brothers, their faces alight with joy, exuding an exuberance indicative of bountiful returns. "Brother, there are fire spirit fruits here, and they are ancient fire spirit fruits. We are truly destined for fortune," the younger exclaimed, grabbing his brother's hand with eyes gleaming with excitement. They are all solitary cultivators who have arduously advanced to the 11th level of Qi refinement. It is no small feat this time. Fate has granted them entry into the secret realm, where they have already uncovered several treasures. "Hush!" The elder brother gestured for caution, carefully observing the surrounding environment, and ultimately spotted a demonic beast lurking at the cave's entrance, pointing discreetly. The younger brother, upon seeing the beast, became instantly anxious and pulled his brother to hide behind a nearby tree. "Brother, our hope of breaking through to Foundation establishment lies right before us. If we can pluck these fruits and sell them, we can purchase a couple of Foundation establishment pills." The elder brother's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he could envision the brothers' aspirations of establishing their foundations. With their mediocre talents, they had relied on Foundation establishment pills to advance. Yet their poverty had always hindered them from making such purchases. Now all their troubles seemed to be resolved. However, the demonic beast was a source of annoyance. Although its cultivation appeared comparable to theirs, its other abilities remained a mystery. Chapter 46. A fortuitous find, brother. We cannot let such a splendid opportunity slip away. The younger brother licked his dry lips, fervently yearning for the fire spirit fruits. The two huddled together, whispering strategies, entirely unaware that someone was concealing themselves nearby. Jiang Li, cloaked in a low-grade concealment talisman, which she had scavenged from the corner of a yuan in cultivator's storage ring, was able to evade detection from those below the Foundation establishment stage. For yuaning cultivators, such a talisman was rather trivial, yet for her, it was a valuable asset. However, the low-grade concealment talisman could only obscure her presence from spiritual perception. If someone approached closely, they could easily spot her with the naked eye. Thus, she could not act recklessly and had to bide her time in concealment. She pondered over her strategy for the impending confrontation when she noticed the two brothers springing into action. One of them stepped forward, extending his hand towards the fire spirit fruit in the garden. The beast, previously snoring, suddenly opened its eyes and launched itself like a missile, emitting a piercing roar. A sound wave attack. Jiang Li felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision temporarily obscured, plunging her into darkness. The elder brother, possessing greater cultivation than Jiang Li, was not as affected. He merely stumbled momentarily before regaining his clarity, evading the beast's sweeping claws. His intention was solely to divert the creature, so he employed vicious and cunning maneuvers, which quickly incensed the beast. Sensing the opportune moment, he began strategizing to lure the beast away. Meanwhile, the younger brother anxiously awaited his chance. They had agreed to wait until the beast was drawn far away before making their move, but impatience gnawed at him. Although the beast was blinded by rage, it retained its instinct to guard the fire spirit fruit and stubbornly remained, making the situation untenable. Perhaps it was better to take a risk? Gritting his teeth, the younger brother dashed forward like an arrow, plunging into the garden. The beast spotted him and quickly grasped their scheme, pivoting to pursue him. The elder brother positioned himself before the beast, striving to restrain it while shouting to his brother, "Grab a few and run." No sooner had he spoken than the beast's claws swept past him, tearing away a layer of skin and a substantial amount of hair. Grinning through the pain, he remained focused on his brother, exerting all his strength to hinder the beast. The monstrous beast was utterly incensed, unleashing another sonic assault while its luminous claws unhesitatingly lunged towards the brother's heart.
Run.
The brother felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, but still summoned the strength to shout desperately. As he evaded the claws, he was forcefully kicked away, tumbling to the ground where he rolled several times before coming to a halt, his face, stripped of skin, now smeared with dirt and tiny stones. In a panic, he lifted his gaze towards his brother in the garden, urgently screaming, "Run!" The younger brother sensed the approaching beast and, aware of the imminent danger, still found himself entranced by the easily attainable fire spirit fruit before him. Gritting his teeth, he reached out and plucked it from its perch. In truth, he had already gathered a handful of fire spirit fruits and should have fled long ago, but his avarice ensnared him. He had never encountered such a plethora of treasures, and the thought of missing this rare opportunity filled him with regret. Thus, he made this fateful decision, only to have an arm severed by the beast's claw. The fire spirit fruit he clutched plummeted to the ground, alongside the severed limb. Blood gushed forth, and the brother felt an excruciating pain, his complexion paling instantly. With a resounding thud, his head burst like a ripe watermelon, brain matter splattering grotesquely. Brother, the elder sibling, who had just managed to rise, witnessed this horrific scene. Her elder brother's eyes were bloodshot, consumed solely by hatred for the demonic beast as he fought desperately against it. Jiang Li remained hidden, observing the unfolding chaos. When she witnessed her brother struck down by a single swipe, her heart skipped a beat, followed by a rapid increase in her pulse, as beads of sweat formed in her palms. Indeed, one must not be overly greedy. She silently admonished herself, contemplating the opportune moment to act. In truth, their actions were akin to those of thieves and robbers, deserving of punishment in her previous world. Yet, this was a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where survival necessitated relentless competition, not only among humans, but also with demonic beasts and flora. All beings vied for resources, striving to progress further. Jiang Li never fancied herself a noble soul. She continuously adapted to these rules while striving for her own advancement. However, she disapproved of her brother's reckless behavior. One must avoid excessive greed, as leaving room for others is tantamount to preserving one's own opportunities. A tumult of complex emotions flickered within her, and in a moment of distraction, she noticed the demonic beast had lost a claw to the cultivator, its fur singed in patches, thrashing about in a fury. The cultivator fared no better, his garments torn to shreds, his body marred with deep claw marks, exposing flesh to the bone. A furious roar erupted from the demonic beast, fully enraged, charging at the cultivator, its murderous intent causing the surrounding flowers and grasses to tremble in fear. Jiang Li sensed her opportunity. Utilizing the cover of the wild grass, she swiftly made her way toward the garden. With the concealment of a breath-concealing talisman, they were oblivious to her presence, engrossed in their deadly struggle, providing her with a splendid chance to seize. She stealthily infiltrated the garden, extending her hand towards the fiery spirit fruit hanging from the branches. Her heart raced with tension, and with remarkable speed, she deftly plucked over a dozen fruits before deciding to make her escape before being discovered. However, the next moment, with a resounding thud, the corpse of a cultivator fell at her feet, sending up a cloud of dust and splattering her with blood. Startled, she raised her gaze and locked eyes with a ferocious beast before her. Both parties stared at each other, momentarily bewildered. A misunderstanding. Jiang Li forced a stiff smile, attempting to placate the agitated creature, for the body of a cultivator at the 11th level of qi refinement lay just beside her. And she, as a novice, was utterly defenseless. After a brief struggle, the beast had exhausted itself, but still chose to attack in defense of its territory and the fiery spirit fruit. Jiang Li knew all too well that she was no match for it, and immediately turned to flee, not daring to delay even for a moment. The beast, taken aback by her cowardice and swift retreat, hesitated for a moment before hastily giving chase. Yet in no time at all, it found itself unable to perceive the presence of that detestable human, its senses failing to locate her. With a furious roar, it threw back its head, nearly bursting with rage. Chapter 47. Who disturbed that egg? Thankfully, I ran fast. Jiang Li sprinted for several miles before finally coming to a halt, breathlessly patting her chest. That beast could easily crush someone at the 11th level of qi refinement with a single paw. If it caught her, she would be lucky to survive with just a few scratches. She let out a long sigh, casting a glance at the fire spirit fruit nestled within her storage ring, a smile blossoming on her face before she resumed her exploration of the mystical realm. Fortunately, fortune favored her, as she stumbled upon several rare herbs and exotic fruits, all of which she eagerly collected. 2 months later, she paused in an oddly peculiar location. Before her lay a dense fog, shrouding her path in a veil of white, rendering her surroundings nearly invisible. Jiang Li looked up, noticing towering trees emerging from the mist, their lush canopies visible while their trunks were obscured by the fog. She cautiously extended her spiritual awareness, only to discover that the fog effectively blocked her probing, rendering it impenetrable. Faintly, she sensed the presence of an array. With a composed expression, she tightened her grip on her broadsword and proceeded in the designated direction, stepping into the mist. Instantly, the fog dissipated, revealing a dazzling array of colors that momentarily blinded her. The island was adorned with an assortment of peculiar plants, some of which she had encountered in her compendium of spiritual entities, while the rest were entirely unfamiliar to her. Intrigued, she began to gather a few, placing them into her storage ring. The waves relentlessly crashed against the shore, the briny scent invading her nostrils, prompting her to wrinkle her nose in discomfort. Standing at the island's lower elevation, she gazed up at the towering mountain peak from which the vibrant light emanated. With her eyes half closed, Jiang Li resolved to investigate further, collecting the strange plants as she ascended. The higher she climbed, the more peculiar the atmosphere became. As if no beasts inhabited the island, she had not even spotted a single seabird, only the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore. She scrutinized the beam of colorful light, pondering whether it was somehow connected to this enigmatic place. As she approached the mountain peak, Jiang Li's heartbeat quickened, and her demeanor became increasingly cautious, causing her pace to gradually slow. Upon finally ascending the summit, she discovered that the radiant beam of light emanated from a cave. Standing atop the mountain, Jiang Li affixed several protective talismans to her body and steeled her resolve before venturing toward the cave. Suddenly, the scene before her opened up, revealing a cavern filled with luminous insects that illuminated the passageway. Summoning her courage, Jiang Li stepped inside, her gaze darting around the cave, attuned to the slightest rustle of the surroundings. The cavern was dry and tidy, devoid of any creatures save for the glowing insects. She continued deeper into the cave, only to find that the passage descended, winding like a bowstring, spiraling downward. The incline was steep, approximately 70 degrees, and as she walked, her foot unexpectedly slipped, sending her tumbling downwards. A wave of dread washed over her as she instinctively reached for nearby rocks, but her grasp was futile. She continued to plummet. In that moment, she realized with terror that the spiritual energy within her had seemingly dissipated, leaving her without the strength to stabilize herself, and she could only slide further down. Her body collided with the cave walls at the turns, causing several painful bumps to form on her forehead. Jiang Li winced in pain, quickly becoming disoriented, her vision filled with stars. The further she descended, the more the passage inclined, until she suddenly felt the ground beneath her vanish, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, causing her to plummet downward. In her panic, she flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to grasp something, but only succeeded in clutching at empty air, her body uncontrollably falling.
Bang!
Jiang Li fell from a great height, producing a thunderous sound as she landed upon a peculiar icebox exuding a chilling aura. Her head struck the icy surface with force, and in an instant, she lost consciousness and fainted. Blood flowed from the wound on her forehead, trickling down and seeping into the icebox. Within the box lay a colorful egg, roughly the size of a fist, resting quietly. The blood gradually permeated the icy layer, eventually merging with the vibrant egg. Suddenly, the egg radiated a brilliant light, its dazzling colors illuminating the entire cavern and enveloping the unconscious Jiang Li. Good child. I hope you treat it well. In another mysterious hall, a wisp of lingering soul floated in the air, gazing fondly at Xinqing Luo and the pure white creature beside her. The little beast, with its innocent large eyes, happily gnawed on a spirit stone, appearing utterly bewildered and irresistibly cute. After listening to the elder's account, Xinqing Luo was profoundly shaken. She looked down at the little creature beside her, unable to believe that such an adorable being was, in fact, the infamous and savage Wujin beast from legend. The contrast was striking. However, having already formed a bond with the beast, she vowed to care for it well, even if it were merely a charming pet. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I will take good care of it. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly lead it to transcend the confines of this realm and explore the spirit world. Xinqing Luo's gaze was resolute, her eyes sparkling with determination, for she knew that the limitations of this continent would ultimately be shattered by Jiang Li, granting cultivators the chance to ascend to the spirit world soon. Good child. The vestigial soul discerned Xinqing Luo's profound sincerity, his gaze softening with affection. This is my gift to you. I entrust it to your care from now on. He raised his hand, and an exquisite comb descended into Xinqing Luo's grasp. Subsequently, he cast a lingering, tender look upon the still uncomprehending little beast, transforming into a beam of light that entered the creature's body. The little beast, seized by discomfort, began to writhe on the ground, emitting plaintive cries. Xinqing Luo, filled with concern, watched it but dared not intervene, aware that the venerable predecessor was aiding the small creature. She observed a white, ferocious beastly figure emerge from above the little beast's body, its maw agape revealing a row of sharp teeth. It roared fiercely towards the heavens before dissolving once more into a stream of light that returned to the little beast's form. The little beast's torment intensified, its pristine white fur becoming sullied with grass clippings and dust, rendering it a disheveled sight. Within its body, the remnant soul, on the verge of dissipating into power to assist the little beast's breakthrough, had already dispersed its form, poised to enter its blood. Suddenly, it perceived something. Abruptly reforming and swiftly extracting itself from the little beast, its gaze fixed with astonishment upon the hidden island's direction. Who is it? Who has disturbed that egg? Chapter 48. Upheaval. The little beast, moments ago writhing in agony, suddenly ceased its movements, its innocent eyes widening as it stared at Shenqing Luo, utterly bewildered as to what had transpired. Shenqing Luo, equally perplexed, stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. The little beast nuzzled against her, tears of grievance welling in its eyes. Shenqing Luo pursed her lips tightly, her gaze directed towards the entrance of the main hall, her heart filled with trepidation. What calamity had befallen them? The expression of the elder just now was rather grim. At this moment, the lingering soul, concerned for Shenqing Luo, ventured to the island, risking annihilation, leaving traces of its intrusion along the way. Judging by the path, the intruder emerged from a corner in the northwest, a place that, by all accounts, should be a dead end of the ceiling formation, where trespassers would meet a fate of being torn asunder. How, then, did this individual manage to breach the defenses and reach the mountain summit? Long before the great battle, that colorful egg had been sealed in this very location, safeguarded through generations by their Wu-Jin beasts. In truth, he was unaware of the contents of that egg, yet he vividly recalled the repeated admonitions of his forebears, warning him never to allow that egg to leave this place, lest the entire 9 heavens be thrown into chaos. He had contemplated that perhaps such warnings were exaggerated to ensure he remembered, yet this did not diminish his resolve to guard this place. Initially, he intended to pass his power to the last remaining cub of the Wu-Jin beast clan and then personally destroy this ancestral land, allowing that fragment to merge into the spatial vortex. However, it now seemed that this plan was no longer feasible. The lingering soul furrowed its brow in deep contemplation, ultimately drifting towards the mountain peak and entering the cave. To claim he was not curious about the egg would be a falsehood. Thus, upon stepping into the cave, a flicker of anxiety coursed through his essence. He spiraled down the passageway, soon blinded by a dazzling array of colors. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he peered through his fingers and was startled to find a girl floating amidst the radiant hues. She was drenched in blood, which continuously seeped down into an icy box below, while the ice crystals within the box were burrowing into her body. The girl's body contorted, her bones emitting a crisp sound as if being reshaped after shattering. Concurrently, her breath surged gradually, effortlessly breaking through the 7th layer of chi cultivation under his watchful gaze. With an ever-increasing momentum. How could this be? The remnant soul widened its eyes in astonishment. How could the girl before him possibly forge a pact with this egg? He had heard from his elders that this colorful egg was incapable of forming a contract, let alone recognizing a master. Countless individuals had sought to claim it, yet all had returned empty-handed. Could it be that his elders had deceived him, fearful he would entertain thoughts that were not meant to be? The remnant soul had never anticipated that his intention to leave a legacy for the younger generation would lead to such a significant dilemma. What now? He gazed at the unconscious girl before him, recalling the pitiful little beast, and after several shifts in expression, his resolve suddenly hardened. He must fulfill the mission of the black gold beast. As for that unfortunate creature, it would have to rely on its own fortune. He could only hope that the girl would treat it kindly. The remnant soul's gaze turned fierce as he lunged towards Jiang Li with his soul power. By eliminating this girl, he could extinguish the colorful egg, thus preserving his family's mission. However, he underestimated the power of that radiant light. As he approached, a significant portion of his soul power was drawn away. Alarmed, he struggled desperately to escape, but he could hardly maintain his basic form, reduced to a small mass of white soul. What to do? The remnant soul grew frantic. If this continued, their contract formation ceremony would soon succeed. And that would truly spell trouble. Gritting his teeth, he concocted a scheme in his mind. The potency of this strategy is exceedingly formidable, and it may inadvertently harm that little creature as well as Shen Qingluo. The lingering soul once again became entangled, a flicker of resentment glimmering in its eyes. Had it not been for the reckless intrusion of this young girl, it would not have found itself in such a disheveled predicament. It gazed at the girl, who had already ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement, and understood that further hesitation would render everything futile. It resolutely made its decision. Emerging from the cave, it began to chant an unusual melody. Gradually, raindrops of pea-sized proportions began to descend from the heavens, and soon the entire secret realm trembled, startling all the cultivators residing within. The crowd, filled with trepidation, looked up to witness the very fabric of the secret realm beginning to warp. Many had never encountered such a scene, yet they instinctively recognized it as an ominous sign, foretelling imminent danger. In a panic, they sought to escape, but the randomness of the teleportation left them oblivious to the location of the exit, compelling them to flee in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Shen Qingluo, who had been anxiously awaiting within the grand hall, sensed the anomaly. Clutching the small beast, she dashed out of the palace, yet before she could fully ascertain the situation, the entire realm began to spin violently. In a rush, she placed the small creature into her spatial pocket and followed suit. A tremendous noise erupted from beyond the confines of her space, which began to shake violently under the impact. Countless mountains crumbled, and the ground was marred by fissures several feet wide. With a sudden jolt, the damage to her spatial realm inflicted a grievous blow to her soul, causing her to cough up blood before her vision darkened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness.
Boom.
The secret realm was obliterated by the lingering soul's own hand, resulting in an explosion of fragmented space. Everything was annihilated. Innumerable demonic beasts fled in all directions, only to be reduced to mere ash, not a single hair remaining. Fortunately, the vestigial soul had initially devised a teleportation mechanism, which allowed those qi-refining cultivators to be transported out at the critical moment. However, their fate was far from ideal, with many losing limbs and others suffering from fractured meridians and ruined dantians. The cultivators waiting outside the secret realm merely heard a deafening roar, followed by the collapse of the entire Yuan mountain, plummeting downwards with a thunderous rumble. Panic ensued as the crowd scattered in all directions.
Some,
concerned for their loved ones who had entered the secret realm, chose to hover in the air, only to flee into the distance after witnessing their relatives being ejected.
huff,
Rumble. Above, tribulation clouds began to gather, a dark mass converging towards Yuan Mountain. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure descending from above, so intense that even powerful nascent soul cultivators were forced to the ground, unable to move. Hearts pounded incessantly, and breathing became rapid, as if divine lightning was about to strike them. They were unaware of what had transpired, only witnessing a burst of colorful light emanating from the original location of the secret realm, obscuring everything else from view. Chapter 49. Tribulation. At this moment, Jiang Li was enveloped in the colorful light. The egg had burrowed into her dantian during the explosion, plunging into the gray mist. Its decision to form a contract with Jiang Li stemmed from sensing this power within her dantian, utilizing its painstakingly accumulated energy to create a passage in the formation. Fortunately, Jiang Li had not disappointed its expectations, actually breaking through the formation and arriving at the island. The colorful egg rolled up and down joyfully in the gray mist. Utterly enamored with this power, the spatial explosion disrupted their sacred ritual, leaving it regretful for not assisting its master in achieving a breakthrough in foundational cultivation. The colorful egg came to a halt amidst the gray mist, curling up in a corner, nervously gazing at the impending divine thunder in the sky. It pondered whether its master could endure. After all, that was the thunder of the 9 heavens, while the master had only attained the 8th layer of qi refinement. The egg felt a sense of hopelessness, restlessly darting about within the gray fog. The sky was shrouded in dense dark clouds, obscuring light for thousands of miles, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a stifling night. The crowd was enveloped in pressure, feeling both fear and exhilaration. For they understood that a rare treasure was about to make its grand appearance, heralding a tribulation. Once the thunderstorm subsided, they would have the opportunity to seize that extraordinary treasure. Glimmers of anticipation and dread flickered in their eyes as they looked toward the heavens. Ahem! Jiang Li felt a tickle in her throat and, uncomfortable, coughed a few times before slowly opening her eyes. Before her lay an expanse of darkness, suddenly illuminated by flashes of lightning that startled her into an upright position. It was then that she realized she was seated upon a patch of colorful light, with incessantly flickering lightning above her and the deafening rumble of thunder echoing in her ears. A terrifying pressure enveloped her, making each breath a struggle, as if a blade hung over her head, poised to strike at any moment. What was happening? Jiang Li was utterly bewildered. She only recalled falling into a cave and awakening to such a horrifying scene. Alas, the heavens seemed unwilling to grant her a moment to ponder, as a divine thunderbolt, as thick as a whip, hurtled directly toward her.
Boom.
A blinding light instantaneously illuminated the sky, compelling every individual to shut their eyes. Divine thunder descended, ruthlessly crushing Jiang Li, transforming her into a charred mass. Her spirit, gripped by terror, emerged, gazing at the horrifying remnants of her body, then casting her eyes upon the menacing calamity clouds. For the first time, her heart was genuinely ignited with rage. Despite having been bullied by Yi Xiaodai and targeted for assassination by Li Wen, she had never truly felt anger. Yet at this moment, fury permeated her entire being, and the defiance within her surged forth. She had diligently cultivated her powers, never daring to relax her efforts, and now, having reached this pivotal point, how could the heavenly law so easily erase her existence? Jiang Li bit her lip, desperately trying to penetrate the body that had become a mere mass. However, her physical form seemed to have developed an invisible barrier, firmly isolating her. At that moment, the next bolt of divine retribution had already locked onto her spirit. Should it strike again, her soul would undoubtedly be shattered. Ignoring the consequences, Jiang Li relentlessly charged toward her physical form, again and again.
Boom.
In the blink of an eye, the second divine thunderbolt descended, ferociously aimed at Jiang Li. Startled, she, in a state of despair, exerted all her strength to burrow into her body. Even in death, she did not wish to perish in such a humiliating manner. To her astonishment, this time she successfully entered her physical form. Just as her spirit crossed the threshold, the divine thunder struck her body. Crackle! Countless bolts of lightning erupted upon her form, reducing all but the core of her being to mere fragments, leaving only a resilient remnant in the shape of a mass. Jiang Li, nestled within her core, stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of a colorful egg. What could this be? The oppressive rumble of thunder continued to echo in her ears, causing her to feel an overwhelming tension that made her head throb incessantly, with cold sweat beading in her palms. The atmosphere above grew increasingly potent, ensnaring her spirit with an inescapable grip, and she sensed an unsettling finality looming over her. Yet, she resolutely refused to surrender, firmly believing that if she could endure, a new world awaited her. She lifted her gaze toward the ominous storm clouds above, gritting her teeth, and with a determined heart, she cast aside her corporeal form to confront the impending tribulation head-on. Since evasion was futile, she would face it directly, striving for a slender thread of hope. At last, the long-anticipated divine thunder descended mercilessly, illuminating the surrounding area as bright as day. The mountains near Yuan were utterly reduced to dust, sinking hundreds of feet into the earth, while the sky appeared to be cleaved open. The cultivators prostrated on the ground trembled uncontrollably, bowing their heads in submission to the terrifying pressure. Above, Jiang Li's spirit was struck brutally by the lightning tribulation, instantly shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The colorful egg within her dantian became frantic, unable to bear the thought of watching its master perish. It released all the energy accumulated over millions of years, casting a radiant light that illuminated the heavens. This vibrant luminescence formed an immense net, ensnaring the shards of her spirit, gradually amalgamating them before guiding her essence back into her dantian. The gray mists above began to swirl rapidly, enveloping the colorful egg securely. Simultaneously, the storm clouds dissipated, giving way to a spectacle of resplendent, multicolored rays. Wherever the rosy glow spreads, all things are revitalized, and countless plants break through the earth, growing wildly in the light. The corporeal form of Jiang Li, now destroyed, begins to sprout like these plants, extending outward from her dantian. Her newly formed bones glimmer like ice crystals, with flickers of lightning hinting at their extraordinary nature. Her skin is as smooth as a freshly shelled egg, delicate like the finest jade dew, and her cascading hair flows around her like the vibrant leaves of blooming flowers, silently accentuating her beauty. Jiang Li resembles a sleeping beauty who has fallen into a vast pit at the mountain's base. Her aura stabilizes at the 8th layer of chi refinement, and she has grown considerably taller. Though she remains in a deep slumber, her breath gradually steadies, and her vital signs stabilize. Has the thunder tribulation dissipated? The other cultivators, regaining their freedom, joyfully rise. At this moment, Mount Yuan has vanished, the colorful clouds disperse, and the calamity clouds slowly fade, revealing a sky adorned with white clouds. The thought of having successfully transcended the tribulation springs to the minds of many. Their hearts begin to race as they cautiously survey the other cultivators. Then, disregarding everything, they rush toward the site of the former Mount Yuan, the very pit where Jiang Li lies. To emerge from the world only to face divine thunder tribulation, what extraordinary treasure could this be? Chapter 50. Escape. Mother, where am I? The monkey, huddled obediently in its cave, suddenly hears a tremendous roar outside, followed by a flurry of flying sand and stones, causing the cave itself to spin chaotically.
Terrified,
It burrows into a corner, shutting its eyes and fervently praying. Then comes another crackle of thunder and lightning, frightening it nearly into a state of catatonia. As it buries its head beneath its belly, at long last, the thunderous roar subsided, allowing it to cautiously emerge from its refuge and peer outside the cave. What a sight it beheld! Surrounding it were fierce humans wielding weapons, their expressions menacing as if they intended to devour it whole. The monkey, utterly terrified, lost its grip on the cave's balance amidst the rising panic, and both it and the cave plummeted downwards.
ouch,
It landed with a jolt, stars dancing before its eyes, right at the feet of Jiang Li, its mouth full of mud and dust. Spitting out the debris, the monkey scrambled to its feet, ready to utter a few curses, only to be startled by the sight of Jiang Li lying at the bottom of the pit. In its moment of fright, a cacophony of clashing sounds erupted above, spells soaring through the air, accompanied by the occasional sound of air rupturing. This was dire. Why were there so many humans? The monkey fretted, pacing anxiously with its tail tightly coiled, frequently glancing upwards. Ultimately, its gaze settled on Jiang Li at the pit's base. It approached and, with a swift swipe, smacked Jiang Li's face, urging her with urgency, "Hey, wake up. If you don't, we're both doomed here." Those humans were like wild beasts, attacking each other with fervor, and once the dust settled, they might turn their attention towards them. No sooner had it spoken than a spell struck the ground beside Jiang Li, igniting a fierce blaze that singed the monkey's fur. The creature hastily rolled on the ground. Via this tactic proved remarkably effective. Jiang Li awakened with a start, her brow furrowed as she opened her eyes. With a sudden surge, she sprang to her feet, disregarding the dizziness and the throbbing pain in her cheeks, and retrieved her storage ring from her dantian, promptly adorning herself with it once more. Fortunately, the gray mist within her dantian had swiftly assisted her in securing the storage ring, or else everything would have been lost amidst the previous thunderous tribulation. She extracted the soul teleportation talisman from within and activated it without hesitation. The monkey, taken aback by her swift actions, clung to her leg, wrapping all four of its limbs around her calf. In a display of fear of being cast aside, it entwined its tail tightly around her leg, circling it several times. Jiang Li's brow knitted in concern, yet there was no time to deliberate on whether to take it with her, as the teleportation talisman had already initiated. In an instant, both the girl and the monkey transformed into a streak of light, burrowing into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the cultivators in midair continued their fierce battle. Unwilling to yield, unable to distinguish victor from vanquished in the short term, all had revealed their trump cards, vying for the coveted treasures, some of which could replace a century of arduous cultivation, rendering the ascent to divine transformation no longer a mere dream. However, the lingering residual power of the divine thunder rendered their spiritual senses ineffective, preventing them from realizing that the pit had been emptied of its contents. It was not until someone drew near the cave, seizing a moment of opportunity to peer down, that the realization struck: the treasure has fled. The treasure has escaped. With a resounding thud, the effect of the talisman expired, and Jiang Li was ejected from the ground, crashing into a large tree, becoming ensnared between two branches. She grasped the trunk tightly, her legs still burdened by an unwelcome companion. Jiang Li turned over and stood up, exhaling deeply. Upon lowering her gaze to the monkey hanging from her leg, she was taken aback to discover that she was utterly bare, her garments having been reduced to ash. Her face flushed crimson, blood rushing to her cheeks as she hastily flung the dazed monkey away.
Ouch.
The monkey tumbled to the ground, feeling as though the world was spinning around it. Weak and disoriented, it whimpered pitifully. During the teleportation, it had felt as if it were caught in an endless whirl, its mind a muddled mess, leaving it utterly bewildered. Gradually regaining composure, it clambered to its feet. By the time it looked up again, Jiang Li had donned her attire and was leaping down from the tree. The monkey, feeling an unjust sense of grievance, exclaimed, "Why did you throw me down? You nearly caused my demise, you know?" It rubbed its face, which was now coated in dust. Jiang Li glanced at it and pointed to her own face, where the unmistakable imprint of its claws was glaringly evident, red and swollen, resembling a doughy bun. The monkey quickly averted its gaze, scratching its armpit, and muttered defensively, "I was only trying to save you." Of course, it would not admit that its initial impulse was purely survival, though it had indeed been rather rough in its actions. Jiang Li recognized that this monkey had saved her, and in turn, she had rescued it by taking it away. For it was the only beast that had emerged alive from the secret realm, and the others would undoubtedly pursue it. "Well, now that we are out of danger, you may leave," she stated, dividing her preserved meat and tossing half to the monkey, reflecting that their acquaintance was indeed a twist of fate. The monkey, utterly ungrateful, clutched the jerky in terror, exclaiming, "You humans actually intend to consume demonic beasts?" As it spoke, its legs began to tremble, and its voice grew notably high-pitched. Jiang Li once again bore witness to the monkey's cowardice, a resigned smile tugging at her lips. This is nature. It is not only humans who feast on demonic beasts, some demonic beasts also prey on humans. You, looking so delectable, ought to keep your distance from us. Her mischievous words indeed terrified the monkey to the brink of tears, its eyes glistening as it tucked its tail and trembled on its hind legs.
"Well,
you hold no value. Nobody would want to eat you." Seeing that she had genuinely frightened it, Jiang Li quickly offered some comfort, yet her words sounded far from reassuring. "Are you serious?" the monkey asked, shrinking its neck in a timid manner. Yes, as long as you don't cause trouble, no one will eat you. Jiang Li nodded, glancing up at the already dimming sky, realizing they could not linger any longer. She bid the monkey farewell and departed along the main road. The monkey, in a state of sheer panic, spun around a few times, its mind a blank slate amidst the unfamiliar surroundings. After scratching its head in distress, it ultimately decided to bounce along in pursuit of Jiang Li. "Why are you following me?" she inquired.
I'm scared.
As the duo, one human and one monkey, advanced swiftly along the road, their banter and laughter created a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. In truth, Jiang Li had no desire to keep the monkey company, for its extreme timidity made it likely to become a liability in times of danger, potentially dragging her into peril. Chapter 51. Lujiang Village, however, it had just emerged from the secret realm, knowing nothing of the world, and leaving it to fend for itself was something Jiang Li could not bring herself to do, as it reminded her of her own initial struggles. After much contemplation, she decided to temporarily take it under her wing, intending to part ways once it had familiarized itself with this continent. After half a month of travel, the duo of girl and monkey finally arrived at a village. This settlement was enveloped in spiritual energy, unmistakably not an ordinary place. Jiang Li consulted her map and discerned her current location, Lujiang Village, inhabited solely by the Lu clan, descendants of the legendary Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang was a legendary figure of the Lingyuan continent, renowned for his unparalleled mastery of weapon forging, and it was said he had once crafted a 9th-grade spiritual weapon. Just like cultivation levels, magical artifacts are classified into ranks, from low to high: talismans, treasures, spiritual weapons, immortal artifacts, and divine weapons. Each category is further divided into 9 grades, with the pinnacle being the 9th grade. The significance of a 9th-grade spiritual weapon is immense, as even spiritual practitioners from the spirit realm would covet it fiercely. Thus, when the 9th-grade spiritual weapon was first unveiled, it sent shockwaves throughout the Lingyuan continent, igniting the greed of countless individuals. Lu Jiang gained fame, but it also led to his untimely demise. Rumors suggest he was abducted by unknown assailants who coerced him into forging weapons, ultimately leading to his tragic fall. His remains were discovered a millennium later in a remote cave. The 9th-grade spiritual weapon he had crafted was gifted to the then leader of the Wuling sect, who bequeathed it to the current patriarch of the sect. As a result, Lujiang Village has enjoyed the protection of the Wuling sect, maintaining its safety and existence to this day. How fragrant! The monkey caught a whiff of the delicious food wafting from the village, inhaling deeply and salivating uncontrollably. Jiang Li's stomach rumbled in agreement. The dried meat she had brought along had been devoured by this insatiable monkey, and she had not eaten for several days. Torn between the desire to enter the village and the fear of being unwelcome, she pondered her next move. "Where does the young friend hail from? Do come in for a visit. We are renowned here in Lujiang Village." The long-bearded elder spoke with a hint of pride, taking great honor in being from Lujiang. "Will I be disturbing the esteemed elders?" Jiang Li inquired politely, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she clasped her hands in respect. "Not at all. Lujiang Village is known for its hospitality." The elder shook his head emphatically, adjusting his burden basket before placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Li's shoulder.
Come.
"Just in time for a meal. My dear mother has prepared a delightful wild chicken soup. You must sample it." "Hey, what about me?" The neglected monkey, feeling overlooked, hurriedly followed suit. The elder glanced down at it with curiosity, showering praises upon its remarkable ability to speak, declaring it would surely grow into a formidable beast one day. The monkey, flattered and somewhat dazed by the compliments, soon regarded the elder as a kindred spirit. Jiang Li walked alongside them, feeling a mix of unease at the elder's enthusiasm, which reminded her of the overly eager proprietors of unsavory establishments. Upon entering the village, she was enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy, even denser than that of the Zai Peak, indicating that the sect had truly invested great effort in this place. On either side of the village path stood two-story lofts, each unique in appearance, yet all adorned at their highest point with a large, luminous white pearl, which seemed to shimmer with a hint of spiritual energy. Jiang Li scrutinized them closely and discerned that these pearls were arranged to form a fourth-tier gathering array, explaining the richness of the spiritual aura in this locale. At that moment, wisps of smoke began to rise from every household, as an array of enticing aromas filled the air, competing for attention. Why not visit Aunt's house? Her large pot is still empty. The long-bearded uncle scratched his head, his muscular arms seeming ready to burst through his sleeves. The monkey, who had been grinning widely just moments before, suddenly gaped, its tail standing on end in surprise.
What?
Are we going to cook it? Jiang Li was equally taken aback. The implications of the aunt's words were unsettling. Could it be that this was not truly Lujing village? Had she stumbled upon a den of iniquity? Alarm bells rang in her mind as she began to plot her escape without alarming the other villagers. Within the house was also an elderly woman, possessing a 7th-tier cultivation level, though her years were few, her hair a halo of white, and her back hunched. Upon seeing Jiang Li, her eyes lit up, and she warmly invited her to join them for a meal. Reluctantly, Jiang Li took a seat at the table, enduring her hunger while watching the mother and son savor a fragrant chicken soup. The monkey, seated beside her, drooled profusely, its gaze fixated on the morsels of chicken in the bowl. Look how hungry you are. Why not have a little? The elderly woman, noticing the monkey's eagerness, placed a piece of chicken into its bowl. No, I'm not hungry. The monkey hastily shook its head in refusal, yet drool continued to flow from its mouth, resembling a downpour. The mother and child duo urged several times, insisting that neither of them was hungry. Thus, they ceased their entreaties and finished a large bowl of chicken soup. After the meal, the bearded uncle beckoned mysteriously to Jiang Li, saying, "Come. I shall take you to a certain place." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's heart sank. Was he planning to take action? She signaled the monkey with a glance, and together, they resolved to follow, seeking an opportunity to escape. They trailed him into a room where he moved aside a row of towering bookshelves, revealing a concealed passage behind. "Follow me," the bearded uncle gestured, then stepped into the passage, clutching a luminous pearl. Jiang Li tightened her grip on 2 explosive talismans, contemplating that as soon as he made a move, she would retaliate. If she caught him off guard, she believed she stood a chance. The deeper they ventured into the passage, the brighter the light became, as torches blazed along the walls in a neat array. The monkey clutched Jiang Li's skirt tightly, hiding behind her and occasionally peering out to survey the surroundings. To the monkey, the bearded uncle's back seemed like a towering, fearsome demon, poised to devour it whole. "All right, we have arrived." A rumbling sound echoed as a stone door gradually swung open, leaving Jiang Li wide-eyed in astonishment at the scene before her. Chapter 52. You cannot possibly think this is simple, can you? Behind the stone door lay a cave of modest size, with a cauldron occupying half of its space at the center. Beneath the cauldron, fierce flames blazed, casting a crimson hue throughout the cavern. Beside the cauldron stood a rectangular table, its material unrecognizable to Jiang Li, yet it emanated an aura of uniqueness, as if shimmering with ethereal light. As her gaze shifted towards the cavern's edge, she beheld rows of towering shelves, meticulously arranged and adorned with various magical artifacts, ranging from 1st to 4th rank. Exceptional weapons could enhance a cultivator's combat prowess, while inferior ones might hinder their progress. Thus, cultivators were exceedingly cautious when selecting their cherished treasures, contrasting sharply with the weapons she wielded so casually. The monkey, equally astonished by the spectacle before him, widened its eyes, particularly captivated by the shimmering magical artifacts that glowed with an enchanting light. "Come in and take a look," the long-bearded elder remarked, clearly pleased with the reactions of both the human and the monkey. Each time he brought visitors to this place, their astonishment filled him with pride. He led Jiang Li deeper into the cavern, eager to share his accomplishments. All the magical artifacts below the 3rd rank were crafted by me, while the 4th rank artifacts were forged by my father, he declared, his face beaming with pride. The only reason I cannot challenge the 4th rank is due to my insufficient cultivation. Yet, despite his pride in his talents, thoughts of his own limitations weighed heavily on him. With 4 spiritual roots, his innate potential was lacking. He had been stagnating at the 11th level of qi refinement for a decade, unable to break through, which in turn stunted his progress in the art of crafting. For many years, he has been diligently accumulating spirit stones, aspiring to purchase a foundation establishment pill to test his luck. You are truly remarkable, Jiang Li sincerely praised, raising her thumb in admiration. Having previously studied alchemy, she understood that mastering the 4 arts demanded immense patience and considerable time for research and contemplation. Thus, the growth of many adept practitioners in the 4 arts is often constrained. Originally, Jiang Li excelled in all 4 arts, not only due to her innate talent but also thanks to the assistance of her spatial pouch, which afforded her 10-fold, even 100-fold, more time than the average person, enabling her to balance multiple pursuits. However, Jiang Li did not intend to follow that path. She could learn a few things to exchange for the resources she desired, but was acutely aware of the danger of prioritizing the 4 arts over her cultivation. Every endeavor in learning aimed at her continuous self-improvement, and she recognized that each individual has a distinct path. Nevertheless, as practitioners must forge their innate magical treasures upon advancing to the golden core stage, she indeed needed to devote herself to the study of crafting techniques. To speak frankly, as a descendant of the ancestors of Liu Jiang, I certainly cannot bring shame upon my lineage. The elderly man with the long beard, displaying a sincere smile, graciously accepted her praise. He gestured towards the array of weapons on the rack and enthusiastically remarked, I observe that you, young friend, possess exceptional cultivation at such a tender age. Your future surely holds limitless potential. Here, you will find a variety of magical tools. Should any catch your eye, feel free to select, and I shall offer them to you at a favorable price. At last, he revealed his true intention, bringing Jiang Li here in hopes that she would purchase 1 or 2 magical artifacts, thereby bringing him one step closer to acquiring the foundation establishment pill. At this moment, Jiang Li finally comprehended that the elder was attempting to sell her a magical artifact. She paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, pointing at the large pot and exclaiming, Is this what you meant by the big pot? Indeed, I apologize for the misunderstanding. In our Lujiang village, many individuals are skilled in forging artifacts, and it is not uncommon for cultivators to come seeking to purchase them. The monkey, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief and mustered the courage to approach the large pot, examining it closely. Jiang Li, feeling a bit more at ease, continued, Then I shall take my time to browse. By all means, take your time. I will first forge the magical artifact that the friend ordered a couple of days ago. The elder, sensing the opportunity, readily agreed and encouraged Jiang Li to explore and experiment at her leisure. He then removed his outer garment, revealing a simpler outfit, and draped a towel over his shoulder before he began to retrieve the items simmering in the pot. Jiang Li watched as he extracted a vibrant red sword blank and placed it upon the stone table, then picked up a large hammer, striking rhythmically. This captivated her attention, and instead of hurrying off to browse, she stood by, earnestly observing and learning. Jiang Li became entranced, wholly immersed in the process. The cave resonated with the rhythmic sounds of clanging and banging. Meanwhile, the monkey had played with each artifact out of sheer boredom and eventually plopped down in a corner, beginning to search for lice as a form of amusement. After realizing it no longer had lice, it resorted to pulling out its own fur, counting each strand meticulously. Despite its boredom, it dared not disturb Jiang Li in her studies, for she might become irate. It had already faced her wrath on several occasions. This detestable human being bullies it for being foolish and knowing nothing. Yet, it is only by following her that it feels a sense of security. When she strays even a little farther, it becomes anxious. Sighing, the monkey resignedly continued to groom itself. Days swiftly passed, and the basic sword body was finally forged successfully. The long-bearded uncle was already drenched in sweat, his hair clinging to his scalp, and his face flushed from the heat. He returned the sword body to the cauldron, finally taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Have you made your choice?" Seeing Jiang Li standing nearby, he assumed she had already selected her magical tool and was simply waiting for him. He sheepishly scratched his head. "My apologies. Whenever I engage in forging, everything else fades from my sight." Jiang Li smiled and shook her head, pointing at the sword body in the cauldron, honestly stating, "I was so engrossed in watching you forge that I completely forgot to choose." "Is that so?" The long-bearded uncle was somewhat surprised. Forging was such a monotonous task. Yet this young girl managed to watch for so long? Well, it has made me a bit eager as well. Jiang Li indeed felt a spark of interest, her mind filled with the techniques the uncle had just demonstrated in crafting the sword.
"Oh."
The long-bearded uncle raised an eyebrow in astonishment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "You wouldn't think this is easy, would you? Do not be deceived by how effortless I appeared. This is the result of decades of relentless practice. Several cultivators, much like yourself, have found it simple, only to end up creating a heap of worthless scrap. My dear, one must not be excessively blindly confident in life. The distinction between innate talent for cultivation and the aptitude for crafting artifacts is significant and should not be conflated." Chapter 53. Such prowess? The young girl, despite her tender age, possesses remarkable cultivation, yet her lack of experience with adversity renders her prone to arrogance, which is not surprising. However, observing her gentle demeanor, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. To pursue a long and fruitful journey, mere talent for cultivation is insufficient. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Might you provide some materials for me to experiment with? I can offer spirit stones in return."
Inside,
Jiang Li felt a strong urge to test the process she had envisioned. The artisan before her was far more vivid and engaging than any book could convey. "Very well. If I do not permit you to try, you shall not relent." The bearded elder shook his head helplessly and moved to a corner to select the most basic materials, tossing them into the cauldron to melt, as he wished to avoid wasting precious resources. Jiang Li, however, was unperturbed. She merely sought to validate her thoughts. After a brief period of instruction from the elder, she retrieved the lump of material that had hardened into a tough clump and raised the hefty hammer, striking down upon it. The elder, who had taken a small hammer to hand her, paused in astonishment as he witnessed Jiang Li effortlessly wielding the 400-kilogram hammer. He blinked in disbelief, taken aback by the sight of the slender girl wielding such weight with ease. Is it truly the case that even those at the 8th level of Qi training exhibit such strength? This girl is not even a body cultivator. The elder found himself momentarily disoriented by the scene before him. The delicate young girl, as fragile as a blooming flower, wielded a hammer that towered above her, dancing with an exuberance that captured the attention of a curious monkey. Each strike of the hammer seemed to resonate upon its very being. Indeed, this human was formidable, a force not to be trifled with. After a considerable while, the bearded elder finally conceded to this reality and began to scrutinize Jiang Li's technique. His brow furrowed in concentration as he realized that this young girl had discerned his rhythm and replicated it with remarkable precision. Yet, as he continued to observe, he noticed a subtle distinction. She had infused her own ideas into the process, boldly experimenting. Ah, such audacity! The elder chuckled softly. Bemused by Jiang Li's naivete, having only just learned to walk, she now aspired to run. He stood by, akin to an audience member awaiting the climax of a performance, anticipating her inevitable failure. Days passed in this manner, and what began as indifference morphed into seriousness. For it appeared that Jiang Li's innovations were indeed plausible. A dart was being meticulously forged beneath her diligent efforts. His gaze, intense and unwavering, followed her every movement, and he began to suspect that Jiang Li possessed a genuine talent for crafting. At last, the mid-grade magical dart was successfully completed. It had truly succeeded? The elder rushed forward, nudging Jiang Li aside, seizing the dart in his hands for closer inspection, his voice tinged with skepticism as he inquired, "Child, have you previously studied crafting, or are you merely toying with me?" He had never encountered a cultivator capable of mastering the craft after a single observation, despite its flaws. The dart was undeniably a product of her own labor. The successful refinement can be attributed to two factors. First, the inherent aptitude of this body in the art of crafting, and second, her unique learning methodology, which involved incessantly deconstructing, analyzing, and simulating throughout the learning process.
Now,
Having developed her consciousness, her learning has become increasingly effortless, yielding commendable results. How could this be deemed successful? I had to toil for several years. The bearded elder's complexion turned slightly pallid, for he had just confidently asserted that Jiang Li would not succeed, and now he was swiftly proven wrong. The monkey, lacking comprehension of the significance of such a practice, observed the elder's expression and contemplated that this woman might possess some remarkable abilities. "Senior, this achievement is merely a stroke of luck for me. I still have much to learn, and I am leagues behind you," Jiang Li remarked earnestly, her gaze sweeping across the various artifacts surrounding her. The elder's dedication to meticulously studying a particular item was commendable, and such accomplishments were far beyond what an inexperienced girl like her could aspire to. Upon hearing her words, the elder's demeanor softened slightly as he handed the dart to Jiang Li, saying, "Since you crafted it, it is yours." As a man, he would not stoop to quarreling with a young girl, for that would reflect poorly on him. Talent is a mysterious phenomenon, one that cannot be envied. "Thank you, Senior. I would like to purchase some additional artifacts for my protection, if possible," Jiang Li said with a smile as she accepted the dart, feeling a subtle sense of accomplishment within her. "Of course, feel free to browse and buy at your leisure." The elder then recalled his original purpose and eagerly began to introduce her to the various items available. Earning money is the foremost priority. Everything else can be cast aside. Under his enthusiastic introduction, Jiang Li acquired a defensive hairpin, a concealed crossbow, and a formation-breaking cone, all classified as second-grade magical artifacts. Although she initially sought a higher-grade defensive artifact, such options were not available here, as most were offensive types. Yet, given her current cultivation level, she could not wield anything beyond the second grade, making it the optimal choice. However, gazing at the hairpin in her hand, Jiang Li pursed her lips and could not help but speak her mind. "Senior, the hairpin could have been designed in a simpler manner." The hairpin was entirely white, radiating a beautiful luster, yet it was marred by the embellishments atop it. A kaleidoscope of gemstones formed the shape of a large flower, and to add to the ostentation, several colorful tassels hung from beneath the bloom. While vibrant, it was rather too garish, almost blinding. "Isn't it exquisite?" the burly man exclaimed, oblivious to Jiang Li's sentiments. "I observed this style for quite some time before deciding. Contemporary female cultivators adore such designs." The bearded artisan, not grasping Jiang Li's meaning, proudly stroked his beard, thoroughly pleased with his creation. He glanced at Jiang Li's rather plain attire and shook his head. Such a beautiful young lady should adorn herself splendidly. Why opt for such simplicity? "Indeed, Senior, you are correct," Jiang Li replied, refraining from further debate and merely forcing a smile. "How much is it in spirit stones?"
well,
The long-bearded man pondered for a moment before responding. "I shall charge you 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. I am offering you this price as I feel a connection with you. Otherwise, I would never provide such a favorable deal." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li furrowed her brow. feigning a troubled expression. After much internal conflict, she finally acquiesced, reluctantly parting with her precious spirit stones. The transaction completed, the bearded elder was exceedingly pleased, leading both her and the monkey out of the secret chamber, showering them with warmth as he bid them farewell. Jiang Li dared not linger. Once outside the village, she swiftly employed a concealment talisman, hastening her journey with the monkey in tow. She stealthily left a token of gratitude for the bearded elder, for she had learned the art of weapon forging from him. Although not her formal master, there was certainly a debt of gratitude she wished to acknowledge, as she did not wish to leave any karmic ties unaddressed. Yet, she feared that revealing her wealth might incite other thoughts within him. Thus she discreetly placed it in the secret chamber. After all, human nature is not easily tested. Chapter 54. The plot unfolds when he approached the stone table. He was suddenly struck by the sight of a fire spirit fruit resting quietly upon its surface. His eyes widened in disbelief, rubbing them to ensure he was not mistaken. This. Beside it lay a note. After reading it, the bearded elder was instantly overcome with emotion, cradling the fire spirit fruit in his hands, feeling the intense fire essence contained within. Tears of gratitude brimmed in his eyes. With this fire spirit fruit, he could confidently attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. In a fervor, the bearded elder paced the secret chamber, and after a considerable time, he finally calmed down. He rushed out and called to the white-haired matron, "Mother, I am going into seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. Please do not disturb me." With that, he slammed the door shut and entered the training room he had prepared well in advance. Once he ascended to foundation establishment, he would certainly repay the kindness of that young girl.
Who are you?
As Xinluo awoke, she was captivated by the sight of a male cultivator clad in striking red, shaking her head to dispel the lingering drowsiness. Fragments of memory surfaced, an explosion in the secret realm, her retreat into a spatial sanctuary, which had also suffered damage, causing her to lose consciousness. The spatial sanctuary. A wave of anxiety washed over her. It was of utmost significance to her, and her companions were still within. Hastily, she attempted to communicate with the space through her spiritual sense, only to discover that it was sealed, rendering it inaccessible. Alas! With her soul still wounded and not yet healed, recklessly employing her spiritual sense sent a sharp pain through her, causing her features to scrunch in discomfort. Disciple of the Five Spirit Sect, junior sister to Jiwuchen? His words sent a chill through Xinluo, prompting her to instinctively retreat, her expression turning wary. She struggled to free herself from his grasp, yet he held her chin firmly in place. Who exactly are you? Since her emergence, she had been cautious to conceal her identity, and it had taken considerable effort to persuade the elders not to follow her. How had she inadvertently exposed herself? Who am I? Care to take a guess? The red-clad man winked at Xinluo, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, his warm breath unsettling her. She endeavored to distance herself, but his attire and the enigmatic smile at the corner of his lips conjured an inexplicable image in her mind. You are Gong Baiming? The moment those words escaped her lips, the smile on the red-clad man's face froze, a fleeting look of surprise flashing in his eyes, which he quickly masked. Gong Baiming's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on Xinluo's chin, pulling her closer to him. How did you recognize me? They had never met, so how could this woman identify him? A menacing aura emanated from within him, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. Xinluo bit her lip, realizing that the person before her was indeed Gong Baiming. This was truly disastrous. Gong Baiming, the young lord of the Northern Yu Palace in the Demon Realm, was the formidable antagonist of the original narrative and the sworn enemy of her senior brother, Jiwuchan. He was known for his capricious temperament and formidable prowess, a ruthless demon who killed without a second thought. In the original tale, he harbored a profound disdain for the people of Tianyuan Peak, and even the heroine, Jiang Li, was not spared from his wrath, having suffered greatly at his hands. Naturally, such a villain ultimately met a tragic end, perishing at the hands of Jiang Li and Ji Wuchan. However, she was not the heroine. Encountering Gong Baiming so early was indeed a stroke of misfortune.
Speak.
Gong Baiming commanded, noticing her silence. He exerted his grip forcefully, shattering a few of Xin Qingluo's teeth, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. Xin Qingluo's eyes widened in shock, taken aback by Gong Baiming's sudden aggression. After a moment of contemplation, she paled and stammered. "I happened to hear my senior brother mention you."
Oh.
"Is that so?" Upon hearing Ji Wuchan's name, interest flickered in Gong Baiming's eyes as he casually brushed his hair aside. "Yes, my senior brother said he holds you in high regard. However, he mentioned your temper is rather fierce, which is why he refrains from expressing it openly, fearing you might mock him." Xin Qingluo felt a pang of guilt towards Ji Wuchan but continued fabricating words that he had never uttered. Gong Baiming's animosity towards Tianyuan Peak stemmed from Ji Wuchan. If she could alter this perception, perhaps she might find an opportunity to escape, for survival was of utmost importance at this juncture. As Gong Baiming listened intently to her fanciful tales, she noted the girl's bloodied lips and yet spirited demeanor, which sparked a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. However, upon hearing that her senior brother harbored deep affections for her, Gong Baiming's expression involuntarily contorted, and a glimmer of danger ignited in her gaze. This girl certainly possessed audacity in her fabrications. Yet, there was an undeniable charm about her, far more captivating than Ji Wuchan himself. "Step right up, come and witness. The grand auction held by Songlong merchants will take place in 10 days at the Songlong Auction House." The announcement boasted not only of 7th-grade magical artifacts, but also of a millennium-old thunder bamboo and 10,000-year-old Xian Yin grass. Additionally, there would be the celestial restoration pill, which could purify spiritual roots, and incomplete maps of secret realms. Do not miss this opportunity. Outside the Songlong merchants, several cultivators enthusiastically beat drums and gongs as they presented the event, while a notice was affixed to the outer wall. Surrounding cultivators jostled with curiosity about the treasures that awaited at this auction. Songlong auction? Jiang Li halted her steps, drawn by the commotion alongside the monkey. Listening to the merchant's introductions, she could not help but marvel at the unfolding narrative. This was Jiang Li's chance for a reversal of her spiritual roots and the moment when she would vie with Xin Qingluo and Gong Baiming for the coveted map of the secret realm. After all the twists and turns, fate had brought her here. With a smile, knowing she had spiritual stones in her pocket, she felt a surge of confidence and resolved to secure the celestial restoration pill. If she could transform her spiritual root into a chaotic one, her future cultivation would undoubtedly become significantly smoother. However, as she pondered this thought, a frown creased her brow, and the smile on her face faded. The reason for this was that Jiang Li had acquired the miraculous heaven-mending pill by exchanging it for the precious soul-nourishing wood. But where could she possibly find such wood? Jiang Li gazed up at the sky, realizing that she needed to devise a plan. In the following days, she exchanged various unnecessary items for spirit stones, including all but one of the fire spirit fruits, which she retained for herself. Many cultivators, eager to profit from the upcoming auction, began to sell their possessions, allowing her actions to go unnoticed as she successfully sold everything without a hitch. Chapter 55. All you're doing, she retrieved the aged, tattered tome that had remained unopened for so long. Due to her insufficient cultivation level, she had only managed to glance at it before being repelled. Now, she wondered if she would fare any better. With a calm mind and a well-adjusted breath, she opened the book cover. The first page remained blank, but as her consciousness touched the pages, a powerful force surged forth, pulling her spirit within. Once more, she found herself atop the half-eroded snow-capped mountain, snowflakes drifting gracefully all around her.
Jiang Li liftet her gazı.
Fixated on the spot in the sky where she anticipated a figure would emerge, her eyes unblinking. As she had expected, the silhouette appeared. He stood as if shrouded in mist, exuding an air of aloofness intertwined with a palpable aura of menace. Jiang Li's gaze remained locked on him as he raised the massive blade in his hand, effortlessly slicing through the air towards her direction. A ripple coursed through the air, and countless snowflakes transformed into the glint of blades, rushing toward her in a relentless wave. She felt as though she were frozen in place, utterly unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as the blades descended upon her. Jiang Li instinctively held her breath, aware that she was not truly present in this realm, yet still drenched in cold sweat. This time, the blade indeed struck, cleaving her translucent form in two, before extending outward into the distance. A thunderous roar erupted beside her, resonating through the snow-capped peaks that trembled in response, swiftly cascading downward. Jiang Li remained immobilized, engulfed in the deafening clamor that gripped her heart with trepidation. She could not ascertain how long she waited for the onslaught of the blade to finally dissipate. When she regained the ability to move, she was startled to discover that the surrounding snow-covered mountains had been severed at the waist, their summits collapsing and tumbling to the valley below. Beyond her line of sight lay a chasm, a gaping fissure left in the wake of that single strike. Jiang Li's spirit quaked, her mind buzzing with the intensity of the moment as her blood surged through her veins. Previously, her use of the great blade stemmed from a sense of familiarity and formidable strength. Yet, having witnessed the might of this single stroke, she was utterly captivated by the power of the blade cultivator. This was her aspiration. Her heart raced, and a resolute decision crystallized within her. She yearned to become a blade cultivator. As this thought flickered through her mind, the surrounding snowflakes suddenly swirled, transforming into an array of blades hurtling toward her. Jiang Li wished to retaliate, but once again, her body remained paralyzed. The immense blades ceaselessly pierced her form, soaring into the firmament, pirouetting, then plummeting to cleave through her again. An ineffable agony seized Jiang Li's spirit, incessantly wrenching at her. Upon the mountain's crest, she stood, allowing the great blades to transfix her repeatedly. Within the inn, her face flushed crimson, her body convulsed with bulging veins, and frigid perspiration streamed down her brow. She appeared as if dredged from a river. The monkey, engrossed with a meaty bone, observed the vapor emanating from Jiang Li's head, causing its fur to bristle in alarm. Discarding the bone, it fretted, scratching its ears and cheeks, fearing she would immolate herself. With a gasp, Jiang Li ejected a torrent of blood, her brow furrowed. Yet her eyes remained sealed. She continued to endure the torment of 1,000 blades piercing her heart, yet her spirit was preternaturally lucid, acutely aware of every nuance of pain. Gradually, she succumbed to numbness, acclimating to the sensation. At this juncture, she commenced scrutinizing the blades that transfixed her, discerning that each snowflake was unique. Thus the great blades they formed differed as well. They breached her form from various angles, piercing her back from divergent perspectives. Amusement dawned upon Jiang Li, and she diligently observed. Lost in concentration, she failed to notice that at the moment of her immersion, the agony of her spirit had ceased entirely. However, the sight of Jiang Li, cross-legged in meditation upon the bed, utterly terrified the monkey. No longer did vapor rise from her head, but a constant scintillation of blades emanated from her, each with a distinct direction and angle, threatening to engulf the nearby bed and table. A flash of blade light streaked across the room, startling the monkey, causing it to leap onto the roof beam. Alas! It neglected to retract its tail, and a significant tuft of fur at the tip was severed. What on earth was Jiang Li doing? Was human cultivation truly this terrifying? Clinging tightly to the beam, its gaze followed the swift movements of the blade light, fearful of further lacerations. Soon, a more alarming spectacle unfolded. An increasing number of blade lights emanated from Jiang Li's body, each radiating a chilling aura as they surged outward, violently cleaving the surroundings.
Crash.
Clatter. Snap. Thud. The cabinets were riddled with gashes, the table at the center collapsed into palm-sized fragments, and the nearby stools met a similar fate. Even the vanity table in the corner was not spared, its legs severed, causing it to topple precariously. The monkey, trembling on the beam, was relieved that the roof remained intact until the blade lights surged towards it.
Ah!
It released its grip and plummeted, scrambling frantically across the room. Fear gripped its heart, knowing it possessed little skill beyond concealment. Yet it soon discovered a hidden talent. It was quite adept at escaping. With a mournful expression, it resigned itself to leaping and darting about the room, though patches of its fur continued to be shorn away. Witnessing hundreds more blade lights erupting from Jiang Li, it despaired. Was it to be tormented to death?
Swoosh.
Hundreds of blade lights launched simultaneously, their terrifying power unleashed upon the surroundings.
Bang! Bang!
A series of sounds erupted, shattering all the furnishings within the room. Even the bed beneath Jiang Li collapsed. Several beams from the ceiling fell as well. Jiang Li stumbled and fell to the ground, her spirit momentarily detached from the pages of the books. As another beam threatened to descend, she hastily moved aside, clutching her books. With a resounding crash, the beam struck the ground, fracturing into several pieces along various cuts, rolling to rest at the feet of the monkey. Jiang Li gathered her books, staring in astonishment at the chaos that surrounded her. Did I cause this? The marks of the slashes bore witness to her involvement. Yet she pondered how such a display could result from mere swordplay. Is it not you? The monkey glared at her with sorrowful, tear-filled eyes, pitifully cradling its nearly bare tail. Jiang Li glanced at it and was taken aback to find the once splendidly furred monkey now a patchy sight, with tufts of fur scattered haphazardly across its body, rendering it quite comical. Unable to restrain herself, she let out a laugh. The monkey was utterly enraged.
You still laugh.
This is all you're doing. Chapter 56. Moral coercion. My apologies, it was all my fault. Upon witnessing the monkey's tearful and pitiful demeanor, Jiang Li stifled her laughter and offered her apology. You know it is your fault. The monkey huffed in indignation, turning its back on Jiang Li, refusing to converse. However, as it turned, it revealed its bare, bald rear. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Li burst into laughter once more.
Ah!
It seems I have truly stirred a hornet's nest. The monkey, in a fit of despair, let out a series of frantic cries and began to scamper about the room. The already dilapidated decor was utterly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Jiang Li rubbed her temples and gazed at the chaos around her, managing a bitter smile. She hoped the innkeeper would not demand an exorbitant fee. She was still contemplating the acquisition of a celestial repair elixir. She called the frenzied monkey to fetch the innkeeper. When the innkeeper arrived, he too was taken aback by the scene before him. Fortunately, each room was protected by a barrier, or the destruction would have extended far beyond this one. Who had this young girl fought within her chamber? His gaze fell upon the despondent monkey, whose various injuries bore witness to the girl's misdeeds. Upon raising his eyes again, the innkeeper's expression towards Jiang Li had transformed. Despite her seemingly gentle and kind demeanor, she had mistreated her spirit beast. Look at the damage. Innkeeper, how many spirit stones does this amount to? Jiang Li, unable to explain that such a mess was the result of her training, maintained a smiling facade and requested a price. Most of the items were trivial, save for the bed, which was somewhat valuable. Would you consider a mere 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? The innkeeper did not demand an outrageous sum. He understood that these patrons were here for the auction, and therein was part of the Songlong Trading Company. Ultimately, the money would find its way back to him. Moreover, this young girl did not seem to embody the traits of a wealthy individual. Innkeeper, could you possibly lower the price a bit more? You know how it is. Us wandering cultivators are not affluent. Jiang Li gazed with her innocent large eyes, attempting to haggle, for spiritual stones are indeed of utmost importance. Regrettably, she was not skilled in the art of negotiation. After much effort, she managed to reduce the price by not even a fraction, ultimately yielding to pay 1,000 stones. Consequently, Jiang Li no longer dared to practice her cultivation within the inn, fearing she might incur further losses amounting to several thousand. She had intended to invite the monkey for a stroll, yet the monkey, feeling inadequate due to its sparse fur, had withdrawn in embarrassment, lamenting its former charm in solitude. Thus, Jiang Li ventured out alone. Having remained within the confines of the inn for a day or two, the outside world had transformed. The inn's main hall was bustling with cultivators, engaged in animated discussions, predominantly about the upcoming auction in a few days. Stepping outside, she found the streets teeming with practitioners who had traveled from various locales, which had also revitalized the businesses along the roadside. With a desire to broaden her horizons, Jiang Li wandered into several shops. Through the incessant introductions from the attendants, she discovered numerous intriguing items, particularly some uniquely shaped magical artifacts, whose remarkable functions pleasantly surprised her. She listened with rapt attention, occasionally posing questions, to which the attendants responded patiently and with great enthusiasm. Ultimately, feeling somewhat guilty for their efforts, she left a small tip of a few spiritual stones before departing. As she walked along the street, she would occasionally stop to inspect any curious objects, marveling at the vastness and richness of the cultivation world. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, as if someone were grappling with something. Cultivators nearby quickly gathered around, inquiring curiously about the unfolding events. Indeed, one could always find eager spectators wherever one went. Jiang Li initially contemplated departing, yet upon realizing her idle state, she gravitated towards the scene. Standing at a modest height of 1.60 meters, she appeared diminutive amidst the throng, hesitant to employ her spiritual sense openly in the presence of numerous seniors. Instead, she sought to peer through the interstices among the cultivators. The act of probing into others' minds could easily be construed as a provocation or an unwarranted inquiry, particularly by those of higher cultivation levels, who might perceive it as an affront, potentially leading to complications for oneself. Esteemed senior, I implore you, I beseech you, that relic was a bequest from my mother. I plead for its return. An elderly man, his hair entirely white, knelt upon the ground, incessantly prostrating himself before another man. Jiang Li could only discern the figure of the latter, a towering presence at 1.80 meters, clad in garments of azure, exuding an air of uprightness. Esteemed senior, I earnestly beseech you, as long as you restore my possession, I am willing to toil like a beast. His voice trembled with desperation. The white-haired elder's tear-filled eyes reflected profound sorrow as he fervently implored, seemingly disheartened by the other's indifference. He then began to knock his forehead against the ground with fervor,
presenting a pitiable sight.
Many cultivators surrounding them displayed expressions of sympathy, voicing their reproach towards the man's heartlessness. The elderly figure, having reached the venerable age of 90, was merely a qi refining practitioner with few years left to live. In stark contrast, the man, merely in his 20s yet already a foundational cultivator, adorned in garments that bespoke of a wealthy lineage, seemed devoid of compassion, even resorting to the theft of another's belongings. The whispers of bystanders infiltrated Jiang Li's ears. While she refrained from hastily forming judgments, she could not help but feel a pang of pity for the elder, who, at over 90 years, addressed a mere 20-year-old as senior.
Hey,
young man, just give it to him. Look at how pitiful he is. Don't be too calculative. A cultivator in the mid-foundation stage stepped forward to advocate for the old man with white hair. With his lead, others began to persuade as well. After all, the item was not for them to keep, and it merely required a bit of verbal effort.
Why not?
Indeed, return it to him. He doesn't have many years left to live. Consider it an act of kindness. They continued, "Your robe alone is worth more than his entire life's savings. Why be so petty? Hurry and give it to him. Look, he has even injured his head. How pitiful. You shouldn't have taken something that isn't yours. That was a cherished heirloom of his family." The crowd grew increasingly agitated, shifting from persuasion to outright reproach, eager to compel the young man to return the item to the elder. Observing their fervor, Jiang Li couldn't help but think of a phrase: moral coercion. The essence of generosity was being blatantly manipulated. How would the young man choose in this moment? Until now, he had remained silent. "Have you all finished?" The young man spoke slowly after patiently listening to their remarks. The old man, with a bloodied head, gazed up at him with sorrowful eyes, ultimately crawling to his feet and pleading loudly. This scene would evoke sympathy from anyone who witnessed it. Chapter 57. The Tower of Celestial Visions. Yet the young man remained indifferent, coldly observing the figure groveling at his feet. "Oh, so now you know how to feign pitifulness? When you personally sent your daughter to the Wangxian Tower, were you aware of her plight? This item was bestowed upon me by your daughter. On what grounds should I return it to you?" As he spoke, he forcefully kicked the white-haired old man out, sending him tumbling to the feet of the onlookers. Jiang Li furrowed her brow, the voice sounding vaguely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. "Moreover, what exactly is the Wangxian Tower? A tavern, perhaps?"
What?
That old man could bear to send his own daughter to such a place? Truly, he was pushing her into the abyss. Indeed, while she appeared pitiful, it was shocking that he could commit such a disgraceful act. The sentiment of the crowd shifted rapidly, especially upon hearing the phrase Wangxian Tower. Their indignant expressions were enough to suggest it was certainly not a respectable establishment. Jiang Li was taken aback by the swift change in the crowd's demeanor. The longer she lingered in the Linyuan continent, the more she perceived that these cultivators were not much different from ordinary folk in her past life, especially in a world where ascension seemed a distant dream for countless years. The yearning for wealth and power had merely transformed into a quest for strength. "You sell your daughter to procure resources for your son's cultivation. It is a mercy that I haven't taken action against you yet. If you persist in this entanglement, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The man, disgusted by the old man's expression, issued a final warning before turning away indifferently. The surrounding cultivators, recognizing the gravity of the situation, retreated, clearing a path for him. In that moment, Jiang Li finally discerned the man's features, realizing that he was indeed a familiar face. The man also noticed her, and after a moment of mild surprise, he approached her and called out, "Sister Jiang." "Brother Luo, what a coincidence to find you here," Jiang Li replied with a respectful clasp of her fists and a smile. The person before her was none other than Luo Qingzhou, her acquaintance from the back mountain, the senior brother of Su Jiuma and the eldest disciple of the esteemed Xinyu Zhenjuan. "Yes, I've heard there's an auction happening in a few days, so I came to have a look," Luo Qingzhou remarked, feeling a sense of warmth upon encountering a fellow sect member, his previously tense expression softening with a hint of a smile. Noticing that she was still assessing him, he stepped closer to Jiang Li and said, "Come, it's a rare chance to meet. Let me treat you to a meal." Due to his connection with Su Jiuma, he did not regard Jiang Li as merely an ordinary disciple, and his words were tinged with familiarity. Jiang Li felt it inappropriate to decline and followed him away from the center of the commotion. Luo Qingzhou led her to the largest restaurant of the Songlong Trading Company, reserved a private room, and ordered a variety of delectable dishes. "Please don't be shy, we are all like family here. Feel free to take whatever you like." He poured a glass of spirit wine for Jiang Li, his considerate demeanor markedly different from before. Thank you. I can manage myself." Jiang Li's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, somewhat unaccustomed to his unusual warmth. "How are we like family?" she thought, as they were not particularly close. "You may not know, but Juma talks about you every day. However, due to the strictness of our master, He has never found the opportunity to visit you, Luo Qingzhou casually mentioned Su Jiuma, fully aware of his junior's little schemes. In the beginning, Su Jiumo had implored his master to accept Jiang Li as a registered disciple, but ultimately, his request was denied. Due to her inadequate talents, had she been accepted, it would have been detrimental to her. Particularly when she struggled to keep pace with those around her, her mindset could easily falter. It was from that moment that Luo Qingzhou became convinced that his junior brother harbored feelings for Jiang Li. Really? Ha ha ha. Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words, resorting to laughter as she buried her head in her food. Yet, Luo Qingzhou was not inclined to cease his teasing. Continuing, I see that fellow quite likes you. He is merely too stubborn to admit it. As he spoke, he took a sip of the spiritual wine in his cup, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Li's reaction. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Li was taken aback by his directness, and in her nervousness, she choked, leading to a fit of coughing. Observing this, Luo Qingzhou quickly offered her a cup of water, saying, "No need to rush your eating. No one is competing with you." He assumed Jiang Li had choked due to the rarity of such delicacies and felt compelled to remind her. Jiang Li accepted the water and drank it all in one go, finally managing to catch her breath. Her face flushed as she waved her hand at Luo Qingzhou. "Senior brother Luo, you are mistaken. Su Jiumo does not have feelings for me." She finally comprehended the reason behind Luo Qingzhou's enthusiastic demeanor. It was all based on a misunderstanding. Su Jiumo had indeed harbored a vague and innocent fondness for Jiang Li at first, but it had long since dissipated with his growing relationship with Shen Qingluo. His affections were directed towards Shen Qingluo, not her. Really? Luo Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his face, clearly unconvinced. Jiang Li nodded emphatically, determined to clarify her thoughts regardless of whether Luo Qingzhou believed her. To avoid further discussion on the matter, she proactively shifted the topic, inquiring, "Senior brother Luo, what is the Wangxian Tower?" At the mention of it, the smile on Luo Qingzhou's face abruptly faded, replaced by a solemn expression. The Wangxian Tower was a place of revelry for those in the realm of cultivation, akin to the brothels and entertainment districts of the mundane world. Today, an old man had a son and 3 daughters. In a bid to facilitate his son's cultivation, he hastily married off his 2 eldest daughters, indifferent to their fates, even when faced with unscrupulous suitors, all for the sake of amassing more spirit stones. Tragically, both daughters encountered misfortune, prompting him to set his sights on the youngest. She managed to escape and fortuitously encountered me, from whom she received salvation. Is it possible for father to be so callous? Jiang Li furrowed her brow, the image of that pitiable girl transforming into a visage of disdain in her mind. Later, the youngest daughter gifted me a pearl in gratitude, but when the old man discovered it, he relentlessly pursued me, leading to the scene you witnessed. This was Luo Qingzhou's first encounter with such a father, and he felt a deep-seated loathing for him. "What of the youngest daughter?" Jiang Li inquired, her concern for the unfortunate girl evident. With the protection of the Luo family, that old man would undoubtedly refrain from causing any trouble, ensuring a semblance of security for the young girl. "Junior sister Jiang, the world is vast and human nature intricate. You must remain vigilant and not trust others lightly." Luo Qingzhou gazed intently at Jiang Li's delicate and innocent visage, feeling a sense of unease. She was clearly a naive girl susceptible to deception. With a furrowed brow, he spoke earnestly, "For the next few days, you shall remain by my side and refrain from wandering about."
Ah?
Jiang Li's lips parted slightly, instinctively inclined to refuse.
Yet.
Luo Qingzhou discerned her thoughts at a glance and, with a smile, remarked, "You undoubtedly wish to procure something at the auction, but sitting alone in the hall. Even if you acquire a fine item, you would find it difficult to leave. If you accompany me, I assure you a safe departure. What do you think?" This auction was a mingling of diverse characters, with many individuals targeting not the items for sale but the cultivators attending the event. Should any prominent cultivator be recognized, they would soon find themselves beset by several factions upon their exit. Jiang Li would certainly be unable to escape such a predicament. Astute individuals know how to make prudent choices. Luo Qingzhou felt no apprehension regarding Jiang Li's potential refusal. He savored a sip of the spiritual wine in his cup, his expression warm with mirth as he regarded her. Jiang Li was indeed tempted. Luo Qingzhou had accurately identified her deepest concern. Her presence had already altered her path. The allure of the Mary Sue aura had dissipated, and she no longer possessed the purple token bestowed by the young master of the Songlong Merchant Guild. Accompanying Luo Qingzhou was indeed a wise decision, yet she still felt compelled to voice her thoughts. Senior brother Luo, Su Jiumo's affections do not lie with me. What if you assist me out of a misunderstanding, only to be incensed upon discovering the truth later? Upon hearing her words, Luo Qingzhou straightened slightly, the carefree expression on his face transforming into one of earnestness as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Li, declaring, "Even if you are not the beloved of Jiumo, I shall assist you. I am not so narrow-minded. After all, we are of the same sect, and it is only natural to lend each other a hand while we are away from home." Jiang Li met his sincere eyes and felt a sense of relief. She dreaded misunderstandings, especially those related to emotions. "Then I thank you, senior brother Luo," she replied with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "There is no need to constantly express your thanks." Luo Qingzhou chuckled softly, finding it somewhat amusing that in such a short time, Jiang Li had already uttered her thanks 3 times. While her politeness was commendable, it also conveyed a sense of unfamiliarity, a feeling Jiang Li consistently projected during their encounters, first at their initial meeting, then when her junior brother accompanied him to see her, and now again. She maintained a courteous distance, seeming rather aloof. "Very well," Jiang Li agreed with a cheerful smile, taking a piece of spirit beast meat and placing it in her mouth, her gaze fleetingly tracing over Luo Qingzhou. Such a good person. Who could have foreseen that he would one day be controlled by demonic entities, becoming a villain in the narrative? After being corrupted by the demons, he would annihilate the new generation of disciples from the Luo family, slay his own parents, and assault the 5 Spirit sect. Engaging in fierce combat with Su Jiumo, Jiang Li let out a barely perceptible sigh, hoping that in the future, she might find an opportunity to help him avert such a fate. After they finished their meal, Luo Qingzhou accompanied Jiang Li to the inn where he was staying, only to discover that all the rooms had been fully booked. With a grand gesture, he led Jiang Li directly to the inn of the Songlong commercial house, securing for her a superior room. Yet, along the way, he hesitated several times, and just as Jiang Li was about to enter the chamber, he could no longer restrain himself. "Jiang Shimi," he began, "in truth, the Songlong commercial house has many delightful spirit beasts for sale. That monkey possesses almost no cultivation and is rather unseemly. Apart from its ability to speak, it has little to commend it. It truly does not pair well with a beautiful sister like you." Jiang Li paused momentarily, then comprehended his goodwill. Stifling a laugh, she cast a glance at the infuriated monkey and nodded with a smile before shutting the door, thus severing his line of sight. Upon surveying the room's decor, Jiang Li couldn't help but exclaim softly. The chamber before her stood in stark contrast to the previous inn, akin to a presidential suite versus a standard room. The furnishings within were crafted from exquisite materials, exuding an understated yet undeniable opulence. The monkey, ready to unleash a tirade, was instantly silenced by the sight of such grandeur, and it leapt onto the bed, rolling about with delight. "Wow, this bed is so soft," it exclaimed, lying on its belly, its eyes gleaming as it fixated on Jiang Li, its rear slightly elevated, tail wagging incessantly like a spinning propeller. Seeing Jiang Li nod in acknowledgement, it joyfully began to tumble on the bed. Jiang Li, in turn, indulged its antics, sitting on a stool with a smile gracing her features as she observed. Over the course of their time together, she had begun to grow fond of this monkey. Although timid, It provided her with companionship, alleviating the monotony of life. She retrieved a tome on formations and earnestly began her studies at the table. Upon observing her once again engrossed in her studies, the monkey promptly halted its activities, obediently settling on the couch to groom itself, occasionally casting a glance at Jiang Li. It harbored a sense of admiration for her whenever she was not on the move. The majority of her time was dedicated to learning. Perhaps this was the reason for her remarkable prowess? The monkey blinked its eyes, its tail wagging with increased enthusiasm. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon the auction was set to commence. Jiang Li and Luo Qingzhou prepared their belongings and arrived at the Songlong auction house, where a throng of people had already gathered outside. To gain entry into the auction house, one must first undergo a credential verification process, with only those cultivators possessing more than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones being granted access. Once inside, attendees were required to purchase cloaks that shielded their consciousness, concealing their forms entirely. However, these regulations were merely applicable to ordinary individuals. Those like Luo Qingzhou, a legitimate heir from one of the four prominent families, were exempt from such formalities. He led Jiang Li directly to the front of the crowd, brandishing his identity token, which elicited a warm welcome from the doorman, who promptly ushered them through an alternate entrance, leaving behind a chorus of envious whispers. Jiang Li followed obediently behind Luo Qingzhou, taking in the resplendent corridor, and once again felt the master's profound affection for spirit stones. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, they halted before a door. Respectfully, they were welcomed into the room, where an exquisite platter of high-grade spiritual fruits was soon presented, accompanied by a fragrant pot of spirit tea. Young Master Luo, here are the items for this auction. You may take a look. A servant courteously offered the auction list, clearly detailing the items for sale along with their order of presentation. Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly, gesturing for him to leave, and then handed the auction list to Jiang Li, casually inquiring, "Junior Sister Jiang, what brings you here for this particular item?" Just as he was about to offer to bid for her, Jiang Li's clear voice resonated, "The Bu Tian Dan." Luo Qingzhou paused, his hand holding the teapot momentarily halted, as he glanced at her in astonishment. The Bu Tian Dan? How extraordinary! Fortunately, he had refrained from boasting, for that item was not simply obtainable with wealth alone. Observing Jiang Li's candid demeanor, he quickly grasped her intentions. Using the Bu Tian Dan with her 5 spiritual roots afforded a slim chance of transforming them into chaotic spiritual roots. Even if the transformation did not occur, an increase in spiritual root density would undoubtedly facilitate her cultivation. Looking at Jiang Li's obedient appearance, he sighed softly and ruffled her hair, feeling a surge of compassion within. Chapter 59. The Disparity of Wealth as a Variant of the Thunder Spiritual Root. Luo Qingzhou had been cherished by his family since birth. After his spiritual root was discovered, he was further esteemed, always surrounded by protectors and enjoying a smooth path in cultivation, never lacking in spirit stones. In stark contrast, Jiang Li bore the burden of the weakest 5 spiritual roots, having endured countless hardships to reach the 8th layer of qi refinement. What a pitiable child she was. Jiang Li felt a paw atop her head and instantly froze, too startled to move. Despite her 12-year-old exterior, her soul was that of someone in their 20s, and the sensation of being patted on the head was truly peculiar. Unaware of her discomfort, Luo Qingzhou waved his hand to open the window of the private room, allowing the sounds of the outside world to flood in. Curious, Jiang Li rose to her feet and leaned against the window to gaze downward, discovering that they were situated in a private room on the 4th floor. The interior of the auction house featured a spherical hall, with private rooms encircling the central space. She tilted her head upward, noting that the rooms soared to 6 stories, and some had already illuminated, indicating the presence of guests. Luo Qingzhou also approached, fixating on the increasing number of cultivators in the hall, playfully jesting, "Perhaps there are many familiar faces among them." "Indeed, yet it was difficult to discern. Jiang Li nodded in agreement, secretly contemplating that Xin Luo and Gong Baiming should have arrived as well. Gong Baiming, the young lord of the Beiyu Palace, was originally a formidable antagonist who would gradually be softened by Xin Luo's influence, ultimately becoming a tragic and infatuated second male lead. He had spent a lifetime competing with Ji Wuqing, only to ultimately be vanquished by him. In the original narrative, due to the contention over the map, Gong Baiming developed a disdain for Jiang Li, and after her departure from the auction house, he took action against her. The conclusion was, of course, Jiang Li sustaining grave injuries and escaping, thereby forging an enduring enmity with Gong Baiming. Jiang Li held no interest in the map, focusing her attention solely on the Tian pill. The two of them savored spiritual fruits in the private room, patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction. As the hour of the sea arrived, the grand doors of the auction house swung shut, plunging the vast venue into an oppressive silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. In the center of the hall, a circular platform began to rise, revealing a beautiful female cultivator who appeared bearing a tray. Beside her stood a small child, reaching only to her waist, wielding a gilded hammer adorned with a red ribbon. Jiang Li fixed her gaze, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. The child before her was, astonishingly, a Yuanian cultivator. She turned her head to look at Luo Qingzhou, her lips slightly parted, her face awash with wonder. This was Elder Yan of the Songlong Merchant Guild, over 300 years of age, yet inexplicably, he had regressed in age, now appearing as a child. Luo Qingzhou, possessing a certain understanding of the Songlong Merchant Guild, took on the role of an interpreter, patiently addressing her inquiries. Some speculated that he had cultivated a remarkable technique, while others suggested he was under some curse. How intriguing! Jiang Li could not help but steal a few more glances at Elder Yan, finding it truly difficult to fathom that he had lived for over 3 centuries. Thank you, esteemed friends, for journeying from afar to attend the Songlong Merchant Guild's auction. On behalf of the guild, I extend my utmost respect to all of you. Elder Yan beamed a courteous smile, bowing first to express his gratitude. His youthful visage, with its cherubic roundness, appeared exceptionally endearing. Yet the voice that emanated from him was both steady and ancient, creating a peculiar juxtaposition. However, the crowd's attention quickly shifted away from him as he commenced the introduction of the first auction item. The atmosphere of the auction was paramount, for in a fervent environment, individuals might act impulsively, sparking a series of consumer behaviors. Thus, the inaugural item held great significance, needing to ignite the enthusiasm of the audience and lay the groundwork for subsequent offerings. The first item for auction was the Century Longevity Fruit. Elder Yan dramatically unveiled the red silk covering the tray, revealing a dark greenish-black fruit that instantly captivated the onlookers. A gasp of awe resonated throughout the crowd. The crowd in the hall erupted into a cacophony, utterly astonished that the first item up for auction was the extraordinary longevity fruit. The auction house often pre-announces certain lots to attract cultivators, yet they also prepare numerous other surprise items, and the longevity fruit is one such marvel. Its benefits are surely well known to all. A century-old longevity fruit, if refined into an elixir of immortality, can extend a cultivator's life by 50 years. Should one consume it whole, it could potentially add a full century to their lifespan. Elder Yan raised the gilded hammer in his hand and struck it against the gong with a resounding clang. The starting bid is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. 60,000. 70,000. 90,000. 100,000. As the auction commenced, the audience could hardly contain themselves, with many rising to place their bids, the price soaring rapidly. Jiang Li sat in her private room, unconsciously clutching her skirt, her breathing becoming shallow. Though she was aware of the frenzy that auctions could incite, the scene before her still felt terrifying. The bids shouted by those individuals seemed not to be spirit stones, but rather mere pebbles found by the roadside. Is this the chasm of wealth disparity? Jiang Li pressed her lips together, her heart racing as she grew anxious about the fate of the celestial restoration pill. She had no choice but to give it her all. 200,000. Someone from the second-floor box called out. Her bid seemed to serve as a signal, prompting others in the surrounding boxes to follow suit. Every family harbors disciples of lesser aptitude, and this longevity fruit represents a glimmer of hope, perhaps even a miracle. 300,000, 400,000, 700,000, 1 million. The adjacent private room made a bid, instantly elevating the price to 10 million low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, more individuals placed their bids, culminating in a final sale of 50 million low-grade spirit stones. After observing the first auction item, Jiang Li felt a wave of unease. If such a grand spectacle accompanied the initial item, one could only imagine the frenzy surrounding the closing items, the celestial repairing pill, and the map. Fear not. The first item is meant to create excitement, and it is typically of considerable value. The subsequent items will likely be somewhat more ordinary, Luo Qingzhou murmured to reassure Jiang Li. The second item was a damaged bow, a ninth-grade treasure, reportedly obtained from a secret realm, possessing the power to pierce through the skies for thousands of miles and capable of tracking others. As long as a soul mark was placed upon an individual, this bow could locate them, no matter the distance. Regrettably, due to its damage, its range had become limited. Chapter 60. Thunder Bamboo. Elder Yen struck the price. The starting bid was set at 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Instantly, voices clamoring to outbid each other filled the venue. And within moments, the price soared to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Logically, a ninth-grade treasure is immensely valuable in the Linyuan continent, and cultivators would typically vie for it with great fervor. However, this bow's damage rendered its power comparable to that of a second-grade treasure, thereby diminishing its worth. Additionally, many were awaiting the treasures that lay ahead, leading to the bow ultimately being sold for 3,120,000 low-grade spirit stones to a cultivator in the hall. The individuals in the private room were either affluent or noble, and none deigned to regard the bow and arrow. Throughout the event, not a single soul made a bid. Jiang Li discerned the underlying dynamics, keenly observing the frenzy with which others vied to place their offers. Sister Jiang, have you considered bidding on other items? Luo Qingzhou subtly hinted, wishing to persuade Jiang Li to forego the elusive celestial restoration pill without discouraging her. It would be a pity to miss out on other treasures simply due to an obsession with the pill. Jiang Li, sensing his intention, pondered for a moment before replying, I shall observe for now. I have yet to encounter anything that captivates me. In truth, she harbored similar thoughts, acutely aware of the slim chances of acquiring the celestial restoration pill. Nonetheless, opportunities to enhance one's innate abilities were rare, and she was reluctant to let this slip away. Jiang Li pressed her lips together, realizing that her own financial constraints were to blame. The auction proceeded with fervor, the atmosphere intensifying, with some individuals vocally expressing their frustrations for missing desired items. Elder Yen remained unperturbed, merely instructing his subordinates to intervene, offering a cup of cool tea to soothe their tempers. Next, we present a special surprise meticulously prepared by our Songlong Commerce for all who have journeyed from afar. Do not blink, Elder Yen declared with a mysterious smile, gently lifting the gilded hammer to unveil the silk cloth draped over the tray. All the cultivators held their breath in anticipation, their eyes fixed on the tray, with many rising to stretch their necks forward in eagerness. Jiang Li was also intently gazing at the tray, eager to discover the treasures it concealed. Suddenly, the silk cloth was swept aside, revealing a segment of the thunder bamboo, emanating a faint purple lightning that captivated the crowd. A collective gasp resonated throughout the hall. It was indeed the thunder bamboo. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement, and Luo Qingzhou, standing beside Jiang Li, leapt to his feet, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Jiang Li understood the significance of this rare find for him. As he possessed a mutated lightning spirit root, the thunder bamboo was invaluable, potentially usable in the crafting of his life treasure, making it exceedingly precious. Surely, everyone present recognized its worth. Elder Yan displayed a satisfied expression, fully anticipating the reaction of the attendees. The thunder bamboo, one of the 3 divine trees, could withstand lightning tribulations, assist in the cultivation of lightning spirit roots, and serve in the creation of life treasures. There were even rumors that it could aid practitioners in comprehending the laws of the heavenly path through lightning. Everyone should be aware of its extraordinary value. The applications of thunder bamboo are numerous, with many yet to be discovered, and its extreme rarity ensures that its appearance would incite a frenzy among the crowd. Enduring a tribulation is a monumental trial for cultivators. Possessing even a single segment of thunder bamboo could potentially shield them from a lethal strike. Furthermore, when refining treasures, incorporating a piece of thunder bamboo would endow the artifact with lightning attributes, regardless of whether the practitioner possessed a lightning spirit root. With so many advantages, Jiang Li felt a stir of desire within her. Yet, she recognized that she would undoubtedly be outmatched in any attempt to seize it. Even if she succeeded, she likely could not retain it. Thus, she opted to enjoy the spectacle, cheering on Luo Qingzhou from the sidelines. Luo Qingzhou felt a mix of excitement and tension, his expression turning serious. The bidding for the thunder bamboo had commenced, with an opening price of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 150,000, 180,000, 200,000. The individuals in the private room began to place their bids one after another. 300,000. In another private room, Shen Qingluo also entered the fray, immediately elevating the price further. She was not lacking in spirit stones and was more than capable of competing with these bidders. With her spatial abilities, should she succeed in acquiring the thunder bamboo to cultivate within her space, she might uncover unforeseen delights. As her voice emerged, Jiang Li immediately recognized it, raising an eyebrow with subtle intrigue. Luo Qingzhou too discerned her presence. Casting a surprised glance towards the adjacent room, "Is junior sister Shen also here?" Indeed, it appeared to be the voice of Master Shen. Shen Qingluo did not make any effort to conceal her voice, making it easy for familiar ears to identify. It seemed junior sister Shen also wished to bid for the thunder bamboo, but I would not concede it to her. Luo Qingzhou maintained a serious demeanor, swirling the wine glass in his hand, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He could withdraw from the bidding for everything else, but not this one. In the time they spoke, the price had surged to 700,000. Only 2 individuals remained in the bidding war, their voices altered through a special mechanism. Sounding rather grating, the bidders in the private rooms remained calm and collected, exuding confidence. 1 million. Luo Qingzhou placed another bid, provoking a wave of discussion among the cultivators in the hall. Such is the privilege of those hailing from prominent families. Spirit stones seemed as trivial as dirt by the roadside. Humph, what's so remarkable about having a fortunate birth? Who will the thunder bamboo ultimately belong to? In any case, it is of no concern to us. Some express envy, while others harbor jealousy, as the cultivators engage in lively discussions, their words flowing freely without fear of offending anyone. 1,200,000. Shen Qingluo furrowed her brows and raised her bid once more. No sooner had her voice faded than a private booth on the 5th floor countered with 1,500,000. Clearly, everyone is earnest in their desire to acquire the thunder bamboo, and the bidding is anything but timid. Jiang Li watched with an amused expression, nibbling on a spiritual fruit, her lively eyes sparkling with intrigue. She glanced at the excited Luo Qingzhou beside her and then stole a look at the adjacent room. One is the triumphant heroine, while the other is a weighty antagonist. It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. And then there's Gong Baiming, who is yet to utter a word. 5 million. Luo Qingzhou, growing impatient, decided to showcase his determination rather than remain entangled in their bidding war. The abrupt escalation of the price ignited a fresh wave of discussion among the crowd. 10 million. Shen Qingluo, unwilling to be outdone, elevated the atmosphere to a new peak. She was not lacking in spirit stones, and securing the thunder bamboo would be nothing short of splendid. Do you have a particular fondness for this item? Gong Baiming observed Shen Qingluo for a considerable time, finding her ever-changing expressions increasingly fascinating. She was the most expressive and endearing woman he had ever encountered. Chapter 61. Intense competition. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingluo raised an eyebrow and turned to Gong Baiming, crossing her arms in an X formation. I have my own wealth. Gong Baiming, ever the enigma, could swing from benevolence to malevolence in the blink of an eye. One moment he might bestow a gift upon her, and the next, he could tighten his grip around her throat, threatening her very existence. She had attempted to break free from Gong Baiming's grasp several times, all to no avail. How she wished to encounter her senior brother. The fleeting image of Ji Wuchen crossed her mind, prompting a wistful sigh. Perhaps her senior brother was currently with Jiang Li? Gong Baiming sensed Shen Qingluo's mood, his charming eyes lifting slightly at the corners, a glimmer of crimson flashing within their depths. He fell silent, merely toying with the ring on his index finger, his gaze deep and tranquil. Shen Qingluo and Luo Qingzhou's aggressive bidding drove away a portion of the competitors. Many had their own aspirations, and spending excessively on the heavenly thunder bamboo would leave them drained for other items. Soon, only 5 bidders remained. I am Yang Zhenzi from the Shaorao sect. I have a descendant with a thunder spiritual root. Might I ask if you would consider granting me the heavenly thunder bamboo? I shall forever remember your kindness. Realizing that the situation was untenable, as the price had already surged to 70 million mid-grade spiritual stones, Yang Zhenzi stepped forward first, hoping others would withdraw from the auction out of respect for him. It is Master Yang. This humble girl, Hu Qin, withdraws from the bidding, hoping that Master Yang may achieve his wish. Upon hearing Yang Zhenzi's name, a box on the 4th floor immediately withdrew from the competition. Thank you. As soon as Yang Zhenzi finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou's voice followed suit. Uncle Yang, it is I, Qingzhou. Oh. So, it turns out to be Qingzhou? The astonished voice of Yang Zhenzi emerged from the private room, followed by his contemplative decision to withdraw. He was well aware that Luo Qingzhou possessed a rare lightning spiritual root, and thus chose to gracefully step aside, rendering a favor in the process. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Luo Qingzhou replied with a faint smile, mentally acknowledging Yang Zhenzi's kindness. With yet another contender withdrawing, only 3 competitors remained for the coveted thunder bamboo. Jiang Li silently observed. The eastern region of the Linyuan continent was a domain for spiritual cultivators, dominated by 4 prominent families and 8 major sects, alongside countless other medium-sized families and minor sections. The 4 illustrious families were the Shen, Ji, Luo, and Yi clans, whose disciples permeated various sects, boasting an abundance of exceptional talents. As a direct descendant of the Luo family, with an anomalous lightning spiritual root, Luo Qingzhou was held in high regard by his kin. The recently withdrawn nascent soul cultivator had evidently stepped back out of respect for the Luo clan. Jiang Li blinked, feeling no particular envy. The more support one received from their family, the heavier the burden of responsibility became, and the sacrifices made were no less than those of others. Qingzhou? Could it be Luo Qingzhou? Shen Qingluo furrowed her brows in confusion, whispering to herself. Her knowledge of Luo Qingzhou was rather limited. The original text only provided fragmented descriptions, yet they left a profound impression on her. This individual ultimately brought ruin to the very Luo family that nurtured him, even waging a deadly battle against the 5 Spirits sect, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the deeply affectionate second male lead, Su Jiuma. Unable to bear the thought of harming his senior brother, Su Jiuma could not bring himself to kill Luo Qingzhou, leading to Jiang Li's eventual intervention to resolve the matter. At that moment, Shen Qingluo felt an overwhelming sense of regret. A once great prodigy had inexplicably succumbed to darkness. In a momentary daze, her attention was captured as the bidding escalated to 90 million mid-grade spiritual stones and 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Beside her, Gong Baiming placed a bid on her behalf, languidly reaching out to play with a strand of her hair. His gaze exuded a certain allure, and the subtle curve of his lips revealed a hint of mischief. Gong Baiming's eyes deepened with intrigue as he reclined casually in his chair, a different emotion brewing within him. Shen Qingluo's bid once again deterred a fellow cultivator, leaving only Luo Qingzhou and herself in contention. Unwilling to concede, Luo Qingzhou raised the stakes to 200,000 top-grade spiritual stones. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. The two engaged in an unyielding contest, the price soaring higher, much to Elder Yan's delight. Top-grade spiritual stones are not a common commodity. The fiercer their rivalry, the greater the profit to be gained. 70,000. Luo Qingzhou's expression grew increasingly grave. Despite his parents' generous endowment of spiritual stones, he felt the strain as the bids continued to rise. Shen Qingluo, being the daughter of the Shen family head, surely possessed an equal if not greater wealth in spiritual stones, leaving the fate of the thunder bamboo uncertain. Yet he was perplexed as to why Shen Qingluo, who lacked a thunder spiritual root, was so fixated on the thunder bamboo, a resource of limited utility in her hands. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Qingluo was already wavering. Her true objective was a fragment of a map. Should she expend such a substantial amount of spiritual stones on the thunder bamboo, her chances of acquiring the map fragment would be irrevocably lost. While others remained oblivious to the fragment's significance, she, having read the original work, was acutely aware of its far superior value compared to the thunder bamboo. If you desire it, I could secure it for you as a gift. Gong Baiming observed Shen Qingluo's adorable face contorted in a frown, unable to bear the sight any longer. This is unacceptable. Shen Qingluo resolutely declined once more. Her brows knitted into a small hill. Although she was not related to Gong Baiming, she could not accept such an extravagant item. Gritting her teeth, she raised her bid again. 800,000. 900,000. Luo Qingzhou remained unfazed, eagerly continuing to bid. He had sensed Shen Qingluo's hesitation and knew that victory was within his grasp. Indeed, after this round, the adjacent booth fell silent for an extended period. 900,000 once. 900,000 twice. 900,000 thrice. Sold. Elder Yan proclaimed with a cheerful strike of the gavel, concluding the auction of the thunder bamboo at 900,000 high-quality spirit stones. He enthusiastically instructed his attendants to deliver the treasure to the booth and promptly began to introduce the next auction item with fervor. Many attendees were still immersed in the frenzy of bidding between Luo Qingzhou and Shen Qingluo, resulting in a significant decrease in participants. Elder Yan, accustomed to such scenes, quickly reignited the crowd's enthusiasm with a few words, restoring the lively atmosphere. Esteemed guests, we have brought the auction item. A servant's voice resonated at the entrance, followed by an individual entering with a tray. The transaction was swiftly completed as the two exchanged payment for the item. Luo Qingzhou cradled the thunder bamboo, his initial discomfort from the expenditure overshadowed by exhilaration. Congratulations, brother Luo. Jiang Li smiled, extending her well wishes, recognizing Luo Qingzhou's deep affection for the thunder bamboo. Thank you. Luo Qingzhou beamed with delight, his grand gesture exuding exuberance. Junior sister Jiang, I possess an additional 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please, bid for whatever you desire. Chapter 62. The Heavenly Restoration. Still a young and impetuous lad, upon acquiring something he cherished, Luo Qingzhou seemed transformed, his grin revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Jiang Li, influenced by his infectious joy, also smiled, though she did not take his words to heart. Their relationship was not one of kinship, and thus, financial entanglements were unnecessary. With her lips curving upwards, she gazed at Luo Qingzhou's jubilant demeanor, her eyes radiating warmth. The auction items prepared by the Songlong Merchant Guild were far from ordinary. Each piece incited fervent competition among attendees, leaving no item unsold. This particular auction lacked enigmatic treasures whose materials were difficult to discern. For such items were ill-suited for bidding and were better reserved for the Merchant Guild, awaiting destined patrons. Jiang Li observed for a considerable time, refraining from participating in the bidding. Her current cultivation level was too low. Many precious items held no value for her. Several times during the auction, Luo Qingzhou attempted to bid on items for Jiang Li, only to be met with refusal, leaving him somewhat sullen as he sulked in silence. Despite their prolonged acquaintance, Jiang Li maintained a courteous yet distant demeanor, rendering her somewhat unapproachable. Yet, the tranquility and composure she exuded compelled others to draw near. Luo Qingzhou sighed, consuming spirit fruits in solitude, preparing to assist her when the heavenly restoration pill made its appearance. Should it truly transform her spiritual root into a chaotic spiritual root, he would promptly send word to his master, urging them to act swiftly and secure Jiang Li as his rightful junior sister. At that moment, she would undoubtedly be his beloved, legitimate junior sister. His mind was abuzz with calculations, while he secretly lamented the slight inadequacy of his spiritual stones. Finally, as evening approached, the much-anticipated celestial restoration pill made its appearance. Everyone instinctively held their breath, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this legendary elixir. Elder Yen was also filled with excitement. Despite having witnessed the celestial restoration pill once before, his heart raced anew. The mere act of auctioning this pill would undoubtedly elevate the prestige of their Songlong trading company to new heights. Alas, it was regrettable that this was merely a proxy auction. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, Elder Yen smiled broadly and announced next. We present our piece de our assistance, the celestial restoration pill. As his words fell, he dramatically unveiled the crimson silk, revealing a pill entwined with golden inscriptions before the crowd. The gazes of the onlookers ignited with fervor, almost yearning to consume the celestial restoration pill immediately. However, Xinqing Luo and Gong Baiming remained largely unfazed. Both possessed exceptional talents, rendering this item rather superfluous to them. Sister Jiang, the celestial restoration pill has arrived, Luo Qingzhou remarked, his eyes ablaze as he nudged Jiang Li beside him. Jiang Li maintained a composed facade, yet her heart raced with excitement, pounding in her chest. Who could disregard their own potential? As an ordinary person, she naturally could not. Unconsciously, she straightened her posture, gripping the window frame tightly, stretching her neck to peer down. There lay a black pill, surrounded by swirling golden patterns, securely encapsulating energy within, revealing not even a hint of its power. The extraordinary nature of the celestial restoration pill needed no further elaboration. Everyone present was acutely aware of its significance. This celestial restoration pill does not belong to my Songlong Trading Company. Rather, it has been brought here by a certain cultivator seeking to exchange it for soul-nourishing wood. This is precisely what Elder Yen finds regrettable. Had it been put up for auction, it would have undoubtedly stirred a frenzy. Yet the owner wishes only for a barter. What? Soul-nourishing wood? This celestial restoration pill is not to be auctioned? Soul-nourishing wood is one of the 3 divine trees, making it a fitting exchange for the celestial restoration pill, though it remains uncertain which fellow cultivator possesses such a treasure. The individuals in the hall began to whisper among themselves. They were already aware that the celestial restoration pill was beyond their reach and thus felt little disappointment. Conversely, the influential figures in the private booths who were intent on acquiring the pill frowned upon hearing this request. As one of the 3 divine trees, soul-nourishing wood serves an entirely different purpose than that of heavenly thunder bamboo. It primarily targets the spirit, capable of nurturing a cultivator's primordial spirit, enhancing their spiritual awareness, and even housing souls to ensure their essence remains intact. This substance can sometimes be regarded as a second life for a cultivator, rendering it exceedingly precious.
Jiang Li,
Seated in the private room, displayed an expression of inevitability upon hearing about the soul-nourishing wood. While she felt a sense of relief, she was also somewhat disheartened. The unexpected turn she had hoped for did not materialize. The owner still sought to exchange it for soul-nourishing wood, just as in the original tale. It remains to be seen whether any present possess this coveted wood. Elder Yen, sensing the atmosphere grow cold, felt an even greater sense of regret, his gaze sweeping across the various booths in anticipation of a response from those present. Yet, he was left disappointed. None among the crowd possessed soul-nourishing wood, and even if they did, it was unlikely they would part with it in exchange for the celestial restoration pill. The esteemed individuals have grown indifferent to qualifications, primarily participating in the bidding for the sake of the younger generation in their clans. However, the soul-nurturing wood holds immense significance for them. How many would be so generous? Distinguished guests, this celestial restoration pill is a mid-grade elixir, possessing a 50% chance of enhancing one's aptitude. Perhaps it could transform the life of a cultivator. Are you truly not considering making a bid? Elder Yen still sought to linger in hope. If this precious celestial restoration pill were to go unsold, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Junior Sister Jiang, it seems you may have to relinquish your aspirations for the celestial restoration pill. Luo Qingzhou's furrowed brow remained tense. His initial concern over insufficient spirit stones now rendered irrelevant, as spirit stones were of no use in this instance. Furthermore, judging by Jiang Li's expression, she did not appear to possess any soul-nurturing wood. Indeed, I understand. Jiang Li replied softly, easing her back against the chair. Her consciousness scoured her storage ring repeatedly, striving to uncover something of value. When Ji Wuchen had left her the storage ring of that nascent soul cultivator, it contained numerous treasures, yet none compared to the rarity of soul-nurturing wood. What should she do? Jiang Li pondered despondently, resting her chin on her hand. Must she merely watch as the celestial restoration pill goes unsold? In the midst of the enveloping silence, a figure clad in a dark robe and wearing a mask ascended the stage, approaching Elder Yen. This individual was the owner of the celestial restoration pill. Esteemed seniors, I am fortunate to have discovered a celestial restoration pill within the secret realm. I participate in this auction because my father has suffered severe injuries, and his spirit is on the verge of dissipating. He urgently requires soul-nurturing wood to sustain his spirit. I humbly beseech each of you to extend your assistance. The long-robed monk bowed deeply to the crowd, his voice tinged with urgency. At over 40 years of age, he had only reached the 10th level of qi cultivation, a clear indication of his lackluster talent. Yet, he was willing to forsake the celestial restoration pill in exchange for a glimmer of hope for his father, revealing the profound love he harbored. My young friend, I do not possess the soul-nurturing wood, but I do have a soul-nurturing artifact. What do you think? At last, a voice emerged from one of the private chambers, followed by the swift flight of a parasol-shaped treasure, which soared directly into the hands of its owner. Chapter 63. The Spatial Soul-Nurturing Artifact. The owner reached out to accept it, unfolding it with a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. While it was indeed a soul-nurturing artifact, it paled in comparison to the soul-nurturing wood. The souls residing within would gradually weaken. It could only be deemed a mere refuge. This was precisely why he insisted on exchanging for the soul-nurturing wood. Most contemporary soul-nurturing artifacts merely provided a dwelling for the spirit, offering little assurance of its strength, let alone nourishing the soul. I apologize, esteemed elder, but this is not what I seek. With this influential figure leading the way, others began to present their soul-nurturing treasures to the owner, hoping to catch his favor and secure the celestial restoration pill. Xin Qingluo shook her head in disbelief. These trinkets could hardly compete for such a precious item.
Yet,
In the next moment, a melodious voice caught her attention, and she straightened in her seat, glancing into the adjacent chamber with astonishment. Jiang Li was indeed present, and she was accompanied by Luo Qingzhou. Shen Qingluo's lips parted in astonishment. These two future adversaries were now inexplicably united. Could it be that her arrival had instigated a butterfly effect?
who is she?
Gong Baiming, sensing Shen Qingluo's unusual demeanor, raised the corners of his eyes slightly, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Fellow disciple, do you find this feasible? Jiang Li gently pushed her small hand forward, and a scroll soared out of the window, heading towards the high platform. This scroll had been acquired after she accidentally stumbled into the trial grounds on the back mountain. Although it was unbound by any ropes, she had been unable to open it, unable to discern its mysteries. She had carelessly tossed it aside until a sudden pulse of intuition had compelled it to fly into her hand. Jiang Li then realized that the scroll had begun to develop a nascent spirit, albeit still feeble. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she instinctively felt that this object might bring her unexpected delight, prompting her to test it. The owner of the Tianbu Dan had expressed disappointment multiple times and held no particular hope for the scroll, casually accepting it. He attempted to open the scroll several times, all in vain, and was left to seek assistance from Elder Yen. With a smile, Elder Yen took the scroll, pondering that if it were indeed a soul artifact, it would require spiritual power to unlock. Thus, he released his spiritual energy to envelop the scroll, gradually unraveling the invisible threads of spiritual essence binding it. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted. The scroll slipped from his grasp and soared into the air, unfurling bit by bit. Elder Yan's gaze trembled as he sensed an enigmatic essence. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the scroll depicted a veritable paradise beyond the mundane world. The azure sky and white clouds, towering mountains and cascading waterfalls, the verdant hills and ochre earth, all are present here. It is a vessel for nurturing the soul within space. Someone recognized the scroll and exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavens! Is it truly a vessel for nurturing the soul within space? Hasn't this artifact long been lost to history?" The auction hall buzzed with excitement, and the gentleman on the elevated platform was moved to tears, nervously rubbing his hands together. In a private room, Jiang Li was equally taken aback. The scroll revealed no peculiarities until unrolled, surprising her with its identity as the long-lost vessel for nurturing the soul. As the name suggests, the vessel for nurturing the soul is a spatial artifact that fosters the soul's cultivation. Within it lies a fragment of space where one's spirit can refine itself. The crafting of such an object is exceedingly challenging. It demands not only the exceptional skill of the artificer, but also the sacrifice of the artificer's own soul to achieve its final form, which will gradually evolve into the vessel's soul over time. Consequently, only those artisans nearing the end of their life would dare to undertake such a risk, hoping to extend their existence. These factors render the vessel for nurturing the soul immensely precious, and as the art fell into obscurity, it became mere legend. Thus, while this scroll may not be a treasure of unparalleled genius, it holds even greater value for cultivators on the brink of spiritual dissolution. Naturally, Luo Qingzhou had heard of the legends surrounding the vessel for nurturing the soul and wore an expression of astonishment. However, he was not curious about how Jiang Li had acquired such a treasure. After all, the realm of cultivation is rife with secrets. It now appeared that the celestial restoration pill might indeed find its way into Jiang Li's possession. The fortune. In the adjacent room, Shen Qingluo was equally astonished, fully aware that the ownership of the Tian Dan had become evident. It seemed that even in the absence of space, Jiang Li could still transform into a chaotic spiritual root. Rather than feeling disheartened, she was filled with determination. Although she harbored a disdain for that white lotus, she had never contemplated suppressing Jiang Li, Her sole focus was to diligently cultivate, ensuring that Jiang Li would have no opportunity to strike against the Shin family. It appeared that she needed to exert even greater effort. "You seem quite concerned about her," Gong Baiming remarked. His gaze fixed intently on Xin Qingluo as he detected a fleeting glimmer of trepidation in her eyes, piquing his interest in the elusive figure of their sect. "I merely admire her beauty. Is that a crime?" Xin Qingluo retorted, to which Gong Baiming leaned closer, scrutinizing her features with a mischievous smile. "Could it be that she surpasses you in beauty?" With that, he raised his hand to caress Xin Qingluo's face. A flicker of disgust crossed her eyes as she swatted his hand away, muttering under her breath, "Perverted creep." However, Gong Baiming was not offended. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter, sending shivers down her spine. Truly, he was unhinged. Xin Qingluo chose to ignore him, turning her attention back to the high platform where the scroll had been neatly folded and was now tightly held in the arms of its rightful owner. "My friend, this Tiantian Dan belongs to you." The owner of the Tiantian Dan was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face as he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope after what had once seemed like despair. His father had encountered misfortune in an attempt to save him. Should he perish as a result, he would never forgive himself. In comparison to the soul-nurturing artifacts of space, this Tiantian Dan was of little consequence. "Thank you, my friend." However, the value of the spatial soul-nurturing artifact pales in comparison to that of the heaven-repairing pill. "Would it be acceptable if I were to supplement you with some spirit stones?" Jiang Li's heart swelled with excitement, yet her demeanor remained composed as she proactively offered to provide additional spirit stones. The other party, eager to save their father, should not be at a disadvantage due to her generosity. "Many thanks, my friend." The owner of the heaven-repairing pill was pleasantly surprised by Jiang Li's kindness and repeatedly bowed toward the private room in gratitude. His family had been left destitute in their efforts to treat his father, and they were indeed in dire need of spirit stones. Jiang Li retrieved a storage pouch, estimated the value of both items, and placed 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones into the pouch before handing it out the window. The owner of the heaven-repairing pill gratefully accepted it and hurriedly descended the platform, clutching the spatial soul-nurturing artifact as he rushed away. Thus, the heaven-repairing pill found a new owner. Chapter 64. The Emergence of Extraordinary Treasures? When Jiang Li received the heaven-repairing pill from the servant, her mind momentarily blinked. The ease of the transaction seemed almost surreal. She had initially believed that the heaven-repairing pill was beyond her reach, yet the outcome was unexpectedly delightful. With her eyes sparkling with joy, she carefully placed the pill into her storage ring. Luo Qingzhou's gaze followed the heaven-repairing pill closely. It was his first encounter with this legendary and miraculous elixir. "Congratulations, junior sister Jiang, on fulfilling your wish." He genuinely felt happy for Jiang Li and began contemplating the possibility of asking their master to take her as a disciple. Jiang Li smiled with her eyes narrowed in delight, nodding in acknowledgement of his congratulations. If all went as anticipated, this pill could significantly alter the course of her journey, holding immense significance. Both individuals had captured their desired items, their spirits bright as they leaned back against a chair, leisurely awaiting the final fragment of the map to make its appearance. Neither of them held any interest in the map fragment, and thus, they would not participate in the bidding. Esteemed guests, the next item up for auction is the final piece of this event. Please behold. Elder Yen unveiled the red silk, briefly showcasing a corner of the map fragment before swiftly covering it again, obscuring it from the crowd's view. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware of the rules of the Songlong auction. This map is incomplete, and those interested may engage in bidding. However, once sold, even if deemed worthless, Songlong commerce shall not entertain returns. The purpose of a map is inherently uncertain. It may lead to a paradise or to desolate lands, especially one that is fragmented. Therefore, It is imperative to clarify the conditions from the outset to avoid any disputes. Elder Yan, we comprehend, so please proceed swiftly. An impatient voice from the crowd urged with a chuckle. Very well. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall not linger further. Elder Yan's gilded hammer struck the gong with a resounding thud. The starting bid is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This initial price was not exorbitant, prompting numerous cultivators, including many present in the hall, to eagerly participate in the bidding. Jiang Li savored a sip of spirit tea, relishing the experience akin to opening a mystery box. The outcome remained forever elusive until revealed. From the adjacent area, the sound of Shen Qingluo's bid was heard, unmistakably conveying her determination to secure the item. In the original text that Shen Qingluo had perused, Jiang Li did not make an appearance at this auction. It merely mentioned fragments of the map associated with the event, which prompted her to attend. However, in the alternate narrative that Jiang Li had encountered, due to the butterfly effect instigated by Shen Qingluo, Jiang Li found herself entangled in this auction, competing for the map fragments while successfully acquiring the sky-mending pill, which resulted in animosity with Gong Baiming. With the internal dynamics altered this time, Jiang Li refrained from taking action. Her reluctance was not due to a significant disparity in spirit stones, but stemmed from her belief that having the fortune to witness the original narrative and glean fragments of the plot was a divine blessing, a form of a golden finger. The essence of this golden finger was to forewarn her of impending dangers and allow her to evade calamities, rather than seizing opportunities meant for others by virtue of foreknowledge. She firmly believed that everything happens for a reason, and that forcibly contending for what was not hers would only tarnish her own fortune. Throughout her journey, Jiang Li had not been disheartened. In fact, the heavens had shown her continual favor, for which she was immensely grateful. With lowered brows and a gentle smile, she gazed intently at her storage ring, yearning for the day when her aptitude would transform. 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. Once more, Shen Qingluo made her move, elevating the price to unprecedented heights. To most observers, the map fragments paled in comparison to the value of the sky-mending pill, hence the price did not surge significantly. If it escalated too much, it would become unworthy. Shen Qingluo was aware of this, thus she boldly inflated the price, compelling others to withdraw. The remaining individuals in the private box exhibited little interest in the map fragments, for acquiring them would necessitate luck in locating the remaining pieces, with the possibility of never finding them throughout a lifetime, rendering the purchase rather futile. After Shen Qingluo placed her bid, a profound silence enveloped the private room, with no one daring to raise their voice in further offers. Ultimately, the fragment of the map, free from competition from Jiang Li, was secured by Shen Qingluo for 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. Did I really win? Shen Qingluo gazed at Gong Baiming, her expression one of bewilderment, as the ease of the auction left her momentarily disoriented. She had braced herself for a fierce battle to acquire the map fragment at a high price, yet it had unfolded with such simplicity, leaving her with pent-up energy that had nowhere to be expended. Congratulations, Gong Baiming remarked, raising an eyebrow as he quietly reveled in her innocent and adorable demeanor, a hint of coolness glimmering in his eyes. Why did Ji Wuqing possess such a gem as Shen Qingluo as his junior disciple? Dear friends, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your long journey to partake in today's auction. With that, the auction has come to a close. Until next time. Elder Yan's gilded hammer struck the gong once more, marking the successful conclusion of the event. The once vibrant hall fell into silence, the atmosphere shifting from jubilant to ominous. For all were acutely aware that the end of the auction heralded an imminent danger. The laughter and chatter that had filled the space gave way to a palpable tension as attendees began to eye each other warily, contemplating a swift departure from the auction house. The doors of the venue swung open, and the cultivators filed out in a steady stream, unleashing various techniques as they raced away like the wind. Some, however, exhibited a glint of intrigue in their eyes, trailing behind targets they had long since marked. Jiang Li walked alongside Luo Qingzhou, exiting through the exclusive VIP passage, skillfully evading the scrutiny of others. Thank you, senior brother Luo. Without your assistance, I would have found it challenging to leave here unscathed today. The elixir of heaven, known as the, is coveted by many, and she is acutely aware that had she merely been a lowly cultivator in the Grand Hall, she would undoubtedly be pursued and besieged by various sections. Why even mention such matters? We are all part of one family. Luo Qingzhou emphasized the words one family, secretly rejoicing at the thought of soon having a junior sister. Sister Jiang, to avoid the prolonged entanglements of fate, it would be wise for you to consume this sooner rather than later. If you trust me, might I assist you in safeguarding your practice? The is far too precious. It is prudent to use it at the earliest opportunity to avert calamity. Hearing this, Jiang Li furrowed her brow, recognizing the truth in Luo Qingzhou's words. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a brilliant flash tore across the pitch-black sky, resembling a shooting star.
Boom.
It was as if the heavens had been cleft asunder, and in the wake of that dazzling light, an object radiating immense brilliance plummeted from the sky, trailing a long tail as it sped away into the distance. This unexpected turn of events instantly roused countless cultivators from their slumber, transforming the once quiet night into a cacophony of excitement as throngs of practitioners emerged from their abodes, chasing after the radiant glow. Even those engaged in robbery could no longer remain indifferent, hastily retracting their aggression to pursue the source of the light. A treasure of extraordinary merit had emerged. Chapter 65. Arrogance. Luo Qingzhou's countenance suddenly grew solemn, a flicker of conflict evident in his eyes. Ultimately, he chose to remain by Jiang Li's side. Sister Jiang, everyone has gone in search of treasures. This is the perfect moment for you to consume the elixir. Though his heart was restless with desire, he resolved to protect Jiang Li, for the prospect of obtaining an extraordinary treasure was faint, while Jiang Li's hope lay tantalizingly within reach. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet Luo Qingzhou's earnest and concerned eyes, a warm current surging through her heart. In the presence of a rare treasure, it was Luo Qingzhou who still worried for her at that moment. Jiang Li truly acknowledged Luo Qingzhou as her friend. The distance that had surrounded her dissipated, and a gentle smile graced her lips. But I wish to see it. With that, she pointed towards the direction illuminated by the radiant light, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Since Luo Qingzhou treated her with such kindness, she felt she could not hinder his progress. This was precisely the right approach. Now, it was Luo Qingzhou's turn to be startled. After a brief pause, he broke into a smile, reaching out to gently ruffle Jiang Li's hair as he said, "All right, let us go together." With that, he produced a flying sword, activating it and soaring into the distance alongside Jiang Li. Jiang Li was not one to seek out commotion, and he understood her thoughts well. Luo Qingzhou's expression softened as he shielded her from the pressures ahead, resolutely protecting her at his back. The radiant light continued to hang high in the night sky, seemingly guiding various cultivators towards their destination. Yet, that light gradually dimmed, suggesting it could not endure for long. Luo Qingzhou quickened their pace, weaving through the night sky with Jiang Li. She stood behind him, gazing around as shadows of light flickered in the night, likely those of fellow cultivators also on their journey. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy surged from above, accompanied by an overpowering pressure. Both Jiang Li and Luo Qingzhou looked up simultaneously, only to find a transformation god cultivator vanish before their eyes in an instant. They exchanged a glance, realizing that this treasure must indeed be extraordinary, having even attracted the attention of a transformation god. Steady yourself. If fear grips you, hold on to me. Luo Qingzhou's curiosity intensified as he urged Jiang Li to hasten their flight. The air occasionally shimmered with disturbances, causing the flying sword to waver unsteadily, swaying erratically in the sky. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Li, feeling her balance falter, opted to sit cross-legged, grasping the hilt of the sword tightly. As they drew nearer to the radiant light, they encountered an increasing number of cultivators, yet none paid heed to their lower cultivation level, merely casting a fleeting glance before moving on. Meanwhile, Shen Qingluo and Gong Baiming, who had discovered the rare treasure, had arrived at the spot where the brilliance had faded. It was a marshland, glimmering with scattered lights. Prior to their arrival, 2 transformation stage cultivators had already reached the location and were surveying the marshland. Upon seeing Gong Baiming, their expressions soured. A demon cultivator. Although the realms of the Lin Yuan continent generally did not harbor animosity among cultivators, the eastern region was predominantly the domain of spiritual cultivators. The presence of a demon vying for a rare treasure was undeniably overbearing. However, Gong Baiming regarded them with disdain, leisurely adjusting his sleeves, casting a nonchalant sidelong glance at the two, his eyes brimming with arrogance. What of the transformation stage cultivators? They may not necessarily be his rivals. The transformation stage cultivators sensed his contempt, igniting an inexplicable fury within them. One of them, hot-tempered, raised his palm and struck towards Gong Baiming. A tremendous force, powerful enough to penetrate the ground, descended from above, leaving the innocent Shen Qingluo bewildered. Once she regained her composure, she inwardly cursed. This foolish man, truly a master at attracting enmity. Humph! Gong Baiming let out a soft snort, his right hand gently clenching, conjuring a sphere of swirling demonic energy that materialized in his palm. With a slight upward push, the sphere launched directly towards the descending colossal hand. A thunderous boom echoed as the two forces collided, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that enveloped the marshlands for miles around. A blinding flash erupted, sending foul-smelling sludge soaring into the air as the explosion ravaged the landscape. Shen Qingluo was securely held in Gong Baiming's embrace as they ascended into the sky, evading the chaos below. "Have you lost your mind, Gong Baiming?" Shen Qingluo exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation, her fists clenched tightly as her annoyance towards him deepened. Memories of her ever-protective senior brother flooded her mind, and she bit her lip in determination. One day, she would grow powerful, and at that moment, she would ensure Gong Baiming regretted his actions. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Gong Baiming's lips curled into a smirk, his deep voice resonating in her ear. He gazed at the retreating transformation stage cultivator, amusement flickering in his eyes. "He cannot match my strength." Shen Qingluo found herself utterly exasperated by Gong Baiming's uncommunicative nature, her frustration reaching a boiling point. She recognized that the appearance of the extraordinary treasure was an opportunity, a chance to escape from Gong Baiming's grasp. As the remnants of the explosion finally dissipated, the once vibrant marshland lay in ruins, with deep craters dotting the landscape before them. More cultivators arrived at the scene, each on high alert, their senses probing the vicinity for any trace of the coveted treasure. "Kid, which faction of the demon realm do you belong to?" The transformation stage cultivator, who had previously attacked, refrained from further confrontation, aware that this was not the moment to expend their strength. However, this young man possesses considerable strength and is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Gong Baiming, as always, exudes an air of arrogance. Even upon learning his identity, it changes nothing. It is indeed Gong Baiming? He is aware of the renowned title of the talented cultivator, the youngest nascent soul practitioner in the demon realm over the millennia, often compared with Ji Wuchen of the Five Spirit sect as one of the 2 prodigies of Lin Yuan. No wonder he is so audacious. The heart transformation cultivator coldly scoffed. Such a person would inevitably meet his downfall one day. As this thought flashed through his mind, the ground suddenly trembled, followed by a violent upheaval. The crowd was astonished and hurriedly retreated in all directions. The once swampy terrain exhibited strange phenomena, with mud bubbling and steaming, releasing wisps of white vapor. The quaking intensified, and soon, to the astonished gazes of the onlookers, something began to rise slowly from the depths of the swamp. Shen Qingluo widened her eyes, gradually discerning the shape of the emerging object, which appeared to be remnants of some structures. The disturbance did not last long. The ground ceased its shaking, and the swamp was replaced by a cluster of buildings. Yet, these structures were nearly devoid of intact sections, marked by the scars of battle. With countless stones and wooden stakes strewn about, and dark stains resembling dried blood. The outer layer shimmered with protective formations, entirely isolating the aura within. Chapter 66. Celestial Artifact. Is this a battlefield from ancient times? In the era of antiquity, wars raged fiercely. Countless locations erupted in conflict, and this site before us seems to be the remnants of a certain family's legacy. Moreover, judging by the extent of the damage, it is evident that this family must have suffered a catastrophic disaster. An increasing number of cultivators convened at this site, their hearts brimming with excitement as they gazed upon the emerging remnants of war. Surely, the coveted treasure lay hidden within this ruin. This notion bloomed in the minds of the crowd, prompting them to exchange glances before racing towards the site with fervor. Such treasures are typically reserved for those fated to claim them. Thus, even those of modest cultivation felt compelled to take a chance. Two divine transformation cultivators refrained from rushing forward, instead observing the throng with an air of detached amusement as they marched towards their doom. Indeed, the first group of over 10 individuals was reduced to mere ashes upon contact with the array, with no opportunity to resist. This sight sent a chill through the remaining onlookers, who hastily applied the brakes and retreated in trepidation. The two divine transformation cultivators exchanged knowing glances, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in their eyes before they soared into action, joining forces to dismantle the formation with brute force. The protective array of their clan, aged and weakened, had already expended some of its energy. Thus, they swiftly breached the barrier, becoming the first to step into the ruins. From her vantage point above, Shen Qingluo observed the two figures diminish to the size of ants, mere black specks moving within. A spatial formation? A spark of realization ignited within her, and she glanced at Gong Baiming, urging him to enter swiftly. With a light chuckle, Gong Baiming took her hand and guided her into the ruins. The cultivators, still hesitating, witnessed their entry and, casting aside their doubts, surged forward into the site. An ever-growing throng of cultivators approached, hearts full of hope as they ventured within. Sister Jiang, ahead lies the very spot where the treasure is destined to emerge, Lu Qingzhou announced as he and Jiang Li finally arrived, halting a few hundred meters from the ruins. Jiang Li peered from behind, her head emerging as she scanned the surroundings, finding them devoid of any presence. Likely everyone had already entered. Brother Luo, shall we venture inside as well? Very well. Here is my communication talisman. Take it with you. Should you encounter any danger, do not hesitate to call for me. Luo Qingzhou, somewhat apprehensive about Jiang Li, diligently reiterated his warnings multiple times. Jiang Li, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, realized after such a long acquaintance that this was a peculiar trait of Luo Qingzhou. She promptly interrupted him, assuring him repeatedly that she would not act recklessly before following him into the ruins. From their aerial perspective, the site appeared modest in scale, strewn with crumbling walls and an aura of desolation. However, upon stepping into the ruins, the architecture transformed dramatically before their eyes, rising majestically like towering mountains. Jiang Li gazed upwards, her own diminutive figure akin to a tiny ant at the foot of a colossal pillar. Momentarily taken aback, she soon began to wander the ruins independently. She struggled to ascend the base of a pillar, circling it a few times before leaping down to explore other areas. Even a fallen beam, in her eyes, loomed as a monumental entity. After some time, she had yet to discover anything particularly novel, instead stumbling upon several skeletal remains. Time had eroded these bones, and as Jiang Li drew near, they seemed to be swept away by a gentle breeze, dispersing into the distance. As she meandered through the sight, she occasionally rubbed her aching neck, her lips parting to release gasps of awe. Amongst the ruins, she discerned countless marks of blades and swords, her mind flooded with vivid imagery of fierce battles. With a sigh, she pressed onward, delving deeper into the remnants of the past. Suddenly, the ancient ruins began to tremble violently, the towering remnants of walls seemingly on the verge of collapsing, resonating with a terrifying quake. A flicker of light emerged from a distance, soaring into the air before plummeting straight down, weaving recklessly through the shattered structures.
Was that
A curved blade? She fixated on the gleam, her heart inexplicably racing with anticipation. Simultaneously, countless figures of cultivators emerged, all fixated on the blade. It was indeed a celestial artifact. The voice of the speaking cultivator trembled with excitement, his eyes alight with astonishing fervor. A celestial artifact. Countless cultivators surged towards the curved blade, their eyes ablaze with madness. 2 transformation stage cultivators and Gong Baiming led the charge, reaching out to seize the blade. Gong Baiming, with superior skill, grasped the blade firmly in his hand, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Yet, how could the 2 transformation stage cultivators willingly concede? They immediately launched an attack against him. A casual strike from a high-level cultivator could cause mountains to crumble and the earth to quake. The already dilapidated ruins suffered further devastation, with several cultivators caught in the chaos, gravely injured and collapsing to the ground, buried under the falling debris. With the celestial artifact in hand, Gong Baiming defended against the onslaught while attempting to store the artifact within his spatial ring. However, to his astonishment, the celestial artifact effortlessly slipped from his grasp, swiftly darting away in another direction. His expression darkened instantly as he turned to pursue it. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, standing in a corner, gazed at the approaching blade, a hint of confusion gradually forming in her eyes. The aura of this curved blade is strikingly familiar. A dark silhouette atop the snow-capped peak flashes through her mind, causing her to startle slightly. The essence of this blade bears an uncanny resemblance to that of her esteemed predecessor. Yet, she distinctly recalls that the weapon wielded by that venerable figure was not this very curved blade. A myriad of bewildering questions swirls in Jiang Li's mind, unanswered. As she witnesses the blade hurtling towards her, she hastily retreats to the nearby pillar, for behind the blade looms the formidable Gong Baiming and 2 other transformation stage cultivators. She would be foolish to attempt a confrontation. However, she underestimates the fury of Gong Baiming, who, enveloped in a tempest of demonic energy, pays no heed to the presence of others below. With a swift motion, he strikes down upon the blade, releasing his pent-up rage.
boom?
His massive hand descends, causing the blade to quiver slightly as it sweeps over Jiang Li's head and soars into the distance. Poor Jiang Li, caught in the aftermath, is thrust into the ground by the residual force, her vision fading to darkness. Following this, the overwhelming presence of the 2 transformation stage cultivators bears down upon her, rendering her breathless. With a cough, she expels a mouthful of black blood, collapsing at the bottom of the pit, chills coursing through her body. She cannot withstand even the slightest remnants of that single strike. A flicker of anger ignite Chapter 67, the contest for the celestial artifact Gong Baiming as a demonic cultivator. Do you not fear being unable to escape this eastern domain while vying for treasures? The curved blade was once again grasped tightly by Gong Baiming. The earlier attacking divine transformation cultivator could not help but shout loudly upon witnessing this, exchanging glances with another divine transformation cultivator as they surrounded Gong Baiming.
Ha!
Do you truly believe you can hinder me? Gong Baiming scoffed derisively, firmly holding the blade and proactively launching an assault against the 2. However, amidst the chaos of their battle, the blade slipped from his grasp yet again, finding its way into the hands of a golden core cultivator. Struck by this sudden stroke of fortune, the golden core cultivator was momentarily dazed with exhilaration. Cradling the blade in his arms without having the chance to examine it closely before a barrage of spells were unleashed upon him, 4 or 5 nascent soul cultivators struck simultaneously, leaving the golden core cultivator utterly defenseless, and he fell with a smile etched upon his face. The nearest nascent soul cultivator, quick of hand and eye, snatched the blade, only to be met with the onslaught of other cultivators that thwarted his plans. He was forced to retreat while fending off the attacks. If he could seize even the slightest opportunity to abscond with the celestial artifact, a radiant future awaited him. Yet, his elation was short-lived as the blade grew impatient, shooting forth from his grasp and soaring into the air once more. The onlookers, captivated, lunged towards it in a frenzied scramble. The blade flitted about, lingering in the hands of numerous cultivators, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Countless attacks converged, blurring the lines of direction, as they were too consumed by their desire for the blade to heed the lives of others. Their eyes clouded with a fervent lust for blood. Some enlightened monks remained detached from the fray, merely observing the unfolding battle from a distance, albeit with a faint hope of seizing an unforeseen opportunity. Luo Qingzhou and Xin Qingluo blended in with the onlookers, their gazes fixated on the curving blade, their hearts racing with trepidation. Gradually, however, they began to sense something amiss. It appeared that the weapon was merely toying with these cultivators. This feeling intensified, prompting Xin Qingluo to furrow her brow tightly, contemplating her departure. Yet, in the presence of such a celestial artifact, to turn away now would leave her with an undeniable sense of regret. Nevertheless, lingering any longer might mean being ensnared by Gong Baiming. Luo Qingzhou noticed her departure and felt a twinge of curiosity. It was quite extraordinary that Sister Shen could resist the allure of the celestial weapon, revealing a remarkable temperament. Gong Baiming, you seek your own demise. The 3 combatants in the sky continued their fierce struggle, illuminating the dark night as if it were day, with thunderous roars echoing throughout. Other cultivators could only retreat from the chaotic contest for the celestial artifact, yet some were inadvertently caught in the crossfire, losing their lives unjustly. Madness, pure madness. The spectators shook their heads in disbelief, unable to bear witness to the brutal and horrifying scene. For the sake of the celestial artifact, these individuals had calm. Luo Qingzhou let out a heavy sigh. The allure of treasures was indeed as captivating as rumored. One could only wonder how many could withstand the temptation of such enchanting artifacts. Amidst a tumultuous storm of blood and chaos, Gong Baiming found himself in a stalemate with 2 divine transformation cultivators, both severely injured and compelled to cease their combat. The 2 cultivators, initially dismissing Gong Baiming as merely arrogant, soon realized his extraordinary prowess, capable not only of challenging those above his rank, but also of fending off their combined onslaught. Gong Baiming's gaze darkened, scanning his surroundings with keen perception, yet he could not locate Xin Qingluo, causing his expression to turn as grim as the bottom of a pot, the crimson hue at the corners of his eyes deepening. He cast a furious glance at the rogue curved blade, shouting as he lunged towards it. The divine transformation cultivators, unwilling to permit him to seize the blade, intervened once more. With a sudden impact, Gong Baiming was struck in the chest, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood, and the curved blade slipped from his grasp. A flash of bloodlust crossed his eyes as he harnessed that surge of power to pursue the blade. It shall not escape. The divine transformation cultivators swiftly closed in. One obstructed his path, while the other sought to intercept the blade. However, at that moment, the curved blade seemed to tire of the game, performing several spins in midair before plunging into the earth, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The cultivators immediately sent their consciousness to track it, a flicker of urgency in their eyes, yet they found the blade had inexplicably disappeared. Gong Baiming and the other divine transformation cultivator also sensed the anomaly, hastily halting their actions to search for the blade's whereabouts. What happened to the celestial artifact? Did it flee? Surely, with the divine transformation cultivators present, it could not possibly escape. Certainly, they would find it soon. The onlookers whispered among themselves, stretching their necks to gaze at Gong Baiming and his companions. The other cultivators, who had been embroiled in fierce combat, also paused, their pale faces reflecting a mixture of confusion and anger. The celestial artifact had vanished? Many were unable to accept this outcome, frantically searching in vain, ultimately returning empty-handed. How could this be? The transformation realm cultivators were equally bewildered. They had been on the verge of securing the celestial artifact, yet it had suddenly disappeared without a trace. The artifact had developed a semblance of intelligence, undoubtedly possessing means to evade divine perception, making its retrieval increasingly arduous. One of the transformation realm cultivators shook his head in regret. After their intense struggle, they were left with nothing, a truly frustrating outcome. Meanwhile, Gong Baiming, who had suffered both losses and setbacks, appeared pale, the crimson stain at the corner of his mouth accentuating his sinister charm. That woman had actually escaped.
Ha!
Gong Baiming chuckled darkly, a tempest brewing in his eyes as he cast a cold glance at the two transformation realm cultivators, mentally noting the score. He then tore through space and departed with swift strides. Being on the territory of the spiritual cultivators, he needed to recover from his injuries promptly to avoid any unforeseen complications. The two transformation realm cultivators watched him leave, refraining from further confrontation. It was challenging for high-level cultivators to determine a victor. The cost was simply too great. Since the celestial artifact was lost, it was not worth clinging to the matter any longer. Reluctantly, they released their divine senses to search the surrounding areas. At this moment, the onlooking cultivators recognized the opportunity and, with an unspoken agreement, dispersed to embark on their quest for the celestial artifact. Yet Luo Qingzhou remained motionless, standing amidst the scattered corpses, letting out a profound sigh. This truly exemplifies the cruelty of the cultivation world. Here, it seems that what has been forgotten is not life itself, but merely a heap of discarded refuse, devoid of significance. Chapter 68. It seems. Perhaps? The monkey, pouting in indignation, let its once swaying tail droop dismally, its round, glistening eyes silently accusing Jiang Li of her callousness. Jiang Li gently reached out to pat its head, a faint smile gracing her pale visage. She softly offered words of comfort and then strode purposefully towards the bed, settling down cross-legged. Only then did the monkey realize something was amiss, growing frantic as it leaped about, scratching its ears in distress. Stay still, I need to heal. Jiang Li signaled for it to be quiet, then closed her eyes to commence the refinement of the elixir. The monkey immediately fell silent, obediently watching her from the bedside while keeping an attentive ear to the rustling outside. This healing process endured for 3.5 days before Jiang Li's internal injuries were completely mended. She exhaled deeply, gradually opening her eyes, her body once again brimming with vitality. Are you healed? The monkey asked timidly, having grown accustomed to relying on Jiang Li, fearing the day it might lose her, just as it had lost its home. Yes, Jiang Li replied gently, bending down to stroke it before stepping down from the bed. She approached the door to Luo Qingzhou's room and knocked softly, yet there was no response from within. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, sensing that the struggle for that curved blade was far from over. She then moved to the staircase and peered down, discovering the inn's hall was deserted, exuding an air of desolation. Jiang Li retrieved the communication talisman from Luo Qingzhou and sent him a message, then descended the stairs to order some food. The monkey, ravenous, had its stomach growling incessantly. However, when the spiritual food arrived, it clumsily grasped the chopsticks and managed to pick up a piece of meat to place in Jiang Li's bowl. Its movements were rather awkward, and the meat nearly tumbled onto the floor. Jiang Li had just sustained an injury and needed nourishment to recuperate, so the monkey's hunger was of little concern. The monkey swallowed silently, drool almost dripping from its chin without any movement. A warmth spread through Jiang Li's heart as she smiled and inquired, "Why aren't you eating? You must have run out of money after attending the auction. I can manage a bit of hunger." She recalled the monkey's arrogant demeanor when they first met, a stark contrast to its current state. She picked up the chopsticks and placed several choice pieces of meat into the monkey's bowl, gently encouraging, "Eat up. I can still afford to feed you." "Really?" The monkey's eyes widened in surprise, and its ragged tail wagged with excitement. "Indeed, I wouldn't deceive you. Feel free to eat," Jiang Li assured, nodding slightly before lowering her head to savor the meat in her bowl, choosing not to speak further. The monkey, joyfully half-closing its eyes and with its tail spinning like a propeller, resembled a contented dog, with a hint of indulgence in her gaze. Jiang Li occasionally placed a piece of meat into its bowl, and thus they enjoyed a delightful lunch together. "You must take good care of the things. Make sure not to leak any information." Jiang shimmy, "We shall meet again another day." She realized she had already delayed too long. Her task remained unfinished, and she had yet to meet senior sister Lu. There was no time to waste. A person and a monkey exited the city, traversing the broad path ahead. Occasionally, they encountered cultivators along the way, engaged in discussions about a certain celestial artifact. On this day, they rested in a tea pavilion, overhearing the table beside them discussing the same artifact. The monkey, scratching its ear, found the incessant chatter tiresome, almost to the point of irritation. It was said that the celestial artifact had acquired sentience, adept at evading divine perception, thus leaving no trace behind. Indeed, even those of the transformation stage could not detect it, let alone individuals like them. According to my senior sister, someone had reported sightings of the artifact in Beiyang City, prompting many to flock there. Is that true? Of course it is. Should we not also try our luck? Perhaps one among us is the fated one. Should we go and take a look? Let us go. They agreed, abandoning their tea, leaving behind a few spirit stones on the table. Jiang Li couldn't help but glance at their retreating figures. This was a classic case of following the crowd, wasn't it? She shook her head slightly, and, after resting sufficiently, continued her journey with the monkey. What exactly is this celestial artifact? So many people are eager to chase after it, their eyes sparkling at the mere mention. The monkey scratched its armpit, struggling to comprehend the cultivator's fervor for the artifact. "Well, I only caught a glimpse." It appeared to be a curved blade. The blade was enveloped in a radiant glow, obscuring its precise appearance, though its general outline suggested it was indeed a curved sword. A curved sword? Is it similar to the one you hold? A monkey kicked a stone aside and gazed at the broad blade in Jiang Li's hand, inquiring. Jiang Li appeared momentarily dazed. Could a low-tier magical artifact truly be compared to a celestial weapon?
No.
Before she could articulate her thoughts, her foot was unexpectedly snagged by something. Startled, she looked down to find a black curved dagger lying quietly at her feet, strikingly reminiscent of the blade she had described. Jiang Li furrowed her brow in mild confusion. This dagger had evaded her divine sense, causing her to overlook it despite her earlier distraction, and had even caused her to stumble. The pair, one human and one monkey, stared in silence at the suddenly appearing dagger, exchanging a wordless glance. Could this possibly be the very blade? The monkey asked, bewildered. It should not be, right? Chapter 69. The dagger that embraces both the human and the monkey were thrown into disarray by the wind, their minds racing with various possibilities, yet quickly dismissing them. They had heard cultivators speak of celestial weapons, describing them as cunning and elusive, exceedingly difficult to track. Moreover, someone had just mentioned that a celestial weapon was located in Beiyang City, a staggering distance away. Therefore, this could not possibly be that celestial weapon. Jiang Li's divine sense swept over the dagger repeatedly as she pondered whether it could be a trap set by someone. Her heart tightened as she scanned her surroundings. The monkey tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve, its large, bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, fixated on the dagger below. Could it be? Could it truly be that dagger? Although aware of the improbability, it harbored a flicker of hope within. Jiang Li silently shook her head at it, signaling not to touch the curved blade, then swiftly picked up the monkey and dashed forward like the wind. Where was she headed? Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from behind, followed by 3 or 5 burly cultivators brandishing weapons, rushing out from either side of the path while shouting about robbery. Indeed, Jiang Li was acutely aware that her judgment was correct, and she immediately quickened her pace. In mere moments, she drifted away like smoke.
Damn.
This person must possess treasures to have escaped her grasp. Goodness, her speed surpasses that of us robbers. Could she also be one of our kind? Had we known she was approaching, we should have acted sooner. Well, never mind. Let us wait for the next opportunity. The group could not keep up with her speed and, in frustration, came to a halt, spitting a couple of curses before taking cover along the roadside. To ensure their success, they set traps on the curved blade. Any cultivator beneath the foundational level who touched it would surely fall victim. Originally hoping to secure their plan before taking action, they were taken aback when that wretched girl saw through their scheme and escaped ahead of time. It seemed they needed to adjust their strategy. Phew. Thankfully she didn't catch up. The monkey exhaled deeply, having been placed on the ground by Jiang Li, and felt its rapidly beating heart. With news of the celestial artifact's emergence spreading, many would surely have similar intentions. They must remain vigilant. Jiang Li furrowed her brows in contemplation, realizing that had she succumbed to greed and touched the curved blade, she would likely be in grave danger now. TSK. The hearts of these humans are truly dark. The monkey spat towards the roadside, muttering discontentedly under its breath. Indeed, encountering such an affair left both the human and the monkey rather dispirited, leading them to proceed with increased vigilance along their journey. Before long, they encountered a similar incident, though this time they were not the victims. Another cultivator had fallen prey. The cultivator was deceased, his hand clutching a curved blade, which, judging by its material, was not even a magical artifact but a mere mundane weapon. The assailants were exceedingly avaricious, having stripped him of everything, even his garments. Jiang Li sighed and proceeded to bury the body. Thereafter, the human and monkey grew ever more cautious, focusing solely on pressing forward. Meanwhile, the celestial curved blade, having had its fill of amusement, spiraled downwards and plunged into the earth, vanishing completely. It diligently sensed the direction of its master and leisurely made its way towards her. Its mind was filled with the image of its master's anticipated excitement upon seeing it. It joyfully bounded about, spinning in circles and continued onward, skipping and hopping. Lo and behold, it had found her. Sensing Jiang Li's presence, the curved blade shot up from the ground and then, in a brazen manner, lay down at her feet, awaiting her anticipated squeal of delight. However, Jiang Li utterly disregarded it, stepping over it and hurrying away as if pursued by a specter. The curved blade was dumbfounded. It lay on the ground, unable to collect itself for some time. Then, overcome with indignation, it immediately sprang up and darted ahead of Jiang Li, landing before her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li remained unmoved, instead pulling the monkey along and running even faster. The curved blade, unyielding to fate, pursued relentlessly, only to be regarded as a hot potato. Oh, how the curved blade felt wronged. Even in the celestial realm, it was a coveted treasure, yet now it found itself scorned by its master. What to do? The curved blade resorted to a temper tantrum, nestling into Jiang Li's embrace and clinging to her obstinately. This unexpected maneuver left both Jiang Li and the monkey astounded. The monkey leaped high, extending its claws in an attempt to cast the curved blade away, chattering anxiously. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous problematic blades, and this one appeared to be the most troublesome of all. However, Jiang Li intervened, reaching out to halt the monkey's actions and leaned down to scrutinize the blade closely. For she discerned that it seemed to exhibit a form of sentience. The curved blade emitted no trace of energy, appearing as an ordinary magical artifact. Its body was a deep black, straight with a slight curve, approximately 5 fingers wide, shimmering with a hint of ethereal light. The handle, crafted from an unknown wood, exuded a simplistic elegance that felt grand in its understated nature. Sensing its master's gaze, the curved blade quivered with excitement before transforming into a streak of light and merging into Jiang Li's dantian. Yet, upon encountering the gray mist within, the curved blade nearly gasped in astonishment. After a brief moment of pause, it joyfully plunged into the mist, frolicking freely among the clouds. No wonder its master had remained indifferent. It was harboring a treasure of immense value. Henceforth, the curved blade resolved to excel and not incur its master's disdain. Thus, it found itself enveloped in a delightful misunderstanding, reveling in newfound joy. Unbeknownst to it, its newly appointed master, Jiang Li, was utterly astonished, her heart racing uncontrollably as she gradually realized that this curved blade seemed to possess an extraordinary quality. She touched the spot where the blade had just rested, feeling a wave of dizziness from this unexpected delight. Could it be a treasure found? Did she truly possess such good fortune? Jiang Li's heartbeat quickened, a grin stretching from ear to ear, and she hastily scooped up the bewildered monkey before making her escape. The cool breeze whipped against her face, gradually soothing the heat from her cheeks, bringing a sense of calm. Whether the blade within her dantian was indeed a divine artifact remained uncertain. Even if it were, her current self could not harness its true power. Thus, enhancing her capabilities was of utmost importance. However, the pursuit of such enhancement was inherently perilous, and venturing out alone without assistance posed a significant risk. After all, haste makes waste. She had ample time ahead of her and could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Once she found a suitable opportunity, she would reconsider the matter. With this thought in mind, Jiang Li temporarily set aside her intention to consume the healing pill and devoted herself entirely to her journey. Chapter 70. A reunion yet. There were always those who emerged to create disturbances, obstructing her path. Oh dear, what a striking young lady you are. From behind a willow tree emerged a woman clad in a flowing red gown, her face adorned with a subtle layer of blush. Her slender willow-like brows framing a pair of deeply affectionate eyes that fixated intently on Jiang Li. Jiang Li halted, gripping the broad blade in her hand, silently positioning the monkey behind her as a shield. The woman in red, possessing the cultivation of the 10th level, towered over her by 2 minor tiers, clearly harboring ill intentions. "Do not be afraid, young lady. I am not a malicious person," she said, lifting her hand to partially conceal her face as she smiled. Her eyes darted playfully over Jiang Li, growing increasingly pleased with what she saw. Such a beautiful visage, combined with the delicate, fragile aura of a blooming flower, was indeed captivating. Those ruffians would surely take a liking to her. It seemed she could fetch a handsome price this time. "You are headed to Qiandeng Lake, coincidentally."
"So am I."
"Would you care for some company?" The woman in red advanced towards Jiang Li, her fingers twitching slightly, a hidden malice lurking beneath her gaze. The young girl appeared quite alert, clearly no fool. If deception was futile, then force would have to suffice. This could prove troublesome.
"Oh? Why is that?"
The woman in red smiled even more broadly, tilting her head in a feigned innocence. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she vanished from her previous position, reappearing before Jiang Li, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Anticipating this, Jiang Li swiftly raised her hand, delivering a downward strike aimed at the woman's head. In that instant, a multitude of translucent blades surged forth, launching with a speed that was almost imperceptible. This was the technique she had comprehended during her second foray into that blank tome. Blade chi? The woman in red wielded a white feather fan, swinging it forcefully in response, then retreating swiftly to create distance between them. The blade energy was disrupted and dissipated into the air by the fan, yet the broad blade left a mark on the fan, severing the tip of a feather. The woman's expression darkened, her playful demeanor vanishing as her gaze turned serious. Initially, one might perceive her as an ordinary young girl, seemingly lacking in prowess. However, it soon became evident that at such a tender age, she had already grasped the essence of blade energy, indicating that she was not to be trifled with. She had the potential to engage in a fierce confrontation, yet her apprehension about Jiang Li's formidable background dissuaded her, fearing it could lead to substantial trouble. Furthermore, the composure exuding from the young girl hinted at the existence of hidden trump cards. After considerable contemplation, the woman in red swiftly hurled a smoke bomb towards Jiang Li, and as the fog enveloped the surroundings, she made her hasty escape. In their line of work, one must master the art of adaptability. After all, preserving one's life is paramount. Once the smoke dissipated, there was no trace of her presence. Jiang Li had braced herself for a fierce battle, yet she was taken aback by the swiftness of her opponent's retreat. This defied logic. Raising an eyebrow in astonishment, she pondered whether her mere display of blade energy had instilled such fear in her adversary. Jiang Li found herself perplexed, though a sense of relief washed over her. She had no desire for unnecessary violence. Nevertheless, she couldn't fathom why so many sought to rob her. "Do I appear exceedingly affluent?" she mused. Quickly lowering her gaze to inspect her attire, she realized that aside from her somewhat superior swift boots, she was clad in the most economical garments. Even her storage ring was of an inconspicuous design, and she had deliberately donned a low-grade storage pouch as a facade. The monkey, surveying her appearance, shook its head and candidly remarked, "Perhaps you are simply too weak." Jiang Li found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Casting a sidelong glance at the monkey, she cautioned it against wandering aimlessly, as following her could prove perilous. The monkey, intimidated by her warning, clung to her even tighter. One person and one monkey grew increasingly cautious, and finally, after half a month, they arrived at the town of Lu Family, where Lu Chunhua resided. Lu Family Town is a quaint little settlement, surrounded by majestic mountains and rustic villages, inhabited predominantly by cultivators and their families. Lu Chunhua had initially left a message stating her intention to settle in Lu Family Town and to bring her parents and siblings to live with her. However, Jiang Li was unaware of her specific address and could only inquire around. Fortunately, Lu Chunhua was well-liked and had established a vibrant presence in the town, allowing Jiang Li to quickly locate her home with the guidance of the townsfolk. Her residence was a traditional Sihuan courtyard house, with 2 stone lions perched at the entrance, their eyes vigilantly surveying passers-by. In one corner of the courtyard, verdant bamboo grew, with its graceful tips swaying gently in the breeze. Jiang Li pressed her lips together, feeling an unexpected flutter of nervousness. After a brief pause, she stepped through the gate. Inside the courtyard, a familiar figure was tending to the flowers and plants, humming a cheerful tune, radiating joy. Senior Sister Lu. Lu Chunhua was the very first person who had treated her with genuine kindness. Upon hearing the call, Lu Chunhua froze, and in her sudden distraction, the sharp scissors grazed her hand. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the pain. She whirled around, her astonishment quickly transforming into delight, and her eyes soon brimmed with joyful tears. "Jiang, junior sister?" Lu Chunhua rubbed her eyes vigorously, fearing that the person before her might merely be a figment of her imagination. Indeed, Jiang Li had changed significantly as she grew, but Lu Chunhua recognized her instantly. No matter how much her appearance had altered, those calming eyes remained unchanged. "It's me." Jiang Li felt a warmth in her eyes, nodding earnestly as she strode towards Lu Chunhua with determination. She was not particularly adept at expressing her emotions, yet her gratitude towards Lu Chunhua nearly overflowed from her heart. It's truly you. How wonderful. You're alive. Lu Chunhua exclaimed joyfully, pulling Jiang Li into an embrace and stamping her feet in excitement. She had once feared that Jiang Li had perished on the back mountain and often thought of her over the years. The two reveled in their joyful reunion for a considerable time before reluctantly parting. Mother, who is this sister? A chubby 3-year-old boy peeked from the doorway, his big eyes blinking curiously and shyly at Jiang Li. Come here, Debao, this is your Aunt Jiang. Lu Chunhua called him over, teaching him to address her appropriately. Such a good boy, Jiang Li said, gently ruffling his hair, contemplating what gift she might bestow upon him, feeling that her belongings did not quite suit him. What about Brother Qi? She asked, glancing around in search of her portly senior brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunhua's expression stiffened, her gaze evasive as she forced a smile. He's gone out to attend to something. He's not home at the moment.
Oh.
Jiang Li furrowed her brow but refrained from pressing further. It was clear that Lu Chunhua preferred to remain silent on the matter. The two swiftly shifted the topic and soon delighted in reminiscing about their days at the Five-Spirit sect. Jiang Li smiled quietly, listening intently as Lu Chunhua recounted the events that transpired after her departure to the back mountain. However, the sudden appearance of two figures at the doorway caused her expression to darken. It was her portly senior brother, and that woman in red. Chapter 71. The quintessential scoundrel Lu Chunhua also noticed the two figures walking side by side, her face paling in an instant as she tightened her grip on Debao's hand. Mother, it hurts. Debao couldn't help but cry out in pain, his eyes glistening with tears, filled with a profound sense of grievance. Jiang Li remained silent, yet within her heart, a surge of anger arose. She had witnessed the affection that the chubby senior brother had once lavished upon Lu Chunhua. It was all too vivid in her memory. How could such a change occur in such a brief span? They arrived at a small mound, where a tablet stood prominently inscribed with Jiang Li's name. Lu Chunhua smiled faintly, stepped forward, and personally destroyed the tablet, leveling the small grave. Every year, on the day you venture to the back mountain, I come here to visit you and burn a fair amount of paper money in your honor. Jiang Li did not smile. Her heart ached as she gazed at Lu Chunhua, her fists clenched silently. She had changed so much. The once resounding voice that echoed through the sect had vanished, replaced by an aura of sorrow. A gentle breeze swept by, and as Lu Chunhua laughed, tears welled in her eyes as she recounted the events of the past years. But later, I realized I was mistaken, profoundly mistaken. I cannot pinpoint when it began. But he changed, becoming indifferent to the family, no longer treating me with kindness, neglecting our son, and spending his days wandering outside. The spirit stones earned at home were all taken by him. If I refused to give them, he would resort to violence, not sparing even the child. Lu Chunhua's tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Though she was a cultivator, her beliefs remained traditional, her heart devoted solely to her family. And her feelings for the chubby senior brother had never wavered. Yet he had transformed into a stranger who wouldn't even glance at their home as he passed by. He only darkened their doorstep when in need of spirit stones. Does he lay a hand on you? Jiang Li's eyebrows furrowed, a murderous intent flashing through her eyes, and her countenance darkened. Alas, she could not defeat him. She could only shield the child and endure his blows. Lu Chunhua nodded woefully, lamenting the hardship she had endured over the years and yearning for her days in the sect. Have you never contemplated leaving him?
Jiang Li inhuidet, herbro furodet.
Yes, countless times, Lu Chunhua replied, a flicker of fear in her eyes. But he threatened me, vowing to beat our entire family to death if I dared to leave. I ceased loving him long ago. I merely fear endangering my family. She added, the woman by his side today is a Qi refining stage level 10 cultivator. They have been consorting for a year or two, and I am no match for them. She had never been one to succumb to weakness. But in a world where strength reigned supreme, she was left with no recourse.
Beast.
Jiang Li exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Who would have thought that the honest and simple senior brother Pang would turn out to be such a scoundrel, abandoning his wife and children, resorting to domestic violence, and threatening senior sister Lu. Even the monkey beside her was disgusted by his behavior, joining in the condemnation. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it.
There's no need to worry about me.
Your cultivation is not as advanced as theirs. Please don't provoke them. I fear you might also come to harm. Lu Chunhua, discerning Jiang Li's intentions, hastily wiped away her tears and dissuaded her.
All right.
Jiang Li acquiesced, though her heart remained troubled. Senior sister Lu, even in her plight, was concerned for her safety. How could she stand idly by and watch such a kind sister suffer? Her gaze descended, and for the first time, a proactive desire to kill took root in her heart. Given the perilous notion he harbored of eliminating Lu Chunhua's family, this ticking time bomb had to be defused.
Yet,
upon entering the courtyard, the pair immediately sensed that something was amiss. Where are the spirit stones? Lu Chunhua is nowhere to be found. You must know where the spirit stones are hidden. Hand them over to me at once. We truly have no knowledge.
Ah.
Father, please cease striking grandmother. Wails. Grandmother. A cacophony of sounds erupted from the backyard, and Lu Chunhua, panic-stricken, dashed towards the rear of the house with the swiftness of the wind. Jiang Li followed suit, and upon reaching the backyard, she beheld the corpulent martial brother, a cultivator no less, assaulting Lu Chunhua's mother, a mere mortal. Qi Yang, what do you think you're doing? Release my mother immediately. Lu Chunhua, her eyes bloodshot with rage at the sight, surged forward and shoved the corpulent martial brother away. Caught off guard, the corpulent martial brother stumbled and fell against a flower bed. His face darkened with fury, and he raised a large hand to strike Lu Chunhua across the face. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed sharply, and she hurled the broadsword in her grasp.
Clang.
The broadsword pierced directly through the corpulent martial brother's palm, pinning him to the pillar behind.
Arg.
The corpulent martial brother emitted a piercing scream, his entire body convulsing in agony. He forcefully wrenched the broadsword free, then glared menacingly at Jiang Li. Despite his surprise at her arrival, his heart was consumed by rage. How dare Jiang Li injure him? All the kindness he had shown her in the past, the ungrateful wretch had completely forgotten. Seeing that he was about to retaliate, Lu Chunhua hastily produced the few spirit stones she possessed and thrust them into his hand. All the spirit stones are here.
Depart quickly.
I will certainly earn more spirit stones for you next time. Please, do not harm her, she pleaded, her eyes filled with sorrow. Qi Yang, possessing a cultivation level of the 10th stage of Qi refinement, was formidable enough that Jiang Li could not contend with him. She could not allow Jiang Li to fall into peril on her behalf. The rotund senior brother glanced at the storage bag in his hand, then at the bloodthirsty Jiang Li. After several moments of hesitation, he spat disdainfully at the elder of the child on the ground before swaggering away. Jiang Li forcibly suppressed her murderous intent, her gaze darker than ever. She understood that she must not act recklessly, otherwise, not only would she fail to save Lu Chunhua's family, but she might also endanger herself. She stepped forward and embraced the sobbing Dabao, gently patting his back to soothe him. Lu Chunhua, in distress, assisted her mother onto the bed inside their humble dwelling, her heart racing with anxiety. How could a mere mortal withstand the blows of a cultivator? Her mother was already struggling for breath.
Yet,
Qi Yang had taken all her spirit stones. What was she to do? Chapter 72, The Contracted Curved Blade, Junior Sister Jiang. Lu Chunhua's tears flowed as she grasped Jiang Li's hand, unable to articulate her gratitude. There was no time to delay in attending to her mother's injuries. Understanding her intentions, Jiang Li smiled gently and urged her onward. Holding a cup of water, she stood at the bedside, anxiously watching over her mother until her breathing gradually stabilized, allowing Jiang Li to exhale in relief. The injuries of her mother visibly healed at a remarkable pace, and soon she was fully restored. Lu Chunhua was immensely grateful to Jiang Li, repeatedly expressing her thanks. The recovery pill was a rare and precious item, particularly scarce in their remote town. Jiang Li said nothing and later sought out Lu Chunhua once again that evening. What happened in a month? Lu Chunhua asked anxiously, while soothing the child in her arms. Jiang Li shook her head. It's nothing. I merely wish to stay for a few days to enter seclusion. Now I understand. Jiang Junior sister, feel free to stay as long as you need. We will welcome you regardless. Lu Chunhua expressed her joy at Jiang Li's extended visit, warmly grasping her hand. She then instructed the monkey to keep an eye on the situation and seated herself cross-legged on the bed, her consciousness delving into her dantian. Inside the dantian, a dense gray mist lingered, now accompanied by a dark, curved blade and a multicolored egg. Jiang Li focused her awareness solely on the blade, contemplating how to quickly establish dominance over it, preparing to confront her plump senior brother and the woman in red. If there were only one practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement, she might dare to try her luck. However, with two at the same level, she needed to enhance her abilities significantly. Claiming this blade as her own was the most suitable approach at present. Yet, treasures that possess spiritual intelligence are notoriously discerning of their masters, and it would likely not yield easily. She needed to devise a thoughtful strategy. Jiang Li pressed her lips tightly together and attempted to extract the blade from her dantian. Initially anticipating great difficulty, she was astonished when, with merely a thought, the blade soared forth from her dantian, landing gracefully in her hands. Unbeknownst to her, the blade was brimming with excitement. After such a prolonged wait, its master had finally remembered it. Was she about to forge a contract with it? How exhilarating! Jiang Li, pleasantly surprised, brought the blade closer, her fingers gently gliding across its surface as she attuned herself to its formidable energy. Though the scimitar appeared unremarkable, her intuition divined its extraordinary nature, possibly the very celestial artifact she sought. A thrill coursed through her as she recalled the incantation for the pact, contemplating how to subdue the spirit within the blade. Gingerly, she caressed the hilt, pondering her approach. Yet, the scimitar grew impatient. Did its mistress hesitate, perhaps regretting her choice? Unacceptable. With a shudder, the blade sliced her fingertip, greedily imbibing her blood, leaving no room for second thoughts. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she felt the lifeblood draining away. Despite the pain, her eyes gleamed with hope. Was this the commencement of their bond? She closed her eyes, intoning the verses of the pact, seeking to forge their connection. But gradually, unease crept in as her complexion paled. The scimitar was a bottomless abyss, ceaselessly devouring her blood with no sign of cessation. Concern gnawed at her as she repeated the incantation, striving to complete the pact. Oblivious to the peril, the scimitar reveled in the prospect of their union, ravenously consuming her essence. A pact with it demanded a vast amount of blood, an immense reservoir of energy, never considering its mistress might fall short. Her face grew ashen, veins bulging as her life force flowed into the wound, causing her heart to palpitate in distress, her features contorting in agony. She had been assiduously suppressing her distress, but ultimately, unable to endure it any longer, she collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to agonizing moans. She could perceive her lifeblood being gradually sapped away, and if this continued unabated, she was in grave danger of being desiccated. Gingerly, she attempted to dislodge the scimitar, but to no avail. She could only helplessly witness its relentless depletion of her blood. What was transpiring? Gingerly, don't frighten me. The monkey, alarmed by Gingerly's sudden collapse, hastily rushed to her bedside to assess her condition. Upon beholding her pallid countenance and the scimitar ravenously devouring her blood, it frantically reached out to wrench the blade away, only to be repelled and hurled against the corner of a table. Disregarding its pain, The monkey promptly resumed its efforts, its eyes bloodshot with anxiety, its teeth bared in desperation. It now regarded Gingerly's cross-legged practice with trepidation, fearing another mishap, but it had not anticipated that the present situation appeared even more dire.
Ugh.
Gingerly continued to writhe in agony, her brow furrowed as she lay on the bed, incessantly moaning. With her lifeblood dwindling, she felt as though she were being completely drained. She tenaciously gripped her thighs, striving to maintain consciousness, resolute in her determination to persevere through the ordeal of the contract. Gingerly gritted her teeth, enduring the pain with tears in her eyes. Finally, just as Gingerly's last drops of blood were on the verge of depletion, the scimitar ceased its activity. However, before she could find respite, a sharp pain suddenly surged through her soul, as if something were forcibly lacerating her mind. She convulsed in agony, writhing uncontrollably on the bed. Gingerly, don't frighten me." The monkey leaped onto the bed, weeping as it attempted to pull her close, only to be startled into a wail by her appearance. It had never witnessed Jiang Li in such a state, despite her grave injuries. She had never uttered a sound of pain, yet now she was crying out in anguish. How could it not feel heartbroken? At this moment, however, Jiang Li was oblivious to its cries. She only sensed an entity tearing at her very soul, as if attempting to forcibly strip away a piece of it. The tome had described the contract in a different light. Could this truly be the price of a contract spirit artifact? Jiang Li was lost in confusion, aware only of her excruciating pain. The pain. She rolled incessantly on the bed, as if such movements could alleviate her torment.
Ah.
In her suffering, Jiang Li clutched her head, and in a desperate moment, she slammed her forehead against the bed frame, hoping to regain some clarity. Just then, the curved blade surged upward, tracing a complex blood rune above her body with crimson fluid, before plunging into her dantian. A surge of red light erupted, and Jiang Li vanished from the bed. Chapter 73. A Fortuitous Windfall.
Jiang Li.
The monkey stared in bewilderment at the suddenly vacant bed. Where was Jiang Li? It frantically searched the room, and upon realizing she was gone, panic set in. Yet, it hesitated to act rashly, for Jiang Li had instructed it against wandering aimlessly. The monkey sat on the ground, tears streaming, anxiously awaiting Jiang Li's return. It firmly believed she would not abandon it, absolutely not. At this moment, the anxious Jiang Li felt as though she were floating, the pain in her body and soul receding like the ebbing tide, replaced by an overwhelming heat. It was truly scorching. Jiang Li found herself drifting in and out of consciousness, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not open her eyes. Her consciousness was shrouded, leaving her unable to discern her surroundings. A knot of apprehension tightened within her as she dared not contemplate the horrifying possibilities that might lurk nearby. However, she was utterly perplexed. Was this the consequence of forging a pact with a celestial artifact? The experiences left by her forebears had never mentioned celestial artifacts, and thus she remained unaware of such unforeseen developments. She inwardly chided herself for her carelessness, resolving to exercise greater caution in the future. Where was she, exactly? It was undeniably sweltering. Unable to move her body, she felt the heat suffocating her from within. Suddenly, a cool hand grasped hers, bringing a refreshing chill that pierced through the furnace like torment. It seemed as though she had been lifted by that hand and placed upon a hard, cold stone slab beneath her. The icy surface provided a moment of solace, eliciting a sigh of relief from her. Yet, almost immediately, something heavy struck her, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Jiang Li was overwhelmed as her ears rang with a sharp, jarring noise that pierced through her, causing her intense discomfort and a desperate urge to cover her ears. Yet, she was powerless to do so. All she could do was endure. Moreover, her body suffered as well, relentlessly pounded by an unseen force, the pain arriving in waves, a continuous torment that assailed her mercilessly. As Jiang Li's consciousness became increasingly lucid, the sensations of pain coursing through her body grew ever more profound. She could only grit her teeth and endure, seeking ways to divert her attention. Ultimately, she chose to focus on the jarring sound of the hammering, hoping to use it as a means to disregard her physical suffering. Having already endured such torment, she could not forsake the contract. As long as she drew breath, she was determined to persevere. Clinging to this conviction, her focus gradually shifted entirely to the piercing noise, and she began to discern a hint of familiarity within it. This resembled the sounds of forging. She had once been fortunate enough to witness a bearded elder in Lujiang village forging tools. Although the rhythms differed, there were striking similarities. A sudden chill gripped Jiang Li's heart. Could it be that she was being treated as a mere object of craftsmanship? Connecting her current experience of forming a contract with the curved blade, she swiftly realized that she might have transformed into that very blade. Or perhaps her spirit had become entwined within it, experiencing the process of its creation. This revelation brought her unbridled elation. At that moment, her thoughts were no longer on the contract with the curved blade, but rather on the extraordinary opportunity that had presented itself. To have the chance to learn the intricacies of the blade's forging process was undoubtedly a monumental gain for her. If she could grasp even a fragment of this knowledge, her skills in crafting would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The once jarring sound now transformed into a celestial melody, captivating her to the point of oblivion regarding her surroundings. Gradually, she began to intertwine the sounds of forging with the rhythm of the hammer striking her body, immersing herself in the sensation of being meticulously shaped, and vivid images began to materialize in her mind. A nebulous silhouette wielded a heavy hammer, striking the object on the stone slab with resounding blows.
Clang, clang, clang.
After an indeterminate duration, Jiang Li once more perceived the hand, yet this time, the frigid touch had transformed into a scorching heat, threatening to sear her upon contact. Startled, Jiang Li felt herself being tossed into the air, followed by the suffocating heat enveloping her once more. She realized she had been cast into the furnace, enduring the searing torment of the exotic flames. Unbeknownst to her, the crystalline bones within her body were undergoing a transformation under the fiery assault, becoming a radiant, sanguine hue, with a glimmer of lightning crackling and coursing through them. Concurrently, her physical form was also changing, her entire being flushed crimson as her muscles gradually solidified. The curved blade maintained a vigilant watch over Jiang Li's metamorphosis, its concern mounting, fearing she might not withstand the ordeal, given its master's current frailty. Yet, to its delight, the aura emanating from her was steadily intensifying.
Clang, clang, clang.
Jiang Li's mind was consumed by this singular sound, as though she had become the wielder of the heavy hammer, each strike reshaping the object before her. She found herself enamored with this process. As the simulated scene in her mind dissipated, she felt a pang of regret, only to be seized once more, the familiar rhythm echoing in her ears. She was once again immersed, gradually losing count of how many times she had been cast into the furnace and retrieved. She had an inkling that she had struck a significant fortune this time. What on earth happened to you? You've injured yourself. The anger in Qi Yang dissipated instantly as he broke into a smile, embracing the woman in red. I'm asking you, why the silence? The woman in red playfully shot him a glance, lightly tapping his chest as she pressed for answers. It's quite unfortunate. Qi Yang's smile faded, and in irritation, he settled down beside her, allowing her to tend to his wounds while he recounted the events. You have no idea how well I treated that little girl. I even shared some precious spirit beast meat with her. Who would have thought she was an ungrateful wretch? She actually harmed me for that lunatic Lu Chunhua. If it weren't for her inferior cultivation, she might have already attempted to kill me. Qi Yang felt a surge of anger. He had been exceedingly kind to Jiang Li, yet she showed no gratitude and resorted to violence upon their first encounter. Is that so? Is she beautiful? The woman in red leaned into his embrace, her sultry gaze caressing his chest as she inquired. Jiang pondered her question before nodding. Indeed, she is lovely, though she possesses a delicate appearance. Her temper is quite fierce. That girl had skin as white as snow, eyes resembling a clear pond, and her elegantly arched brows were slightly furrowed, exuding an air of tranquility and grace, yet her presence was undeniably commanding. Chapter 74. She truly struck a remarkable fortune. Really? The woman in red straightened up, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Jiang nodded, understanding her intentions, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. The girl carried herself with an air of superiority, and it was high time she comprehended the perils of this world. He retrieved the storage bag obtained from MASU-MANHUA, emptying its contents of spirit stones onto the ground, his face once again contorted with anger. This wasteful girl had managed to accumulate such meager spirit stones, truly ineffectual. Disheartened, Jiang gathered the spirit stones back, intending to leave with the woman in red. However, this time, she obstructed his path. Why the haste? Why not wait until we capture that little girl and exchange her for money first? She coaxed, her fingers playfully tracing Jiang's chin. This notion had merit. He pondered, allowing a sly smile to creep across his face as he seized the woman's slender waist, lifting her onto the bed. She complied with his advances, though a flicker of impatience lingered in her gaze. She was acutely aware that the man before her was not of good character. She recalled vividly how he appeared upon his arrival in Lu family town, honest, humble, and devoted to his wife and family, earning praise from all who crossed his path. Perhaps it was his humble beginnings as a servant disciple of the Five Spirits sect that had instilled in him a sense of inferiority, prompting him to unconsciously seek the approval of others. Yet gradually, he realized that he was among the more skilled individuals in Lu family town, earning the respect of his peers. This newfound recognition intoxicated him, and his demeanor began to shift. She saw through Jiang's true nature at a glance, aware that she could extract some benefits from him, and thus orchestrated a fortuitous encounter. At first, Jiang maintained a certain distance from her, projecting an unwillingness to draw near. Yet, she could not resist his incessant flattery and admiration, and gradually, their relationship grew closer. From that moment onward, she introduced him to the gambling dens and vibrant locales of the cultivation realm, allowing him to witness the extravagant spending of the cultivators. With a stark contrast to his previous existence, Jiang began to change. He became discontent with his stagnant life in the town and secretly engaged in gambling. The outcome was predictable. He not only lost a considerable sum but also accrued substantial debts in the gambling house. Lu Chunhua, unaware of the truth, perceived Jiang's transformation as a decline in ambition, leading to frequent quarrels between them. Their relationship deteriorated further until, during one of her schemes, Jiang overheard Lu Chunhua disparaging his worth, resulting in a complete rift between them. Such is the nature of men. The woman in red curled her lips in a fleeting smirk of mockery.
Clang.
As the final hammer fell, Jiang Li felt an immense transformation within her, a surge of unprecedented power coursing through her being. Though she remained immobile, her eyes could barely open a crack, allowing her to glimpse the light outside. In her blurred vision, she saw a dark figure drawing closer, who seemed to pick up a pen and inscribe something upon her. Although she could not discern what was being etched, her mind instinctively traced his movements. With each stroke, a black symbol emerged in her consciousness, quietly floating in a corner of her mind. What could this be? Jiang Li found herself unable to comprehend the situation. Her desire to clearly discern the figure hindered as her body was gently lifted once more.
Jiang Li.
Upon opening her eyes, she struggled to adjust to the light flooding the room, raising her hand to rub her eyes. She stared at the bed curtain in a daze for a couple of seconds before hastily summoning her curved blade. To her astonishment, she sensed a newfound connection between her spirit and the blade, allowing her to distinctly perceive its excitement. Although still in the nascent stages of sentience, it could not articulate words, but managed to convey its emotions to her. Jiang Li tenderly examined the blade, marveling at her fortune in having truly forged a pact with a celestial artifact. Indeed, the heavens had been kind to her. After a thorough contemplation of the blade, she rose to pat the monkey. "Have you advanced again?" The monkey, sensing the altered aura around Jiang Li, asked with a hint of bewilderment. He recalled her mentioning that she possessed the weakest of 5 spiritual roots, which typically resulted in a sluggish progression. Was this pace truly slow? Confused, he scratched his head. It was only then that Jiang Li belatedly realized her cultivation had surged unexpectedly, having ascended 2 levels without her awareness, breaking through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. This revelation filled her with astonishment and delight. She had indeed struck gold. Not only had she contracted a celestial weapon, but she had also acquired a smattering of the esteemed art of weapon forging. Though it was merely the surface of knowledge, it was not insignificant.
Now,
she had also risen 2 levels in her cultivation. With a radiant smile illuminating her features, Jiang Li brimmed with confidence for the future. "Monkey, how many days have passed?" While she reveled in her fortune, she did not neglect the matter at hand, inquiring about the time. "It has been 4.5 days. Has it truly been that long?" Jiang Li furrowed her brow, casually taking out the jerky she had purchased and offering a piece to the monkey. While indulging in a morsel herself, the woman in red was clearly no good, and her plump senior brother, having suffered a loss, would undoubtedly seek retribution. The two would surely conspire against her. With this in mind, she decided to await their approach. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes slightly, retrieving a concealment talisman from her storage ring, affixing it to her body before lowering her cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement. Unlike the breath-concealing talisman, the concealment talisman could alter and disguise one's cultivation aura, effectively obscuring it from other scrutiny. This particular talisman had been purchased earlier for unforeseen circumstances, and now proved to be quite fortuitous. Although it was merely a first-level talisman, it sufficed to deceive those at the qi refinement stage, rendering her secret undetectable. In truth, Jiang Li had no desire to play the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing, but since both individuals were at the 10th level of qi refinement, she had no choice but to employ this tactic to lure them into her trap. With her disguise in place, Jiang Li stepped out of the room with the monkey in tow. Noticing the absence of Lu Chunhua in the courtyard, she inquired and learned that Lu Chunhua had gone out to earn some spirit stones. Having acquired the skill of cultivating spiritual plants at the sect, Lu Chunhua was currently tending to the herbal shop in Lu Family Town, earning around 20 low-grade spirit stones a month, a substantial income in this small town. If not for Qi Yang's disruptive actions, these spirit stones would suffice for her family's comfortable living. Chapter 75. Luring the prey, Jiang Li followed through the door, intending to see Lu Chunhua while also wanting the plump senior brother and the woman in red to catch sight of her leisurely wandering figure. Thus, upon reaching the street, she did not hasten to search for Lu Chunhua, but instead strolled leisurely, taking in her surroundings. She wished to purchase some gifts for Dabao and the others. Seizing the opportunity to stroll about, the monkey exhibited a keen interest in shopping, eagerly examining this item and that, unable to part with anything it held. Its eyes glistening with desire, Jiang Li indulged it, acquiring several toys, which brought forth a broad, silly grin upon its face. Being a newcomer, many townsfolk regarded her with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves as they gathered. The plump senior brother and the woman in red were scheming on how to capture Jiang Li when the sharp-eyed woman noticed her idly wandering below. She immediately nudged the woman in red, signaling her to look down. Leaning closer, the woman in red spotted a familiar face, her pupils dilating slightly, quickly replaced by a surge of annoyance. "Is this the servant disciple you mentioned?" she inquired, suppressing her rising ire. "Yes, indeed. At such a tender age, she has already reached the 8th level of qi refinement. She must have encountered some extraordinary fortune and likely possesses valuable items. The pain in his right hand made Qi completely forget their prior camaraderie. They had spent decades reaching the 10th level of qi refinement, while this young girl, barely in her teens, had already attained the 8th level. Clearly, she had some unique opportunity. Qi felt a stirring greed within. After all, they were not intending to kill her, merely to seize her belongings and sell her off to a brothel. The woman in red replied with a composed demeanor, her face etched with displeasure. Initially, she had thought this girl was merely playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger, shielded by some powerful ally. Who would have thought she was merely a servant disciple?
Bah!
The moment the woman in red recalled her absurd escape, she felt a surge of shame and anger. When would she take action? She was eager to cleanse herself of this humiliation. It was unwise to act in Lu family town, as such matters should remain concealed. For now, she would wait. Qi pondered seriously before declaring, if she continues to linger, I shall devise a way to lure her out of Lu family town. Should the townsfolk discover their dealings with female cultivators, they would undoubtedly be intolerant, perhaps even resorting to violence, which would be disastrous. He had already formulated a plan. If Jiang Li refused to depart, he would use Lu Chunhua or his son to draw her out and then effortlessly capture her. However, are you certain you understand her? We must avoid any complications, the woman in red cautioned, her demeanor far more prudent. She had survived thus far through caution and was unwilling to fall victim to a mere girl. Fear not, she is merely a 5-spirit root, insignificant within her sect. Killing her will attract no attention. Qi smirked derisively, recognizing that they, as menial disciples, were not even worthy of lighting a soul lamp. Who would care for their lives? Very well, you shall follow her without being detected. The woman in red felt a sense of relief. As long as no one was there to protect her, all would be well. After devising their strategy, they parted ways, with Qi stealthily trailing Jiang Li. Due to her unique circumstances, Jiang Li's spiritual sense was naturally more formidable than that of her peers at the same cultivation level, and she easily discerned Xi Yang's presence. Aware that her goal was within reach, she ceased her aimless wandering and proceeded directly to the herbal shop. Lu Chunhua held a significant position in the apothecary, with several young apprentices following her, addressing her as master with utmost respect. The proprietor of the apothecary also held a fondness for the diligent and capable Lu Chunhua, greeting Jiang Li with warmth and a cheerful demeanor. Observing this, Jiang Li felt a wave of relief wash over her, a hint of joy gracing her features. As long as the threat posed by the rotund senior brother was absent, Lu Shiji's life would surely flourish. In Lu Chunhua's presence, Jiang Li shed all pretense and aloofness, revealing her most authentic self. Lu Chunhua continued to treat her with the tenderness one would offer a child, her eyes brimming with affection. Qi watched from the shadows, lost in thought, as memories of the 5-spirit sect resurfaced, a time when he felt both happiness and humility. He had been but a mere servant, easily scorned by others, a far cry from the respect he garnered now. This hard-won existence must not be jeopardized, for he sought not only reverence but also wealth and power. Do not blame me, Qi murmured, as the last remnants of his reluctance faded away. She walked at a leisurely pace, deliberately allowing him to catch up, then led him down a concealed path. At that moment, her heart was a tempest of emotions. After the initial impulse, uncertainty began to gnaw at her. She had never envisioned herself harboring thoughts of murder, a notion that had once been utterly beyond her imagination. Though the rotund senior brother had changed, he had once treated her with kindness, and the idea of taking his life weighed heavily on her conscience. However, he undeniably poses a significant threat and is genuinely inflicting harm upon Sister Lu's family. Perhaps the only solution is to incapacitate him. This was the final course of action that Jiang Li could conceive. It would eliminate the menace while safeguarding Brother Pang's life, thus repaying his previous kindness. Having made her decision, Jiang Li lowered her gaze. She had never been a selfless individual, always protective of those she cherished. This was the utmost concession she could offer. She feigned a stumble, colliding with a nearby tree, and halted her steps. At that moment, the woman in red and Qi finally revealed themselves. "Is it you?" Jiang Li immediately assumed an expression of astonishment, raising her hand to point at the woman in red and exclaiming, "What a coincidence, we meet again." The woman in red flashed a seductive smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Li while carelessly playing with her cascading locks. Qi, observing their prior acquaintance, frowned in displeasure, feeling somewhat slighted that she had never mentioned it, keeping it a secret from him. He stood aside, arms crossed, wearing an expression of discontent. The woman in red paid him no heed, her attention solely fixated on Jiang Li, appraising her from head to toe, contemplating the potential value she could command in spirit stones. Jiang Li continued her charade, retreating a few steps with a facade of alarm and trepidation. Before vociferously questioning Qi, "Brother Qi, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 76. Instant Kill. Qi, upon being queried, exhibited a fleeting discomfort, pursing his lips as he impatiently replied, "It's nothing much, just looking to acquire some spirit stones from you." The act of robbery, articulated in such an unpretentious manner, betrayed not a hint of remorse. Jiang Li's heart was utterly consumed by disappointment. The once earnest and steadfast senior brother Qi had indeed transformed. He was no longer the innocent soul he used to be. Given this reality, she felt no obligation to bear any psychological burden. Enough of this charade of benevolence. There are no outsiders here. The woman in red could not tolerate Qi Yang's affected demeanor, a glimmer of scorn flashing in her eyes. "Little girl, you are not leaving here today. Hand over everything you have. Should you comply, my dear sister will escort you to Wangxian Tower for a life of leisure, far superior to being a mere servant." The woman's voice was soft, imbued with a beguiling undertone, as if she sought to persuade Jiang Li to relinquish her resistance to avoid confrontation. "Impossible! You are robbing me!" Jiang Li's face betrayed her panic, yet within her, despair settled like a heavy stone. She had heard of Wangxian Tower from Luo Qingzhou. It was a den of iniquity, a brothel. The woman before her was indeed engaged in the nefarious trade of abducting female cultivators. A surge of murderous intent coursed through her veins, a deep loathing for such vile beings igniting within her. What of robbery? The woman in red, losing her patience, decided to drop the pretense. Since the girl refused to heed her, she would no longer be courteous. "If you do not behave, do not blame me when I mar your pretty face," she chuckled, covering her mouth. Then, she signaled to Qi, who stood by observing. Qi, accustomed to such scenes, paid no mind. After all, these brutish tasks were always his to bear. He drew the large blade typically wielded in the sect and strode purposefully toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li gazed at the familiar large blade with a tinge of nostalgia. It was this very weapon that had initially sparked her interest. Little did she anticipate that it would culminate in such a scene. Summoning her curved knife, she regarded him with a cold, unwavering stare as he approached. Qi cast a disdainful glance at the weapon she wielded, scoffing at its apparent inferiority compared to his own formidable blade. He paused momentarily, then propelled himself backward, launching like an arrow released from its bow towards Jiang Li, raising his large knife to strike. In his mind, he believed that with a single move, he could subdue her. However, in the next instant, Jiang Li effortlessly lifted her curved knife, unleashing a torrent of blades that surged menacingly towards him. His eyes widened in terror as he hastily retreated, yet the multitude of shimmering blades offered him no reprieve, piercing through his body with unrelenting force. Thud.
Ack.
Qi let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground, his meridians severed in an instant by the onslaught, his cultivation dissipating into nothingness, leaving only a relentless flow of blood. All of this transpired in a mere 2 or 3 seconds, and the woman in red had yet to register the unfolding chaos before witnessing Qi fall heavily to the ground.
Jiang Li,
Revealing her mastery at the 10th level of Qi training, suddenly realized she had fallen into a trap. The woman in red, without a moment's hesitation, unyielding. Jiang Li watched the retreating figure of the woman in red, her feet firmly planted on the ground. Moments later, a shriek pierced the air. Jiang Li had foreseen her escape and laid a trap. A formation now barred the woman's path. Each direction she turned, the array stood firm, an impassable barrier. "Release me,"
she cried.
Jiang Li remained silent, her stance unwavering. With a swift motion, she hurled her scimitar. It spun through the air, slicing through the formation with ease, aimed directly at the woman's neck. Panic seized the woman in red. She wielded her feathered fan, creating a gale of wind in a desperate attempt to deflect the oncoming blade. Alas, the scimitar met no resistance, effortlessly piercing through the wind and hurtling towards its target with unmatched speed. She raised her fan in defense, but it proved as fragile as parchment. With a mere touch, the scimitar reduced it to ashes. The woman's eyes widened in horror as she watched the blade sever her head from her body. Her head tumbled to the ground, her final thought a bewildered question. How could the scimitar be so swift, leaving her no time to react? Qi, crippled on the ground, watched in stunned disbelief. Even if Jiang Li had reached the 10th level of Qi training, how could she instantly vanquish 2 cultivators of the same level? How was this possible? Agony coursed through Qi Yang's body, and he trembled uncontrollably. Yet, fear gripped him more fiercely, fear that Jiang Li would now turn her deadly gaze upon him. As she approached, his trembling intensified, his eyes filled with terror. It was at that moment that he realized the young girl of yesteryear had matured into such a terrifying existence. "Spare me. Please don't kill me." He was unwilling to meet his end, unwilling to perish. Jiang Li halted before him, gazing down with a chilling demeanor and with a swift motion. She directed a palm strike toward his dantian.
Crack. Ah!
Qi Yang's dantian shattered, causing all the spiritual energy within him to surge forth uncontrollably. He writhed in agony, his face contorted with bulging veins, emitting ceaseless, wretched screams. Only when Jiang Li witnessed the complete dissipation of his spiritual essence did the icy glint in her eyes recede. "Senior brother Qi, out of consideration for the past, I shall spare your life. However, should you ever harbor ill intentions towards senior sister Lu again, I shall show no mercy." Initially, she had intended to leave Qi Yang to his own devices, but realizing that only senior sister Lu could truly determine his fate, she ultimately decided to leave him in her care. Seeing that his life had been spared, Jiang Li approached the corpse of the woman in red and seized her storage bag. Staring at her wide-eyed, unblinking visage of shock, Jiang Li's heart was far from tranquil. She had merely intended to test the power of the curved blade, yet she had unexpectedly reaped such a significant reward. It was not only incomparably sharp, but its attack speed was also unexpectedly swift, leaving enemies no time to react, easily claiming their lives. This would be of immense assistance to her while she was still weak, and it would undoubtedly lend her a helping hand. Upon receiving its master's praise, it felt overjoyed. Chapter 77. The Choices of Life. Jiang Li smiled, sheathed the curved blade, and stepped forward to obliterate the corpse of the woman in red. She sent another communication talisman to Lu Chunhua and then waited patiently for her arrival. Qiang lay quietly on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. He had become a shell of his former self. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably, carrying with them his bitterness as they fell into the dust. All his hopes had been shattered. Upon receiving the communication talisman from Jiang Li, Lu Chunhua immediately abandoned her current task and rushed over in a flurry. Fearing that Jiang Li was in danger, However, upon arriving at the scene, she was taken aback. Her heart tugged by various emotions as she gazed at the incapacitated Jiang, her eyes eventually reddening. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice shaky with concern for Jiang Li. A warmth spread through Jiang Li's heart as she shook her head, choosing silence. She was at a loss for words, uncertain of what to say to Liu Chunhua, especially since the plump senior brother, regardless of circumstances, was Liu's partner, and she had not forewarned her of his incapacitation. Liu Chunhua stood there, equally at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. With Jiang rendered powerless, a weight had silently lifted from her heart, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as she pondered the next steps, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Jiang, under Liu Chunhua's gaze, felt a burning embarrassment wash over him, his face a canvas of shifting colors, like a palette spilled. Therefore, he avoided her eyes, unable to confront her. "Senior sister Liu, how should we handle this?" Jiang Li gently tapped Liu Chunhua's shoulder, snapping her out of her reverie. "Alas," Liu Chunhua responded, a look of confusion crossing her face as her lips pressed into a straight line. Liu Chunhua understood her thoughts, grasping her hand and sorrowfully uttering, "Cultivators adhere to the principles of cause and effect. Let this be a repayment of the kindness he once bestowed upon me." Her gaze fell once more upon Jiang, a tear trailing down from the corner of her eye. "In the sect, he had always protected me. Were it not for him, I would not be who I am today." She cherished the kindness of Jiang and remembered that she still owed him a life. Finding a place for him to settle down would suffice as a form of gratitude. Jiang could not bear to meet her eyes, his head bowed, his heart suffused with bitterness. It dawned on him that the finest person had always been by his side. When had he lost her? Jiang Li followed closely behind, silently observing Liu Chunhua's resolute silhouette. Though she did not comprehend, she nonetheless respected her choice. After all, life is one's own. Others have no right to interfere. The elderly at home recoiled in fear upon seeing him, evidently terrified, especially the eldest treasure, who had never experienced a father's love and felt only dread towards Jiang. Upon learning of Yang's downfall, the two elderly wept tears of joy, grasping Liu Chunhua's hands and lamenting for their daughter, who had finally escaped the sea of suffering. Jiang was initially placed in a room, while Liu Chunhua busied herself with work outside. A smile finally graced her face as she felt the future brimming with hope. She would strive to earn spirit stones and raise the eldest treasure well. Should the child possess spiritual roots, she would have more to ponder. The following day, Liu Chunhua found a village for Jiang to reside in, even securing someone to care for him. This was indeed an act of utmost benevolence. Thus, the days at home gradually improved, bringing joy to the faces of the family, with a life that was simple yet filled with happiness. After staying for half a month, Jiang Li expressed her intention to take her leave. She presented the storage bag of the woman in red to Liu Chunhua and then produced another storage bag of her own to offer her. Liu Chunhua repeatedly declined, pushing it away, but ultimately could not resist Jiang Li's insistence and accepted both bags. "Junior sister Jiang, I may not have treated you particularly well in the past, yet you have rendered me a great favor that I fear I will never be able to repay in this lifetime." She understood clearly that Jiang Li's future was destined to be different from her own. Jiang Li was an eagle destined to soar through the skies, while she was merely a small figure in the bustling world. This parting might very well be their last opportunity to meet. "Senior sister Liu, you are the first person who has treated me with such kindness, and I will always remember that." Jiang Li gently embraced Liu Chunhua, feeling a bittersweet reluctance, yet more so a yearning for the future. Throughout life's journey, one inevitably encounters a myriad of individuals. They may come and go, perhaps to return, or perhaps to never meet again. We must learn to accept this with grace and strive to take charge of our own lives. I hope you will find happiness ahead. This was Jiang Li's greatest wish at that moment, a blessing imbued with the deep affection shared between them. Very well, dear sister. I wish you a future of soaring to great heights and transcending all limits. Lu Chunhua tenderly patted Jiang Li's back, her emotions a blend of tears and laughter as she blessed her. The two held each other tightly for a long while before finally parting. Jiang Li cast a final deep gaze at Lu Chunhua, waved goodbye, and turned to embark on her journey of departure. The monkey frolicked beside her, and gradually, the pair, one person and one monkey, vanished at the end of the narrow path. Lu Chunhua, filled with reluctance, bid them farewell, lingering at the city gate, unwilling to depart. It was not until her hired hand rushed over, urging her to hurry, that she hastened toward the village. She presumed Qi Yang was once again causing some sort of trouble, but upon opening the door, she was confronted with a starkly different scene. A large knife, the very one he used for cooking, was embedded within Qi Yang's body. His hand remained tightly grasped around the hilt, his form slumped against the bed, blood gushing forth in torrents. Qi Yang! Lu Chunhua exclaimed, rushing forward, her eyes brimming with tears as her emotions became a tumultuous blend of anger and gratitude. Qi Yang, upon hearing her voice, struggled to open his eyes, laboriously raising his hand to grasp Lu Chunhua's, his gaze clouded with regret and guilt. In his days of confinement to the bed, he had reflected deeply, fully aware of his transgressions. His realization came too late. It was all beyond redemption. He often pondered whether, had he not been incapacitated, he might have awakened to the truth sooner. Qiang could not ascertain the answer. Yet he had come to a sobering understanding of his own essence. He felt unworthy of Chunhua's affection. Existing in his current state felt meaningless. I'm sorry. Chapter 78. Who? Qi Yang's grip on Lu Chunhua's hand faltered, his eyelids gradually closing. Lu Chunhua stared in shock as his vitality faded, not knowing how long it took before she broke into uncontrollable sobs. Yet, it remained uncertain whether her tears were shed for Qi Yang or for her own past. The once profound bond weighed heavily upon her heart, and Lu Chunhua found it impossible to remain indifferent, releasing the pent-up anguish of the years. However, amidst her grief, she also sensed a release. The demise of Qi Yang seemed the most favorable choice for her. Jiang Li, if you are so reluctant to part with her, why not take her away? The monkey, swaying and tiptoeing, followed Jiang Li with an endearingly playful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li paused, glancing down at the creature and gently stroking its head. Once I take her away, I must bear the responsibility for her future. Do you think I can shoulder such a burden? I cannot even ascertain my own life, let alone recklessly plan for another. In truth, senior sister Lu is not foolish. She merely values her emotions too deeply. This town of Lu family is the life she truly desires, something you cannot comprehend. Jiang Li understood every decision made by Lu Chunhua. It was precisely because of Lu Chunhua's profound loyalty that she held her in such high regard. What Lu Chunhua yearned for was a life spent with her family. Unlike someone like her, with a slight smile, she cast aside all thoughts, for the sex mission awaited her. The monkey, partially grasping the situation, leapt onto Jiang Li's shoulder and eagerly exclaimed, I do not require any responsibility. All I ask is for you to keep me by your side. I delight in your arrangements. It expressed its loyalty, hoping Jiang Li would always take it along, no matter where she went. Jiang Li smiled at it and playfully tugged at its tail, teasing, You are so heavy, I can hardly bear the weight. Pa, pa, pa. I can lose weight, I will start right away. The monkey hastily covered Jiang Li's mouth with a paw, preventing her from continuing. Then it began to mumble softly, calculating that it could only have one piece of jerky for the day.
Ha!
Jiang Li was amused by its foolish demeanor, playfully prying its hands apart and bursting into laughter as both human and monkey embarked on a new journey together. In the Wuling sect, Luo Qingzhou had just endured a grueling training session, emerging from the Luo Shun mirror covered in dirt and grime. Su Jima followed closely behind, his injuries even more severe than Luo Qingzhou's. The young man was growing into his stature. His tall frame and striking appearance rendered him quite captivating. Unlike Luo Qingzhou, who embodied a clean and sunny disposition, Su Jiama exuded a hint of arrogance and resilience, often leaving the carefree Zhenjuan exasperated. Zhenjuan was thoroughly satisfied with his two exceptional disciples, contemplating that Su Jiama might surpass that old coot, Qin Shi. Each time he encountered Qin Shi's smug demeanor, it provoked an itch of irritation, almost compelling him to deliver a punch. Nevertheless, that old fellow's newly accepted disciple was indeed impressive. Possessing remarkable talent and a commendable temperament, a promising prospect, no wonder his own disciple was so attentive towards her. Master. Luo Qingzhou removed his tattered outer robe and donned a new ceremonial garment before approaching Zhenjuan. Before he could utter a word, Zhenjuan kicked him down without a second thought. Despite several attempts to rest and climb back up, he never caught sight of Zhenjuan, leaving him with no opportunity to discuss Jiang Li. At last, he had found a moment. What is it? Zhenjuan stored away the Luo Xing mirror, deciding not to return it to Feng Sun, who remained at the Wuling sect, but rather to present it to Qin Shi for his young disciple to utilize. In a moment of enlightenment, Feng Sun had absorbed spiritual energy in the Five Spirits sect for several years. Surely, he must pay a price for such a boon. The Five Spirits sect cannot suffer a loss. Master, do you still have intentions of accepting disciples? Luo Qingzhou approached the immortal Lord of Leisure from behind and began to massage his shoulders with great enthusiasm. What is it? Do you wish for me to take on another disciple? The immortal Lord of Leisure shot him a sidelong glance and replied with a cold snort. Previously, his young disciple had persistently urged him to accept a certain Jiang Li, a disciple with 5 spiritual roots. Now, this elder disciple wished for him to take on yet another. Su Jima approached and, upon overhearing his master's words, cast a curious glance at Luo Qingzhou. He had never heard his senior brother mention anyone before. Ahem, you have heard of this person. It is Jiang Li. Luo Qingzhou cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Once, he had stood with his master in opposition to accepting Jiang Li, yet now he shamelessly put forth this request, which was indeed quite awkward. Who? Both the immortal Lord of Leisure and Su Jima were taken aback, astonished as they turned to him in unison. Especially Su Jima. How could his senior brother take the initiative to mention Jiang Li? Was it indeed the Jiang Li his junior brother had spoken of? Luo Qingzhou grinned widely and proceeded to enumerate Jiang Li's virtues, his eyes shimmering with admiration. With each word, Su Jima's expression darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, his mood plummeting to an extreme. How could Jiang Li and his senior brother be so familiar? Their connection seemed to surpass even that of himself and Jiang Li.
Stop.
The corners of the immortal Lord of Leisure's mouth twitched as he urgently called for a halt. If he continued, night would soon fall. Qingzhou, you must understand that forcibly accepting her would only bring her harm. Upon observing the disparity between herself and those around her, her state of mind is easily influenced, leading to the emergence of inner demons that jeopardize her path. The disciple is aware of this. However, she has the potential to transform into a chaos root. Luo Qingzhou understands this principle as well, yet if junior sister Jiang were to become a chaos root, she would undoubtedly be taken by other senior disciples.
Oh.
The esteemed Lord Luo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, genuinely astonished. So, she could indeed become a chaos root now? I am not entirely certain. Enough of this. Do not squander your thoughts on others. Focus on your cultivation. As for everything else, let it unfold naturally, for not just anyone can be taken under my wing. He waved his hand and stepped forward, vanishing from the sight of his fellow disciples. Su Jima fell silent, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. Are you well acquainted with Jiang Li? Chapter 79. You shall soon become acquainted with her. Su Jumo maintained a tense expression, suppressing the pangs of jealousy within as he awaited Luo Qingzhou's response. Junior brother, do you harbor feelings for junior sister Jiang? This query had been on his mind for quite some time, for every encounter related to Jiang Li caused his junior brother to exhibit an unusual level of anxiety. Su Jumo was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for his senior brother's question. Yet, when it came to the matter of affections, the image of Xin Qingluo surfaced in his mind, causing his face to flush suddenly. He shook his head and replied, "No, she is a very important friend to me." At that time, he was still quite young, far from his hometown, filled only with fear. It was Jiang Li who bestowed upon him the strength of stability, granting him the courage to confront a new life. Thus, Jiang Li held a significance for him that transcended ordinary connections. Really? This revelation left Luo Qingzhou astonished, realizing he had indeed misjudged the situation. Indeed. Su Jiumo nodded, the warmth on his face gradually abating. It appeared that Jiang Shimi had spoken the truth. Luo Qingzhou chuckled, shaking his head, amused by his previous assumptions. What did Jiang Li say? Su Jiumo immediately seized the crux of the matter, inquiring with palpable tension. Luo Qingzhou, unreserved, replied, Jiang Shimi mentioned that the person you hold affection for is not her. Well, let us not dwell on that. I have matters to attend to. He patted Su Jiumo on the shoulder, exchanged pleasantries, and swiftly departed. A wave of bitterness washed over him, realizing the bond between the two seemed truly profound. At the summit of Xianyu Peak, Feng Sun was engaged in a game of chess with Jiang Shaotian beneath a tree. When the carefree Zhen Jun and Qin Shi arrived, standing by to offer unsolicited commentary, Jiang Shaotian glanced up casually at them, prompting both to halt their chatter and smile in his direction. Feng Sun reclined comfortably in his chair, his hands behind his head, delighting in the spectacle. He had always been aware of the camaraderie among these three old fellows. Crossing his legs, he turned to Zhenjun and inquired, Xiao Feng, where is my Luo Xing mirror? There it is with Qin Shi. Xiao Feng gestured toward Qin Shi, his expression one of innocent surrender. Ahem. Qin Shi cleared his throat and continued, My little apprentice is currently using it. I trust you have no objections? Is your little disciple named Xin Qingluo? Feng Sun casually inquired, having heard Jiang Shaotian mention her before. Indeed, Qin Shi nodded, a proud expression illuminating his face at the mere mention of his young apprentice. The little girl is intelligent and considerate, well-behaved and charming. Who could possibly dislike her? She is certainly much more delightful than that perpetually aloof senior apprentice. Speaking of your little disciple reminds me of another young girl, Feng Sun mused, the image of Jiang Li flashing through his mind, a smile gracing his features. It was thanks to this girl that he achieved enlightenment, and he genuinely owed her a significant debt of gratitude. Initially, he had intended to take her as his disciple, but being a member of the Five Spirits sect, that path was rendered impossible. Who? Qin Shi inquired with curiosity, leaning in with a gossipy demeanor. Feng Sun merely smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. You will all come to know her soon enough. That little girl's ability to peruse that book foretells her extraordinary potential. I believe she will soon distinguish herself among the disciples of the Five Spirits sect. What of the Five Spirits route? None of it poses an obstacle.
Qin
Shi scoffed lightly, realizing that this fellow remained as infuriating as ever. He was teasing his curiosity while feigning mystery, truly vexing and irritating. The two of them settled beside Feng Sun and Jiang Shaotian, resuming their unfinished game of chess. Meanwhile, Jiang Li had already embarked on her journey to fulfill the sect's mission. She had taken on the task of harvesting iris flowers, necessitating her travel to the distant region of Yuan Prefecture. Given the multitude of iris flower tasks issued by the sect, it was likely that other disciples were also present in Yuan Prefecture. Jiang Li, accompanied by her monkey, journeyed through a landscape fraught with peril. Yet she adeptly navigated each challenge that arose. Typically, high-ranking cultivators regarded practitioners of her level with disdain, hence the bandits encountered were usually fellow chi practitioners. Her demeanor was modest, and she never sought out trouble, focusing solely on her path. After 3 months of travel, they finally arrived at Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou was not a city, but rather a perilous wasteland. Many low-tier cultivators ventured into this treacherous territory to gather iris flowers, hoping to exchange them for spirit stones. Upon her arrival, Jiang Li happened upon a group entering Yuanzhou, clad in uniform sect attire. Their white robes embroidered with golden dragon motifs and adorned with golden sashes. They presented a striking spectacle. These were disciples of the Longxing Palace. The eastern region boasted 8 major sects, alongside countless smaller factions, with the prominent 8 being Wuling Sect, Wanjian Sect, Longxing Palace, Yunqiu Sect, Yao Sect, Wanyan Sect, Taibai Sect, and Dao Sect. This group of disciples belonged to Longxing Palace, presumably here on a sect mission. Jiang Li waited patiently for them to enter before she stepped into Yuanzhou herself, opting for a different direction in her quest for iris flowers. The desolate landscape stretched before her, with withered reeds swaying in the wind, occasionally landing in the hair and shoulders of the cultivators. The ground was littered with bizarrely shaped shells and snails, some still alive, while others emitted a foul odor. On the other side of Yuanzhou lay the sea, suggesting that these remnants had been cast ashore by the waves. Jiang Li extended her spiritual sense, diligently searching for traces of the iris flowers while firmly holding the monkey's hand, cautioning it to remain still. However, the number of individuals who ventured to this place to gather the iris flowers was not insignificant, yet within a radius of 10 miles, not a single iris could be found. Reluctantly, she proceeded deeper into the iris prefecture. After approximately half an hour of wandering, Jiang Li finally detected a seedling of iris within her spiritual consciousness, scarcely the size of a finger. This was of little use to her. Jiang Li rose to her feet, intending to continue her search, when a rotund cultivator suddenly emerged, brandishing a vibrant red iris flower. Instinctively sensing a trap, Jiang Li refrained from accepting the flower and hastily pulled the monkey back a step. In the next moment, a peculiar beast dashed towards the iris flower and swallowed it whole, subsequently releasing a resounding flatulence. Jiang Li's eyes widened in astonishment as she fled in terror. Chapter 80. The Remedy for One's Own Malady. A foul stench swiftly permeated the air, causing the already withered reeds to sag limply, devoid of life, reduced to a heap of dried grass. Fortunately, Jiang Li was quick on her feet. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been affected by the noxious release. This was the greatest peril of the Iris Prefecture. After running a considerable distance, Jiang Li finally halted, realizing that the beast had vanished and did not pursue her. Jiang Li, that plump individual, was deliberate in his actions. The monkey grimaced in anger, recalling the rotund figure, igniting a fire of rage within him.
Indeed.
Jiang Li's expression was equally grim. That person was not a good soul, having recklessly ensnared others to divert the beast's attention. Should they encounter him again, she would ensure retribution. She changed her direction in search of the iris flowers and, at last, discovered one as the sun began to set. A flower blossomed at the edge of a small pond, surrounded by fish that occasionally swam by, creating ripples upon the water's surface. Jiang Li crouched low, cautiously maneuvering through the reeds, striving to minimize her movements to avoid attracting unwanted attention. She scanned her surroundings meticulously, ensuring there were no other individuals or creatures nearby. Once satisfied, she donned a pair of gloves and reached for the stem of the iris, gripping it firmly. She hesitated to exert too much force, carefully pulling upward. Why is it so difficult to uproot? Jiang Li furrowed her brows, applying a bit more strength, and at last, she succeeded in pulling the iris out completely. However, she discovered that in addition to the flower, she had also uprooted a small creature, which gazed at her with wide, sparkling eyes, filled with curiosity. Beneath the tiny creature, an adult beast was clenching its paw tightly around the little one's leg, baring its teeth and glaring at Jiang Li. Instantly, Jiang Li froze, forcing a conciliatory smile. "Please. Do carry on, I was merely passing by." As she spoke, she released her grip, gently placing the iris into the embrace of the small beast. Not wishing to disturb them further, a howl erupted from the adult beast, furious that this human dared to provoke it. It swiftly snatched up the young one and charged towards Jiang Li. Its speed was astonishing, each step creating a deep crater in the ground, strewn with crushed shells and snails.
Thud, thud, thud.
The sound of the beast's footsteps echoed behind her, prompting Jiang Li to hastily affix a swift movement talisman, doubling her escape speed as she darted through the reeds. What was that? It seems to be a person? Wait, what is that behind?
Run.
In the reeds, they encountered other cultivators. Initially puzzled by the swiftly moving object, they soon realized it was a ferocious beast pursuing them, causing them to flee in terror. These mature beasts possessed formidable combat strength, rivaling that of foundational stage cultivators, not to mention their toxic smoke attacks, far beyond what they could withstand.
Whoosh.
A figure darted past them, leaving them momentarily stunned before they hastened their escape.
Run.
The instigator had overtaken them. Jiang Li felt a pang of regret. She was entirely focused on fleeing and had no inkling that others were caught in the chaos. The beast, momentarily bewildered, then resumed its pursuit of her, radiating an aura of vengeance. With no option, Jiang Li continued her frantic flight, darting this way and that, yet the beast relentlessly clung to her, leaving her with no refuge. Desperate, she fled through Yuanzhou, ultimately colliding with that rotund figure. Her eyes lit up suddenly, and she shouted, "Iris." The stout man turned sharply at the sound, only to feel a gust rush past him, as if a shadow had slipped by. Alarmed, he prepared to flee, but the beast had already caught up, striking him with a powerful paw.
Bang!
The stout man was sent flying, landing with a splash in a distant pond, 2 ribs broken, and choking on several mouthfuls of water. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and dashed away in another direction. After his interruption, the adult monster lost track of Jiang Li. Infuriated, it could only throw its head back and howl, knocking down a swath of reeds. The cub, clutched in its grasp, emitted a series of soft whines. The beast glanced down at it. Since the flower was not lost, it deemed the situation acceptable. As night descended, Jiang Li found a spot to kindle a campfire, finally allowing herself a moment's respite. The dangers of Yuanzhou loomed large, with the monster lurking like a specter, making vigilance a constant necessity. She had intended to seize the iris today, but upon seeing the still naive cub, she chose to abandon her plan. Surely the monster guarded that flower for the sake of its offspring? Lowering her gaze, she gently groomed the monkey, harboring no regrets about her decision. The fire crackled quietly as Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the ground, illuminated by its glow as she immersed herself in her reading. Once more, a group from the Longxing Palace passed by her, casting curious glances at the girl and her monkey. Jiang Li assumed it was merely coincidence, unaware that the following day, that very group would seek her out. Leading the charge was the chubby figure, visibly agitated. It's her who plucked the iris and framed me, causing the monster to break 2 of my ribs. If I hadn't fled swiftly, I might not have escaped, the rotund individual exclaimed, his words punctuated by flying spittle as he pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Li. The foremost disciple could hardly tolerate his fervor, tilting his head to create distance while a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He approached Jiang Li with his junior disciples, adopting a serious demeanor as he questioned, "Did you deceive my fellow disciples of Longxing Palace?" The leading disciple exuded an impressive aura, possessing a cultivation level of the 11th layer of qi refinement at just over 20 years of age, undoubtedly indicative of commendable talent. It was no wonder that he was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Jiang Li surveyed the gathering and stepped forward, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, and candidly explained, "Indeed, this matter is true. However, my actions were precipitated by his prior deceit, which nearly led to my demise at the jaws of a ferocious beast. I merely sought to reciprocate his ill intentions in kind." Even if she refuted the allegations, he would remain unconvinced. Thus, she deemed it prudent to elucidate the circumstances, recounting the events that had transpired before. "Senior brother, do not pay heed to her fabrications." The robust figure interjected, his excitement palpable, yet before he could elaborate, the leading disciple silenced him with a sharp reprimand. A mere glance at their expressions revealed to him the truth of the matter. This individual sought to manipulate them into becoming unwitting scapegoats for his grievances. With a furrowed brow, he resolved to turn away, only to be halted by a disciple tugging at his sleeve. Upon perceiving the latter's pallor, the leading disciple's demeanor shifted instantly, becoming aggressive. "Regardless of the circumstances, you have wronged a disciple of the Dragon Walk Palace, and for that, you must face the consequences. First, you shall apologize, and then we may deliberate on the appropriate course of action." He attempted to intimidate Jiang Li with his imposing presence, coercing her into an apology. Jiang Li observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, casting a glance at the disciple of the 10th layer of qi refinement amidst the crowd. He bore an inconspicuous face that would be easily lost in a crowd, perpetually appearing weary, as if burdened by exhaustion. It was evident that his mere glance had shifted the leading disciple's attitude. His status was likely significant, marking him as the true arbiter of the situation. She was certain she had never encountered this individual, nor had she wronged him in any way, leaving her perplexed as to why he had chosen to target her. "Are you deaf? My senior brother demands an apology." The stout man, emboldened by his connections, arrogantly shouted at Jiang Li. She cast him a cold glance, remaining silent as she silently prepared for battle. If she could not defeat him, she would flee. There was no way she would apologize. Among the 6 members of the Dragon Walking Palace, 2 were at the 10th level of Qi training, 1 at the 11th and 3 at the 8th. She began to calculate her chances of victory. However, he dared not defy the wishes of that individual and was compelled to continue his harassment of Jiang Li. This peculiar ancestor behind him had already tormented several cultivators to their demise. It seemed this young lady would not escape a similar fate. Though he wished to ease the pressure, he feared becoming a target himself, thus he was forced to act against his better judgment. He exchanged glances with the others, who swiftly encircled Jiang Li. Confused and increasingly irritated, she found it outrageous that they were being so unreasonable. If they insisted on this, she would not hold back. One down, another to go. A curved blade materialized in her grasp, gripped tightly. The other cultivators could hardly contain their laughter at her audacity to stand alone against them. Only the disciple at the 10th level of Qi training narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the curved blade in her hand. "Allow me to handle this." Another disciple at the same level volunteered, brandishing a long sword as he stepped forward from the crowd, slowly advancing towards Jiang Li.
To them,
It seemed shameful to assault a mere girl as a group, so this disciple took it upon himself to subdue her single-handedly. Observing the scene, others retreated, clearing a path for him, eagerly anticipating his confrontation with Jiang Li, particularly the stout fellow, whose expression was rife with excitement. Jiang Li gestured for the monkey to step back, gripping her curved blade tightly, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she charged toward the man. With a swift, precise stroke, it seemed as though the shadowy figure of her adversary materialized before her. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had caused an avalanche on the snow-capped mountains. As she unleashed her strike, the air remained devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, as if it were merely a feint. The disciple from Longxing Palace chuckled lightly, raising his long sword to cleave toward Jiang Li, a trace of disdain etched upon his face. This girl donned garments of little worth, her dagger a mere tattered relic. How audacious for such a poorly faring rogue cultivator to presume a challenge against him. It was indeed laughable. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his smile froze in place as an invisible force effortlessly severed his spiritual sword into shards, a chill brushing against his cheek. His eyes widened in terror. Before he could react, the blade's light struck down upon his head. "Be careful." The leading disciple sensed the danger and rushed forward, delivering a forceful palm strike that sent his fellow disciple flying. The blade's radiance merely grazed the top of his skull, dissipating into the air. This sudden turn of events rendered those present momentarily speechless. In the blink of an eye, one of their own lay upon the ground. The leading disciple hurriedly assisted the injured comrade, administering a medicinal pill, his heart pounding with trepidation. Had he not reacted swiftly, his junior's life could have been forfeit. The injured disciple was profoundly shocked, silently regretting his underestimation of the opponent. Blood trickled down his forehead into his eyes, blurring his vision, leaving him with a sight awash in crimson. Jiang Li, having successfully struck, felt no triumph in her heart, for she recognized that her adversary had been overly complacent. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily defeated. Indeed, the expression of the leading disciple altered as he approached her, and with a sudden movement, he forcefully struck the ground with both hands. Instantly, a row of earthen spikes erupted from beneath her feet, their sharp tips aimed directly at her. Jiang Li swiftly swung her blade, severing the spikes, yet the leading disciple had already lunged towards her, his fist descending with ferocity upon her crown. Simultaneously, he formed a hand gesture with his left, releasing a black flower that spiraled above Jiang Li, emanating a dark light that enveloped her entirely. The interference of the black light momentarily disoriented Jiang Li, and in that instant, the fist crashed down upon her head. A resounding buzz filled her ears, followed by a piercing ring that cut through her senses, causing her to wince in discomfort. However, the leading disciple fared even worse. The fist that had struck Jiang Li's crown shattered upon impact, resulting in a catastrophic fracture that sent waves of searing pain through him. His pupils constricted as he gazed at Jiang Li, his eyes filled with wariness. The strength of her physique was clearly beyond that of a mere chi refinement practitioner. Could she be concealing her true power? This thought surfaced in the minds of those present, and the atmosphere shifted to one of tension. Having already injured two of them, it was evident that Jiang Li could not be allowed to leave unscathed. The onlookers exchanged glances, collectively deciding to unite in an effort to subdue her.
Jiang Li,
having finally freed herself from the clutches of the dark light, was met head-on by a group of individuals rushing towards her. Among them stood a peculiar cultivator, unmoving, as if merely an onlooker. Each of the assailants unleashed their signature techniques without restraint, all directed at Jiang Li, witnessing the imminent danger. The monkey behind her trembled in fear, its legs shaking uncontrollably, teeth chattering. With so many assailing Jiang Li, defeat seemed inevitable. As the spells hurtled towards her, the monkey, eyes shut tight, let out a desperate scream and charged forward. Chapter 82. 1 against 5. With a mighty leap, it clung to the wrist of one of the cultivators, biting down with all its might. Despite trembling in fear, it threw caution to the wind. Jiang Li noticed its bravery. Her pupils dilated in determination as she wielded her curved blade, hurling it at the assailant. Simultaneously, she summoned a wall of flames before her, creating a barrier against the incoming attacks. Although her progression had been rapid, she faced a significant dilemma: the lack of advanced techniques to study, resulting in her spells being rudimentary at best, greatly diminishing their lethality. The only exception was her comprehension of blade energy, which created an imbalance in her strength and cultivation. The hurled curved blade seemed to possess a will of its own, slicing through the cultivator's wrist, severing it cleanly, causing the monkey to tumble down. A piercing scream escaped the cultivator's lips, blood gushing from the wound, painting a gruesome scene. The anger of others was ignited to its fullest extent. Initially, they merely sought to discipline Jiang Li, but now they truly harbored intentions of murder. In an instant, various lethal techniques were unleashed upon her. Observing this, Jiang Li felt a heavy weight in her heart, aware that she could not withstand the assault with her current abilities. A thought struck her: she would rely on her enhanced physical strength. Ever since forging a pact with a curved blade, her corporeal resilience had significantly increased. However, she had yet to ascertain the precise extent of this enhancement. Now presented with an opportunity, she resolved to take a bold risk. To maneuver skillfully among her assailants, she would need to act with remarkable speed. Jiang Li swiftly connected her consciousness with the curved blade, requesting its assistance in diverting the attention of her attackers. Suddenly, she was struck by a water serpent, sending her flying backward, skidding along the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Before she could regain her balance, the water serpent lunged at her with its gaping maw, accompanied by several searing flames rushing in her direction. A series of earthen spikes erupted from beneath her feet, aiming to ensnare her in a torrent of assaults. Jiang Li deftly slid past the spikes, fortunate that her swift boots shielded her from harm. Seizing the moment, she rolled onto the ground and sprang up, concentrating her spiritual energy into her fists, rapidly spinning as she launched an attack against the water serpent. With a resounding crash, her fist shattered the water serpent into droplets, coincidentally extinguishing the flames that surged toward her. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened, and with a powerful leap, she charged into the throng of attackers. Crouching low, she executed a sweeping maneuver with her foot while simultaneously extending her arms. Fists clenched and aimed at two opponents at the 8th level of Qi cultivation. The sound of impact echoed, followed by a spray of blood. With their waists and knees simultaneously shattered, the two individuals were hurled through the air, collapsing onto the ground in agonizing moans, unable to rise. Displaying relentless momentum, Jiang Li capitalized on her remaining strength, directing a sweeping blow towards the lower body of the 10th level Qi refining cultivator. However, a sudden surge of water materialized, narrowly missing her scalp as it pierced the earth. A trail of blood trickled from her hairline as she gazed intently at the leading disciple, her eyes radiating a daunting battle spirit. These individuals possessed remarkable aptitudes and formidable combat prowess, standing in stark contrast to the likes of the portly senior apprentice. Presumably holding considerable status within the sect, they presented a genuine challenge. Yet, undeterred, she found herself harboring a concealed thrill. Witnessing its master's mistreatment, the scimitar, in a fit of pique, spiraled towards the leading disciple. The razor-sharp blade emitted a dazzling light, momentarily blinding him with its brilliance. In rapid succession, the scimitar lunged at him, seemingly intent on severing half of his skull. With insufficient time to summon a water arrow, the leading disciple could only swat at it, resulting in the simultaneous severing of several fingers, leaving behind a bare palm. He gasped sharply, retrieving a handful of talismans from his storage pouch in a fit of rage, hurling them all towards Jiang Li and the scimitar. Engaged in a fierce struggle with another 8th level Qi refining cultivator, the monkey heard a deafening explosion, followed by its body being violently thrown through the air. Frantic, it chattered incessantly, landing face first in the mud, its lips lacerated by fragments of seashells. Disregarding the pain, the monkey scrambled to its feet, turning to locate Jiang Li, only to find her in disarray, struggling to rise. The hem of her garment was scorched, revealing a glimpse of her fair calf. Her face was smudged with the soot of the explosion, and her mouth was filled with bloodied froth.
Spit.
Who are you exactly? The leading disciple, observing the injured on his side, sensed something amiss and began to scrutinize Jiang Li's identity. With such formidable strength, she could never be an ordinary rogue cultivator. Throughout, he had maintained a detached demeanor, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to him.
Yet,
Jiang Li felt that his dark, brooding gaze resembled that of a venomous serpent, poised to strike at the slightest lapse in her vigilance. "Senior brother, she has harmed us. Why waste your breath on her?" However, the leading disciple merely shot him a glance, irritation flickering in his eyes. Was he so eager for everyone to know that their group had been bested by a mere girl with golden hair? What a disgrace. He cast a glance at their ancestor, mentally cursing the lineage for instigating this predicament, knowing full well that if a confrontation ensued, he would remain an idle observer. As if sensing his gaze, the ancestor finally lifted his eyelids, and Jiang Li was startled to discover that his irises were a peculiar gray, set against stark white sclera, rendering him unsettlingly strange. He approached her, lowering his head to meet her gaze directly. "What is your name?" A chill breeze swept through, prompting Jiang Li to step back 2 paces, creating distance while remaining silent. Clearly, he possessed significant stature, revealing her name would be tantamount to folly. Noticing her reluctance to speak, the man's expression remained unchanged as he raised a hand to caress her chin. In an instant, Jiang Li reacted by slapping his hand away, and their palms collided, sending a jolt of pain and numbness coursing through them both, compelling them to withdraw their hands simultaneously. The individual cast a fleeting glance at his hand, his pupils dilating slightly before suddenly launching an attack towards Jiang Li, anticipating his move. Jiang Li met his assault head-on at the very moment he struck. A flash of blade light flickered as he raised his hand to form an incantation, summoning a young dragon of black smoke that roared and extended its claws towards the gleaming blade. The blade light shattered upon impact, yet the surrounding air was abruptly filled with a multitude of transparent blades, trembling as they advanced to besiege the young dragon. With a mighty roar, the dragon tilted its head towards the sky, its swishing tail effortlessly dispersing the blade energy, leaving no trace in the air. Jiang Li's brows furrowed in surprise. This individual possessed the rare dark spiritual root. Chapter 83. Song Ko. Within the cultivation realm, aside from the commonly seen 5 elements spiritual roots, there exists a scant number of cultivators with mutated roots, including wind, thunder, ice, light, and dark. Among these, the light and dark roots are the rarest. To her astonishment, the person before her possessed a mutated dark spiritual root, indicating his significant status within the Dragon Palace. A flash of insight sparked in Jiang Li's mind, mingled with a hint of disdain as she regarded the youth. Just as she raised her fist, poised to strike the dark dragon, a sudden furious shout echoed from a distance. "Halt!" In an instant, a group of individuals rushed over, brandishing weapons menacingly towards the entourage of the Dragon Palace. Jiang Li focused her gaze and recognized one among them. It was the outer sect sister Yi Lanqing, who had once reprimanded Yi Xiaodai before being taken away by the enforcement hall. "Song Ko, cease your actions at once. She is a disciple of our 5-spirit sect." Yi Lanqing called out the youth's name, her eyes flashing with a trace of aversion. Upon recognizing the arrival of the person before him, Song Ko's gaze darkened, retracting his aggressive demeanor and reverting to his previous sullen expression. Meanwhile, as Jiang Li heard the name Song Ko, her prior suspicions were confirmed. This individual was indeed Song Ko. "Junior sister, are you unharmed?" Yi Lanqing stepped forward, pulling Jiang Li behind her while inquiring with genuine concern about her injuries. In truth, she was unaware of her junior sister's name, only recalling that in their childhood, Yi Xiaodai had once schemed against her. Though Jiang Li had matured and her features had become more defined, that tranquil and graceful countenance was still unmistakable, prompting Yi Lanqing to hasten to offer assistance. "I am fine, thank you all, senior brothers and sisters." Jiang Li shook her head, bowing in gratitude to her seniors. "Yi Lanqing, this junior sister of yours has wronged a disciple of our Longxing Palace and refused to apologize. We, too, were left with no choice but to take action." The leading disciple, recognizing Yi Lanqing, took the opportunity to lodge a complaint. Upon hearing this, Yi Lanqing turned to Jiang Li, and after listening to her brief explanation, she was both infuriated and amused. Oh, Yu Longxing Palace, not only do you twist the narrative, but you also have a group of disciples ambushing my Wuling sect disciples. Is this truly the manner in which you conduct yourselves? However, some individuals, even when swarming together, merely bring disgrace upon themselves. As she spoke, she spat derisively, her mockery evident upon her visage. With her words, the disciples of Wuling sect erupted in laughter, simultaneously giving Jiang Li a thumbs up, praising her in front of the Longxing Palace contingent. The members of Longxing Palace, their faces flushed with humiliation, found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal, forced to endure the indignity in silence. Enough. Your injuries are self-inflicted. Although my junior sister has harmed you, you have also inflicted injury upon her. Thus we are even. Yi Lanqing pointed to Jiang Li's scraped forehead and declared, let this matter be settled. The Dragon Walk Palace has always maintained a cordial relationship with my Wuling sect, and I trust that you would not wish for this incident to become public knowledge. She seized upon their vulnerability, compelling them to relent, warning that if they pursued the matter further, she would ensure it became widely known, leaving them with no face to show in public thereafter. Indeed, the individuals from the Dragon Walk Palace ultimately had no choice but to concede, their reluctance overshadowed by the necessity of acquiescence. Whether they truly harbored resentment in their hearts remained uncertain. Song Ko, we shall take our leave, Yi Lanqing said as she grasped Jiang Li's hand, suppressing her annoyance, and offered a brief greeting to Song Ko before signaling to several disciples of the Wuling sect to depart alongside them. Song Ko remained expressionless, a flicker of crimson flashing in his gray irises. The other disciples felt the stirrings of indignation. However, the overwhelming numbers of the Wuling sect rendered any confrontation futile. After all, one yellow-haired girl was already enough trouble. As Song Ko's figure vanished from sight, Yi Lanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Smiling, she turned to Jiang Li and introduced herself along with the other disciples. Jiang Li recognized a few of her senior brothers and sisters and expressed her gratitude for their assistance. Thank you all for your help, she said, bowing slightly, sincerity evident in her voice. Had it not been for their intervention, she could not fathom how long she might have been ensnared in that predicament. So it is junior sister Jiang, there is no need for formality. We are all disciples of the Wuling sect, and naturally, we cannot stand idly by while our fellow sect members are bullied. Yi Lanqing beamed with joy, her bright and clear eyes brimming with delight. She clasped Jiang Li's hand and patted it, exclaiming, you have certainly brought honor to our five-spirit sect. The disciples of the Dragon Walk Palace have always been arrogant, and this time, encountering setbacks is well-deserved. Although she was astonished and curious about Jiang Li's strength, being astute individuals, they had no intention of probing further. After a conversation, they learned that Jiang Li had come for a mission from her sect, and thus proposed that they act together. Jiang Li did not decline, joining the team and embarking on their inaugural group endeavor. Though occasional frictions arose among the team members, none were petty individuals, and their interactions were quite pleasant. Through their collective efforts, they began to reap rewards, with an increasing number of irises discovered. At times, Jiang Li would volunteer to divert the beasts, gradually gaining a newfound understanding of her physical resilience. She did not shy away from this communal lifestyle, diligently fulfilling her responsibilities. After 6 months, they had finally gathered sufficient irises, accomplishing the assigned sect mission. However, instead of parting ways immediately, they chose to journey together to other locations, as 2 companions had taken on additional tasks. During these days devoid of extraordinary opportunities, Jiang Li's cultivation progressed slowly, yet her combat experience grew considerably, and her aura became increasingly formidable. Yi Lanqing teased her more than once, remarking on her seemingly delicate appearance, contrasted with her swift and fierce strikes, a stark disparity. Jiang Li merely smiled, her expressive eyes conveying an unspoken charm, leaving Yi Lanqing exasperated yet captivated, as if Jiang Li were radiating an irresistible allure. She possesses a straightforward disposition, exuding an endearing charm with her candid and carefree nature, yet she demonstrates an admirable sense of propriety. Jiang Li shares a commendable rapport with her, and their companionship on this journey has imbued her with a sense of joy and camaraderie. Gazing at the grand entrance, Jiang Li was enveloped by a peculiar yet familiar sensation as she stepped into the sect, where a rich aura of spiritual energy greeted her. Following her senior brothers and sisters, she first proceeded to the task hall to accept her assignment and, after exchanging her points, they parted ways. The outer sect competition is set to commence next month. Will you be signing up? Perhaps not. Considering my modest capabilities, it would be tantamount to self-deprecation. Chapter 84. Registration for the outer sect competition. What is the harm in that? The top 50 participants in this outer sect competition will gain entry into the inner sect. Should fortune favor them and catch the attention of the sect elders, their future could be exceedingly bright. I am well aware of that. Yet the majority of competitors are cultivators at the 11th level of Qi refinement, while I am merely at the 10th. I fear I would be eliminated in the preliminary round. Moreover, this competition features renowned individuals such as Lu Zhoujie and Xiaobang. Wouldn't the rest merely serve as mere embellishments? I suppose it would be wiser to diligently cultivate until I reach the foundation establishment stage before seeking a way into the inner sect. Your perspective does hold some merit. However, I am not one to shy away from embarrassment. Regardless of the outcome, I shall endeavor to participate, and I will register tomorrow. Is that so? Then I shall be there to cheer you on. As two individuals passed by Jiang Li, they engaged in lively discussion regarding the registration for the outer sect competition. Jiang Li felt a surge of excitement, veering towards the miscellaneous affairs hall, where she noticed a notice affixed to the wall. Registration is unrestricted by quotas or cultivation levels. It is entirely at the discretion of the cultivators. The top 50 contestants of the competition will gain direct access to the inner sect, each receiving a foundation establishment pill as a reward. Furthermore, the top 10 will be granted additional prizes, while the top 3 will receive accolades directly bestowed by the sect leader. Jiang Li felt a surge of interest. Although she was not particularly enamored with the foundation establishment pill, she was greatly intrigued by the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple. Gaining admission to the inner sect would grant her access to the sect's library, where she could freely borrow books up to the 10th floor, an immense improvement over the conditions at the outer sect. Many outer disciples eventually choose to leave, and thus the sect tends to be more stringent with them, as resources are limited and the sect naturally prefers to invest in those with potential. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, contemplating her current abilities. She believed she had a fair chance of securing a position among the top 50. She held a degree of confidence in herself, having previously engaged in combat with disciples at the 11th level of Qi refinement. The outer sect disciples, lacking a master, were reliant on their own exploration, likely possessing skills that were rather simplistic, thereby posing a lesser threat. Nonetheless, she could not afford to underestimate anyone. She needed to make the most of her remaining time to prepare thoroughly. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Li entered the miscellaneous hall to join the ranks of those registering for the competition. A long queue of disciples awaited their turn, and she stood out as the only one clad in the garb of the outer sect, drawing curious glances from the crowd. Is it true? An outer disciple is participating? And at the 10th level of Qi refinement? Just look at her age. Wait, she's only 15? Are disciples with 5 spiritual roots this formidable now? An instinct whispered to them that this junior sister would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 50. I share the same sentiment. The rapid advancement of a 5-element root must surely indicate the remarkable qualities of this junior sister. How about we place a wager on her ranking? Count me in. Wang Shixiang, would you care to join us as well? A group of individuals, before Jiang Li, began to speculate on her ranking, causing her face to flush crimson. akin to a boiled shrimp, as she yearned for a gust of wind to whisk her away. The sensation of being the center of attention was undeniably excruciating. Moreover, the trajectory of this interaction felt amiss. Shouldn't they be mocking her for her overestimation of herself? Instead, they appeared to be brimming with confidence in her abilities. Jiang Li, her mind a whirlpool of confusion, anxiously awaited her turn as the seconds dragged on. Finally, when it was her moment to register, the disciple at the desk expressed great enthusiasm, encouraging her loudly, anticipating her entry into the inner sect. "Junior sister, you are magnificent. We all have faith in you. We will see you on stage." Other cultivators in line joined in the chorus of support, their excitement palpable. Most of them were merely there to experience the event, with no vested interests against Jiang Li, thus they were delighted to cheer her on. Upon hearing the raucous encouragement, Jiang Li stumbled slightly, her embarrassment rendering her almost unable to walk. With her head bowed tightly, she lamented her decision to arrive later for registration. This truly felt like a scene of social demise. The kind words of encouragement echoed in her ears as she awkwardly made her way out of the miscellaneous affairs hall, her hurried steps causing her to limp slightly. After a considerable distance had been covered, she finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, gently touching her flushed cheeks as a smile broke across her face. She relished this light-hearted atmosphere, though she found it somewhat disconcerting to be the center of attention. Shaking her head to dispel the heat from her face, she leisurely made her way towards the servants' peak. During her years away, the sect had remained unchanged, save for the fact that the disciples at the servants' peak had all grown taller. Jiang Li recognized several familiar faces, those who had been brought up from the mountain village alongside her, yet now they had only reached the 4th level of qi training. This realization struck her, illuminating the remarkable pace of her own cultivation and instilling within her a deeper appreciation for her journey. As she approached the courtyard, she suddenly noticed a 7th-level disciple reprimanding a 5th-level disciple who happened to be Yi Xiaodai, the very individual who had once bullied her. Yi Xiaodai had transformed considerably. The once proud and haughty girl now displayed a demeanor of subservience, bending low and repeatedly apologizing, promising to exercise greater caution in the future, her attitude exceedingly humble. Recognizing her sincerity, the other disciple chose to overlook past grievances, offering a few parting words before departing. As Yi Xiaodai turned to leave, she abruptly called out to Jiang Li, prompting her to halt, brow furrowed in curiosity as she awaited Yi Xiaodai's approach. "Jiang Shiji," Yi Xiaodai called out earnestly as she reached her side. "Yi Shimi," Jiang Li replied, observing the tension as Yi Xiaodai clasped her hands nervously, a conflicted expression crossing her face as if she feared Jiang Li still harbored resentment for past events. Unconsciously licking her lips, Yi Xiaodai ultimately bent deeply at the waist. Uttering, "I am sorry, Jiang Shiji," she refrained from elaborating, fully aware that Jiang Li would comprehend the weight of her words. In her youth, she was naive, believing that the prestige of her identity as Yi Yunyun would allow her to wield power and dominance. Ultimately, she was sternly taught a lesson by the harsh realities of life. As the years passed, she gradually came to realize how childish she had once been. Without strength, all was mere empty talk. In truth, she had always envied Jiang Li. Despite her lack of innate talent, she remained undeterred, diligently practicing until she ascended to a position that others could only look up to. In Jiang Li, she seemed to perceive a stabilizing force, as if no matter the challenge, she could effortlessly navigate through it. Though merely a child, she consistently exuded an air of detachment. Yi Xiaodai felt an intricate swirl of emotions, merely wishing that Jiang Li could harbor no resentment towards her. Her current life was fraught with difficulties, far removed from the splendor of her past.